She sat in the cafe, her eyes red-rimmed. Her father was most concerned about two things: her younger brother, Xiao Guang, and her future marriage. She could take care of her brother, but her own marital prospects left her at a loss. To ease her father's worries, she submitted her profile to a matchmaking agency and started the journey of blind dates. The person she once made vows with was now just a memory, and marrying anyone seemed all the same now. "Hello, Miss Shin. Sorry to keep you waiting." A man, after confirming her photo on his phone, sat across from her and casually placed his BMW car keys on the table. "No worries, I just got here too." Shen Modi quickly composed herself and smiled slightly. "Miss Shen, I've already learned about your situation through the agency. Your education and job are decent, and you fit my taste perfectly. I'm quite pleased with you," the man said with a smile, appraising her with satisfaction. In his experience with blind dates, Shen Modi was the most beautiful, fair-skinned, elegant, and refined, like a lotus flower, quiet yet impossible to overlook. Despite his usual pickiness, he was tempted to marry her right away. "Thank you." Shen Modi smiled politely. She was about to ask some questions when the man interrupted. He launched into a monologue about his credentials. He worked at Hua Group, earned 15,000 a month, owned a 170 square meter 4-bedroom apartment, and drove a BMW. After marriage, the house would not be in her name as it was his premarital asset. He believed she was a modern woman who wouldn't make unreasonable demands. The dowry would be 88,000, which he suggested using to buy wedding furnishings for a grander ceremony. He was 29 and not in a rush for kids, but at 24, she wasn't getting any younger, so he suggested having children immediately after marriage. If the first child was a girl, they should try for a boy. She could choose to work and let his parents care for the child, or stay home and receive a 2,000 a month allowance. His job was demanding, so he hoped she would handle the housework. He was a neat freak and wished for the home to be spotless at all times. His parents had raised him with difficulty and deserved to be pampered, so he hoped she would be accommodating. He knew she spent her salary on her family, but hoped she would prioritize their own family after marriage. Even with her usual good temper, Shen Modi was visibly upset. What kind of man was this? When it came to earning a living, he wanted equality, but for housework, it was her responsibility. His parents had a hard time raising him, but was she raised on air? Did he think he could have it all? Suppressing her anger, she calmly said, "Sorry, we're not a good match. I think we're quite suitable." "Miss Shen, you don't think I'm beneath you, do you? I earn more than you, and I have a car and a house." The man frowned, glancing at Shen Modi. "Miss Shen, you do look good, but you know, a woman's youth is fleeting. Smart women marry a man with potential while they still have their looks." A scoff from the next table drew their attention. Shen Modi's date looked over angrily, only to see a handsome man in a white sweatshirt speaking to the stylish woman across from him. "I may be 28 with just a mortgage on a small 3-bedroom and an ordinary car, but I only graduated at 26 and have worked for 2 years. I don't agree that not having savings by 28 indicates a lack of ability. Also, I earn 10,000 a month while Miss Wu earns 3,000. I don't think the matchmaking agency made a mistake. If Miss Wu isn't interested, that's fine. I'm not interested either." He stood up, turned to Shen Modi's date with a smirk, and commented, "A woman's youth may be short, but so is a man's. In a few years, baldness, obesity, and greasiness won't spare you." He emphasized the word baldness. Then he approached Shen Modi and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Hua Mingze. How about we team up for a date? I'll hand over my salary after marriage, don't smoke, drink, or gamble, live a clean life, and do housework as soon as I get home. Whether to have kids is your decision, and your parents are my parents too." Each sentence was a slap in the face to Shen Modi's date. "Who are you?" Shen Modi's date was furious, ready to confront Hua Mingze. "Just another date," Hua Mingze replied. "Miss Shen is on a date with me." Her date protested, finding Hua Mingze's behavior outrageous. Hua Mingze ignored him, handed some documents to Shen Modi, and said, "Here's my profile. How about we find another place to chat?" Seeing that Hua Mingze's profile was from the same agency and recalling his words to her date, Shen Modi had an idea of what was happening. They both hadn't found suitable matches. She encountered a difficult man, and he met a gold digger. It wouldn't hurt to chat. Her goal was to find someone with decent character and similar conditions to marry. Nodding, she said, "All right." "Miss Shen, wait, isn't this a bit rude? We're on a date. If you're not satisfied with the dowry, we can negotiate. If need be, I'll add your name to the house, but you'll have to pay the mortgage," her date insisted. "No thanks. I don't plan to have children after marriage," Shen Modi declined. As they approached the counter, her date called out, "Since the date didn't work out, I have no reason to pay for your coffee." "I didn't expect you to," Shen Modi replied politely, preparing to pay at the counter. Hua Mingze had already scanned the code first. "I've got it," he said. After paying, he turned to Shen Modi, "Let's go." Hua Mingze and Shen Modi found a nearby cafe. After they sat down, Hua Mingze ordered coffee while Shen Modi handed over her personal information. She spoke candidly, "Thank you for helping me out. I'm going on blind dates because my father is seriously ill and I want to ease his mind. Hua Mingze nodded in understanding, admitting he was also ready to settle down. After a 6-year relationship ended abruptly, I can start a new one in 6 minutes. Shen Modi was open about her family responsibilities. I need to take care of my sick father and my brother who attends a school for the deaf and mute. Without hesitation, Hua Mingze replied, "You can use my salary. If you agree, we can get married anytime." They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Shen Modi suddenly received a message from her brother. Their father insisted on leaving the hospital. Her hands shook with urgency as she called her father. Shen Weiguo's voice was calm. "Modi, don't blame Xiaoguang. This illness can't be cured, and I don't want to waste money." Tears streamed down Shen Modi's face as she choked up. "Dad, your illness can be treated, and we can afford it." She was determined to persuade her father to stay in the hospital. Shen Weiguo reassured her, "I promise, I'll rest well at home and try to live to see you get married and have children." After hanging up, Shen Modi fought back tears. Hua Mingze handed her a tissue, and after thanking him, she hurriedly got up to leave. Hua Mingze insisted on accompanying her and quickly paid for the coffee, saying, "With me, you'll never have to pay." Shen Modi looked at the hand on her wrist. Was she just too exhausted after all these years? Was she too fragile? She found herself thinking that perhaps a respectful marriage wouldn't be so bad. Hua Mingze had already paid, and he released her hand. Shen Modi pulled herself together, said, "Let's keep in touch," and then hurried out of the cafe. She quickly walked to the roadside, pulling out her phone to call a cab. As she was focused on her phone, a Chevrolet quietly pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Hua Mingze's sharply defined face. "Get in, I'll give you a ride," he said in a deep, firm voice. Shen Modi hesitated for a moment, politely declining, "No need, my ride is almost here." Hua Mingze persisted, "I have some free time, and I can take you there. You'll have to wait for a cab." Seeing his insistence, Shen Modi weighed her options for a moment before opening the car door and getting in. Hua Mingze leaned over, his long fingers gently fastening her seatbelt. Shen Modi unconsciously held her breath, only sighing with relief once he returned to his seat. As the car smoothly started moving, Shen Modi couldn't help but steal glances at Hua Mingze's hands on the steering wheel. His fingers were long and strong, the knuckles distinct, as if they held boundless strength. "Where do you live?" Hua Mingze suddenly asked, interrupting her thoughts. "Liyuan Community," Shen Modi quickly replied, then fell into contemplation. This rented home carried too many bitter memories. Once, they had their own house. But to treat her brother who was born deaf, her father had to sell it. Unexpectedly, her mother ran off with the money, leaving the three of them struggling. At 11, she watched helplessly as her 2-year-old brother missed the best time for treatment. From Meiqing to Haiqing, they wandered, unable to shake off misfortune. They finally saved enough for a cochlear implant for her brother, but then her father was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. To keep her father from worrying, she hid the truth, saying he just needed rest from overwork. As for her brother's implant, she fabricated a story about needing to switch to imported equipment, delaying the plan repeatedly. Lost in her memories, Shen Modi didn't realize the car had already stopped at the entrance of her community. Hua Mingze softly asked, "Do you want me to accompany you upstairs?" "No need to thank me for the ride back. Goodbye." Shen Modi sincerely expressed her gratitude. Hua Mingze nodded and then extended his hand. "Hand me your phone for a moment." Although Shen Modi was about to get out of the car, she passed him her phone. Hua Mingze quickly dialed his personal number and then transferred 200,000 yuan. "This is my number. Contact me when you're done. Use the money for now. If things work out, consider it a betrothal gift. If not, it's just a loan." Shen Modi was taken aback. "Why are you transferring me money? And so much?" She wanted to return it immediately, but Hua Mingze's large hand pressed down on the screen. Their eyes met and Hua Mingze's gaze was firm. "Take care of your family first. Get your dad to the hospital." Overwhelmed by his determination, Shen Modi relented. "I'll borrow it for now, but I'll definitely pay it back." She thought she could use the money to dissuade her father from leaving the hospital. "Off you go," Hua Mingze said tersely. "Thank you." Shen Modi quickly got out of the car, glanced back, and then ran into the apartment complex. Hua Mingze watched her retreating figure, his eyes deep in thought. He was well aware of the diverse nature of women in the world. Some abandon feelings for profit, while others bear heavy burdens for family. Moments later, a Maybach arrived, and a sharply dressed assistant stepped out, handing over some documents. "President, your car is here, and these are the documents on Miss Shen. Don't meddle in the future," Hua Mingze said, refusing the documents and heading straight for the Maybach. Before getting in, he turned back. "Give them to me." He took the documents, got into the car, and instructed, "To the company." As he reviewed the documents, Hua Mingze's brow furrowed slightly. He dialed a number. "Big brother, it's 3 a.m. here, I need to sleep." "How's the fourth brother?" Hua Mingze inquired. "The same as always," the other person sighed, then added comfortingly, "Maybe he'll wake up tomorrow." He will wake up, Huamingza assured him. But can you cure latest-stage liver cancer? I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker, the other replied irritably. Why are you asking this in the middle of the night? Who's sick? My future father-in-law, Huamingza replied. Have you lost your mind? Yao Yutong ran off and you're still concerned about her father, the other retorted indignantly. It's not her. It's the father of someone I'm seeing. A matchmaker setup? Nice job. Marry her immediately, and let Yao Yutong eat her words. Haha, I'll be back in the country by morning. Shen Modi hurried home. It was a 6th-floor apartment in an old complex with cheaper rent. As she reached the stairs, her phone rang. Hello, she answered while walking. Oh, I'm doing exceptionally well, a woman's voice replied sarcastically. Who is this? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up, Shin Modi said irritably. Aren't you curious why your dad was discharged from the hospital? The voice taunted. Shen Modi was furious. It's you. Song King. You recognized me? Song King laughed. Why didn't you attend my wedding with Tianqi? Oh, could it be your dad's on his deathbed? You're the one on death's door. My dad will be fine. Shen Modi's voice trembled with anger. Go ahead, insult me. I enjoy it, Song King sneered. Guess how I got your dad discharged? I told him he had terminal liver cancer, that continuing treatment would ruin your life. Song King. Shen Modi warned. If anything happens to my dad, you'll regret it. I'm already regretting ever being friends with someone like you, Song King mocked. But if I hadn't, I wouldn't have snatched Tianqi from you. Shen Modi, if you're smart, you'll take your sickly father and mute brother and leave Haiqing. Otherwise, face the consequences. I'm not going anywhere, Shen Modi said coldly. Let's meet, Shen Modi. I have something for you. Maybe after seeing it, you'll change your mind. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., at Island Coffee on Nanhuan Road. Perfect, I have something for you too. Shen Modi replied icily before hanging up. She had moved from Meiqing to Haiqing, and if Song Qian continued to be so aggressive, she wouldn't hold back either. Shen Modi stood at the top of the stairs, took a deep breath, composed herself and then headed home. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of her father, Shan Weigua, looking weary as he leaned back on the living room sofa watching TV. The sounds of her younger brother, bustling in the kitchen, reached her ears. Hearing the door, Shan Weigua managed a smile. Shouty, you're back? He attempted to sit up, but his daughter quickly rushed over to stop him. Dad, don't move. Seeing her father's frail state, Shin Modi's heart ached, and she fought back tears. Shan Weigua chuckled, silly girl, I'm fine. I feel better now that I'm home. Dad, let's go to the hospital. Shin Modi knelt down, her eyes red as she took out her phone. I have money. My designs are selling better and better. Look. She showed him her account balance. Shen Weigua glanced at the figure of over 200,000 inside. You've worked hard, my child. He had long known his illness was severe, but the diagnosis of latest-stage liver cancer had been devastating. He regretted his inability to protect his children from hardship. His words struck a chord with Shan Modi, bringing tears to her eyes. She shook her head, gripping her father's hand tightly. It's not hard, Dad. As long as you're okay, I'm content. Please, just get admitted to the hospital. Medical treatments are advanced now. They can help. Shen Weigua gently stroked his daughter's hair. Shouty, you're 24 now. You should start thinking about marriage. Having children earlier is better for your health. Yes, Dad. Shen Modi fabricated a kind lie. I have a boyfriend, a colleague. We've known each other for over 2 years. He confessed yesterday and I quite like him. I'll bring him over soon for you to meet. If he's suitable, we'll get married. Shen Weigua smiled with relief. That's good. A colleague is nice, you know him well. Dad, don't worry about me. Let's get you to the hospital now. Shen Modi stood up. Shen Weigua held her back. Shouty, I don't want to go. Don't waste money. You need savings for your marriage. He hesitated to mention his son's cochlear implant surgery, feeling pained by his daughter's struggles. Tears streamed down Shen Modi's face. Dad, I'm young and can earn money. But I only have one father, and I want to do everything I can to keep you with us longer. Please, go to the hospital. Her voice trembled with emotion. Unable to bear it, Shen Weigua glanced toward the kitchen. I just want to stay home for a few days. I still have some medication left. I'll go after it's finished. He knew he didn't have much time left but couldn't let go. Dad, there's a checkup tomorrow. Can we go after dinner? Shen Modi pleaded, still avoiding mentioning chemotherapy and radiation. Shen Weigua couldn't meet his daughter's tear-filled eyes, the determination in them piercing his heart. Dad. Shen Modi cried, her tears falling onto his hand. Finally, Shen Weigua relented. All right, we'll go tomorrow. Let's stay home tonight. He knew he only had a few days left and didn't want to add more burden to his daughter. Okay, today we'll stay home. I'll go help my brother with dinner. Shen Modi wiped her tears and stood up. Dinner was a joyful affair, with Shen Weigua surprisingly having a good appetite. The siblings were overjoyed, hoping against hope that their father might recover, even though they knew it was a dream. After dinner, they watched TV together until around 8, then helped their father to bed. Shen Modi got up twice during the night to check on him, only feeling at ease when she saw him sleeping soundly. Early the next morning, Modi got up to make breakfast. She was so worried about her father that she had woken up twice during the night to quietly check on him. Seeing him sleeping peacefully, she felt reassured. As soon as she finished frying the egg pancake, Mod heard her father suddenly start coughing violently from his room. Her heart skipped a beat. She dropped the spatula and rushed into her father's room. What she saw was shocking. Bright red bloodstains on the light blue bedspread. "Dad," she exclaimed, trembling as she picked up the phone and dialed emergency services. "Hello, is this the emergency center? My dad is coughing up blood. We're at Li Yuan Community. Please hurry." Shen Weiguo weakly reached out, trying to take the phone from her, but Modi dodged. She regretted not insisting on taking her father to the hospital the day before. "Xiaodi, don't cry, listen to me." Shen Weiguo leaned against the headboard, struggling to speak. "Dad, don't talk. Xiao Guang. I need to get Xiao Guang." Mod was terrified that her father wouldn't hold on, so she dashed towards the living room balcony. Before she could get there, her deaf and mute brother, Shen Xiaoguang, came running in. He had been about to make breakfast when he saw the open door. Seeing the bloodstains, he let out anxious, unintelligible sounds. With tears in his eyes, Shen Weiguo smiled and reached out to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang cried out in distress. "Don't worry kids, daddy's okay," Shen Weiguo signed with difficulty. Mod knelt by the bed, holding her father's hand, constantly checking the time on her phone, praying for the ambulance to arrive quickly. "Xiao Di, you shouldn't have to bear these hardships." Shen Weiguo gasped. "When you graduated from college, I told you, you're not my biological daughter. I found you at an amusement park. You should find your real parents." "Dad, stop it." Mod burst into tears. "In this life, I am only your daughter." She remembered what her father had told her when she graduated. He had waited at the amusement park all day, and when no one came for her, he took her home. Even in the hardest times, he never abandoned her. "Silly child, you should find your real parents, so you wouldn't be burdened by me." Shen Weiguo coughed up more blood. "Dad, stop talking. The ambulance will be here soon," Mod said, gripping her father's hand tightly. "Xiaodi, don't bother. I want to stay at home." Shen Weiguo said weakly, "I want to see your boyfriend." He wanted to see her boyfriend. Shen Weiguo spoke, then coughed up more blood. He felt his time was running out and wished to see Mod's boyfriend before he passed. If there really was a soul after death, he wanted to know who to watch over. "Dad?" Shin Modi quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe away her father's blood, which spread rapidly, staining the entire tissue red. Her heart ached as she fumbled with the medicine bottle, her hands trembling. "Dad, take this medicine. It'll help," she said, holding back tears. "I'll call Mingze over." Her younger brother, Xiaoguang, came in with a cup of water, his eyes red. After helping her father take the medicine, Shen Modi immediately called Hua Mingze. He answered right away. "Hua. Mingze." She tried to sound calm, but her voice was thick with emotion. "Are you free? My dad's not doing well and wants to see you." "I'm free. I'll come right over." "Don't worry. Just take care of yourself," Hua Mingze reassured her. "Okay. I've called an ambulance to take us to the city hospital." "All right, I'll be there soon." Hua Mingze was in his study, conducting a video conference for an important international project. He stood up and said into the microphone, "Continue the discussion, I have something urgent to handle." The executive director, He Chen, said urgently, "Boss, the final bid for this project is this morning, and it could mean at least 700 million in profits." "Well, then we'll see what fate has in store," Hua Mingze replied, shutting off the camera. He called his assistant. "Shen Modi's father is critically ill and has called for an ambulance to the city hospital. Make sure they expedite things. Also, arrange for an oncologist to consult. Don't let Shen Modi know anyone's helping her." Overseas, He Chen and the others turned off their cameras, their expressions serious. They were like brothers to Hua Mingze, despite different surnames. What could it be? He Chen pondered, worried. What else? He's definitely flying to H country to see Yao Yutong, Qiu Chuan speculated. How can the boss not see that Yao Yutong is just a materialistic woman? He Chen sighed. Easy for outsiders to say, but those involved are often blind. They've been together for 6 years after all, Mu Sen remarked, shaking his head. The ambulance wailed as it left the Liyuan neighborhood. In the end, Shen Weiguo couldn't bear to see his daughter in tears and agreed to go to the hospital. The doctor put him on N4, but his face remained pale. In the car, Shen Modi texted Hua Mingze, "My dad's not doing well. I told him you're a colleague I've known for 2 years and that we're planning to get married. Please play along. Please." Hua Mingze replied, "Okay." He drove to the hospital, picking up breakfast on the way. By the time he arrived, Shen Weiguo was already in a hospital room. After the nurse drew blood, she informed Shen Modi that the hospital would arrange for expert consultation. Feeling relieved, Shen Modi told her father there will be an expert consultation. Everything will be all right. When Hua Mingze arrived, Shin Modi stood up, hesitant to speak. He gave her a reassuring look. Mingza, you're here, she called out as if they were old friends. Shen Weigua opened his eyes immediately, trying to sit up. Hua Mingza quickly said, Uncle, please stay lying down. After catching his breath, Shen Weigua sized up Hua Mingza. He thought the young man looked good and matched well with Modi. His suit was immaculate, and he had an outstanding demeanor. Shen Weigua extended his hand towards Hua Mingza. Hua Mingza took the frail hand and said, Uncle, I should have visited you earlier. Fearing the ruse might be exposed, Shin Modi interjected, Dad, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not bringing him sooner. I understand, Shin Weigua replied, showing his understanding. He understands Xiao Di well. Because of past heartbreaks, she won't bother others unless she's certain about something. Hua Mingza, with a sincere expression, said to Shen Weigua, Uncle, I apologize for coming in a hurry and empty-handed. A hint of appreciation flashed in Shen Weigua's eyes as he waved it off, saying, It's all right. He scrutinized Hua Mingza with a piercing gaze, his tone calm yet probing. Xiao Hua, how long have you known our Xiao Di? Without hesitation, Hua Mingza replied, Uncle, we've known each other for 2 years. Sensing the tension in the air, he quickly changed the subject. Uncle, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's eat breakfast while we chat. Shen Modi caught on immediately and chimed in, Yes, Dad, let's have breakfast first. She quickly brought over breakfast, and Xiao Guang wheeled in a small table. However, Shen Weigua wasn't interested in eating. He felt his time was running out and was eager to learn more. Xiao Hua, are you a jewelry designer too? Shen Weigua asked. Hua Mingza calmly replied, No, Uncle, I'm in business. Oh, business? Shen Weigua nodded. So you and Xiao Di don't work together much? Uncle, we do interact quite a bit, Hua Mingza answered honestly. Shen Weigua pressed further. Do you know my daughter well? Shin Modi felt a wave of panic, fearing they might be exposed, and even more afraid of upsetting her father. She quickly changed the topic. Dad, the porridge is just right. Let me feed you. Shen Weigua shook his head. I'm not hungry. His gaze returned to Hua Mingza. Hua Mingza, looking serious, spoke confidently. I've known Modi for over 2 years, and I know her quite well. She's someone full of passion for life, kind, ambitious, resilient, brave, intelligent, and focused. Shen Weigua asked again, Have you two ever had meals together, watched movies? Yes, we often have lunch together. Hua Mingza recalled from the information he knew, aware that Shen Modi usually ate her work meals in the company cafeteria. Then you must know what Xiao Di likes to eat, right? Shen Weigua continued his questioning. Shen Modi quickly interjected, Dad, the porridge is getting cold. Hua Mingza answered earnestly that she likes to eat spicy sour chicken giblets, stir-fried tripe strips, tendon, and beef. But she's not fond of carrots, onions, and eggplants. If carrots are shredded, she can eat a little. Hua Mingza spoke passionately, his eyes shining with sincerity. Shen Weigua nodded repeatedly, his eyes brightening. Who wouldn't want their daughter to find a considerate and caring man? He then inquired about Hua Mingza's family background. Hua Mingza truthfully explained that his family is ordinary, consisting of his grandfather, mother, and a sister who is currently in college. Shen Weigua nodded approvingly, thinking this family background was quite suitable. When it came to discussing marriage, Hua Mingza was sincere and resolute. Shen Weigua was moved and advised him earnestly, Xiao Hua, I have no other requirements, just that you treat her well. As he spoke, he took his daughter's hand and solemnly placed it in Hua Mingza's. Shin Modi burst into tears, and Hua Mingza gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Shen Weigua smiled with relief. Despite being plagued by illness, seeing his daughter happy was enough to satisfy him. Shen Weigua then looked at his daughter. Yes, Shin Modi replied, her voice filled with emotion. I will strive to face the difficulties, Dad. Everything will be all right. With the specialist consultation, you will get better too. Remember, Mingza, when you become Xiao Guang's brother-in-law, please don't see him as a burden. Lying on the hospital bed, Shen Weigua spoke weakly to Hua Mingza, his eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Hua Mingza held Shen Weigua's hand firmly and promised, Uncle, don't worry. Xiao Guang is like my own brother, and I'll take good care of him. Shen Modi stood by, her eyes moist. She knew her father was concerned about her and her brother's future. Just then, a bald-headed chief doctor entered with a few assistants. He reviewed the medical records and checked the prescriptions before saying to Shen Modi, We've developed a new immunotherapy plan. If you agree, we can start immediately. I'm not going through with it, Shen Weigua said weakly, clearly worried about the cost of treatment. Dad, as long as there's hope, we'll go for it, Shen Modi said firmly. The doctor added, This treatment is subsidized and free of charge. Upon hearing the word free, Shen Weigua fell silent. He longed to live a bit longer to see his daughter get married and his son grow up. Shin Modi took the consent form and hesitated for a moment when she saw the risk warnings, but she gritted her teeth and signed it. Having hope is better than having none. After the doctor explained the precautions and left, Shen Modi suddenly turned to Hua Mingza and asked, Did you bring the household registration book? She wanted to show her father her marriage certificate before he went into the treatment room. Hua Mingze responded with a nod, his eyes flickering. Although he hadn't brought the household registration book, he could have his assistant deliver it. Shin Modi fixed her gaze on him, asking once more for confirmation. Have you decided to register our marriage? Hua Mingze answered without hesitation, of course. Shen Modi suggested they head to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately, and Hua Mingze gladly agreed. Shen Modi held her father's hand, choking up as she bid him farewell. With tears in his eyes, Shen Weigua advised his daughter to look forward and live well. Hua Mingze solemnly promised to get a cochlear implant for Xiaoguang, deeply moving Shen Weigua. The two left the hospital room hand in hand, with Hua Mingze gently ruffling Shen Modi's hair, comforting her. Everything will be all right. Determination shone in Shen Modi's eyes. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Hua Mingze's assistant handed over the household registration book, reminding him of a scheduled meeting with Mr. Jing. Hua Mingze chose to stay without a second thought. During the photo session, the photographer noticed Shen Modi's red eyes but said nothing. While registering, Yao Yutong called unexpectedly. Hua Mingze decisively turned off his phone, holding Shen Modi's hand as they approached the window. Within minutes, 2 red marriage certificates lay before them. Hua Mingze declared solemnly, "From now on, we are husband and wife, a family." A girl's ideal marriage often involves wearing a sacred white wedding dress and being with someone who loves her wholeheartedly. In the real world, for various reasons, you might part ways with the person you love and end up with someone you don't love as much, and that becomes your life. Shin Modi looked at the marriage certificate in her hand, a bitter smile forming on her lips. Although it wasn't the ideal outcome, it was better than she had expected. Hua Mingze was handsome, had a decent personality, and was willing to spend money on her. Such a husband was quite an unexpected blessing. Let's head back to the hospital first. Once your father's condition stabilizes, we can go out to celebrate, and I'll introduce you to my parents, Hua Mingze said, his gaze falling on Shin Modi's bare ring finger. And we need to pick out wedding rings. There's no rush for that, Shin Modi shook her head. My dad's situation is more important. If you have work, go ahead. I'll take care of him. Hua Mingze placed his hands on her shoulders, leaning in to look her in the eye. We're married now, your problems are my problems. I'll inquire about your brother's cochlear implant surgery soon. There's no need to trouble yourself. You've already helped a lot, Shin Modi quickly replied. Hua Mingze put away the marriage certificate, looking at her earnestly. From now on, you don't have to bear everything alone. You can rely on me, your husband. Shin Modi quickly averted her gaze, her nose tingling and eyes welling up with tears. She had always thought of herself as strong, but hearing the word rely brought a wave of long-suppressed exhaustion crashing over her. Hua Mingze gently stroked her hair and took her hand as they left the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they returned to the hospital room, a nurse was changing Shen Weigua's foredrip. Seeing his daughter return, Shen Weigua's eyes lit up with anticipation. Shen Modi immediately handed the marriage certificate to her father. Shen Weigua took it with trembling hands, tears welling up as he looked at the photograph. Repeatedly saying good, it was as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Suddenly, his hand holding the certificate fell slack, his body convulsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dad! Shen Modi cried out as she rushed over. Shen Modi knelt beside the bed, clutching her father's hand tightly. Little Guang was also anxious, making gestures at the nurse. Hua Mingze immediately called for the doctor, and the nurse quickly ran out of the room. Child, don't cry. Shen Weigua opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Hua Mingze. Take good care of my daughter for me. Don't worry, Dad, I will, Hua Mingze promised solemnly. The doctors rushed in, and the chief doctor examined him before instructing, take him to the emergency room. Hua Mingze picked up Shen Weigua, alarmed at how light he felt. After taking him to the emergency room, Shin Modi and her sibling comforted each other, anxiously waiting. Hua Mingze received a call from Qiu Zhan and briefly explained the situation. Soon, Qiu Zhan arrived in a hurry. The chief doctor came out and announced, family, we've done all we can. Shen Modi collapsed and Hua Mingze caught her. Seeing this, Qiu Zhan immediately administered acupuncture, and 2 minutes later, Shen Weigua suddenly coughed lightly. Everyone was overjoyed, but Qiu Zhan knew he was at the end of his strength. After entering the hospital room, Qiu Zhan continued with the acupuncture. Shen Weigua coughed up blood again, and Shin Modi sobbed uncontrollably. Coughing up the blood is a good sign, Qiu Zhan reassured her, then introduced himself. Qiu Zhan extended his hand to Shin Modi and introduced himself. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Qiu Zhan, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Your husband and I are like brothers, though not by blood. Shen Modi shook his hand politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin Modi. After the handshake, Qiu Zhan glanced around the room, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. I'll make up for it next time. Shen Modi quickly waved her hand. No need for gifts. Thank you for saving my father. She felt grateful, not just to Qiu Zhan but also to Hua Mingze. Qiu Zhan smiled. I'll make it up at your wedding then. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. Hua Mingze shot Qiu Zhan a warning look, but Qiu Zhan just grinned and persisted. Shen Modi cheerfully took out her phone to scan the code. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Qiu Zhan was surprised. Hey, you two got your marriage certificate today, and you haven't announced it on social media? Shen Modi blushed, feeling a bit awkward. She wasn't very familiar with Hua Mingze yet, and with her father's illness, she hadn't thought about it. Qiu Zhan enthusiastically suggested, "Come on, post it online to celebrate. I'll take a photo for you. I'm quite the photographer." He took their marriage certificates and snapped a few pictures, adding some effects. "Alright, I'll send them to you." Just as Hua Mingze was about to post on social media, Qiu Zhan suggested again, "Wait, let's take a hand-holding photo." Hua Mingze naturally took Shen Modi's hand. A sense of security filled Shen Modi, and the interlocking fingers warmed her heart. After taking the photo, Qiu Zhan joked, "I'll add a ring effect for now. You can get real wedding rings later." Hua Mingze and Shen Modi each posted on social media. Qiu Zhan eagerly liked and commented, tagging other friends. Although busy, He Yichen and others saw the news and sent their congratulations. Qiu Zhan then tagged Hua Mingze in their group chat, demanding a red envelope, to which Hua Mingze reluctantly obliged. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong was at the airport waiting for her flight. Upon hearing about Hua Mingze's marriage registration, she was anxious. She tried to contact Hua Mingze, but he didn't respond. Feeling frustrated, Yao Yutong had only intended to observe the situation at Hua's company. She hadn't expected Hua Mingze to act so decisively. She urgently needed to return to resolve the matter, but for now, she had to board her flight. As the boarding announcement came over the speakers, she quickly turned off her phone and prepared to board. She planned to use Hua Mingze's connections to annul the marriage with that unfamiliar woman once she returned. Otherwise, she would be truly displeased. After Qiu Zhan administered acupuncture to Shen Weigua, his life was temporarily saved. With a slight frown, Qiu Zhan said to Shen Modi, "Go handle the transfer procedures to my traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I'll personally administer acupuncture to your father every day." Hearing this, Shen Modi was overjoyed and immediately went to make the arrangements. Qiu Zhan then pulled Hua Mingze outside and whispered, "To be honest, your father-in-law doesn't have much time left. The condition is too severe to reverse. At best, he has half a month. At worst, perhaps a week." Hua Mingze sighed softly, his gaze falling on Xiaoguang, who stood by the hospital bed. The 15-year-old boy's eyes were red, oblivious to the conversation around him. Hua Mingze turned to Qiu Zhan and said, "Let's arrange for Xiaoguang to get a cochlear implant as soon as possible." Qiu Zhan nodded. "The surgery can be done tomorrow. In a month, he'll be able to hear sounds. Let my father-in-law see Xiaoguang here, even if it's just to call him dad once. It would give him peace," Hua Mingze said with determination. Just then, Shen Modi returned with the paperwork. Seeing Hua Mingze at the door, she said, "It's noon. Why don't you go grab something to eat?" "Let's go together," Hua Mingze suggested. Shen Modi shook her head. "I'm not hungry, and I don't dare leave dad." Hua Mingze gently touched the dark circles under her eyes. "We're married now. What's mine is yours. We can spend money now and earn it together later." Shen Modi nodded resolutely, already planning to take on more tutoring jobs and design projects. Soon, they arrived at Pingkong Private Hospital. Qiu Zhan personally arranged for Shen Weigua to be admitted and had an expert team conduct pre-surgery checks for Xiaoguang. During their meal, Qiu Zhan explained Xiaoguang's surgical plan to Shen Modi in detail. Moved to tears, Shen Modi said, "Thank you, Qiu Zhan." "No need to thank me between friends," Qiu Zhan replied, increasingly impressed by Shen Modi's character. In the afternoon, Modi took Xiaoguang to the lawn to enjoy the sun. As they were about to return to the ward, a call from Song Qiang came in, filled with insults. Modi suppressed her anger and coldly agreed to meet the next day. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xiaoguang, noticing his sister's upset expression, looked concerned and signed his question. The next day, Qiu Zhan and his team performed surgery on Xiaoguang early in the morning. Outside the operating room, Shen Modi waited anxiously. 3.5 hours later, Qiu Zhan emerged with a smile on his face. The surgery was a success. Shen Modi let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes welling up with tears. Qiu Zhan then went to Shen Weigua's hospital room to give a detailed explanation of the surgery. Shen Weigua, overwhelmed with emotion, tried to get up, but Qiu Zhan gently held him down by the shoulders. "Uncle, you need to stay calm and focus on recovering," he advised sincerely, and Shen Weigua nodded repeatedly. After escorting Xiaoguang to the operating room, Hua Mingze went to work but rushed back by late morning. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Shen Modi's ear, causing her to blush slightly. Hua Mingze smiled as he updated her on his schedule, making Shen Modi feel both uneasy and reassured. At 3 p.m., Shen Modi arrived punctually at the Qinya Club. Song Qiang was elegantly sipping coffee and sneered as she saw Shen Modi enter, not chickening out this time. Without a word, Shen Modi stepped forward and slapped her. Caught off guard, Song King retaliated furiously but received another slap. Shin Modi coldly warned, "This is for my father." Song King shrieked insults, but Shin Modi responded by splashing a cup of coffee in her face. Shin Modi demanded answers about past events, but Song King refused to admit anything. Leaning in close, Shin Modi whispered something in her ear, causing Song King's expression to change dramatically. Stepping back, Shin Modi spoke firmly, "Song King, if you don't want people to find out, don't do it. If you disrupt my life again, I will make sure you face the consequences." "Do you really think your connections can make you untouchable?" Shin Modi said coldly, her eyes filled with determination. "Song King, if you dare to harm my family, even if I can't bring you down, I will drag you with me to hell." Song King glared at Shin Modi, her expression shifting dramatically. The anger vanished, replaced by a pitiful look. She stumbled back a step, covering her cheeks with her hands as if she had been deeply wronged. Seeing this, Shin Modi instantly understood. Her back straightened reflexively, and her fists clenched slightly at her sides, as if that was the only way to give herself some support. Yet, her fingertips still trembled slightly. 3 years had passed, over 1,000 days and nights. Those memories should have faded with time, but at this moment, they were as vivid as ever. The day they broke up, his mother asked to meet her, threw a pile of photos in her face, and told her to get lost. Despite the burning pain on her face, she desperately tried to explain that the photos were fake, but his mother just said a string of harsh words and left. How could she not feel wronged after such humiliation? Yet, years of love made her want to hold on. She fought back tears, calmed herself, and called him. Before she could explain about the photos, his cold voice came through the phone. "Modi, let's break up. It doesn't matter if the photos are real or not." At that moment, her heart felt like it was crushed into countless pieces, shattered beyond repair. Shin Modi took a deep breath, reminding herself to be strong. What couldn't she face? It was Gu Tianqi who ended it, Gu Tianqi who abandoned her, and Gu Tianqi who misunderstood her. Years of love, undone by a few maliciously edited photos. Just then, Song King's sweet voice chimed in, "Tianqi, Modi might have some misunderstandings about me." Sure enough, it was Gu Tianqi who showed up. After more than 3 years apart, they met again. Shin Modi didn't turn her head, yet she knew he hadn't changed much. Just a few days ago, his wedding to Song King made the news. Gu Tianqi walked over to Song King's side and greeted Shin Modi with indifference. "Long time no see." "Yes, it's been a while," Shin Modi responded with a smile, suppressing the pain in her heart. Song King pouted, "Tianqi, my face feels like it's burning. Is it bad?" She deliberately showed her slapped face. Gu Tianqi remained unmoved, and a flash of resentment passed through Song King's eyes. She continued in a sweet voice, "Tianqi, Modi misunderstood that I had her father discharged from the hospital." "How is uncle? Which hospital is he in? I want to visit him." Gu Tianqi seemed not to hear her and instead politely asked Shin Modi, "How's your father?" Shin Modi's heart was pounding, but she replied calmly, "No need, my dad's doing fine. I have to go now." She hurried away and stood by the roadside, watching the bustling traffic as memories flooded back. Since middle school, Gu Tianqi had been her neighbor. Back then, he wasn't the young master of the Gu family, just an ordinary boy living with relatives. Her father, being kind-hearted, often invited Gu Tianqi over for meals. They went to and from school together, with Gu Tianqi always looking out for her. One spring day while flying kites, a boy harassed her, and Gu Tianqi rushed to fight him without hesitation. A month before the college entrance exams, Gu Tianqi suddenly said he had to return home but promised he would find her. After the exams, he waited for her at the school gate, holding her hand as he confessed, "Shouty, I've liked you for a long, long time. Will you be my girlfriend? I want to spend my life with you." Tears in her eyes, Shin Modi agreed. During her 4 years at university, she worked hard to learn various skills, wanting to be worthy of him. Yet, the person who once promised a lifetime together was now a world away. Shin Modi tilted her head back to keep the tears from falling and told herself, "Modi, don't dwell on it. It's all in the past. Life is more important, your father and brother are more important. You're married now. Thinking about Gu Tianqi is disrespectful to your new husband." Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind, "Mingza, don't treat me like this." Shin Modi turned to see Hua Mingza walking out, with a curly-haired woman chasing after him and hugging his waist from behind. "Mingza, you've always known how I feel." Shin Modi was stunned. A beautiful woman was hugging her newlywed husband right in front of her? Surprisingly, she didn't feel much, just a bit curious. "Let go." Hua Mingza's voice was cold and stern. "I won't let go," the woman pouted. "Get lost." Hua Mingza growled. Shin Modi walked over and greeted him. "Mingza, what are you doing here?" "Wife." Hua Mingza exclaimed. Shin Modi understood Hua Mingza's intention the moment she heard him call her wife. Immediately, she put on a stern face, playing along with the act, and demanded, "What are you doing?" Yao Yutong frowned at these words and reluctantly released Hua Mingze's hand, casting an unfriendly glance at Shen Modi. Shen Modi turned and walked away, and Hua Mingze quickly followed, calling wife once more. Yao Yutong felt a pang of unwillingness and softly called out Mingze. Hua Mingze paused for a moment, giving her a flicker of hope, but then he unhesitatingly took off his suit jacket and tossed it into the trash can. Hua Mingze. Yao Yutong stamped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she shouted. Wearing just his shirt, Hua Mingze left the venue without looking back. Shen Modi waited by the roadside and was surprised to see Hua Mingze in such light clothing. What happened to your jacket? She asked. It got touched by another woman, so it got dirty and I threw it away, Hua Mingze replied calmly. Shen Modi gave him a complicated look, and Hua Mingze naturally took her hand, explaining, she's my ex-girlfriend. It's okay, you don't need to explain, Shen Modi quickly replied. Everyone has a past. As they walked, Hua Mingze continued, I'm 28 now. I met her when I was 22. It was love at first sight. Shen Modi felt a ripple in her heart, recalling Gu Tianx's confession from years ago. Hua Mingze went on, she was amazing, but we broke up because we had different goals. I wanted to get married, and she wanted to chase her dreams. Can't you have both dreams and marriage? Shen Modi sympathized. Not for us, Hua Mingze said with a bitter smile. I told her I'd support her in everything after we got married, but she said it would affect her competitions. Shen Modi fell silent, recognizing it as an excuse to avoid marriage. Hua Mingze spoke earnestly, I was devoted to her, but when we broke up, it was over. Don't worry, I'm committed to our marriage and to you. Running into her today was just a coincidence. You really don't need to explain, Shen Modi reassured him. I do need to explain. I'm a married man now, and I should report everything to my wife, Hua Mingze insisted. Shen Modi was touched by his sincerity, feeling a connection with him. I'll also keep you updated on my plans from now on. Hua Mingze smiled, gently patting her head. Okay. A sudden cold breeze blew, and Shen Modi noticed Hua Mingze in just his shirt. Aren't you cold? She asked, starting to take off her jacket. Hua Mingze stopped her. If I wear it, then you'll be cold. Shen Modi insisted, my undershirt is thick, I'm not cold. Hua Mingze smiled, patting her head again. We've gotten our marriage certificate, and you still don't know where I live. It's just ahead at Lanting Courtyard. I'll take you home first, grab my coat, and then we'll head to the hospital. Hua Mingze's voice was gentle yet firm. Shen Modi nodded softly, feeling a warmth in her heart. Lanting Courtyard was only about a kilometer away, a route she knew well. I'll carry you, Hua Mingze offered, already bending slightly. Shen Modi quickly waved her hands, no need. I'm a bit cold. Carrying you will warm me up, Hua Mingze teased, yet his words sent a shiver through Shen Modi's heart. Although they had only known each other for 3 short days, Hua Mingze wasn't instantly infatuated with Shen Modi. However, her kindness and resilience deeply moved him. He believed that even in times of hardship, she would stay by his side, because in her world, emotions held more value than material gain. I'll give you my coat, Shen Modi tried to resist. I'll carry you, Hua Mingze insisted, but I'm heavy. You're as light as a feather. Come on. With Hua Mingze's persistence, Shen Modi finally climbed onto his back. Feeling his warmth, she couldn't help but recall when Gu Tianqi carried her to the clinic during their university days. She held onto Hua Mingze's neck gently, silently hoping this time she wouldn't be left behind. Meanwhile, inside Qinya Club, Gu Tianqi's eyes were glued to the scene outside the window, following Hua Mingze and Shen Modi's figures, completely ignoring Song Qing's words beside him. Seeing this, Song Qing nearly crushed the coffee spoon in her hand. Tianqi, are you listening? She had to raise her voice. Only then did Gu Tianqi pull his gaze back, asking calmly, which hospital is Shen Modi's father admitted to? Song Qing's eyes flickered with guilt for a moment as she said, I don't know. Gu Tianqi's sharp gaze swept over Song Qing, his lips twitching slightly. Without revealing his thoughts, he pulled out his phone and called his assistant. Find out the exact location of Shen Modi's father's hospital. Biting her lip, Song Qing cautiously asked, Tianqi, did you choose Haiqing because of Modi? Gu Tianqi's eyes narrowed as he retorted, do you think I'm that shallow? That's not what I meant, but… Song Qing began, only to be cut off by Gu Tianqi. Haiqing is the largest economic center in China. Its economy is several times that of Meiqing. Who wouldn't want to seize the market in Haiqing if they had the chance? Song Qing replied quietly. Gu Tianqi continued, my breakup with Shen Modi is between us. Her father was very kind to me, and now that he's ill, it's only right for me to visit him. I'll go with you, Song Qing quickly offered. Gu Tianqi frowned, asking coldly, so you're keeping tabs on me? No, Tianqi, don't misunderstand. Song Qing hurried to explain, but Gu Tianqi impatiently interrupted her. Shen Modi and I ended things 3 years ago. I know exactly what I'm doing. Don't disturb Mr. Shen's life, or you'll have me to answer too. With that, Gu Tianqi turned to leave. Song Qing quickly grabbed her coat and bag to follow him. Tianqi, where are you going? Gu Tianxi turned back, exasperated. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Should I hire someone to watch me 247? Tianxi, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned about you. Song King felt deeply hurt. For 3 years, even though she had managed to separate Gu Tianxi from Shen Modi, she had never truly reached his heart. Gu Tianxi coldly said, I'm busy with clients to meet every day. If you're too idle, spend more time in Meiqing shopping with mom. With that, he strode away. Song King watched Gu Tianxi's retreating figure, filled with frustration. She knew that although Gu Tianxi believed Shen Modi had betrayed him and broke things off in a fit of anger, she still occupied a place in his heart. Things were manageable in Meiqing, but now that Gu Tianxi had expanded his company to Haiqing, she was on edge. She had to change this passive situation. But how? Shen Modi was not easy to deal with, and she was using Ding Fan's matter to blackmail her. It was infuriating. If only she were dead. Dead. The thought flashed through her mind, and a glint of malice appeared in her eyes. In today's fast-paced world, accidents happen every day. Car crashes, falls, suicides from stress. With Shin Modi's father critically ill and her brother disabled, she must be living a tough life. Suicide wasn't out of the question. Her thoughts were interrupted by her phone ringing. It was Gu Tianxi's mother calling. Song King immediately put on a gentle face and answered sweetly, "Hello, Mom." On the other end, Zhang Huizhen asked with concern about their situation in Haiqing, reminding Song King to take care of Gu Tianxi's needs. Song King readily agreed. King, you and Tianxi aren't getting any younger. It's time to think about having children, Zhang Huizhen advised earnestly. Song King blushed and gritted her teeth. Mom, Tianxi is so busy with work. I can't do it alone. There was a moment of silence before Zhang Huizhen said meaningfully, King, for us women, having a child is more important than a husband. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, but Tianxi? Song King frowned. She wanted a child too, but Gu Tianxi never gave her the chance. Zhang Huizhen sighed. Sometimes, you have to use unconventional means. Song King feigned hesitation. I'm scared. Tianxi has never been very fond of me. I'm afraid if he finds out, he'll dislike me even more. Don't cry, dear. I know you're sincere and I'll help you. Next week is Tianxi's birthday. I'll come to help celebrate. Seize the opportunity then. After hanging up, it suddenly began to rain outside. Worried that Gu Tianxi might get caught in the rain, Song King quickly left the Qinya club. Meanwhile, Hua Mingze was carrying Shen Modi on his back. Shen Modi wrapped her arms around his neck, while 2 cars followed them at a distance. As the password was entered, the door swung open. Mingze Hua pulled Modi Shen inside. The sound of the door closing echoed, and Mingze's intense gaze locked onto Modi. Her cheeks flushed instantly, causing her to lower her head in haste. He gently lifted her chin, pressing a kiss onto her lips. Although Yu Tongyao still held a place in Mingze's heart, Modi was his wife, a woman fighting tirelessly for her family. Their future would be shared together. He deepened the kiss, determined to love her wholeheartedly. Modi felt at a loss. Reuniting with Tianqigu today had brought a flood of memories. A once unforgettable love had shattered over a few photographs. She felt unresolved, especially since he hadn't even given her a chance to explain. 3 years ago, when they broke up over the phone, she had simply replied with, okay. After hanging up, she had crouched down, weeping bitterly before leaving Meiqing. Now, although her rain-soaked body felt cold, her heart was no longer weighed down. She wrapped her arms around Mingze's neck, standing on tiptoe slightly. He had assured her she could rely on him. They were now husband and wife. Mingze sensed her response and kissed her more deeply. After a long moment, he released her, gently caressing her cheek. We have a lifetime to build our relationship. Go take a shower so you don't catch a cold. You can use the master bathroom. I'll use the guest one. All right, Modi replied, suddenly realizing her predicament. Her clothes were soaked, and she had nothing to change into. Mingze noticed her discomfort and handed her a fresh shirt. Wear mine for now. Leave your wet clothes by the door. I'll put them in the wash. Afterward, we can go buy some clothes. No need, I can wash them myself, Modi quickly said, embarrassed to have him do it for her. Okay, Mingze agreed warmly. Modi took the shirt and headed to the bathroom. Just as she closed the door, Mingze knocked again. Honey, there's a new towel in the bathroom cabinet and new slippers below. I bought 2 of everything when we decided to get married at the blind date, just not clothes since I didn't know your size. Okay, got it, Modi replied, waiting until she heard his footsteps fade before letting out a breath. She smiled to herself, thinking there was no need to be so shy now that they were married. Even if he wanted to do something, it would be perfectly reasonable. Feeling chilled, she quickly showered. The hot water washed away the cold and some of her sadness. Optimism returned. Her father had been saved. Her brother had received a cochlear implant. Maybe her father would recover, and her brother would soon hear. Dressing was another challenge, with only a shirt to wear. At least her underwear wasn't completely soaked, so she made do. After drying her hair, she emerged with her wet clothes to wash them. Mingze had just come from the guest bathroom, noticing her in his white shirt, her long, slender legs subtly visible. He knew she was beautiful, but right now, she took his breath away. His gaze was warm as he softly said, "I've changed my clothes too. Can we wash them together?" "Sure, of course," Modi replied, kneeling to open the washing machine and placing her clothes inside. She stood up and asked, "Are your clothes in the guest bathroom? I'll go get them." She wore his shirt, her legs bare, feeling completely out of place. Hua Mingze reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Shin Modi immediately sensed his presence and the unusual tension in his body, her heart pounding like a drum. Too nervous to look up, she only heard Hua Mingze's deep voice, "Don't be afraid, I'll be responsible for you for life." He leaned in, gazing at her with eyes full of gentle intensity. Although it wasn't love yet, Hua Mingze knew he wanted to take things further. Seeing the gratitude in Modi's eyes, he gently caressed her cheek but sensed a hint of restraint. He realized that this intimate gesture might be taking advantage of the situation. Hua Mingze smiled and released her, thinking, "It's okay. We have a lifetime to develop our feelings." Modi quickly said, "I'll go get some clothes," and hurriedly left the room. Taking this opportunity, Hua Mingze sat on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and arranged for a few reasonably priced outfits to be delivered. He estimated Modi's size and requested 5 sets of clothing, including underwear. Modi returned with Hua Mingze's clothes, looking a bit awkward as she placed them in the washing machine. She poured them each a glass of water and was about to leave when Hua Mingze called her back, "Come here." Modi's heart skipped a beat, worried about what might happen next. Although they were married, she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Taking a deep breath, she walked over and nervously sat beside Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze looked at her helplessly and pointed to the hairdryer in his hand. "The hairdryer cord doesn't reach, sit closer." Seeing the hairdryer, Modi felt a wave of warmth and gratitude in her heart. It turned out he just wanted to help her dry her hair. Shen Modi was about to refuse when Hua Mingze gently called out, "Come here." She hesitated for a moment but eventually sat down beside him. The shirt was too short, and she uneasily pressed her legs together, trying to pull it down without making the neckline too low. Hua Mingze couldn't help but smile at her awkwardness. He turned on the hairdryer and gently began to dry her hair. Modi gradually relaxed. As he dried her hair, Hua Mingze advised, "Make sure to dry your hair after a shower. Girls shouldn't catch a chill." Modi felt warmth in her heart and softly replied, "Okay." Hua Mingze then mentioned he had to stay at the hospital overnight. Modi immediately offered to join him, but Hua Mingze insisted, "You need to rest." Modi reluctantly agreed, "Then I'll keep you company." He put down the hairdryer and pulled Modi into his arms, letting her rest her head on his lap. Initially, Modi felt a bit tense, but as he gently patted her, she gradually relaxed and soon fell asleep. Half an hour later, the washing machine buzzed. Modi woke up with a start, and Hua Mingze reassured her, "You can sleep a bit longer." But Modi was already alert and got up to fetch the clothes. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Modi hurriedly covered her legs with a sweater. Hua Mingze gently said, "You go rest in the room. I'll get the door." Modi gratefully dashed into the room. Hua Mingze opened the door to find the store manager of a high-end clothing brand personally delivering several outfits. After a brief exchange, he sent them off. Modi emerged, dressed, and was surprised to see the couch covered in new clothes. "Did you buy all these?" she asked, astonished. Hua Mingze led her to the sofa. "Come try them on." Seeing the matching lingerie sets, Modi's face turned bright red. Unfazed, Hua Mingze picked up a set and handed it to her. "Try them all on. We can exchange anything that doesn't fit." Modi's face grew even redder, wishing she could disappear into a hole in the ground. Hua Mingze watched her shy reaction, his lips curling into a smile. His mood, previously a bit gloomy, suddenly lifted. Once again, he watched as Modi clutched the clothes and dashed away. In the evening, Hua Mingze stayed up with Mod to keep watch. The next morning, Hua Mingze quickly had breakfast and rushed to the office. Modi remained at the hospital, juggling the care of her brother and father while trying to find time to work on her design sketches. Her supervisor was pressing her hard, and she knew her output this month had been too slow. However, she was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Her short foreign language video courses hadn't been updated for nearly a month, and the comment section was filled with complaints. Mod never mentioned her father's illness. The sorrows of different people are not the same. Some might understand, while others would only criticize more harshly. She silently bore it all. In the morning, Mod took advantage of a free moment to sketch designs in the hospital room. As she pulled out her pen and paper, the distant and cold gaze of Gu Tianqi flashed through her mind, causing her heart to tighten. She forced herself to focus, her pen dancing across the paper. Soon, a design for an orchid brooch emerged, exuding a sense of solitude and chill. The ringing phone interrupted her thoughts. Director who spoke sternly from the other end. "Mod, I know you have family issues, but you've been on leave for too long. I can't justify the lack of design drafts. You must deliver some good designs today, or you might lose your job." MOD hurriedly apologized and promised to deliver. She understood the director's point. If it were just her, she might not care, but now she had a family to support and needed to keep this job. After hanging up, MOD tried to calm herself. She thought of all the ways Huamingza had helped her recently, transferring 200,000 to her, rushing to the hospital, having friends save her father, fitting her brother with a cochlear implant, buying her clothes. He promised to take care of her for life. The word redemption flashed through her mind as she picked up her pen again, quickly sketching a second design, a girl gazing toward the light. The first two designs flowed effortlessly, but she struggled to start the third. She habitually tapped her head with the pen, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Huamingza had been busy at the office all morning. He sat at his desk in a sharp suit, solemnly handling documents. Assistant Liu entered with a stack of files to report on work and handed over a pink envelope, saying it was from Miss Yao. Huamingza replied coldly, "Throw it away." Assistant Liu hesitated but suggested Huamingza read it before deciding. Huamingza paused, then asked, "Lu Chen, how long have you been with me?" 7 years, sir," Assistant Liu replied, feeling uneasy. Huamingza continued, "You know about my marriage to Shen Mod, right?" "Yes, I'm aware." Huamingza let out a cold laugh. "Then do you think it's appropriate for a married man to read another woman's letter?" Assistant Liu quickly explained, "Sir, I just want you to be happy. Maybe there's a misunderstanding between you and Miss Yao." Huamingza interrupted him. "The moment Yao Yutong insisted on going abroad, it was over between us. Now my wife is Shen Mod, and my happiness is tied to her alone." He sharply criticized Assistant Liu's repeated attempts to interfere, concluding with a cold voice, "Once is enough, Lu Chen. Go settle your salary with finance and inform Xiaomu to take over your duties." Assistant Liu's face turned pale instantly. "President, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have informed Miss Yao about your schedule. Please give me another chance. I promise I won't act on my own again." Lu Chen was sweating and his voice trembled. Huamingza, expressionless, replied coldly, "I've given you a chance. 3 times. Lu Chen knelt down, pleading, "President, I've been with you for 7 years. I didn't earn that 7 million salary for nothing. Apart from the issue with Miss Yao, where did I go wrong? Please give me another chance." Huamingza narrowed his eyes. "I do still have feelings for Yao Yutong, but I'm married. My wife is Shen Modi." Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "I'll take care of your wife's father and help her brother with speech therapy. Get him speaking normally within a month?" Huamingza raised an eyebrow. "I guarantee it." Lu Chen felt as if he had been given a new lease on life. Huamingza looked down to continue with his paperwork and suddenly asked, "Anything else?" "I'm going to start learning now and head to the hospital next week. Please let Director Chiu know." "All right," Huamingza replied. Assistant Liu felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he hurried out. After finishing his work, Huamingza decided to visit the hospital to have a meal with Modi. At the hospital, Modi was engrossed in designing a ring when she suddenly felt someone watching her. Looking up, she saw Gu Tianqi standing at the door with flowers and supplements. Modi stood up abruptly, anger flaring. She immediately closed the door and hissed in a low voice, "I told you not to visit my dad." Gu Tianqi insisted, "I just wanted to check on uncle and then I'll leave." "There's no need. Please leave." Modi's voice rose slightly, then she quickly lowered it. In the tense moment, Huamingza's cold voice broke the silence. "My father-in-law doesn't need anyone else's concern." Relieved, Modi ran over to take his arm. "Mingza, wife." Huamingza responded naturally. A look of shock flickered in Gu Tianqi's eyes. "Is she married?" Ignoring Gu Tianqi, Huamingza gently asked Mod, "How's dad?" Mod replied softly, "He just finished his 4. He said he's a bit sleepy so he took a nap. He's in good spirits." Huamingza nodded, "That's good to hear." For some reason, Gu Tianqi felt a surge of anger and instinctively tugged at his tie. He said coolly, "I'll visit uncle another day." With that, he placed the flowers and nutritional supplements on the nurse's station, asked the nurse to pass them on, and left without looking back. The nurse approached with the items. "Family member, I'll put these in the room for you." Mod replied without hesitation, "Could you please throw them away for me?" "Thank you." The nurse gave Modi a strange look, glanced at Huamingza, and recalled the handsome man who had just left, with a hint of gossip in her eyes. Huamingza looked at Mod, as if waiting for her to speak. Suddenly, Mod felt the urge to confide. "He was my ex-boyfriend. We met in middle school, started dating in college, and broke up on graduation day." She paused. "It was a long time ago, but talking about it still makes me a bit sad. However, I'm grateful I never went back to him, no matter how upset I was." Seeing Mod's low spirits, Huamingza took her hand and led her towards the end of the corridor. Mod continued, "After we broke up, we lost contact. There will be others in his world, just like in mine. So I don't want him visiting my dad." And then an unexpected kiss left Mod wide-eyed. "Close your eyes," Huamingza said, noticing Mod staring at him with wide eyes, seemingly in a daze. In her fluster, Mod shut her eyes, though her eyelashes fluttered nervously. The hospital corridor's atmosphere made her particularly anxious. Hua Mingze gently kissed her lips with a lingering tenderness. MOD passively accepted, her body trembling slightly. He softly pressed her against the wall, feeling a surge of compassion as he recalled her earlier vulnerability. Memories flooded back of the day Yao Yutong left. He had been just as heartbroken then, stubbornly waiting for her to turn back in the airport hall. At that moment, he had silently vowed to marry her if she looked back, disregarding her opportunism and calculations. But it turned out his heart was misplaced. MOD's earlier words had caught his attention. When you break up, it should be clean. He admired her straightforwardness. In contrast, Yao Yutong's actions after their breakup were despicable, leaving while keeping him on a string, insisting on going abroad yet constantly sending suggestive messages. Yesterday in the restaurant, she had brazenly acted coy and admitted fault, casually suggesting he annul his marriage with MOD. Hua Mingze coldly asked what reason she had in mind. Shockingly, Yao Yutong proposed fabricating a story, claiming MOD had gonorrhea. In that moment, he saw Yao Yutong's true colors clearly. 6 years of love had blinded him. Hua Mingze gently lifted MOD's chin. She opened her eyes in panic, then quickly looked down, avoiding his gaze. Seeing her bashful expression, Hua Mingze's lips curled into a smile, and he kissed her tenderly once more. From now on, you have me, and I have you. Okay, MOD replied softly, her cheeks turning a shade of pink. Qiu Zhan, hiding in the hospital room, watched this scene with delight, thinking, go on, kiss her, don't just stand there. Seeing Hua Mingze kiss MOD again, he smiled with satisfaction. Back in the hospital room, MOD sent her design sketches to Director Hu, explaining the situation over the phone. Impressed by the design director whose attitude noticeably improved, granting her more leave. Hua Mingze saw the design, particularly admiring the pair of rings, and suggested they have them custom-made. MOD's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. Hua Mingze reminded her to protect her ideas, mentioning Yao Yutong's past experience with plagiarism. MOD nodded in agreement, carefully storing the sketches. After lunch, Hua Mingze went to the office while MOD took her brother out to enjoy the sun. She prepared to record a foreign language teaching video on the lawn, but just as she began, she received a call from an unknown number. The caller claimed to be a headhunter offering her a high-paying job. MOD politely declined, but the caller insisted on arranging to meet at a nearby Starbucks. At precisely 4 o'clock, a familiar figure appeared before MOD. To her surprise, the so-called headhunter was none other than Hua Mingze's ex-girlfriend, Yao Yutong. Before she could respond, Yao Yutong bluntly stated, "Leave Hua Mingze and name your price." MOD frowned as Yao Yutong smirked arrogantly. A marriage without love won't last. Shen Modi could clearly sense the hostility from the other person. She glanced up to meet Yao Yutong's gaze. Yao Yutong arrogantly lifted her chin, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "I'm Mingze's girlfriend. We've been in a sweet relationship for 6 years. Miss Shen, forced relationships don't work. A marriage without love won't last." Mingze's impulsive decision to get a marriage certificate was just because he cares too much about me. Shen Modi interrupted coldly, "Once the certificate is signed, we're a married couple. Is it appropriate for you to say these things now?" She rarely interrupted others, but Yao Yutong's condescending look made her uncomfortable. Besides, Hua Mingze had told her this woman didn't even want to get married. It was the classic case of wanting what she couldn't have. Yao Yutong laughed instead of getting angry. "Name your price then. How about 300,000? With that money, your father and brother can receive treatment." She had already investigated Shin Modi's impoverished family, struggling with illness and financial difficulties. Marriage isn't a transaction, goodbye. Shen Modi stood up to leave. Even though her feelings for Hua Mingze weren't deep, she intended to make this marriage work since they were legally bound. If Hua Mingze personally asked for a divorce, she would agree, but she would never yield to the ex-girlfriend's threats. "Miss Shen, he won't love you," Yao Yutong called out behind her. Shen Modi didn't turn back. "That's between us. He hasn't introduced you to his family, has he?" Yao Yutong taunted. "A smart person should know why he didn't bring you to meet them even after getting the certificate. 6 years ago, he was eager to introduce me to his family. I'm busy, no time to hear about your past." "Goodbye," Shin Modi reminded her, "no matter how good you were together, it's all in the past." Yao Yutong laughed. "Call me anytime if you change your mind. The 300,000 is waiting for you." She was confident Shen Modi would choose the money. Shen Modi didn't respond and walked straight out of the cafe. As she reached the crosswalk, her phone suddenly rang. It was Hua Mingze. Just as she answered, a pickup truck roared past, hitting a woman. The gruesome scene left Shen Modi frozen in place. If she hadn't stopped to answer the call, she might have been the one lying in the pool of blood. "Modi Modi." Hua Mingze's anxious voice came through. "Hua Mingze?" Shen Modi burst into tears. "Don't move, wait for me." Hua Mingze sighed with relief. He had intended to discuss meeting his family. Soon, Hua Mingze arrived at the scene and immediately pulled Modi into his arms. Feeling her tremble, he gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay now. Meanwhile, he squinted at the offending vehicle and driver, memorizing the license plate. On the way back to the hospital, Modi brought up Yao Yutong's matter. Hua Mingze frowned, suspecting the accident might be connected to Yao Yutong. He firmly stated, Modi, I have nothing to do with her anymore. Now and in the future, there will be nothing between us. Modi paused, looking up at Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze and Shen Modi exchanged glances, with him gazing intently at her. Meeting his eyes, Shen Modi softly asked, no matter what happens, you won't look back? Hua Mingze nodded firmly, yes, no matter what happens, I won't look back. Yao Yutong's future has nothing to do with me. Modi extended her pinky finger, and Hua Mingze understood, linking his pinky with hers. Modi gently said, then let's work together to make our marriage successful. Hua Mingze pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her head, breathing in the scent of her hair. He whispered, in wealth or poverty, I'll always be your support. Modi leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth. In sickness and in health, I'll stay by your side, sharing our lives together. On their way back to the hospital room, Hua Mingze invited Modi to accompany him as his partner to a business gala. Modi happily agreed but declined the offer to buy jewelry. Hua Mingze chuckled helplessly, we'll buy it another time then. Meanwhile, Song King received news that the attempt to assassinate Shen Modi had failed. She was furious, harshly reprimanding the person on the other end of the phone. After learning that a settlement had been reached with the deceased's family, she calmed slightly but reminded them, find another opportunity, and there will be a generous reward when it's done. As night fell, Hua Mingze received an investigative report confirming that Yao Yutong was not involved in the car accident. He squinted, contemplating for a moment, and quickly decided, send 2 skilled individuals to protect Shen Modi secretly. Time flew by, and soon the day of the business gala arrived. In the past couple of days, Xiaoguang has been recovering well. He spends every day in his father's hospital room, keeping him company. Shen Weiguo's condition has stabilized, bringing a bit of relief to MOD. She managed to complete the ring design and the maple leaf jewelry set, satisfying Director Hu. At 4 in the afternoon, Hua Mingze arrived driving a Bentley. MOD was surprised as she took in his expensive suit. Hua Mingze explained that he needed to look presentable for the cocktail party, though he internally debated whether to admit the car was his. He knew that MOD wasn't fond of wealthy people, possibly due to her upbringing or past relationships. MOD assumed the Bentley was rented and expressed her understanding. Hua Mingze then took her to get styled, handing her jewelry and a dress worth 2 million. MOD guessed they were borrowed and inquired about the event's formality. Hua Mingze reassured her that there was no need to be nervous, as he would be by her side. MOD changed into the gown and gracefully walked out, holding her skirt. Hua Mingze looked up and was instantly captivated by her elegance. Shen Modi stepped out in a stunning purple strapless gown. Her graceful figure and light steps made the $2 million jewelry she wore shine with exceptional brilliance. The purple gown accentuated her ethereal aura, highlighting her slender waist, elegant neck, delicate collarbones, and perfectly structured shoulders, all of which underscored her natural beauty. Her skin was as flawless as porcelain, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, as if she were born into nobility. Is it all right? Modi asked confidently. Hua Mingze's eyes lit up with admiration, a slight smile playing on his lips. So beautiful, like a fairy descended to earth. Modi blushed slightly, you're exaggerating. Hua Mingze stood up, extending his hand, and Modi placed hers in his. Truly beautiful, he praised once more. Thank you. Modi replied with a sweet smile. Hua Mingze glanced at her high heels. Let's grab something to eat first. The banquet might be quite exhausting later. At 8 p.m., the annual business networking event in Haicheng officially began. Luxury cars arrived one after another at the Jizhou Hotel, with business elites gathering from all directions. Some were seeking business opportunities, while others were looking for romantic connections. Song King appeared arm in arm with Gu Tianqi, capturing everyone's attention. Her elegant blue gown and his sharp, stern suit made them the subject of much private discussion as a perfect couple. Yao Yutong arrived alone, sparking speculation. After exchanging pleasantries with a few socialites, she joined her own circle of friends. In the north corner of the banquet hall, Song King offered Gu Tianqi a drink but was met with indifference. Their low-voiced conversation seemed tense. Just as Song King was apologizing, Shen Modi made her stunning entrance. Her appearance sparked envy in Song King, who carefully watched Gu Tianqi's reaction. Seeing him merely glance briefly, she felt somewhat relieved. Yao Yutong was confiding in her friends when she suddenly heard Hua Mingze had arrived. Turning around, she saw Shen Modi gracefully entering with Hua Mingze, a picture-perfect couple that drew admiration. Yao Yutong's expression froze, her emotions in turmoil. Hua Mingze, how could you bring this woman here? The word wife made Yao Yutong's anger flare up. If she had a bit more strength, the wine glass in her hand would have shattered into pieces. Yao Yutong stared intently at Huamingzi and Shen Modi not far away, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Her friend, noticing the situation, whispered in her defense, Men are all the same. They make grand promises while dating, only to seamlessly move on and marry someone else." With a cold chuckle, Yao Yutong tilted her head back and downed her glass of red wine. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Liu, the executive from Julie Investment, showering Shen Modi with compliments. "Mrs. Hua, you truly are as beautiful as a fairy, a perfect match for Mr. Hua." "You're too kind," Shen Modi replied gracefully, smiling. Hua Mingzi politely thanked him and then continued introducing Shen Modi to other business leaders, repeatedly saying, "This is my wife, Shen Modi." "Wife?" Yao Yutong sneered internally. Wasn't he the one who once vowed to love her only and marry no one else? Yet now, he had given the best of everything to someone else in the blink of an eye. Seeing Yao Yutong's dark expression, her friend sighed. "Yutong, what can you do now? Why didn't you just try to win him over back then? Why insist on going abroad? A competition isn't more important than marriage." Hearing this, Yao Yutong's internal sneer grew even colder. Didn't she understand this? She went abroad only because circumstances forced her hand. Thinking back, the situation in the Hua family changed abruptly. Hua Mingzi's father unexpectedly passed away, and Hua's grandfather intended to reinstate the first branch of the family. If that happened, the second branch would lose its chance to compete for the family business. Weighing the pros and cons, she decisively found an excuse to go abroad, leaving herself a way out. After listening to her grandmother's analysis, Yao Yutong decisively found an excuse to go abroad. Yao Yutong hadn't officially broken up with Hua Mingzi, she was just taking things one step at a time. Yao Yutong, being meticulous, planned to keep Hua Mingzi hanging. If he lost his power, she would break up decisively. If he gained influence, she would happily marry him. Unexpectedly, Hua Mingzi gave her an ultimatum: either marry him or break up. Acting on impulse, she went abroad, thinking he would coax her back like he always did. To her surprise, he turned around and registered a marriage with a stranger. "Yutong, what's wrong?" Her friend waved a hand in front of her to bring her back from her daze. Yao Yutong sighed, looking dejected. She had a way to win Hua Mingzi back, but it was a drastic measure with no turning back. Despite 6 years of dating, she had never given herself to him, always saving herself for their wedding night. If she gave in now, Hua Mingzi would feel obligated, and she could at least compensate Shen Modi. But if he didn't become the heir of the Hua family, all her efforts would be in vain. "Yutong, seeing them so close makes me so angry," her friend exclaimed indignantly. Yao Yutong replied weakly, "Ting Ting, pour me a drink." She downed it in one gulp, and suddenly her phone rang. It was a message from her grandmother. Hua Mingzi had secured the land in the southern suburbs and signed an international project. Hua Jianling wouldn't be considering Hua Zhenya anymore. Yao Yutong perked up immediately and quickly replied to confirm. Her grandmother explained that the family business would eventually rely on the grandchildren to manage and inherit. Yao Yutong acknowledged, put away her phone, relaxed her brow, and smiled. "Yutong, what's the good news? Did your design win another award?" Her friend asked curiously. Yao Yutong thought disdainfully to herself, what does winning an award matter compared to becoming the matriarch of a prestigious family? She smiled modestly and said, "Yes, hard work paid off and my work won an award." But inwardly, she thought, Grandma just sent her congratulations, and that's the real leverage. Mu Tingting looked at her with admiration. "Yutong, you're incredible, good background and talented." Yao Yutong smiled appreciatively, her eyes flickering, then sighed. "But it's a pity Mingzi is so reckless. If I knew this, I wouldn't have entered the competition. Men, they're all just shallow." "To be honest, the girl Mingzi went on a blind date with is quite pretty," Mu Tingting said cautiously. "But she doesn't have the same elegance as you, a true lady of high society." Suddenly, Yao Yutong grasped Mu Tingting's hand. "Tingting, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Why don't you talk to Mingzi?" "It's no use. He won't even listen to me." Yao Yutong shook her head. "I've given him my entire youth, and now someone else is reaping the benefits. Are you okay with that?" "Of course not, but what can you do if he ignores you?" "I'm willing to risk it all." Yao Yutong's eyes shone with determination. "What are you planning to do?" Mu Tingting whispered. "My dear friend, you have to help me." Yao Yutong squeezed Mu Tingting's hand. "Once we're intimate, he will have to take responsibility." Mu Tingting's eyes widened as Yao Yutong leaned in to elaborate on her plan. "All right, I'll help you." Mu Tingting hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Not far away, Hua Mingzi seated MOD and went to get some food. He asked with concern, "Are your feet hurting?" "No, they're fine." OD smiled and shook her head. Hua Mingzi crouched down to massage her legs. D looked around uneasily and quickly said, "No need, I'm okay." "You're not used to wearing high heels. Let me help you relax," Hua Mingzi said as he continued. D looked at him tenderly. "Marrying you is my good fortune." Hua Mingzi's lips curled up. "Marrying you is mine." He was pleasantly surprised to find MOD far exceeding his expectations, poised and confident. Gu Tianqi was chatting with someone when he caught sight of this scene and suddenly felt irritated, tugging at his tie. Tianqi, what's wrong? Song King noticed something was off. Just feeling stuffy. Let's go back, Gu Tianqi said impatiently. Okay, I'll just use the restroom first, Song King replied. I'm heading back to the office to work. Gu Tianqi left without waiting. Song King narrowed her eyes at MOD, a malicious glint in her gaze. Hua Mingzi stood up and asked MOD, do you need to use the restroom? Yes, MOD nodded. Seeing this, Yao Yutong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out a spare phone from her bag to send a text urging action. Within 3 minutes, a waiter delivered a drink along with a small paper packet containing pills. Yao Yutong told Mu Tingting, Tingting, let's stick to the plan. She turned away and opened the packet, revealing 3 small, dark red pills. She intended to act herself and have Mu Tingting distract MOD. Yao Yutong thought to herself, I don't believe Hua Mingzi can resist once he's drugged. Once Mu Tingting brings MOD to witness the scene, the marriage will surely end. With few people knowing, we can quietly divorce, and I'll marry him with great fanfare. Mingzi Hua and Modi Shen went to different restrooms. Modi pushed open the restroom door to find 2 women in elegant gowns washing their hands. She paid them no mind and headed straight to an available faucet. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice broke the silence. Aren't you the one who claims not to care about wealth? So why are you trying so hard to climb up the social ladder? It was only then that Modi realized the speaker was King Song. She ignored her and continued washing her hands. Seeing this, King became even more annoyed. Shun Modi, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Do you think by using others as stepping stones, you can reconnect with Tianqi? He'll never like you again. Modi dried her hands and looked at King with a calm demeanor. Just because you're petty doesn't mean everyone else is. Rest assured, I will never have anything to do with Gu Tianqi again. Also, I came to Haiqing first. If you think accidental encounters are scheming, you're free to leave Haiqing yourself. King, infuriated by Modi's indifferent attitude, was about to lash out when her phone on the sink vibrated, lighting up with a message. Let me know as soon as Shin Modi comes out so I can make my move. Quickly, Modi snatched the phone and unlocked it with a swift input of the passcode. King's face turned pale as she screamed hysterically, Shen Modi, you bitch, I knew you hadn't forgotten Tianqi. Modi calmly scrolled through the messages, discovering a plot orchestrated by King to harm her. She coldly warned, King Song, I warned you. With that, she turned and left. Though relieved, King was still anxious. She forced herself to stay calm. What is Shen Modi? Even if she knows, what can she do? She has no evidence, so reporting to the police is useless. After leaving the restroom, Modi called her best friend Qingyi Nang, but there was no answer. She reminisced about the school days shared with Qingyi and King, noting how much things had changed. Mingzi was waiting outside and took Modi's hand as she emerged. Are you ready? Don't run, you might twist your ankle. Warmed by his concern, Modi smiled. As they returned to the banquet hall, Yutong Yao approached with a glass of wine. Mingzi, aren't you going to introduce us? Mingzi introduced them coolly. This is my wife, Shen Modi. Modi, this is Yutong Yao, the daughter of the Yao family. Yutong forced a smile and raised her glass in a toast. As they clinked glasses, she discreetly flicked a pill into Mingzi's drink. Though he hadn't planned on drinking, he downed the glass out of politeness after hearing her blessing. Yutong was secretly pleased and tried to prolong the conversation. Suddenly, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man approached. Hey, Zaid, there you are. Yutong's eyes lit up, wondering how a country girl like Shen Modi could possibly handle this situation. Yao Yutong quickly took the lead, confidently greeting the foreign businessman in English. Hello, I'm Zaid's girlfriend. Nice to meet you. She spoke with self-assurance, casting a sidelong glance at Hua Mingzi, thinking he wouldn't contradict her to save face. After all, who would want others to know that their wife can't speak basic English? However, Hua Mingzi addressed the businessman in a perfect British accent. Mr. Mike, when did you arrive in Haiqing? Why didn't you inform me so I could pick you up? This is my wife, Shen Modi. Mike's eyes widened in surprise. Wife? You're married. He politely looked at Shen Modi and exclaimed, wow, say your wife is beautiful. Then he turned to Yao Yutong in confusion. Girlfriend? Yao Yutong was instantly embarrassed. Shen Modi remained composed and explained fluently in English. Miss Yao is our friend. She's very good at English, scored full marks in the college entrance exam, and also speaks Spanish and Thai. Mike understood and laughed. Oh, a friend. You gave me a scare. Yao Yutong forced a smile, wishing she could disappear. Hua Mingzi was impressed by Modi's fluent English, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. He had always thought she could only speak broken English, and was surprised by her proficiency. He couldn't help but hold Modi's hand tighter, his mind briefly wandering to more intimate thoughts. Mike then shifted the conversation to business. Say, about last month's project, I can lower the rate by half a point. Can you make any concessions? Hua Mingzi pondered for a moment. I'll also give half a point. But Mike looked pained. Hua Mingzi gently persuaded Mr. Mike. Let's make money together. Our goal is to grow and strengthen the project, not just focus on immediate profits. Hearing about the substantial profits, Yao Yutong was surprised and quietly advised, Mingze, the profit is already considerable. A small concession would be fine. Hua Mingze ignored her and said to Mike, my profits are indeed higher, but so are my efforts. Take your time to think about it. Tomorrow, I'll spend the whole day showing you around. Feeling increasingly warm and uncomfortable, he urgently needed to leave. He whispered to Modi, let's go home. Modi thought he was drunk and supported him, saying, drunk? Let's go upstairs and have some sobering tea. Yao Yutong quickly suggested, you take him to the room, and I'll call for some sobering tea. Hua Mingze insisted, we're going home. Modi had no choice but to help him outside. Struggling to control his impulses, Hua Mingze took out his phone to call Qiu Zhan. Yao Yutong's eyes flickered, and she immediately signaled to Mu Tingting in the distance. Shen Modi was supporting Hua Mingze as they took the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Yao Yutong hurriedly stepped in, her high heels clicking against the floor. A flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes, but she tried to remain calm as she said, Miss Shen, once you get Mingze to the room, I'll have the staff bring up some hangover tea. Despite his intoxicated state, Hua Mingze kept a wary eye on Yao Yutong. Feeling guilty and worried that her presence might arouse suspicion, Yao Yutong avoided his gaze, yet she was reluctant to leave them alone. Hua Mingze's breathing was rapid, and he was losing consciousness, leaning heavily against Modi. His hands gripped her slender waist as if trying to melt her into himself. Sensing something was wrong, Modi steadied him. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 13th floor. 1388, Hua Mingze murmured. Modi nodded and helped him forward. Yao Yutong quickly called to arrange the hangover tea. Modi frowned, casting a look of disdain at Yao Yutong. She said coldly, thank you, Miss Yao, but I can take care of my husband myself, emphasizing the word husband. Yao Yutong's expression stiffened, and she scoffed inwardly. How naive. Upon reaching the room, Modi realized she didn't have a keycard. Yao Yutong quickly entered the password, taunting, this is Mingze's personal suite, only he and I know the code. As she moved to support Hua Mingze, Modi blocked her, saying calmly, thanks for the reminder. I'll change the password. You can leave now, Miss Yao. We need to rest. Yao Yutong suppressed her anger and forced a smile, I'll leave after bringing the hangover tea. She attempted to enter the room. Modi blocked her again, insisting, there's no need. I'll handle it. Suddenly, Hua Mingze pulled Modi inside and slammed the door shut. Yao Yutong nearly got hit, stomping her feet in frustration. Inside, Hua Mingze pressed Modi against the wall, his eyes burning red as he stared at her. Startled, Modi whispered, you should lie down. You'll feel better after the tea. Hua Mingze leaned closer, his voice hoarse honey. He struggled to stay conscious, feeling only the coolness of being close to Modi. He leaned down to kiss her, seeking the coolness of her lips. Sensing something was wrong, Modi touched his burning forehead. Are you feverish? Hua Mingze spoke with difficulty. No, It's hard to explain. Looking into her clear eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak of the sordid matters. The doorbell rang and Modi, feeling relieved, tried to move to answer it. Hua Mingze pulled her back into his arms. Yao Yutong entered with the hangover tea, feeling frustrated at the sight of them embracing. She moved closer to Hua Mingze, deliberately pressing against him. Mingze, have some hangover tea first. Hua Mingze's red eyes focused on Yao Yutong. Modi's heart sank as she stepped back slightly. She thought if Hua Mingze called for her, she would step forward. If he didn't, she would concede. Just as Modi was torn, the phone rang. She answered, and her expression changed drastically. What happened to my dad? I'll be there right away. The nurse reported that the patient had vomited blood again. Upon hearing that her father was coughing up blood, Shen Modi was frantic with worry, wishing she could sprout wings and fly to the hospital immediately. Just as Shen Modi was about to leave, she noticed Hua Mingze, who was so drunk he could barely stand. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched, and sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly in a terrible state. Yao Yutong gently urged, Mingze, have some sobering tea. Hua Mingze pushed her away and staggered to the sofa, gasping for breath. Yao Yutong drew closer, deliberately leaning against Hua Mingze. She smiled and said to Shen Modi, Miss Shen, if you have things to attend to, go ahead. I'll take good care of Mingze. Shen Modi squinted, observing Hua Mingze's reaction, and suddenly realized that his condition wasn't just simple drunkenness. She quickly checked her phone and found the call was from an unknown number. Her instincts told her something was wrong, so she immediately messaged her brother to verify their father's situation. Her brother soon replied, assuring her that their father was fine and even sent photos as proof. Shen Modi realized it was a scheme to get her away, with someone possibly intending harm to Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze looked at Shen Modi with reddened eyes, a hint of helplessness in them. Her heart tightened, and she quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, let me help you to your room to rest. Yao Yutong, unwilling to give up, brought the sobering tea closer again. Shen Modi coldly stated, Miss Yao, please leave. If you don't, I'll call security. Infuriated, Yao Yutong deliberately bumped into Shen Modi on her way out and attempted to push Huamingza into the room. Just then the doorbell rang and Qiuzhan arrived just in time. Qiuzhan immediately recognized that Huamingza had been drugged and suggested giving him acupuncture. Despite Yao Yutong's persistent interference, Qiuzhan managed to push her aside with an elbow strike. Reluctantly, she left the suite. Qiuzhan administered a couple of acupuncture needles to Huamingza, intentionally not fully detoxifying him. He secretly hoped this situation would help the couple strengthen their bond. Before leaving, he gave Shen Modi a meaningful reminder: there's still some residual toxin. Take good care of him, sister-in-law. Feeling like a modern-day hero, Qiuzhan left in high spirits. He hoped that Yao Yutong hadn't gone far so he could catch up and taunt her a bit. The thought was quite satisfying. As Qiuzhan left, the living room of the presidential suite was suddenly left with only Huamingza and Shen Modi. Supporting Huamingza to stand up, Shen Modi gently said, "Let me help you back to your room to rest." Before she could finish her sentence, Huamingza suddenly pushed her down onto the sofa, his fervent lips pressing against hers. Modi gasped, her eyes widening as she looked into Huamingza's aggressive, bloodshot eyes. Instinctively, she tried to break free, but he held her firmly. At that moment, Huamingza was like a wolf out of control, his eyes red and his breathing heavy. Modi recalled Qiuzhan's mention of lingering toxins, and panic surged within her. Huamingza, calm down. Wife. Huamingza growled lowly, kissing her again with urgency and intensity, as if he wanted to consume her entirely. After a few struggles, Modi finally surrendered. She slowly closed her eyes and began to respond to Huamingza's kiss. He had saved her father's life, and now he was her husband. She was willing to be his cure. With her response, Huamingza became even more fervent, his hands roaming over Modi's body. The room was filled with passion and fire. It was unclear how much time had passed when the redness in Huamingza's eyes gradually faded, and he regained clarity. Shin Modi pulled a blanket around herself, her face still flushed with the blush of newfound intimacy. Huamingza looked at Modi, feeling another surge of desire. Suddenly, he noticed a spot of bright red on the sofa and was overjoyed. Although he didn't mind her past, the first time was always a pleasant surprise. He put on his pants and carried Modi, along with the blanket, into the bedroom, laying her gently on the bed. Stroking her cheek with his thumb, he softly said, "I'll treat you well for the rest of my life." Modi said nothing, just silently gazing at him. If he were just an ordinary man, she would certainly give it her all. But he wasn't. She was afraid to invest her feelings, fearing it would end in humiliation and abandonment as it had before. "I'm going to take a shower. You should sleep," Huamingza said, caressing her cheek again before heading to the bathroom. Modi clutched the blanket, looking towards the bathroom, her mind filled with emotion. If only he were just an ordinary man. But he was a top-tier billionaire, capable of earning billions of dollars with a single project. She couldn't control her feelings of inadequacy, her mind replaying painful memories from the past. She recalled the cold words of Gu Tianxi's mother from years ago. "Young lady, have some self-respect. Your status doesn't match Tianxi, and coveting what you can't have is disrespectful." Back then, she naively thought that hard work could make her worthy, but it only led to more humiliation. Your status is already a joke in high society. In a powerful family, every move affects everything. Tianxi can only marry a wealthy heiress to keep the Gu family strong. Even Gu Tianxi had said coldly in the end, "Let's break up. It doesn't matter if the photos were your doing or not." Those wounds hadn't healed, and she knew the chasm between ordinary people and the elite. She didn't want to face ridicule and humiliation again. She just wanted a simple, stable life. Before she knew it, tears had already dampened her cheeks. Modi bit her lip, forcing herself to be strong. When Huamingza returned from his shower, he naturally slipped into bed beside her. "Waiting for me? Is there something you want to say?" Modi nodded, her hands twisting the hem of her dress under the blanket. "Meeting you was a great fortune for me. Without you, my father might not have survived, and my brother wouldn't have had his cochlear implant so smoothly." Huamingza reached out to ruffle her hair. "It was my fortune too." He picked up his phone to request makeup removal supplies and habitually held Modi's hand with his other. Modi didn't pull her hand back, but she felt uneasy. "Actually, you're not just an employee and you don't earn 2,000 a month, do you?" Huamingza hung up the phone, looking at her candidly. "No, I wrote that salary casually at the time, hoping to find the right person to marry. I was lucky to find you." "Were you in a rush to marry despite your ex-girlfriend?" Modi asked. "Not entirely. Actually, after a breakup, you should still love yourself," Modi said softly. Huamingza frowned at her. "I've always loved myself. Given your status, even if you don't marry Miss Yao, you should marry a wealthy heiress." "You have many options," Modi said, lowering her head. "Marriage isn't just between two people, it's between two families. I'm so poor that I would only hold you back. I'm not worthy of you." Before she could finish, Hua Mingzi suddenly kissed her, with a hint of punishment. After a long while, he released her. Why belittle yourself? Breathless, Modi said. Hua Mingzi, calm down. Not many people know we're married. If we separate, you can marry someone of equal status. Hua Mingzi suddenly bit her lip harshly, and Modi cried out in pain. He pinned her beneath him, his eyes full of displeasure. Why belittle yourself? The phrase looking down on oneself hit him right in the heart. Her eyes welled up with tears as memories flooded back. She used to be a girl who loved fiercely and fearlessly, willing to risk everything for love. But reality dealt her a harsh blow, leaving her scarred and longing for a simple, stable life. Hua Mingzi fixed his gaze on Mod, seeing right through her thoughts. He gently called out, Mod, don't underestimate yourself. You're remarkable. His words stung Mod deeply. She stubbornly met Hua Mingzi's eyes. Hua Mingzi, we come from different worlds. He leaned in to kiss her, but she didn't respond. He murmured, Mod, we've just crossed that line. Mod tensed up, replying bitterly, you have plenty of options, you could choose someone better. Hua Mingzi persisted, am I good to you? Yes, Mod admitted sincerely. Then why should we part? D felt a pang of sorrow. We're not a good match. Hua Mingzi proposed, give our marriage a year. Once I've secured my position as CEO of Hua Corporation, if you still want to part ways, I'll respect your decision. Mod hesitated. Hua Mingzi continued to persuade her, this year, stand by me, alright? Seeing Mod's conflicted expression, Hua Mingzi's lips curved into a slight smile as he gently caressed her cheek. He thought to himself, with a wife like her, how could I worry about anything else? My background will make you a target of ridicule, Mod whispered. No one would dare ridicule me. Hua Mingzi asserted with confidence. He turned over to lie flat, reached out to hold her, pulling her down into the bed, positioning her to rest her head on his arm. Then he gently turned her so she was facing him under the covers. Hua Mingzi's movements were gentle yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Mod nestled obediently in his embrace. In a soft voice he said, just like tonight, calm and confident, you are the best. Mod was silent for a moment before quietly replying, I need your help. Hua Mingzi looked at her intently and nodded seriously, all right. Mod silently calculated in her mind. Most of the time, she could be confident and calm. After all, she didn't rely on anyone else for her livelihood. The only thing that frightened her was the humiliation from his family and the possibility of him giving up on her. If it was just about helping him, then there was no issue. This year, she decided not to invest emotionally, so she could walk away unscathed after a year. Her father would see them doing well and feel better, aiding his recovery. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Just as Mod was about to get up, Hua Mingzi had already slipped out of bed, saying, I'll get it. He quickly went to the door, received the makeup removal kit, and casually changed the suite's password to their wedding anniversary. Returning to the room, Hua Mingzi placed the makeup removal items in the bathroom and handed Mod a set of pajamas. He had already prepared, having someone arrange for evening wear and everyday clothes that afternoon. Mod, holding the pajamas, entered the bathroom feeling slightly awkward. After showering and removing her makeup, Mod emerged wrapped in her pajamas. She hesitated for a moment but eventually climbed back into bed, lying next to Hua Mingzi. Hua Mingzi smiled slightly, turning to embrace her. Mod instinctively wanted to pull away, but his deep voice warned, don't move, just sleep. Otherwise, I might not be able to control myself. Startled, Mod immediately closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, staying still. Hua Mingzi watched her bare face, finding her even more adorable, his smile widening. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, an hour earlier, Qiuzhan appeared in his biker outfit, hands in pockets, with an air of nonchalance. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Yao Yutong on a sofa in the northwest corner, focused on sending messages. Qiuzhan smirked and strode over confidently. As Qiuzhan passed by the waiter, he casually picked up a glass of red wine from the tray. He leisurely strolled to the corner and plopped down across from Yao Yutong, crossing one leg over the other and resting it on the coffee table. His flashy marten boots gleamed obnoxiously under the lights, epitomizing the image of a privileged playboy. This wine is quite something, Qiuzhan remarked, swirling his glass with a knowing smile. No wonder Mingzi is so taken with it. Yao Yutong, busy trying to get rid of Shen Modi, was infuriated by Qiuzhan's behavior. Putting away her phone, she said coldly, Dr. Qiu, as Mingzi's friend, could you at least try to maintain some decorum? Qiuzhan was unfazed and began swinging his leg even more. Did I slip something into someone's drink? He retorted with a raised eyebrow. Yao Yutong's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Relax, Qiuzhan teased. If you stay calm, I might just believe you. Yao Yutong suppressed her anger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Qiuzhan downed his wine in one gulp, eyeing her up and down. Act all high and mighty, but doing dirty deeds is still repulsive, isn't it? I really don't know what you're implying. Now Yutong stood to leave. If you don't like what you hear, pretend I said nothing. Why didn't you worry about your image when you were after someone else's husband? Qiuzhan called out as she walked away. Yao Yutong stumbled, shaking with rage but unable to retaliate. She hurried off, thinking it was best to just go home on such an unlucky day. As soon as she reached the parking lot, someone embraced her from behind. Startled, she turned to see it was Hua Zhengqin, her irritation growing. Let go. I'm Mingza's girlfriend. Mingza is married and you're still dreaming? Hua Zhengqin released her with a chuckle. Care for a chat in the car? There's nothing to discuss, Yao Yutong refused. Are you sure? Hua Zhengqin asked meaningfully, do you think Mingza won't find out the truth just because Liang Tianxua hasn't woken up? Yao Yutong's face turned pale. What did I do? You're the one who attacked Liang Tianxua. Do you think Mingza will believe you? Hua Zhengqin threatened. Shall I go and have a word with him now? Yao Yutong gritted her teeth. Where's your car? They sat in the back seat, and Yao Yutong glared at him. Hua Zhengqin, don't mislead people. There's nothing between us. Hua Zhengqin laughed. You certainly batted your eyelashes at me enough during meals at the Hua family house. That was just being polite. Yao Yutong defended herself. Then why meet me alone? Hua Zhengqin pressed on. Yao Yutong replied with dignity. Because you're Mingza's cousin, of course. The smile on Hua Zhengqin's lips widened as he raised an eyebrow and said, Yao Yutong, has anyone ever told you that you shouldn't be too clever or too greedy? Being too clever can lead to your downfall, and being too greedy means you might lose sight of the bigger picture. Yao Yutong frowned, questioning discontentedly, so, what exactly are you trying to say? A glint flashed in Hua Zhengqin's eyes as he slowly replied, our agreement from a year ago still stands. Yao Yutong let out a cold laugh and refused without hesitation, sorry, I'm not interested. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yao Yutong's mind drifted back to a year ago. It was a time when Hua Mingza's father had just passed away, and there was turmoil within the Hua Corporation. Hua Zhengqin seized the opportunity to rise, momentarily overshadowing Hua Mingza. During that turbulent period, Hua Zhengqin approached her, promising her the position of future matriarch of the Hua family in exchange for obtaining Hua Mingza's core business data. Although tempted, Yao Yutong understood the uncertainties and was unwilling to make a hasty decision. She neither agreed nor refused, instead skillfully maneuvering through the situation. Seeing this, Hua Zhengqin proposed a formal agreement. Just as Yao Yutong hesitated, Hua Mingza's friend, Liang Tianxua, suddenly burst in and overheard their conversation. Furious, Liang Tianxua accused Yao Yutong of betrayal and reached for his phone to report them. In a moment of desperation, Yao Yutong grabbed a wine bottle from the table and hurled it at Liang Tianxua. In the ensuing chaos, Hua Zhengqin picked up a chair and struck Liang Tianxua hard on the back of the head. Liang Tianxua barely managed to raise his hand in defense before collapsing to the ground. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yao Yutong quickly urged Hua Zhengqin to leave, while she called Hua Mingza to warn him. Fortunately, the club they were in was the only one in Haicheng without surveillance cameras, often used for secret meetings, giving them a brief respite. This particular club in Haicheng was known for its lack of surveillance, making it a popular choice for business discussions, and as a result, its business was booming. Yao Yutong only found out later that Liang Tianxua was at the club because he owned it. Recalling that night still sent shivers down Yao Yutong's spine. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras at the club, and Hua Zhengqin had used an anonymous number to contact her. They had even meticulously wiped their fingerprints from the bottles and chairs. Afterwards, she tearfully concocted a lie for Hua Mingza. She claimed that an international brand representative had asked to discuss jewelry design but had ulterior motives, and that Tianxua had saved her. Upon hearing the news, Hua Mingza rushed over with Qiuzhan. Liang Tianxua had suffered a head injury and was diagnosed as being in a vegetative state, subsequently being sent abroad. With no surveillance and people coming and going, Hua Mingza found nothing. Initially, Yao Yutong was on edge, fearing Liang Tianxua might wake up. Every time she went in and out of the Hua residence with Hua Mingza, she avoided Hua Zhengqin's gaze. As months passed and Liang Tianxua remained comatose, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Mingza's position suddenly solidified, and Yao Yutong abandoned any thought of contacting Hua Zhengqin. Last month, Hua Mingza proposed, and she gladly accepted. However, news came from her grandmother that Hua's grandfather might reinstate Hua Zhengqin's father. To be cautious, she hastily went abroad, keeping Hua Mingza on hold while observing the situation. Unexpectedly, Hua Mingza got married, disrupting all her plans. Now that Hua Mingza has gained several key positions, his status is secure. When Hua Zhengqin brought up their past agreement, she decisively refused. Are you sure you don't need to reconsider? Hua Zhengqin asked with a smile. No need. Yao Yutong lifted her chin, about to open the car door, but turned back to warn him. Don't think about using the Liang Tianxua incident to threaten me. You were the one who acted. Revealing it to Hua Mingza won't do you any good. Hua Zhengqin was unfazed. What if I just enjoy doing things that harm others without benefiting myself? Yao Yutong sneered, then go ahead. You and Hua Mingze have been cousins for over 20 years. You should know him well. In his heart, those brothers without blood ties are closer than real brothers. If he finds out you harmed his brother, he might just cut down a blood relative for a brother without blood ties. After 6 years, Miss Yao knows my brother well. Hua Jingqin remarked with a meaningful smile. Miss Yao, do you really know Hua Mingze? Yao Yutong frowned. What do you mean? Hua Jingqin mocked. Do you think, after marrying someone else, he would come back to you? He's the type who, when things are good, would give you his head to sit on as a stool, but when they're not, you could die in front of him and he wouldn't bat an eye. These words pierced Yao Yutong's heart, but she feigned composure. My affairs are none of your concern, Mr. Hua. Yao Yutong thought, with her 6-year relationship with Hua Mingze, as long as she insisted she went abroad for a competition, he would understand. Besides, the Zhoning Cup is next month, and she has already acquired 2 spiritually inspiring designs. She would use these works to compete, and winning is inevitable. She planned to confess to Hua Mingze on the podium, believing that it would rekindle his feelings for her. After Yao Yutong left, Hua Jingqin chuckled, moved to the driver's seat, and drove away. At 11 o'clock at night, Yao Yutong returned to the Yao family home. Seeing the incense hall lit, she gently knocked and entered. Her grandmother was kneeling on a cushion, chanting scriptures. Yao Yutong picked up 3 sticks of incense to light, but her grandmother stopped her. Grandma, I just want to burn some incense, Yao Yutong said. Why the rush? What incense do you need to burn at night? Her grandmother scolded. Yao Yutong sighed, put down the incense and bowed to the Buddha statue. Grandma, you've really put me in a difficult spot. Don't speak nonsense in front of the Buddha, her grandmother said with a disapproving look as she got up and headed to her room. Yao Yutong followed her in and sat on the sofa opposite the bed. Grandma, if you hadn't said Grandpa Hua was going to reinstate Hua Zhanya, I wouldn't have gone abroad, and Hua Mingze wouldn't have impulsively married a stranger. Her grandmother frowned. Who am I doing this for? The Yao family used to be one of the 5 great families in Haiqing, and look at what it's become now. If we can't gain significant benefits from a marriage alliance, we'll only continue to decline. That's the fate of the entire Yao family at stake. On a smaller scale, it's your fate. If Hua Mingze can't control the Hua family, you'll be pushed out by the main branch of the Hua family. Grandma, I understand the reasoning, but the question now is, what should I do? Yao Yutong sighed again. You're still young and beautiful. If you can't even win over Hua Mingze, you're not fit to be the matriarch of the Hua family. All I can tell you is that Hua Mingze has already won over Hua Lao's heart. Perhaps, at his birthday in a couple of months, he'll announce the heir. Go to sleep, I'm tired. Yao Yutong returned to her room, tossing and turning all night, her mind racing with thoughts of how to win back Hua Mingze. In the presidential suite of the Jizhou Hotel, this was the first time MOD and Hua Mingze shared a bed. MOD opened her eyes to the soft morning light. Beside her, Hua Mingze's lazy voice asked, awake. She responded quietly, relieved that the darkness hid her blush. Suddenly, Hua Mingze pulled her into his arms, his warm breath brushing past her ear. MOD tensed up, recalling the phrase, never tease a man in the morning. Feeling his change, MOD's cheeks burned as memories of the previous night's intensity flooded back. Hua Mingze lowered the curtains and began to kiss her in the darkness. MOD wanted to remind him that this was just an act, but her words were silenced by his kiss. Whether it was the seductive morning atmosphere, Hua Mingze's skilled kissing, or her body's own memories, MOD quickly found herself lost in the moment. Hua Mingze was gentle, mindful of her comfort. When it was over, he opened the curtains with satisfaction. MOD instinctively burrowed under the covers, avoiding his gaze, afraid of getting lost in his tender eyes. She silently marveled at Hua Mingze's perfection, reminiscent of Gu Tianqi from her past. When MOD awoke again, Hua Mingze was already dressed, fastening his cufflinks. He smiled and said, morning. MOD blushed in response, feeling utterly disheveled. Thoughtfully, Hua Mingze had prepared toiletries and cloaks for her, and even ordered breakfast with roses. During breakfast, they were perfectly in sync. Hua Mingze peeled an egg for MOD, while she served him porridge. Hua Mingze relished being cared for, though MOD felt uneasy due to past shadows. After breakfast, Hua Mingze took MOD to the hospital and brought a toy for Xiao Guang. After leaving the hospital room, Hua Mingze's demeanor changed abruptly. In a cold voice, he ordered Yao Yutong to be dealt with and reassigned a project initially promised to the Yao family to the Jian family. Assistant Liu was shocked but dared not ask questions. At the Yao household, Yao Yutong had a restless night. She only fell into a deep sleep as dawn approached. Her sleep was abruptly interrupted when the door was kicked open. Her father's furious voice bellowed, Yao Yutong, you useless troublemaker, get up this instant. Yao Yutong was extremely frustrated. She suddenly threw off the covers, her face full of resentment. Her father, Yao Xian, stormed into the room, pointing at Yao Yutong and scolding her harshly. What did I tell you? If you act too entitled, men will lose patience. Now get up immediately, apologize to Hua Mingze, and get that project back. Yao Yutong rolled her eyes impatiently. What's 200 million compared to being the future mistress of the Hua family? It's nothing. Furious, Yao Xian raised his hand as if to strike her. Yao Yutong defiantly retorted. Go ahead and hit me. You might as well just kill me. Yao Xian coldly threatened. If you don't apologize, then get out of the Yao family. I'll cut off all your credit cards. With that, he stormed out. Yao Yutong gritted her teeth, a flash of determination in her eyes. She quickly got out of bed, dressed meticulously, and headed straight to the Hua Corporation with some desserts in hand. She had already devised a plan if stopped, she would claim to be pregnant. Meanwhile, at the hospital, MOD received a call from her best friend, Ning Qingyi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, MOD asked, Qingyi, do you remember that video of Ding Fan? Ning Qingyi sighed over the phone and MOD asked, can you still find that video? Ning Qingyi said, yes, I have. I was worried about losing the files, so I made multiple backups. D nodded, that's good. Please send me a copy. Ning Qingyi hesitated for a moment, then her tone turned serious. Listen to me. Don't pick up money that's fallen into something disgusting. It will only make you sick. MOD was taken aback but quickly understood. I'm not doing it for Gu Tianqi. That's a relief, Ning Qingyi sighed. I'll send it to you now. Shortly after the call ended, MOD received a video in his email. The initial footage was shaky but soon became clear. On a rooftop, the wind howled, creating constant background noise. Song Qiang and Ding Fan stood facing each other. Despite their affluent backgrounds, they were dressed casually. Song Qiang wore a blue dress with her hair in a high ponytail, while Ding Fan had on a t-shirt with letters printed on it. Ding Fan looked pained, his voice choked with emotion. Qiang, please, let's get back together. I'll do whatever you say. When the baby is born, I'll take good care of both of you. Song Qiang interrupted coldly. What fantasy are you living in? I'm only 22, my life is just beginning. I've already scheduled an appointment with the doctor. I'm getting rid of this baby tomorrow. She paused, her tone growing even colder. I called you here today to warn you not to speak about us. Otherwise, I'll report you to the department for assaulting me. Ding Fan was so shocked he took a step back. Qiang, how can you say such a thing? What else should I do? Song Qiang sneered. Should I thank you for trapping me in this situation? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Ding Fan pleaded desperately. Qiang, let me go with you to the hospital. Let's make up, I swear I'll take care of you forever. Song Qiang scoffed. Stop dreaming. Look at you, so pathetic. You'll never be the man I want. Let's break up and don't contact me again. Ding Fan felt like he had been struck by lightning and stumbled towards the rooftop railing. Qiang, I truly love you. If you insist on breaking up, life won't mean anything to me. He took a deep breath. I'll ask you one last time. Can we get back together? Song Qiang replied coldly. It's impossible. I have someone else I like. Song Qiang arrogantly tilted her chin and refused. Ding Fan suddenly said, Qiang, remember me. Before he finished speaking, he jumped. The video abruptly ended. This incident occurred a week before graduation. At that time, MOD had already distanced herself from Song Qiang because Qiang had stolen someone else's boyfriend. Ning Qingyi wanted to make the video public, but MOD stopped her. After Ding Fan's jump, the school covered up the incident. The police confirmed it as a suicide, and the Ding family received a farewell note. MOD feared Qingyi might face retaliation from the Song family, so the matter was left unresolved. On graduation day, MOD was heartbroken after a breakup. She stayed at Qingyi's house for a week, feeling utterly despondent, only showing any reaction when Uncle Shen and Xiaoguang were mentioned. A week later, she saw Song Qiang and Gu Tianqi's official announcement. The provocative photos were shocking. MOD cried and considered calling Gu Tianqi, but seeing the name Tianqi made her regain her senses. They had known each other since middle school, neighbors and friends for 6 years. They developed feelings for each other during their teenage years and became a couple as soon as they entered university. For 4 years, they were as happy as any couple could be. Yet, such a relationship couldn't withstand a few photos. What more was there to say? So she deleted his number. After discussing with her father, they moved from Meiqing to Haiqing. The thought of Ding Fan's suicide video resurfaced because Song Qiang actually tried to harm her. It was time to retaliate. Although she couldn't send Song Qiang to jail, public opinion would certainly trouble her, and the Ding family would hold a grudge. Without hesitation, MOD opened her computer, quickly created a fake overseas ID, and posted the video. She also used multiple IDs to stir up discussion, choosing a popular forum in Meiqing. She highlighted a few comments, revealing some truths, like how both Ding Fan and Gu Tianqi were taken by Song Qiang. The post quickly gained traction, with harsh comments flooding in. In less than half an hour, the topic skyrocketed to the top of the charts. Just as MOD was about to shut down her computer, her phone rang. It was Song Qiang's number. Shan MOD, it's you, isn't it? I know it's you. Song Qiang was furious. What? MOD feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Delete the video now, or you'll regret it. MOD continued to play dumb. What video? Song King threatened, if you don't delete it, I'll keep bothering your dad. MOD's expression darkened as she warned. Song King, you think I don't know it was you behind those photos back then? Should I send your ID and transaction records to Gu Tianqi? Song King fell silent. MOD calmly said, I found out 3 years ago. I didn't approach Gu Tianqi then, and I don't plan to now. But if you push me, that's a different story. Feeling guilty, Song King hung up and immediately hired a hacker to delete the post. 10 minutes later, the hacker reported that the original post had an auto-repost feature, making it difficult to fully erase. Song King screamed in frustration. In the hospital, MOD was with Xiaoguang, enjoying the sun. Her phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. MOD, it's me. Despite the unfamiliar number, MOD instantly recognized Gu Tianqi's voice. Her demeanor instantly turned angry. MOD clutched the phone so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Forcing herself to remain calm, she spoke coldly, Please, Mr. Gu, don't call me again. Goodbye. MOD, wait, came Gu Tianqi's voice from the receiver. MOD felt her heart tighten, her anger causing her to tremble slightly. What right did he have to visit her father? And what right did he have to call her? MOD, you uploaded the video of Ding Fan jumping, didn't you? Delete it, Gu Tianqi said calmly. His words were like a spark igniting the fire of rage within MOD. She had thought he would apologize, admit that the people in those photos weren't her. Yet he had the audacity to ask her to delete the video? How dare he? MOD abruptly hung up the phone, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Seeing this, Xiaoguang immediately rushed over to wipe her tears and asked in sign language what was wrong. The wind is strong, and some dust got in my eyes, MOD forced a smile explaining. Xiaoguang opened his arms and gave her a hug. Sis, let's take a walk and look at the grass and flowers, Xiaoguang gestured. Alright, MOD nodded. Sis, do you know where brother-in-law works? Can we go see him? Xiaoguang suddenly suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. MOD hesitated for a moment but then took out her phone and dialed Hua Ming's number. The call connected quickly, and Hua Ming's gentle voice came through, honey. The term of endearment warmed MOD's heart. She asked softly, Mingza, are you busy? I'd like to bring Xiaoguang to see you. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. I'll come to pick you up, Hua Mingza replied immediately. No need, we'll just take a taxi, MOD insisted. After hanging up, Xiaoguang excitedly gestured. Sis, we can't go empty-handed. What should we buy? It's still morning, a bit early for lunch. Let's buy some desserts first and then have lunch together, MOD replied with a smile. Xiaoguang nodded happily, and the two of them booked a ride and headed to the Hua Group building. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong had already arrived at the Hua Group. She was meticulously dressed and carried an exquisite box of desserts as she entered the building. To her surprise, the receptionist merely glanced at her before returning to her work. Feeling displeased, Yao Yutong was about to head straight for the CEO's private elevator when the receptionist stopped her just in time. Ma'am, please use this elevator. Suppressing her anger, Yao Yutong stepped into the regular elevator and pressed the button for the 28th floor. Inside the CEO's office, Hua Mingza had just hung up from MOD's call when he realized he hadn't given her the bank cards. He immediately called his assistant, instructing, get me some supplementary cards for these accounts for MOD. Have them call me for authorization. Yao Yutong arrived at the door just in time to overhear this, almost dropping her thermal lunchbox in shock. She couldn't believe Hua Mingza was arranging 3 supplementary bank cards for MOD when he had only ever given her 1. Assistant Liu saw Yao Yutong and his expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly explained, President, it wasn't me, Alright, go handle the cards, Hua Mingza replied calmly. Yao Yutong walked into the office, her eyes instantly welling up with tears, looking pitiful and forlorn. Mingza, I made some dessert for you. Would you like to try it? No need, Hua Mingza declined coldly. Did you come here for a reason? Yao Yutong said pitifully, Mingza, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Hua Mingza asked indifferently, which mistake are you referring to? I apologize for being impulsive and going abroad that day. Hua Mingza looked at Yao Yutong coldly, unmoved. Yao Yutong's eyes welled with tears, her voice choking up, Mingza, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone abroad. But believe me, I truly love you. You mean more to me than myself. She paused, then continued. But Mingza, I also love my dreams. Didn't you say you liked how I pursued them? As she spoke, tears began to fall. Hua Mingza's lips curled into a mocking smile. I thought you'd apologize for drugging my drink last night. Yao Yutong's voice rose slightly. Yes, I'm despicable. I'm ashamed. I've done things I'm not proud of. But Mingza, why did I do it? Because I love you. She clutched her chest, looking pained. Do you know how much it hurt to see you with another woman? Mingza, do you really feel nothing? We've been in love for 6 years. Hua Mingza looked at Yao Yutong indifferently. My feelings for you ended the day you went abroad. Seeing Hua Mingza's distant attitude, Yao Yutong hurriedly changed the subject. She took out a thermos, opening it as she spoke. Honey, I made rock sugar pear soup, your favorite in autumn and winter. Hua Mingzi sneered and called out sharply, Yao Yutong. Yao Yutong's hand trembled, spilling some of the soup. She hurriedly wiped it up, her heart racing. Ignoring her panic, Hua Mingzi said coldly, I asked you here today to make things clear. From the day you went abroad, we were over. I'm married now and won't have any ambiguous relationships with anyone other than my wife. If anything like last night happens again, I'll call the police. Yao Yutong was incredulous. Mingzi, are you really so heartless? What past do I have to reminisce with a stranger? Hua Mingzi replied coldly. At that moment, Shen Modi walked in. Yao Yutong's eyes darted, and she suddenly screamed, jumping into Hua Mingzi's arms. Hua Mingzi frowned, trying to push her away, but Yao Yutong clung tightly to his neck. Modi, entering the room and seeing this, was stunned and at a loss. Xiao Guang, seeing his brother-in-law with another woman, was immediately furious. He picked up a folder from the table and hurled it at Yao Yutong. He repeatedly struck Yao Yutong with it. Yao Yutong clutched her head and ran in panic, cursing, it hurts. Are you crazy? Help. Mingzi, help me. Modi was shocked by the scene and quickly stepped forward to stop Xiao Guang, shouting, stop. She gestured urgently. Xiao Guang, with tears streaming down her face, expressed her anger through muffled words and wild gestures. She hugged brother-in-law, shameless woman. As she spoke, she attempted to charge forward again. Modi immediately grabbed Xiao Guang and pushed her out, awkwardly apologizing to Hua Mingzi, sorry, we came at a bad time. She then turned to leave with Xiao Guang, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Hua Mingzi strode forward and grabbed Modi's wrist. Xiao Guang, seeing this, was furious and swung a folder hard at Hua Mingzi's wrist. Hua Mingzi winced in pain and released his grip with a grunt. Are you okay? Mod and Yao Yutong asked simultaneously. Yao Yutong secretly rejoiced, thinking Xiao Guang was like a godsend ally. Seeing Yao Yutong showing concern for Hua Mingzi, Mod hesitated again, saying, Xiao Guang wanted to see you, and now that she has, we won't bother you anymore. Hua Mingzi grabbed Mod's hand once more. I'm hurt, he said gently, looking at her tenderly. Mod hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Xiao Guang acted impulsively. It hurts, help me apply some medicine, Hua Mingzi said softly. Noticing Xiao Guang still glaring at him, he told him, honey, please explain to Xiao Guang that this is a misunderstanding. Miss Yao hugged me on purpose when she saw you coming. Yao Yutong felt inwardly furious, thinking this was utterly outrageous and completely humiliating. Mod was surprised by how straightforward Hua Mingzi was. His sincere and open gaze seemed to heal the hurt she had felt from Gu Tianqi. Feeling warmth in her heart, Mod turned to Xiao Guang and gestured, don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding. Your brother-in-law isn't that kind of person. We should trust him. However, Xiao Guang remained unconvinced, turning his head away with a huff, feeling upset on behalf of his sister. Seeing this, Hua Mingzi turned around, opened a cabinet, and took out a box of medicine with one hand. Mod quickly stepped forward to take it, and Hua Mingzi softly said, this contains medicine for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruises. Sensing trouble, Yao Yutong tried to snatch the medicine box from Mod's hands. Hua Mingzi sternly stopped her, Miss Yao, there's no need for theatrics. If there's no other business, you can leave. Feeling enraged, Yao Yutong pulled out her phone to call the police. Hello, is this 911? I've been assaulted at the Hua Group building. Mod's face changed, and she was about to intervene. But Hua Mingzi held her wrist and calmly said, let her call. If she's done something wrong, she should face the consequences. Mod anxiously said, Xiao Guang is just a kid, he doesn't understand. Hua Mingzi chuckled lightly. If Xiao Guang hit someone, then we should follow the proper procedures, get a medical examination, and offer compensation. But Miss Yao might have some explaining to do with the police about what she added to my drink last night. Mod suddenly realized and looked gratefully at Hua Mingzi. She carefully unscrewed the cap of the medicated oil and gently applied it to Hua Mingzi. Seeing this, Yao Yutong's voice turned shrill. Mingzi, so you want the police to take me away too? Is there really no chance for us to get back together? Xiao Guang, noticing Yao Yutong's gaze at Hua Mingzi, became agitated and tried to rush over to hit her. Mod quickly stood up and held him back. Mingzi glanced at his bruised arm, covered with a layer of ointment. He rubbed it a bit, pulled down his sleeve, and said calmly, a broken mirror can never be made whole again, and I can easily afford a new one. His tone was indifferent, his eyes resolute. Yutong Yao nodded continuously, tears streaming down her face. Trembling, she removed the bracelet from her wrist and gently placed it on the desk, her voice choked with emotion. Mingzi, you gave this to me. I'm giving it back. Turning to Modi Shen, a flash of bitterness crossed Yutong's eyes. The other woman never has a good ending. You're only worthy of wearing what I've used. Remember, the way he's abandoning me today is how he'll abandon you tomorrow. Without a change in expression, Mingzi picked up a pen from the holder and lightly tapped it, causing the bracelet to fall to the ground and shatter into several pieces. Modi watched, her heart aching, as she recognized it as a rare treasure worth 3 million, given her expertise as a jewelry designer. The scene shattered Yutong completely, making her realize that Mingza was determined to sever ties. She left Hua Corporation seething, and as soon as she got into her car, she called Zheng Qinhua. Are you free? Let's meet. On the other end, Zheng Qin responded with a smile, of course. Yao Yutong later received another call from the police, and she said that the matter had been settled privately. Hua Mingza watched Yao Yutong's departing figure with a cold gaze, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He turned and tossed Yao Yutong's lunchbox and his own jacket into the trash can with a swift, decisive motion. Hua Mingza gestured to Xiaoguang, indicating for him to hand over the dessert. Did you prepare this for me? Hua Mingza looked at MOD, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. MOD felt a warmth in her heart, deeply touched by Hua Mingza's actions. She took the dessert from Xiaoguang's hands and said softly, I bought it on the way. Next time, I'll make it for you myself. Hua Mingza extended his hand, and MOD hesitated for a moment before understanding and hooking her finger with his. Satisfied, Hua Mingza smiled and opened the dessert box. Feeling a bit anxious, MOD explained, you mentioned having a meeting this morning, so I got you iced pear with rock sugar. You remembered? Hua Mingza's lips curved into a smile, a warm feeling rising in his chest. Something he mentioned casually, yet she remembered it. As Hua Mingza savored the dessert, he couldn't help but compare Yao Yutong and MOD in his mind. Yao Yutong was presumptuous, thinking MOD's family would cause him trouble. Little did she know MOD and Xiaoguang possessed the very qualities he admired and longed for. Take a seat with Xiaoguang. Once I'm done, I'll take you both to lunch, Hua Mingza said. MOD politely declined. No need, we'll head back to the hospital now. Hua Mingza insisted, I'll drive you back later. Xiaoguang's cochlear implant will be activated next week. Let's have a nice meal, and I'll show him around to help him relax a bit. Hearing this, MOD agreed. Hua Mingza then called the secretary via the intercom to prepare a fruit platter and take out the trash. The secretary was surprised to see Hua Mingza drinking the packaged iced pear with rock sugar. A few minutes later, the fruit platter arrived. Hua Mingza invited Xiaoguang and MOD to enjoy the fruit. Xiaoguang ate gracefully, a stark contrast to his earlier aggressive demeanor. Hua Mingza finished the dessert in one go. Although the taste was ordinary, he savored it because it was from MOD, trying to nurture his affection for her. At lunchtime, Hua Mingza took them to the executive dining room in the company. He had thoughtfully arranged dishes that MOD loved and those beneficial for Xiaoguang's recovery. Seeing the abundance of food, MOD felt uneasy, but Hua Mingza reassured her with a smile, explaining it was to welcome them. Hua Mingza personally served MOD and Xiaoguang, peeling shrimp with a natural and considerate touch. As they ate, Assistant Liu hurried over. Hua Mingza invited him to join the meal and assigned him to oversee Xiaoguang's rehabilitation starting the next day. Relieved, Assistant Liu greeted MOD and Xiaoguang. As he went to grab utensils, MOD stood to assist, but Assistant Liu politely declined. Once everything was settled, Assistant Liu reported, President, the 3 supplementary cards have been issued, with the same limit as the primary card. Hua Mingza took the cards and handed them to MOD, saying, I got you 3 supplementary cards, my dear. I'll also arrange for VIP cards at various places for your convenience. Modi quickly declined, I can't accept this. Hua Mingza fixed his gaze on Modi and insisted, handing her the bank card. What's mine is yours. Feel free to use it as you wish. He met her eyes briefly before glancing outside the private dining room. Following his gaze, Modi noticed a few tables occupied by diners in the main hall, each exuding an air of sophistication despite the sparse crowd. Just as Modi was about to look away, a couple entered the restaurant, chatting and laughing. The woman was unmistakably Yao Yutong. Modi looked closely and confirmed it was indeed her, still wearing the same fashionable winter dress from before. The man with her bore a slight resemblance to Hua Mingza, with softer features but an air of subtle cunning, especially when he smiled. Yao Yutong's gaze happened to sweep over them. Modi gracefully accepted the card from Hua Mingza and softly said, Thank you, hubby. She recalled Hua Mingza mentioning last night that his cousin was his biggest competitor and had asked her to play the role of his wife convincingly for the year. The man before them was likely that cousin. Hua Mingza couldn't hide his smile at the word hubby, radiating warmth. He gently stroked Modi's hair and replied softly, It's only right. Yao Yutong noticed Modi taking the card from Hua Mingza, a flash of jealousy in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, linking arms with Hua Zhengqin as they approached the private room. Assistant Liu timely said to Modi, Madam, the pin is your and Mr. Hua's wedding anniversary. Okay, thank you, Modi replied, thinking she would keep the card for now, useful for appearances if needed. Just then, Hua Zhengqin entered the room with Yao Yutong on his arm. He smiled slyly, nodding at Modi, and asked, Mingza, is this really your wife? Want me to check your marriage certificate? Hua Mingza countered, Do you want to see it? Haha, listen to you, Hu Jingqin chuckled as he gallantly pulled out a chair for Yao Yutong. Getting married is a good thing. No need for a marriage certificate. But did Grandpa know about this rather sudden marriage of yours? Hua Mingze raised an eyebrow. Sudden? We are legally married. How could it be unclear? Of course Grandpa knows. Getting married is a joyous occasion, not something to hide. Hua Jingqin laughed again. True, Mingze. You're always decisive in relationships, valuing love at first sight. Have you eaten? Join us. We're almost done, Hua Mingze replied, and can't finish what's left. Hua Jingqin quickly lost interest in staying for a meal. Eat their leftovers? With a smirk, he said, Mingze sister-in-law, enjoy your meal. I just came to say hello. Oh, and sister-in-law, my brother has a penchant for pretty girls, easily falling for beauty at first sight. Make sure to keep up your appearance so some flashy woman doesn't steal him away. His words hit the mark for Yao Yutong, who felt she had regained some ground. Looking at Moody with disdain, Moody smiled calmly. Is Big Brother complimenting my looks? Thank you for the praise. Please enjoy your meal, take care. Yao Yutong's face turned sour as Moody effortlessly diffused the situation. Hua Jingqin wrapped his arm around her waist as they left the room, raising an eyebrow. That woman, she's interesting. I heard her English is quite fluent. Yao Yutong's expression worsened, and she scoffed. Her English is indeed good, but given her background, that's probably her only notable skill. I heard she's in the same field as you, Hua Jingqin remarked with amusement. What? Yao Yutong frowned, feeling insulted that someone like Shen Mudi could be in her field. She's also a jewelry designer, Hua Jingqin said with a smile, as if thinking of something amusing, and added, I've heard the Zhongning Cup, held every 3 years, is quite prestigious in your jewelry world? Yes, it's considered the top domestic event for jewelry design. Every year, countless aspiring designers from humble backgrounds dream of making a name for themselves through the Zhongning Cup competition, hoping to catch the eye of top domestic brands or even attract the attention of wealthy heirs. Such dreams are truly far-fetched. Yao Yutong rolled her eyes in disdain, a mocking smile playing on her lips. She leisurely remarked, having faced discrimination all their lives, they see this as a lifeline and naturally aim for the stars. Unfortunately, while dreams are idealistic, reality is harsh. Her voice dripped with superiority. Many of these designers have never even seen raw gemstones. How can they expect to do well in the Zhongning Cup? Do they really think being a jewelry designer is as simple as sketching a design? As she spoke, Yao Yutong couldn't help but mentally compare Shen Modi, a hint of jealousy and contempt flashing in her eyes. Hua Jingqin listened, his smile growing wider. Suddenly, he asked, would you like to prepare a gift for Shen Modi? Yao Yutong scoffed, raising her chin. Me, give her a gift? Is she even worthy? But she quickly caught on and looked at Hua Jingqin with interest. You mean? Hua Jingqin slowly revealed his plan. Let's have her enter the Zhongning Cup competition. Then, you can show her the vast gap between the privileged and the underprivileged. It will also prove to Grandpa and the senior executives at Hua Corp that our powerful alliance is superior to his so-called charity case. Hearing this, Yao Yutong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Excitedly, she said, finally, a chance to crush Shen Modi. But then she frowned. However, I've already registered, and Shen Modi is busy taking care of her dying father and mute brother. She might not have time for the competition. Hua Jingqin was confident. Getting her to enter is no big deal. For someone like Shen Modi, a little incentive is all it takes. She'd jump at the chance, especially now that she's trying to cozy up to Hua Mingze. She'll see the competition as a way to enhance her prospects. Yao Yutong smiled sweetly. I'll leave it to you then. Hua Jingqin nodded. Yes, you just focus on preparing for the competition and aim for a top spot. Yao Yutong was full of confidence. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The last Zhongning Cup was 3 years ago, back when Hua Mingze's father was still alive and at the peak of his career. She missed out on participating because she accompanied Hua Mingze on a business trip abroad. This time, she's determined to shine brightly. After Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong left, Hua Mingze invited MOD and Xiaoguang to continue eating. Suddenly, MOD's phone vibrated. She glanced down to see a message from an unknown number. The content made her heart skip a beat. Shouty, the past is the past. If you feel I hurt you, I'm sorry. Please don't provoke Qiang. After Dingfan's video, I hope you won't have any conflicts with Qiang. MOD instantly realized who the sender was. Who else could it be but Gu Tianqi? Her grip tightened on her phone, her knuckles turning white with the strain. A wave of frustration and anger surged through her, and she clenched her teeth, trying to hold back the tears threatening to spill. What's wrong? Hua Mingze asked with concern, having noticed MOD's sudden change in demeanor. Dee took a deep breath, feigning calmness. Nothing. She firmly reminded herself. Shen Modi, can't you get over it? Why do you still care about what he says, about things and people from 3 years ago? She decisively blocked the number and resolved to get a new phone number, determined to leave the past behind. Just as she was about to put her phone down, her friend Qingyi called. Qingyi, what's up? MOD detected the weakness in her friend's voice. Silly girl, I've got a slight fever. Just resting at home for a few days, Chingy said casually, though she was actually suffering from a high fever of 39.5 degrees, struggling to pour herself some water. MOD asked worriedly, did you check your temperature? How high is it? 37.4, Chingy fibbed, not wanting her friend to worry. The conversation shifted to the upcoming Zhongding Cup competition. Chingy enthusiastically mentioned, silly girl, the prize money is huge this year. Just making it to the top 100 gets you 50,000, and the champion wins a whopping 1 million. You have to participate. Hearing this, MOD's eyes lit up. She thought of her father and brother's medical expenses, and a new sense of hope filled her. MOD quickly looked up the Zhongding Cup. It was indeed as Chingy had described, offering substantial prize money this year. She remembered that 3 years ago, the prize money was minimal, with the real benefit being the chance to sign with a renowned jewelry company if you placed well. Her circumstances didn't allow for a job change, and participating required significant effort, so she hadn't signed up back then. But now, with such high stakes, she decided to give it a shot. What if she made it to the finals? Thinking about her current status as Hua Mingze's wife, she immediately asked him, Mingze, if I participate in the jewelry design competition, will it affect you in any way? Hua Mingze gave a gentle smile and replied warmly, no, it won't. You should do whatever you want. Marriage should be an enhancement, like 11 being greater than 2, not a limitation. MOD still had some concerns, but what if I perform poorly and don't even make it to the top 100? What if the media starts saying that the Hua family's young master married a fool? Don't worry, Hua Mingze reassured her softly, my sister took part in the Zhongding Cup last time and got eliminated in the first round. Grandpa wasn't angry. He even gave her a bonus for encouragement. Just go for it without any pressure. MOD felt grateful and said, thank you. Hua Mingze reached out to tousle her hair but remembered he just peeled shrimp, so he simply gave her a tender smile instead. From now on, don't say thank you to me, we're family. Okay, MOD agreed, reminding herself to be more considerate of Hua Mingze. I'll go with you to register in a bit, and then we'll visit Dad at the hospital, Hua Mingze suggested. MOD nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu, the low-key assistant, cleverly chimed in, boss, Xiao Guang and I can help Madam with the registration and then show him around. Hua Mingze gave him an approving look, alright? Lu excitedly exchanged sign language with Xiao Guang. MOD also asked him to help register Chingy, as the next competition would be held in Haicheng. We'll do some shopping, then head back to the hospital, Hua Mingze said with a smile after MOD finished submitting her information. I want to change my phone number. MOD mentioned it to Hua Mingze without hesitation. After helping MOD change her phone number, Hua Mingze took her shopping. Although Hua Mingze was well aware of MOD's feelings, he kept it to himself. He understood the concept of using new feelings to forget old love and was trying to adapt to their marriage. As they browsed through the mall, he thoughtfully picked out clothes for her. When MOD politely declined, he persuaded her by saying, Mrs. Hua deserves to stand out. Feeling grateful, MOD offered to buy Hua Mingze a piece of clothing. In the men's store, she chose a white down jacket. Despite its high price, she felt it was worth it. As he tried it on, Hua Mingze's handsome and upright figure exuded an extraordinary charm. They both simultaneously said, wrap it up, and shared a knowing smile. Hua Mingze then suggested they buy clothes for his father and brother. MOD was concerned about the cost, so Hua Mingze, understanding her worries, took her to a more affordable store. MOD insisted on using her own card to pay for Hua Mingze's clothes. He accepted with a smile, quietly appreciating her kindness and gratitude. Although MOD still had feelings for someone else, she knew how to reciprocate his goodwill. After their shopping spree, they walked hand in hand back to the hospital. Just as they reached the door of the ward, they heard familiar voices inside. Coincidentally, Qiu Zhan, wearing a white coat, opened the door with a broad smile and greeted them. Oh, big brother and sister-in-law, come on in. At first, he was quite nervous, pretending to examine the patient seriously while eavesdropping and sneaking glances at Grandpa Hua and Mingze's mother. Seeing their calm demeanor, happy expressions, and pleasant conversation with Shen Weigua, he finally felt relieved. Hua Mingze quietly let out a sigh of relief, and his tense shoulders relaxed. Just as he was about to speak, MOD, upon hearing that the Hua family elders had arrived, became instantly anxious. A deep-seated sense of inferiority surged like a tide, almost paralyzing her. Memories of past humiliations, particularly the condescending scorn from Gu Tianxi's mother 3 years ago, haunted her vividly. Noticing MOD's unease, Hua Mingze gently reassured her, don't worry, my grandpa and mom are very kind. MOD forced a calm demeanor and nodded, I'm not nervous. Just as Hua Mingze was about to open the door, MOD suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him aside. She looked intently into his eyes, her voice filled with a plea, Mingze, my dad isn't well. Could you find a reason to bring them out? She wasn't afraid of being humiliated again, but feared that her father couldn't handle the emotional impact. Hua Mingze saw through MOD's concerns and tenderly held her hand. Don't worry, my mom and grandpa know about our marriage. Seeing MOD's lingering doubts, he suggested, how about we go sit in the cafe across the street? MOD remained anxious inside. She feared that once the Hua family learned their son had married a girl from a poor background, they might be displeased with her. Had she known how prestigious the Hua family was, she would never have rushed into marriage. But these reasons might not convince the Hua family, just as Gu Tianqi's mother never believed in her sincerity. Just as Hua Mingzi was about to go in and call them out, Hua's mother came out first. Her gaze fell on MOD. Feeling the gaze of Mrs. Hua, MOD froze completely. MOD stood there stiffly, as if she had forgotten how to walk or speak. Mrs. Hua smiled gently and greeted her. You must be MOD? MOD gathered her courage and stammered. Hello, Auntie. To her surprise, Mrs. Hua didn't scold her but instead playfully remarked, you two already have your marriage certificate and you're still calling me Auntie. I forgot to give you the money for changing how you address me. This left MOD even more bewildered, wondering if she had misheard. Seeing this, Hua Mingzi chuckled and intervened. Mom, MOD is more reserved and not great with small talk. Please be patient with her. Mrs. Hua waved it off. We're family. No need for formalities. MOD, come on in, it's cold outside. MOD was astonished, finding it hard to believe how kind and friendly Hua Mingzi's mother was. She wondered if Hua Mingzi had hidden the truth from her. Hua Mingzi took her hand to lead her into the hospital room, but MOD hesitated, wanting to clear up any misunderstandings first. Mrs. Hua, however, took MOD's hand and handed her a large red envelope, saying, it's our first meeting, and I have a little gift for you. MOD hurriedly refused. Auntie, I can't accept this. Mrs. Hua maintained her warm smile. Silly child, if it's from Mom, just take it. MOD was flustered, unsure of what to do, but Hua Mingzi promptly took the envelope, saying, if Mom gives it, well, accept it. Mrs. Hua nodded in satisfaction and urged, come on in. Once inside the hospital room, MOD noticed Grandpa Hua was also present and quickly greeted him respectfully. Grandpa Hua, smiling warmly, handed her another red envelope, calling her granddaughter-in-law. MOD tried to decline, but Hua Mingzi accepted it. Thank you, Grandpa, I'll keep it safe. Shen Weiguo watched the heartwarming scene unfold, a smile spreading across his face. Grandpa Hua turned to Shen Weiguo and brought up the wedding plans. In-law, we were just discussing the wedding. Why not pick a good date soon? Grandpa Hua unfolded a red piece of paper, pointing at several dates. These are all auspicious for a wedding. How about the 19th of the 12th lunar month? Next month for the wedding. Shen Weiguo agreed eagerly. Grandpa Hua then asked for Hua Mingzi and MOD's opinions. Hua Mingzi replied with a smile, he'll go with whatever Grandpa decides. Shen Weiguo, beaming, turned to MOD. Xiaodi, why don't you share your thoughts too? Hua Mingzi gave MOD a gentle tug. MOD felt a sudden warmth flood her heart. For the first time, she experienced trust and security, like a delicate yet beautiful flower blooming within her. She softly said, I will follow Grandpa's advice too. Though she knew she wasn't a match for Hua Mingzi, the kindness of his family filled her with gratitude. Seeing that everything was settled, Meng Qiulan suggested they leave. Grandpa Hua politely bid farewell, while Shen Weiguo wanted to see them off but was too weak to stand. Before leaving, Meng Qiulan and MOD exchanged contact information, planning to go shopping the next day. MOD, despite her nervousness, agreed. That evening, Hua Mingzi wanted to take MOD to their new home, but she insisted on staying at the hospital with her father. The next morning, Meng Qiulan called to invite MOD out. Hua Mingzi reassured her not to be nervous and personally drove her there. In front of the Yunding building, Meng Qiulan waited in elegant attire. She warmly linked arms with MOD and led her into the luxury section. Meng Qiulan enthusiastically picked out handbags for MOD, who seemed lost in thought. Just as MOD was wondering about Meng Qiulan's intentions, a familiar voice called out, Hey MOD, is that you? What a coincidence. MOD turned to see a face she wasn't pleased to encounter. It's a small world. Unpleasant people seem to show up wherever you go. Song Qiang, who should have been caught in a storm of public opinion, was now smiling brightly as she walked arm in arm with Gu Tianqi's mother, Zhang Huizhen, casting a defiant look at MOD. Song Qiang was smug, as if she had already won. Zhang Huizhen frowned at the sight of MOD and spoke unhappily. What are you doing in Haiqing? Did you come because you knew Tianqi was here? MOD calmly replied. I moved to Haiqing 3 years ago. Zhang Huizhen's voice turned sharp. So you're saying Tianqi came here because of you? I broke up with Gu Tianqi 3 years ago. Where he goes is none of my concern. MOD turned to leave, but Zhang Huizhen reached out to grab her. MOD quickly dodged, which only made Zhang Huizhen more agitated. What do you mean by that? Am I some kind of virus? Shan MOD, are you secretly trying to get back with Tianqi? I have not contacted Gu Tianqi, not before, not now, and not in the future, MOD replied coolly. Zhang Huizhen was furious. MOD, who do you think you are? You think my Tianqi isn't good enough for you? At this moment, Meng Qiulan arrived on the scene. Hearing Zhang Huizhen's words, she smiled and said, Madam, you're right. Our little D indeed isn't suited for just anyone. Zhang Huizhen, fuming, scrutinized Meng Qiulan and asked, and who might you be? Meng Qiulan, she introduced herself confidently. Seeing that neither Zhang Huizhen nor Song Qiang recognized her, Meng Qiulan didn't mind. She took MOD's hand and formally introduced her. This is my daughter-in-law, Shin MOD. I don't care about past grievances, but if anyone dares to bully her in the future, I will repay them double. With that, Meng Qiulan led MOD away. MOD was moved to tears, not expecting her mother-in-law to defend her so fiercely. Meng Qiulan patted MOD's hand reassuringly. Child, you don't have to be weak anymore. Whatever happens, Mingza has your back, I have your back, and the Hua family has your back. Thank you, Mom, MOD said effortlessly, feeling it was the most natural thing to call her that. Meng Qiulan took MOD shopping for a bag. When MOD hesitated, Meng Qiulan insisted. You need to get used to this lifestyle. Money should circulate. The more you spend on your wife, the more prosperous the family becomes. As she spoke, Meng Qiulan suddenly felt a pang of sadness, reminded of her late husband. MOD noticed the change in her mother-in-law's mood and asked with concern, what's wrong? Meng Qiulan sighed softly, it's nothing. Little D, I just hope you and Mingza live well, love each other, enjoy life, do everything in moderation, and take care of your health. Yes, we will, MOD promised. Just as Meng Qiulan was picking out a bag for MOD, Zhang Huizhen and Song Qiang approached arrogantly, saying, I'll take this bag. Wrap it up. The sales assistant was in a dilemma. Madam, I'm sorry, but this bag was being considered by this lady first. Zhang Huizhen scoffed. Didn't she just say she wanted to have a look? Can't I just buy it directly? Zhang Huizhen was seething with anger. Having just been embarrassed by Meng Qiulan, this influential figure in Meiqing couldn't believe she was being humiliated like this. She squinted her eyes, casting a cold glance at Meng Qiulan and Shen Modi as they picked out handbags, feeling even more disdainful. Wrap up these 2 bags for me as well, Zhang Huizhen demanded arrogantly to the sales assistant, her chin slightly raised. The sales assistant looked at Meng Qiulan with a troubled expression, but the latter just gave a gentle smile. I'll look at something else then. Seeing Meng Qiulan back down, Zhang Huizhen felt even more triumphant. She pointed to the most expensive bag and said, I'll take this one too. Meng Qiulan let out a light snort and said in a deep voice, wrap this bag up for me. The situation became tense in an instant. The sales assistant was caught in a dilemma, and Zhang Huizhen threatened to file a complaint against her. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, the manager arrived just in time. Hello, ladies, the manager greeted them with a smile. Zhang Huizhen impatiently interrupted. I want this bag. Hurry up and swipe the card. Meng Qiulan calmly asked, I heard that Love Lawn VIPs have priority in purchasing? Yes, madam, the manager replied respectfully. Zhang Huizhen sneered and pulled out her platinum VIP card. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. This was one of the rare cards, with only about 300 issued worldwide. Did you see that? Now can you wrap my bag? Zhang Huizhen said smugly. Meng Qiulan unhurriedly took out her wallet from her handbag and slowly unzipped it. All eyes were on her hands. Oh, a gold VIP card. Song Qiang laughed mockingly. Meng Qiulan glanced meaningfully at Song Qiang. With a hint of amusement in her eyes, Meng Qiulan turned to Zhang Huizhen and asked, your daughter? Zhang Huizhen nodded proudly, her eyes full of superiority. Meng Qiulan chuckled. She doesn't quite look like you, but her way of handling things is exactly the same. Zhang Huizhen, having just understood the relationship between the two, was secretly pleased. She looked provocatively at Meng Qiulan and said with a hint of sarcasm, mother-in-law to mother-in-law, what does your daughter-in-law have on my Qiang? She then boasted about Song Qiang's background, her words dripping with pride. Meng Qiulan remained unfazed and said meaningfully, birds of a feather flock together, as the old saying goes. Zhang Huizhen was immediately displeased and retorted, it takes one to know one. Your daughter-in-law is quite sharp-tongued too. Meng Qiulan calmly replied, I like my daughter-in-law for her reasoning skills, but I'll teach her that with some people, reasoning isn't necessary. The tension between them was palpable as they both turned to the manager. The bag, can I have it now? They asked. The manager respectfully addressed Meng Qiulan. Valued gold prestige cardholder, we will wrap this up for you immediately. Zhang Huizhen was stunned and looked at the manager incredulously. Look closely. I have a platinum card. The manager apologized profusely. You are indeed a valued customer, but this lady is our supreme client. Meng Qiulan explained with a smile. Lovelon's top-tier member, gold prestige card. She waved the gold card. See clearly? It's gold, not yellow. Zhang Huizhen was mortified, while Meng Qiulan showed no mercy. Return her bank card. I'll take all these bags. From now on, Lovelon will no longer serve her. Zhang Huizhen was furious. What gives you the right? Don't push me too far. Meng Qiulan remained composed by having the Lovelon top-tier gold prestige card. The sales assistant promptly handed the wrapped bags to Meng Qiulan. Zhang Huizhen was livid. I spend over 20 million a year at Lovelon, and this is how I'm treated? I want to speak to your manager. Meng Qilan leisurely replied, I am the manager. She waved the gold prestige card again. I'm the head of Lovelon in China. Zhang Huizhen was so angry she nearly had a heart attack and turned to leave. Meng Qilan raised her voice, daughter-in-law, did you see that? In the future, when dealing with arrogant people, don't hold back, teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Zhang Huizhen nearly stumbled as she hurried away. Today, a grudge was formed, and she will definitely seek revenge in the future. MOD silently calculated in her heart. Although the brand manager was arrogant now, he was just an employee, and his downfall was inevitable. When that time comes, she would repay him tenfold. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on MOD's lips, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. After Zhang Huizhen left, Meng Qilan immediately picked up several luxury handbags and handed them to MOD. Here, Xiao Di, these are all yours. MOD was taken aback and instinctively declined. Mom, these are too expensive. I can't accept them. Her gaze lingered on one of the bags. Her heart raced. It was a limited edition worth over 2 million. Meng Qilan insisted, when your mother gives you something, you take it. Remember, you are now the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, and that is your confidence. Being kind is good, but you must also have an edge. Don't let anyone bully you again, understand? MOD nodded lightly, a complex expression crossing her face. She remembered getting into a fight for a classmate in elementary school, with her father quietly paying the medical bills. She recalled nearly losing her job over a commission at work. Life's hardships had taught her to restrain her sharpness, yet deep down, her stubbornness never faded. Thank you, Mom. MOD finally accepted the handbags, her heart a mix of emotions. She understood that as Hua Mingze's wife, certain occasions indeed required a show of status. Seeing this, Meng Qilan gently linked her arm through MOD's. Silly girl, you and Mingze are husband and wife. We are family. This is fate, a blessing. Don't feel burdened by whatever you want. MOD felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes slightly misty. Before she could speak, Meng Qilan, already brimming with enthusiasm, pulled her along. Come on, let me show you more things. Meng Qilan pulled MOD along to pick out some jewelry. As a jewelry designer, MOD had an exceptional eye for fine pieces. She immediately fell for a jade pendant that was perfectly translucent and of excellent quality, complementing Meng Qilan's elegance. Priced at over 170,000, it was indeed a significant sum for MOD, but given the pendant's quality, it was worth every penny. Mom, do you like this jade pendant? MOD asked, pointing to it. Meng Qilan was also captivated by the pendant and smiled. I love it. I'll buy it for you. MOD felt a warmth in her heart but replied, let me buy it. She planned to use Hua Mingze's card first and work hard to repay it once the family situation stabilized. She also hoped to compete in the Zhongding Cup competition, and if she placed well, it would cover this expense. Seeing her mother-in-law happily agree, MOD asked the sales assistant to take down the pendant. Touching it, she felt its smooth texture, and with joy, she helped her mother-in-law put it on. Both of them stood in front of the mirror, with Meng Qilan beaming, while MOD felt a surge of warmth. It's beautiful! Meng Qilan exclaimed, admiring the pendant. MOD sincerely said, as long as you like it, that's what matters. I'm just borrowing the flowers to offer to Buddha, using Mingze's money, but it'll work hard. Meng Qilan chuckled, silly child, you're married now. What's his is yours. Come, let me pick some pieces for you too. MOD quickly declined, but Meng Qilan insisted. Seeing her mother-in-law pick several pieces, MOD grew anxious. Meng Qilan noticed and laughed. There's nothing particularly striking today. Let's wait for the new arrivals. Relieved, MOD suggested they find a place to rest and enjoy some dessert. At checkout, MOD insisted on using Hua Mingze's card to pay for the pendant. Meanwhile, at the Hua Group, a meeting was underway about the development of the southern suburb plot. Hua Mingze advocated for building premium townhouses, while Hua Zhengqin insisted on high-rise apartments. The disagreement was intense, creating a tense atmosphere in the meeting room. Just as Hua Mingze was explaining the advantages of townhouses, his phone vibrated, disrupting his train of thought. Seeing the alert for the 170,000 purchase on the secondary card, his expression relaxed, and his mood lifted. Assistant Liu, noticing this, was secretly surprised that the boss's mood improved because of his wife's spending. Hua Mingze put down his phone and calmly said, today, we have a lot of differing opinions, which is a good thing. After the meeting, please submit written proposals. Remember, Hua Group is our foundation, and our customers are our lifeblood. I hope you consider the customers' needs when creating your proposals. Winning people's hearts is the key to success, and that requires us to create truly great products. Meeting adjourned. With that, he left the meeting room first, leaving the executives staring at each other. Lu Chen, bring in the files I need to handle this afternoon, came Hua Mingze's dissatisfied voice. There was a lot to deal with, and after work, he still needed to pick up the custom wedding rings. On the other side, Meng Qilan left the jewelry store with MOD and headed straight to the health management center in the Yunding building. The manager of the spa center recognized Meng Qilan immediately and warmly greeted her, personally arranging for the best therapist. Meng Qilan quietly instructed the manager to set up a membership card and add credit for MOD, to which the manager respectfully agreed. During the massage, Modi unknowingly fell asleep. Meng Qilan looked at her tired face with compassion. An hour later, Modi awoke, feeling refreshed. Meng Qilan gently comforted her and suggested that she come more often to relax. The two of them then went to the luxurious restaurant across the street, where they happened to encounter Zhang Huizhen and Song Qing. All four requested the last private dining room at the same time, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhang Huizhen was aggressive, but Meng Qilan remained calm and unflustered. Caught in a dilemma, the server didn't know what to do until Meng Qilan suddenly smiled and said, "Let her have it." This concession not only eased the awkwardness, but also demonstrated her grace and composure. Zhang Huizhen felt appeased and satisfied. MOD's mother-in-law seems quite perceptive. Meng Qilan smiled gently, though a shrewd glint flashed in her eyes. She turned to the waiter, her tone calm yet firm. "Please take us to private room 1111. The waiter looked troubled and explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, ma'am, all the luxury rooms are booked. Reservations need to be made at least a week in advance." "Isn't 1111 reserved for the owner?" Meng Qilan inquired without missing a beat. The waiter began to sweat. "Yes, but without direct instructions from the owner, we can't assign it." Standing nearby, Zhang Huizhen couldn't help but burst into laughter, her eyes filled with disdain. She raised an eyebrow at Song Qing, who immediately caught on and covered her mouth, laughing. Really thinks she's someone important. Seeing her mother-in-law being mocked, MOD's eyes flared with anger, and she was about to speak up in her defense. However, Meng Qilan held her hand and said to the waiter, "Please call your manager." Zhang Huizhen laughed again, mocking, "Can the manager magically create a room out of thin air?" Sensing the tension, the waiter quickly tried to defuse the situation by saying to Zhang Huizhen, "This way, please." He attempted to redirect her attention, but Zhang Huizhen refused to budge, crossing her arms defiantly. "I want to see what your manager looks like." Meng Qilan was secretly delighted that Zhang Huizhen wasn't leaving. She smirked slightly, feeling pleased inside. Zhang Huizhen was practically asking to be humiliated, and Meng Qilan was more than willing to oblige. Some people just think too highly of themselves, acting arrogant and looking down on everyone as if they could push anyone around. It was high time she learned what it was like to hit a brick wall. In less than 2 minutes, the lobby manager hurried over, beaming with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he greeted. Recognizing Meng Qilan immediately, his demeanor became even more respectful. "Mrs. Hua, you're here, please come in." Meng Qilan glanced at Zhang Huizhen and smiled. "From now on, call me Mrs. Hua, and this is my daughter-in-law, Xin Mafei. You can address her as Mrs. Hua as well." The manager nodded repeatedly. Linking arms with Mafei, Meng Qilan cheerfully headed towards the private room. Zhang Huizhen's face turned ashen with fury. She had secured what she thought was the last available room, only to watch Shen Mafei being escorted to a luxurious suite. It suddenly dawned on her that Meng Qilan had deliberately played dumb to lure her in. Meng Qilan deliberately slowed her pace, raising her voice to say to Mafei, "Shouty, 1111 is our reserved room. Anytime you want to dine or bring friends, feel free to use it." Zhang Huizhen heard every word clearly, fuming with rage. Song Qing quietly suggested, "Mom, let's go to our room." Unable to contain her anger any longer, Zhang Huizhen snapped. "What room? Are all the restaurants in Haicheng closed? Let's go somewhere else. This place is like a marketplace." With that, she stormed off. Song Qing followed closely behind and, once outside the restaurant, angrily called Shen Mafei, only to find she had been blocked. Meanwhile, Meng Qilan and Mafei were comfortably seated in room 1111. Meng Qilan handed the menu to Mafei, saying warmly, "Here, daughter-in-law, see what you'd like to eat." Mafei responded politely, "Mom, you go ahead and order." "I'm fine with anything." Meng Qilan ordered a few dishes, specifically instructing the manager, "Tell the kitchen to make it a bit lighter." She knew Mafei was from Meicheng and preferred milder flavors. While waiting for the food, Meng Qilan engaged Mafei in light conversation, steering clear of sensitive topics like work and income. Instead, she expressed concern about Mafei's father's illness. "Shouty, don't worry too much about your dad. With Qiu Zhan personally treating him, he'll surely get better. You see, Mafei and Yutong are quite different. Mafei appreciates and is grateful to everyone. Yutong looks down on Mingza's friends who aren't wealthy elites. Mingza, however, doesn't mind. He believes that friendships should be diverse. In the company of three, there is always something to learn," he says, valuing people with good character. Yutong scoffs at this, and the two continue to argue. Moody, upon hearing that her younger brother is about to undergo cochlear implant surgery, looks determined. "Everything will get better," she says. Meng Qilan smiles reassuringly, Once your brother starts speaking, your father will recover even faster. Moody's eyes redden with emotion, hoping her brother will soon say to his sister. Meng Qiulan pats her hand comfortingly. Child, good things happen to good people. Fate has its own plans. Just then the manager brings in the food. Meng Qiulan calls out, let's eat. I didn't order much, so let's make sure to finish it. She wipes her hands and picks up her chopsticks, serving a chicken leg to Moody. Moody responds, thank you mom, you should eat too. They share a warm smile. After the meal, Meng Qiulan considers Moody's plans. Moody, do you need a ride to the office or the hospital? Moody politely declines, no need mom. I can walk. Meng Qiulan insists, let's head to the hospital then. I'll have the driver take you. Just then Moody's phone rings. It's Hua Mingze. Meng Qiulan smiles. Go ahead, answer it. Moody picks up Mingze. Hua Mingze's gentle voice comes through. Did you have a nice time with mom? When MOD heard Hua Mingze's voice, it was as if she could see his smiling face, and she couldn't help but smile herself. While MOD was on the phone with Hua Mingze, her mother-in-law, Meng Qiulan, watched her with a smile from nearby. Blushing, MOD softly answered Hua Mingze's questions, briefly describing the meal she had just enjoyed. Hua Mingze gently promised to take her out for delicious food more often, warming her heart. After some casual chatting, Hua Mingze said he would come to pick her up. Meng Qiulan approached with a smile, reminding MOD to wait in the private room. MOD insisted on seeing her mother-in-law to the car before heading back into the restaurant. Just after sending her mother-in-law off, Song Qiang suddenly appeared, mocking MOD with a sarcastic tone. Unwilling to back down, MOD shot back, and the two exchanged sharp words. Song Qiang pushed her luck and jabbed MOD's chest with her finger. When her warning went unheeded, MOD decisively retaliated by grabbing Song Qiang's finger. Song Qiang cried out in pain and threatened to make a scene. MOD responded with a cold smile. Song Qiang then mentioned Gu Tianqi, causing a pang in MOD's heart, though she remained outwardly calm. Just then, Hua Mingze's car arrived, and MOD felt a wave of relief as she quickly walked towards it. She jogged over to Hua Mingze's car. As Modi started running, her shadow fell behind her. Lu Qin quickly stopped the car, and Hua Mingze got out to meet Modi. His eyes were full of tenderness, though he lightly scolded. Why are you running? Inside, he was delighted that she was coming to him willingly. He took her handbag, gently brushed aside the strands of hair on her forehead, and held her hand, asking with concern, Didn't I tell you to wait inside? Are you cold? Modi shook her head, seeing the concern in his eyes and realizing she looked a bit disheveled. Hua Mingze took her hand, and Modi suddenly clasped his in return. This warmth made her feel less afraid, and she resolved to embrace a new beginning. Once in the car, Hua Mingze noticed the gaze of Song Qiang and a wealthy lady but merely asked if Modi knew them. Modi briefly explained her past with Song Qiang, and Hua Mingze gently touched her lips with his fingers, comforting her, Don't dwell on unhappy things. Making yourself happy is what matters. Modi felt warmth in her heart and her eyes grew moist. Hua Mingze always knew how to comfort her precisely. Holding her hand, he instructed assistant Lu to drive to Lanting Garden, teasingly mentioning he had something to show her. Meanwhile, Song Qiang and Zhang Huizhen got into their car, surprised by Modi's new boyfriend. Zhang Huizhen blamed Song Qiang for not finding out more and reminded her to be a good supportive partner. Song Qiang responded dismissively, her mind troubled by Gu Tianqi's indifference. Back at Lanting Garden, Modi was curious about what Hua Mingze wanted to show her. With a mysterious smile, Hua Mingze said, It's something sacred. Modi guessed it was a wedding dress, but Hua Mingze denied it, playfully insisting on a kiss for a clue. Modi felt a sudden warmth in her ears and leaned in to give Hua Mingze a quick kiss on the cheek. A flicker of surprise flashed in Hua Mingze's eyes. He swiftly pulled Modi inside and nudged the door shut with his foot, enveloping them both in the cozy warmth of the room. Gently pinning Modi against the wall, he gazed down at her, his eyes burning with intensity. Modi blushed deeply, feeling his breath on her skin. Where exactly did you kiss me? Hua Mingze asked in a husky voice. Modi's heart raced as she softly replied, Your cheek. Wearing sneakers, she could only reach his side profile, nearly brushing against his Adam's apple. Hua Mingze said no more, capturing Modi's lips in a kiss. Her heart pounded like a drum, but she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss. She was determined to start anew and leave the past behind. Feeling Modi's response, Hua Mingze's restraint snapped. He dropped the shopping bags to the floor, scooped her up, and headed towards the master bedroom. Despite it being daytime, Modi shyly nestled into his embrace. After an intense session of passion, Modi, embarrassed, hid under the covers. Hua Mingze, invigorated, playfully offered to carry her to the bathroom, but she nervously declined. Once Hua Mingze was in the bathroom, Modi quickly dressed and went to the guest bathroom. Returning to the living room, she tidied up the scattered shopping bags and placed them on the coffee table. As she curiously examined Hua Mingze's bag, he swept her onto his lap from behind. Have you guessed? Hua Mingze whispered in her ear. Mod instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her tightly. Don't move. I'm just a normal man, he chuckled, kissing her cheek. Blushing, Mod quietly asked for more hints. Hua Mingze retrieved a beautifully crafted red gift box from the bag and set it on the table. Mod guessed it was a marriage certificate, but Hua Mingze laughed and encouraged her to open it. Together, they unpacked the box, revealing a red box with an embedded ring box. Hua Mingze opened it to reveal 2 rings that Mod had designed herself. She marveled at their beauty. Hua Mingze suggested they try them on for size before the wedding. As he picked up the ring meant for Mod, he noticed her suddenly clench her fist. What's wrong? Hua Mingze asked gently. After a moment of hesitation, Modi asked, what if someone told you your wife had a sordid past and showed you evidence? What would you do? Hua Mingze's expression remained calm, but his voice carried a steely edge. I would make sure they regret ever slandering my wife. Determined to start anew and leave the past behind, Mod responded to Hua Mingze, who found it hard to contain himself. He dropped the bag and carried her straight to the master bedroom. Gu Tianqi used to be as gentle as Hua Mingze is now. No, Gu Tianqi was even more tender. Mod recalled the moments of her relationship with Gu Tianqi, his meticulous care for her, from warm winter clothes to cool summer breezes, from carrying her when she was sick to supporting her academic endeavors. Every detail was etched deeply in her heart. Because of this, she fell into a 3-year abyss of pain after their breakup. Hua Mingze gazed into Mod's eyes, his tone firm. I don't need others to tell me about my wife. Even witnessing something firsthand might not reveal the truth, let alone hearing it secondhand. If I have doubts, I'll ask you directly for clarification. He gently caressed Mod's cheek and said softly, life is long, and misunderstandings and conflicts are inevitable. I promise, I'll discuss any issue with you face to face. Mod's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling over. She remembered how Gu Tianqi hadn't even given her a chance to explain. Can I ask you one more question? She asked cautiously. Hua Mingze nodded. Of course, ask as many as you like. About your past feelings, are you really not going to look back? Mod inquired. Hua Mingze answered decisively, never. He explained that he was eager to get married to completely sever ties with his past. He had given Yao Yutong too many chances. But love must have its limits. He set aside his pride for love, and set aside love for his dignity. From now on, he would devote all his love to Mod, his lawful wife. Seeing Mod extend her hand, Hua Mingze smiled and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. It fits perfectly, he said, extending his own hand as well. Mod watched as Hua Mingze's long, elegant fingers slipped into the ring she had just placed on his ring finger. At that moment, the ring seemed to emit a sacred glow. Hua Mingze admired the ring on his finger with satisfaction and extended his hand towards Mod. She reached out her hand too, and the 2 rings gleamed side by side. Perfect. Hua Mingze exclaimed with a smile, as long as you like it. Mod found herself liking it more and more. Of course I do. And you? I love it, the craftsmanship is exceptional, Hua Mingze praised. He reached out and gently pulled Mod into his arms, softly stroking her hair. Mod felt a warm flutter in her heart and humbly thanked him. Hua Mingze caressed her face, encouragingly saying, You're amazing, my wife. The word wife moved Mod deeply, and she fought back tears with a smile. Just as she was about to remove the ring, Hua Mingze held her hand. Let's keep them on until the wedding day. Wear it now. Mod lifted her hand and gazed at the ring. She had imagined this scene countless times, but never with him. Yet, it was just as beautiful. Yes, I'll wear it, she agreed. Hua Mingze held her close and kissed her cheek. They began discussing wedding plans, including custom-made gowns and wedding photos. Mod agreed to let him handle everything. Hua Mingze laughed. From now on, I'll take care of things outside, and you'll be in charge at home. When I'm at work, I'll make the decisions, but at home, I listen to you. The couple decided to choose the wedding dress together. Amidst their affection, an unexpected kiss made the atmosphere intimate. Blushing, Mod suggested they head out immediately. That afternoon, they took measurements and selected 4 wedding dresses. Returning to Lanting residence in the evening, Mod truly felt Hua Mingze's warmth and enthusiasm. The next day, she woke up at 10 to find Hua Mingze already working. Checking her phone, Mod discovered that the Hua family had publicly announced their engagement. The news was flooded with comments and well wishes across major platforms. Determined not to let Hua Mingze's kindness go to waste, Mod resolved to be a good wife. Meanwhile, Gu Tianqi saw the news with a complex expression. He adjusted his tie and instructed his assistant to add more appointments to his schedule, even canceling his lunch break. In a luxurious villa in Haiqing, Song Qiang had just seen the news, and she was furious. Song Qiang stared intently at her phone screen, her fingers gripping so tightly that they turned white. The elegant and noble photo of Shen Modi stung her eyes. She let out a cold laugh and threw her phone onto the sofa with force. Love at first sight? She's just a woman who knows how to seduce men. Song Qiang muttered through gritted teeth. Tianqi was like this back then. And now it's the same with Hua Sanchao. She recalled the arrogant attitude of Shen Modi's mother-in-law and suddenly realized, so she clung to the powerful Hua family. Just as Song Qiang was stewing in her resentment, Zhang Huizhen's voice came from the staircase. Qiang, what's wrong? Song Qiang quickly composed herself, putting on a sweet expression. Mom, I just saw an ugly cake and found it a bit distasteful. Her eyes lit up with an idea. How about I bake a cake myself tomorrow? A homemade one that Tianqi would surely like more. Zhang Huizhen raised an eyebrow. Can you make it look good? I'll give it my best shot. I'll have 2 pastry chefs come and teach me tomorrow, Song Qiang promised confidently. All right then. Zhang Huizhen nodded in approval and instructed the maid, Xiaofeng, make sure the house is thoroughly clean tomorrow for Tianqi's birthday. Yes ma'am, Xiaofeng responded promptly. Zhang Huizhen then reminded Song Qiang, Qiang, after you finish the cake tomorrow, make sure you dress up nicely. Once the dinner is ready, let the staff take the night off and we'll celebrate Tianqi's birthday together. Okay mom, Song Qiang replied, looking forward to the arrangements hinted at by her mother-in-law. The day of Gu Tianqi's birthday arrived in no time. Song Qiang invited 2 pastry chefs and watched them make the cake, occasionally snapping a few photos with the tools. 2 hours later, a beautifully crafted 2-layer cake was freshly made. Song Qiang selected 9 photos and posted them on her social media. A cake made with love for my husband. Happy birthday, my love. By 6 in the evening, a sumptuous dinner was set on the table. Zhang Huizhen called Gu Tianqi to confirm his schedule. Learning that her son would be home in 10 minutes, she smiled with satisfaction. Soon, the sound of a car horn was heard outside. Song Qiang's eyes lit up. Mom, Tianqi is back. I'll go greet him. When Gu Tianqi walked in, he expressionlessly took off his suit jacket, ignored Song Qiang's outstretched hand, and hung the jacket on the coat rack himself. Tianqi, happy birthday, Song Qiang said, offering him a bouquet of roses. I don't like roses, Gu Tianqi replied coldly, sidestepping her. Zhang Huizhen frowned at the scene and quickly intervened. Son, happy birthday. Go wash your hands and let's eat. The 3 of them sat down at the dining table. Zhang Huizhen served Gu Tianqi some chicken soup and added more food to his plate. Eat more, you've gotten thinner. Mom, you should eat too, Gu Tianqi said, serving his mother some food as well. Zhang Huizhen smiled warmly, touched by the gesture, and started eating. A moment later, she got up to fetch some red wine and poured 3 glasses. Let's have a toast. Tianqi, may you always be happy, healthy, and safe. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mom, Gu Tianqi replied, clinking glasses with Zhang Huizhen and drinking his wine. Zhang Huizhen exchanged a glance with Song Qiang and then smiled. Qiang, didn't you make a cake for Tianqi? Go ahead and bring it over to cut. All right, Mom. Ku-ing immediately went to the kitchen eagerly and brought out the cake. Ku-ing walked into the living room carrying the beautifully crafted 2-tier cake, a hopeful smile on her face. Huizhen praised, Tianqi, this is the result of Ku-ying's hard work all afternoon. Come, you cut it. Tianqi with a blank expression replied, no need, I don't like sweets. Tianqi, I want some, Huizhen said, her tone slightly pleading. Reluctantly, Tianqi took the knife. Fine, I'll cut it for you. Ku-ing tried to get closer, but the cold aura around Tianqi pushed her back. She had to step back and said with a smile, Tianqi, here is a plate. Cut a piece for Mom first. Tianqi cut a piece, and Ku-ing quickly handed it to Huizhen. Mom, try it. Watching her husband's indifferent back, Ku-ing felt a deep pain. For 3 years, she had tried to please him in every way, yet she still couldn't melt his icy heart. She recalled their engagement 3 years ago when Tianqi coldly said, okay, we'll get married in 3 years. During these 3 years, I'll focus on work. She had agreed joyfully. But he added, don't be happy. I'll never love you. Ku-ing knew his heart was with Shen Modi, yet she naively believed that time would change everything. 3 years passed, and he still despised her, ignoring her. As Tianqi was about to put the knife down, Ku-ing quickly approached with an empty plate. However, Tianqi had already turned away. Mom, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest now. Tianqi, today is your birthday, at least have a little, Huizhen urged. Mom, you enjoy it. I can't eat sweets. I've been too tired lately overseeing projects. I'll go upstairs to rest. Alright, then rest well. Ku-ing helped Tianqi with his bath and make the bed. Okay, Mom. Ku-ing understood and hurried upstairs. Tianqi frowned and followed. He felt a heat in his body, suspecting something was wrong with the dinner. Back in the room, Ku-ing was running the bath. Tianqi said coldly, get out. Tianqi, I've prepared the bath for you. You should soak a bit, Ku-ing said gently, secretly hoping the drug would take effect. I said get out. Tianqi's voice grew more irritated. Seeing his reddened eyes, Ku-ing knew the drug was working and said, I'll get your pajamas. No need, Tianqi refused, but the heat in his body intensified. Ku-ing approached with the robe, and suddenly, Tianqi grabbed her by the neck. Ku-ing let out a startled cry, but soon couldn't make a sound. She struggled desperately, and the robe fell to the floor. As Ku-ing was about to suffocate, Tianqi released her. She fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air. Tianqi, I know you don't love me, but I'm still your wife. You can't take out your frustrations on me. Kuing cried. What did you put in my food? Tianqi demanded, his eyes bloodshot. What? Kuing looked shocked. Tianqi squinted, remembering the chicken soup and wine his mother had personally given him. He knew his mother wanted a grandchild. Get out! Tianqi shouted. But Tianqi, if mom finds out we're not sharing a room, she'll worry. Kuing quickly mentioned her mother-in-law. Tianqi sneered, stepping over the robe as he left the room. Kuing got up and chased after him, hugging his waist tightly from behind. She pressed against him, her hands caressing his chest, her voice seductive. Tianqi gritted his teeth and pushed her away forcefully, heading downstairs. Kuing fell to the ground, watching him leave with a mix of anger and urgency. Tianqi, why are you going downstairs? Huijin asked. Mom, a client called for a meeting about a project. I need to go. Tianqi made an excuse. Tianqi, can't you reschedule? It's your birthday. Huijin tried to dissuade him. Mom, this client is important. I have to go, Tianqi insisted, heading for the door. Oh. Huijin suddenly cried out, clutching her chest. Mom, what's wrong? Tianqi saw his mother clutching her chest and frowned with concern. Mom, it's nothing, Zhang Huizhen said. But her hand was pressed tightly against her chest, looking as if she was in such pain she might die at any moment. Zhang Huizhen's face was pale, her brows furrowed, and she was curled up on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Gu Tianqi rushed over and called out loudly for the driver, Li Quan. It was only then he remembered that the servants and the driver didn't live there. Without hesitation, Gu Tianqi picked up his mother and headed quickly towards the door. Zhang Huizhen groaned in pain, her voice weak as she said, Tianqi, my chest hurts so much, what's happening? As Gu Tianqi was about to take his mother to the hospital, Song Qiang, thinking quickly, stopped him. Tianqi, mom's symptoms seem like an acute heart attack. Moving her could cause sudden death. Hearing the words, sudden death, Gu Tianqi froze. Song Qiang took the opportunity to suggest, put mom back on the sofa. I'll call 911 and contact a pharmacy for emergency heart medication. Gu Tianqi agreed through gritted teeth and gently placed his mother back on the sofa. Zhang Huizhen sighed softly and gripped her son's hand. When I couldn't catch my breath just now, I thought I'd never see you again. Gu Tianqi held his mother's hand tightly, reassuring her, Mom, you'll be all right. Song Qiang came over and began massaging Zhang Huizhen's pressure points. Before long, Zhang Huizhen said she felt much better and even stood up to take a few steps. She insisted on not going to the hospital, claiming it was just angina from getting up too early and that a little rest would help. Although Gu Tianqi was skeptical, he felt somewhat relieved seeing his mother's step so light. However, as the tension eased, a burning desire began to rise within him. MOD's image kept appearing in his mind, and painful memories surged like a tide. Xiao Di, Gu Tianqi murmured, his voice soft but not escaping Song Qiang's ears. Her expression changed, realizing that Gu Tianqi still hadn't forgotten Shin Modi. Determined to seize the moment, Song Qiang supported Gu Tianqi. Tianqi, are you feeling unwell? Let me help you upstairs. She thought to herself that her mother-in-law had helped her this far, and she had to make sure to turn this opportunity into a reality. Get away. Gu Tianqi's demeanor was fierce. He realized his self-control was waning, and he increasingly wanted to pounce on Song Qiang. Even worse, Song Qiang's face kept changing before him, sometimes appearing as Song Qiang, sometimes as Xiao Di. Whenever Xiao Di's face appeared, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward. Tianqi, Song Qiang called softly. Seeing Gu Tianqi in a daze, Song Qiang felt regret, but then had a sudden idea. She mimicked Shen Modi's voice, calling out, Axi? This call awakened a part of Gu Tianqi's subconscious, and he suddenly pulled Song Qiang into his arms. Despite the jealousy raging inside her, Song Qiang smiled with satisfaction. She thought to herself, as long as I have his child, my position as Mrs. Gu will be secure. Like Gu Tianqi's mother, what does it matter to lose love? Didn't she live a life of splendor? Axi? She called again, imitating Modi's voice. Gu Tianqi's eyes reddened, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. Realizing it was Song Qiang in front of him, he pushed her away and turned to leave. Song Qiang hugged him from behind, but Gu Tianqi coldly said, Get off. He took out a Swiss Army knife and made a cut on his arm. You're crazy. Song Qiang screamed. The pain brought Gu Tianqi back to his senses, and he walked straight out. Song Qiang, furious, sat on the floor, crying out, Shen Modi is already married. She's someone else's wife now. Zhang Huizhen came over upon hearing the commotion and comforted her, Qiang, a woman should never cry. Always take control. You are Tianqi's legally wedded wife. As long as you don't let go, no one can take your place. Song Qiang wiped away her tears, saying she wanted to check on Tianqi. Zhang Huizhen advised, Forget it, he'll go to the hospital. After leaving, Gu Tianqi called his driver, Li Quan, to accompany him to the hospital. While waiting, the ambulance arrived first. Enduring the pain, He briefly explained the situation before being taken to the hospital. After receiving treatment, Gu Tianqi felt somewhat better. Lying in his hospital bed, he impulsively dialed Modi's number. When he heard it was disconnected, he spoke to the automated voice. Xiao Di, today is my birthday. You remember, don't you? He recalled his past with Modi and revealed the truth about his brother's suicide. Xiao Di, I can't gamble with you. I wish my brother were still here, then I could always be on the sidelines, living a simple and happy life with you. Gu Tianqi wept bitterly, regretting driving her away back then. He resolved to seize control of the Gu family business and hold his grandfather's fate in his hands, so he could protect the people he cared about. Overwhelmed, she finally broke down and sobbed uncontrollably. Xiaoguang is about to have his cochlear implant activated. To help ease his nerves, Hua Mingzi suggested taking Xiaoguang out for a relaxing day. With a gentle gaze, Hua Mingzi looked at Mod, his eyes filled with anticipation. Do you have some free time? I'd like to take you and Xiaoguang out for a bit of relaxation. Mod's eyes lit up. Yes, I do. She wanted to accompany Xiaoguang to help him unwind and also saw it as an opportunity to escape the gloom brought on by Gu Tianqi's birthday. Hua Mingzi chuckled softly. It's just a matter of signing a few fewer contracts, he suggested, since Xiaoguang shouldn't exert himself too much. How about we go to a farmhouse for some food and drinks, and then watch the stars and fireworks in the evening? Sounds great. Mod's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Qin had already begun accompanying Xiaoguang throughout the process. Even though the cochlear implant wasn't activated yet, he patiently taught Xiaoguang pronunciation and used sign language to encourage him. Don't worry, take it slow. You'll be able to communicate normally soon. Knowing that Dr. Chiao was taking care of his father, Xiaoguang agreed to the outing with peace of mind. Lu, the assistant, cleverly arranged for 2 cars to give the CEO some private time. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at the farmhouse. Hua Mingzi handed Modi a small basket with a smile. Let's go pick some strawberries first. Dee looked at the greenhouse in front of her and nodded eagerly. The fresh air instantly lifted her spirits. While picking strawberries, Hua Mingzi selected the largest ones, only to be reminded by Modi not to choose the oddly shaped ones. He immediately complied, his eyes filled with affection. Watching Hua Mingzi carefully picking strawberries brought a smile to Mod's lips. She quickly shook off memories of Gu Tianqi and instead asked about roasting sweet potatoes. Soon after, the group gathered around a tent to roast sweet potatoes. Mod busily flitted about like a diligent little bee, while Hua Mingzi occasionally cast gentle glances her way. As night fell, they moved to the farmhouse for dinner. The table was laden with aromatic farmhouse dishes, with the roasted chicken being particularly enticing. Hua Mingzi considerately served dishes to Modi and Xiaoguang, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lu, the assistant, observed this heartwarming scene and tactfully took Xiaoguang to rest, giving the CEO a chance for some alone time. Winter nights were chilly. After dinner, Lu, ever the considerate assistant, took Xiaoguang to their room to sleep. With the CEO planning to stargaze, Lu knew it was wise to give them space, especially after the CEO had kindly served him lamb chops. In the afternoon, on the open field where sweet potatoes were being roasted, Hua Mingzi took Mod to stargaze. The field was dotted with tents, each with a warm campfire burning in front. The sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, as if winking at them. Hua Mingzi wrapped his arm around Mod's shoulder, and they sat together on a picnic blanket. Are you cold? Hua Mingzi asked. No, Modi replied, leaning against his shoulder and gazing up at the sky. Do you celebrate your birthday according to the lunar calendar or the solar calendar? Hua Mingzi turned his head and smiled. Planning to celebrate my birthday? Modi nodded. Yes, I'll celebrate it with you. She silently added in her heart. If possible, I'd like to celebrate it with you every year. Lunar calendar, the 9th day of the 3rd month. I'll remember it. Then I want a birthday gift, something you make yourself. Okay. Hua Mingzi kissed Mod's cheek. They nestled close and chatted, from childhood anecdotes to life aspirations, enjoying a light-hearted conversation. Unknowingly, all the other campfires around had gone out, leaving theirs the only one still glowing. It's already 1 a.m., shall we head back to sleep? Mod glanced at her phone. Wait, today is the day Xiaoguang's cochlear implant gets activated. Let's celebrate with some fireworks. Hua Mingzi brought over fireworks, and they lit them together. With a bang, the fireworks blossomed in the night sky. Here's to Xiaoguang's cochlear implant working well, and wishing Dad a long life, Hua Mingzi said. It will definitely go smoothly, Mod said with hope. They continued lighting small fireworks for a while, with Modi waving them around in the darkness, as if returning to her childhood. Hua Mingzi watched her, a gentle smile always on his lips. The next morning, Qiao Zhan was adjusting Xiaoguang's cochlear implant. Overcome with emotion upon hearing sound, Xiaoguang shed tears, and assistant Lu comforted him, beginning to teach him how to speak. In the hospital room, although Shen Weiguo claimed he wasn't excited, his eyes were fixed on the door. Hua Mingzi and Mod stayed by his side, offering comfort. In the hallway, Assistant Lu was teaching Xiaoguang to pronounce. Xiaoguang tried hard. Great. Just like that. Assistant Lu encouraged. He didn't need to speak perfectly. Just making those sounds was enough to excite everyone who cared about Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang was also eager to see his sister and father, to make a sound, to let them know he could hear the world around him now. Assistant Lu led Xiaoguang to the hospital room, where Shen Weigua had been anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Xiaoguang, he immediately called out, "Xiaoguang, you can hear now?" His eyes were misty. Although Xiaoguang couldn't fully understand, he guessed his father's meaning and nodded vigorously, struggling to open his mouth. Pa. Shen Weigua's voice trembled with excitement as he tightly held Modi's hand. "Xiaoguang can speak now, he can hear. He will get better." Modi, with tears in her eyes, comforted him. "Dad, don't get too excited. Xiaoguang will improve day by day." Hua Mingze also smiled and said, "Dad, relax. Xiaoguang is smart. He'll be talking fluently in no time." Grateful, Shen Weigua tried to get out of bed, but Hua Mingze quickly held him down. "Dad, stay in bed, we're family." Xiaoguang bowed to Hua Mingze, and Modi translated. Xiaoguang says, "Thank you, brother-in-law, and when he grows up, he will work hard to repay you." Assistant Lu added. Xiaoguang also said he hopes you'll treat his sister well, or he'll protect her himself. Hua Mingze nodded with a smile and gently patted Modi's head. Assistant Lu took Xiaoguang for training to help him recognize the sounds of various animals. Over an hour later, they returned excitedly, with Assistant Lu exclaiming, "Xiaoguang can distinguish different animal calls and has learned to say dad." Shen Weigua immediately opened his eyes, and Xiaoguang, looking at his father with teary eyes, called out, "Dad." Though awkward, his pronunciation was clear. Once again, Shen Weigua was moved to tears, and Mod handed him tissues to wipe his tears. Xiaoguang then called, "Sis. Sis." Mod paused her hand, overwhelmed, looking at her brother. She signed, "You're amazing, and I'm so proud of you." Xiaoguang gestured, "Sister, I feel so happy. Hearing sounds is wonderful." Qiuzhan arrived with a nurse, bringing traditional medicine, and said, "You all should go eat. I'll take good care of Uncle here." Mingze Hua and his group went out for lunch to celebrate. Xiaoguang offered food to Assistant Lu and Mingze Hua, gesturing his gratitude. Assistant Lu, while responding with "No need to thank me," also served Xiaoguang some food. He believed that with Xiaoguang's intelligence, he could return to normal life within 6 months. He seized the opportunity to teach Xiaoguang simple vocabulary, speaking each word slowly and using sign language. For Xiaoguang, who is prelingually deaf, language training is exceptionally challenging. For 15 years, he had grown accustomed to a silent world, never speaking. After receiving a cochlear implant, the sounds he heard were incomprehensible, like birdsong, leaving him anxious, self-conscious, and even withdrawn. Fortunately, those around him knew sign language, patiently explaining, encouraging, and helping him adapt. Assistant Lu recalled his own language training days, carrying an electronic toy animal to an open field. The broad view helped lift his spirits. He spent over an hour having Xiaoguang listen to animal sounds repeatedly, observing mouth shapes, and encouraging him to speak. In this way, Xiaoguang learned to say "Dad" and "Sister." "Come on, eat up. Take your time, enjoy the food and life. Everything will get better," Assistant Lu encouraged with sign language. Xiaoguang nodded in thanks. Modi served Mingze Hua some food, and Mingze Hua laughed, saying he was afraid of gaining weight. Modi teased, "Even if you do, you'd be the handsomest chubby guy." Mingze Hua chuckled as he peeled shrimp for Modi, who returned the favor with shrimp dipped in sauce. Watching this scene, Assistant Lu thought to himself, "This dog food is both delicious and filling." Meanwhile, Xiaoguang ate with relish, visibly more relaxed. After the meal, Mingze Hua asked the waiter to prepare some apples, planning to walk back to the hospital to aid digestion. Suddenly, he received a call from Qiuzhan. "Big brother, something's happened. You need to get back to the hospital immediately." Mingze Hua's face changed, and he quickly took Modi's hand, saying, "Let's go. Back to the hospital." Lu Chen, take Xiaoguang and hurry. He suspected it might be his father-in-law's critical condition and felt the urgency to return in time. Modi, sensing the seriousness, also panicked, her voice trembling as she asked, "What's wrong with Dad?" Fearing the worst, she ran swiftly. At the hospital, Wei Guixin had just finished his herbal medicine. Qiuzhan was keeping him company, sharing good news about Xiaoguang to help him relax. As the caregiver brought lunch, Wei Guixin found the meal particularly appetizing today, filling him with hope. At that moment, a woman entered the room carrying fruit and holding carnations. She gently called, "Wei Gu." Upon seeing her, Wei Guixin's anger flared, and he shouted, "Get out. Leave immediately." It was Liao Qinghe, his ex-wife whom he hadn't seen in over a decade. Back then, she not only abandoned the family, but also took Xiaoguang's treatment funds. Now she appeared as if nothing had happened, claiming she wanted to take care of Wei Guixin. Wei Guixin, overwhelmed with anger, could barely stand, and a nurse rushed to support him. Liao Qinghe, seemingly oblivious, asked, Weigua, do you want a banana or a mango? She had seen the news of Shen Modi and Mingze's marriage and recognized that Shen Modi was the adopted daughter from years ago. Netizens truly know everything. They're uncovering all sorts of details about Shen Modi's background. Liao Qinghe greedily scrolled through the deep dives shared by netizens. Upon learning that Shen Weigua was hospitalized at Pingkong Private Hospital, she immediately bought some fruit and headed there. She calculated in her mind that although she had run off with money years ago, she and Shen Weigua had never officially divorced. Now that Shen Modi was about to marry into a wealthy family, it was a prime opportunity for her to return to the Shen family. Liao Qinghe reflected on her experiences over the years, being kept by a small-time businessman in Haicheng, giving birth to a son only to have him taken away, and ultimately leading a parasitic existence. Now, seeing Shen Modi's rise to success, she felt her chance had arrived. Pushing open the hospital room door, Liao Qinghe greeted enthusiastically, Shen Weigua, I've come to see you. Shen Weigua was so furious at the sight of her that he was left speechless. A caregiver immediately stepped in to support him and urged Liao Qinghe to leave. The two began to argue, with Liao Qinghe even accusing the caregiver of trying to seduce Shen Weigua. Shen Weigua was so enraged that he fainted. Dr. Qiu Zhan rushed over upon hearing the commotion and administered an injection to revive Shen Weigua. Liao Qinghe continued to make a fuss, prompting Qiu Zhan to lose his patience and physically remove her from the room. Just then, Hua Mingze's family arrived. Liao Qinghe eagerly called Shen Modi daughter, but was met with a cold reception. Although Xiaoguang couldn't understand what Liao Qinghe was saying, he could tell from his sister's expression that this woman was trouble. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and he stared intently at Liao Qinghe. There are no photos of Liao Qinghe at home. Xiaoguang looked at the woman in front of him, her face full of an eager smile, and felt a deep sense of confusion. His father had once told him that his mother had passed away when he was 2 years old. Yet, why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the stranger? Could she be the woman who gave birth to him? He recalled asking his sister about their mother's cause of death when he was 10, only to receive the word accident and a warning not to ask further questions. If it was truly an accident, why couldn't he ask more? His father and sister always seemed to avoid talking about their mother. MOD, ignoring Liao Qinghe, grabbed Xiaoguang and ran towards the hospital room. Liao Qinghe reached out, trying to stop MOD, saying, MOD, your dad is fine, let's have a good chat, just us mother and daughter. MOD shook her off and rushed into the room. Liao Qinghe maintained her smile and followed them in, nodding at Hua Mingze as she entered. At the door of the hospital room, Hua Mingze quietly asked Qiu Zhan about the situation. Qiu Zhan shook his head and sighed, it's hopeless, keep track of the time. It was an indication that the end was near. Qiu Zhan entered the room to remove the 4 and check Shen Weigua's pulse. Shen Weigua's face was sallow. His earlier outburst had drained his last strength. Seeing his children gathered, he felt relieved, as if he could depart in peace. MOD's heart ached, seeing her father's condition so dire. Shen Weigua reached out to MOD, Xiaoguang. MOD immediately held Xiaoguang's hand and tightly grasped her father's. Tears fell onto Shen Weigua's hand. Liao Qinghe spoke ill-fated words, and a flicker of hatred passed through Shen Weigua's eyes. He gripped his children's hands tightly and solemnly instructed, Xiaodi, we must be kind, but not foolish or gullible. In this life, never have dealings with Liao Qinghe. Tell Xiaoguang this is your father's last wish. Liao Qinghe began to shout, only to be dragged out by Qiu Zhan. Suddenly, Shen Weigua coughed up blood, prompting Hua Mingze to call for Qiu Zhan. MOD and Xiaoguang were in tears. Shen Weigua, holding his children's hands, smiled and said, Children, this is where I must leave you. Walk the path ahead well. I am content. He turned to Hua Mingze, placing his and MOD's hands together, and pleaded, Mingze, I entrust Xiaodi to you. As husband and wife, you must be understanding and supportive. Live well together. Hua Mingze solemnly promised. Shen Weigua also advised Modi to let Xiaoguang take on hard work, and for Xiaoguang to take good care of his sister. Xiaoguang wept bitterly, nodding repeatedly. Shen Weigua smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for Xiaoguang to work hard and repay his brother-in-law. MOD, choking back tears, insisted her father would recover, but Shen Weigua regretfully said he wouldn't see her in a wedding dress. MOD quickly showed him her wedding photos on her phone. Shen Weigua smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and his hand went limp. Qiu Zhan announced the time, 1:26. MOD knelt by the bed, wailing in grief. Xiaoguang also lay on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Hua Mingze supported both MOD and Xiaoguang, comforting them. Let's compose ourselves. Dad passed peacefully, without much suffering, and without leaving many regrets. MOD cried even harder upon hearing this. Hua Mingze sighed softly, pulling her into his embrace. He said, let's make sure we prepare a proper farewell for Dad, to send him off with dignity. Suddenly, Xiaoguang collapsed. Assistant Lu immediately caught him, Xiaoguang. Dead? I'm sorry, I should have been by your side. Emo D knelt by the bed, clutching her father's hand, overwhelmed with guilt. Tears blurred her vision as Mo Di held her father's cold hand, her heart aching. Mingzahua knelt beside her, gently embracing her trembling shoulders. Dr. Qiuzhan stood nearby, softly reassuring sister-in-law, this isn't a bad thing for uncle. He's been enduring so much pain, relying on painkillers to survive these past days. Emo Di looked up, tears streaming down her face, meeting Dr. Chio's gaze. He sighed and continued. I kept telling Uncle he was getting better, hoping his willpower would fight the illness. But against death, we're all so powerless. At least he heard Xiao Guang call him dad, and that brought him peace. Mingzahua gently stroked MOD's back, speaking softly, don't cry. Tell dad we'll be okay, so he can rest easy. MOD took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She straightened up and solemnly said to her father, Dad, I'll always remember your teachings. Mingza and I will be fine, and we'll take good care of Xiao Guang. Mingza helped MOD to her feet, gently reminding her to be strong and set an example for Xiao Guang to take care of her father's affairs. MOD wiped her tears, fetched warm water to gently clean her father's face and hands. She whispered, Dad always liked being clean. I need to go back for clothes and buy a burial outfit. Dad appreciated traditional customs. Mingza accompanied MOD back to their apartment to collect clothes and then to purchase a burial outfit. By the time they returned to the hospital, Xiao Guang was awake, kneeling by the bed. Grandpa Hua and Meng Qilan had also arrived, both dressed in black, their expressions solemn. Seeing MOD's exhaustion, Meng Qilan said tenderly, Xiao dear, take a rest. We'll handle things. Grandpa Hua suggested contacting the funeral home, but MOD shook her head, her eyes red. I've heard that sometimes when someone reaches the afterlife, the judge might send them back to live a few more years. Meng Qilan's eyes grew moist. She gently hugged MOD, comforting her, yes, we'll wait until tomorrow. If the judge doesn't send him back, perhaps he's been given another duty, to watch over you from there. MOD nodded, tears flowing again. MOD carefully dressed her father in the burial clothes, with Mingza assisting her. Grandpa Hua remarked, Mingza, you must take good care of your wife. With such a dutiful and grateful child, her own children will surely be the same. With a woman like her, how can the family not prosper? Mingza stayed up all night with MOD and Xiao Guang by the bedside. The next morning, he softly said to MOD, let Dad go peacefully. MOD, pale and numb from kneeling, moved closer to her father, gently caressing his face, tears falling onto him. She quickly wiped them away, choking on her words. Dad, please rest easy. Don't worry about us. Take care of yourself over there. You are the most important. With MOD's consent, Grandpa Hua announced the obituary. Assistant Lu contacted the funeral home. MOD and the family accompanied her father on his final journey to the funeral home. Last night, Liao Qinghe spent the whole night pondering how to build a good relationship with Wei Guoshen and secure a connection with the Hua family. Little did she expect to see the news of Wei Guoshen's passing today. Infuriated, she cursed at home, Wei Guoshen, were you sent to ruin my life? Back then, I was young, a promising girl, and ended up with you. Not only did I have to raise someone else's daughter, but also had a mute child. If you were just a bit better at making money, I wouldn't have to leave you all behind to live on my own. Modi sneered inwardly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Uncle Shin's passing did not sadden her. Instead, it presented an opportunity to curry favor with the powerful. She quickly calculated her moves. She needed to feign sorrow at the crematorium while simultaneously ingratiating herself with Xiao Guang. A few toys should be enough to win that kid over, she thought to herself. After all, he's been deprived of motherly love since childhood, so he should be easy to handle. Meanwhile, in Gu Tianqi's office, a sharp sound shattered the silence. The cup in his hand had crashed to the floor, scattering fragments everywhere. His assistant rushed in at the noise, only to be silenced by a cold command, clear my schedule for tomorrow. Gu Tianqi stared at his phone screen, his heart gripped by an invisible force. Memories of Uncle Shen's warmth and kindness flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled the tough times when he was sent to live with distant relatives, and how Uncle Shen would often provide extra meals and care for him, never hesitating despite his own modest means. The past felt like smoke, and Gu Tianqi was engulfed in deep remorse. He understood that it was his grandfather's stubbornness and ruthlessness that led to the current situation. To prevent a fratricidal tragedy, his grandfather had sent him away, even at the cost of his brother's happiness. When the truth came out, he had no choice but to break up with Xiao Di to ensure her safety. Rationality told him that staying away from the Shen family was the best protection. But now, faced with Uncle Shen's death, he could no longer stand by and do nothing. The struggle and resolve within him intertwined in his eyes, eventually forming a quiet whisper. He had to go to the funeral. The funeral home was filled with people, many of whom Modi didn't recognize, attending because of the obituary from the Hua family. Wreaths surrounded the hall, and MOD and Xiao Guang continuously bowed in gratitude. Hua Mingze, dressed in black, held MOD's hand tightly, worried she might not hold up. Gu Tianxi arrived alone, his expression solemn. Just as MOD was about to bow, she recognized him and became agitated. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Hua Mingze gently reminded her to stay calm. MOD suppressed her emotions and thanked him with a blank expression. Gu Tianxi, pained by her cold gaze, simply said, "My condolences," before bowing to the altar and leaving hurriedly. Xiao Guang clenched his fists, determined to grow up quickly to protect his sister. Hua Mingze silently tightened his grip on MOD's hand, understanding the deep pain of being betrayed by someone you once deeply cared for. As he pondered, Hua Zhengqin arrived with Yao Yutong on his arm. Yao Yutong was dressed lavishly, as if she weren't there to mourn. She intentionally provoked MOD, saying, "Uncle Shin was unfortunate not to last until your wedding." MOD calmly retorted, "Life is unpredictable. Being able to give a proper farewell is a blessing." Yao Yutong's expression froze at the mention of son-in-law. Hua Zhengqin, holding Yao Yutong, left, deliberately showing off in front of Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze squinted at their retreating figures, gripping MOD's hand firmly. As Gu Tianxi reached the parking lot, Song Qiang and Zhang Huizhen arrived. Gu Tianxi, with a dark expression, ordered Song Qiang to leave. Zhang Huizhen explained their presence, and Gu Tianxi had no choice but to relent. Watching her son depart, Zhang Huizhen advised Song Qiang, "The media is here. Don't argue with Shen MOD. Let me handle her." Song Qiang held a wreath and followed Zhang Huizhen into the hall. She said nothing but gave MOD a provocative smile. Seeing this smile, MOD remembered how Song Qiang had revealed her father's condition, leading him to discharge himself from the hospital, and anger flared within her. "Modi, let me see uncle off," Song Qiang said with a smile. Shen Modi suppressed her anger and replied coldly, "Thank you. When I burn paper offerings for my father, I'll let him thank you personally." Song Qiang's face turned pale. Zhang Huizhen, who initially wanted to make a snide remark, noticed Hua Mingze holding Modi's hand nearby and quickly decided against offending the Hua family. She politely said, "The deceased is gone. May you find peace in this difficult time." Modi gave a slight bow with Xiaoguang, saying, "Thank you." She saw no point in arguing in front of her father's memorial, but she was already planning to re-edit and release Ding Fan's video. Zhang Huizhen glanced at Hua Mingze and left with Song Qiang. Watching them leave, Modi understood that Zhang Huizhen held her tongue only because of Hua Mingze's presence. She silently resolved to become stronger. Her close friend Ning Qingyi, seeing the situation, quietly slipped to the parking lot. She crouched beside Song Qiang's car, pretending to tie her shoelaces, but in reality, she let the air out of the tires. This scene was witnessed by Qiu Zhan, who was leaning against his motorcycle, observing the childish woman with interest. Before long, Song Qiang's frustrated curses echoed through the parking lot. "Who let the air out of my tires? Are they out of their mind?" Zhang Huizhen quickly covered her mouth and reminded her in a low voice, "Mind your image." Feeling aggrieved, Song Qiang had no choice but to call for a driver to pick her up. When Liao Qinghe arrived in her old Jetta, she was stopped by Qiu Zhan and his men. Recognizing Qiu Zhan, she became even more infuriated. "What's your problem? Can't I mourn my own husband?" Qiu Zhan coldly replied, "Throw her out." Two tattooed men immediately took action. Liao Qinghe backed away in fear. "Tu didn't mean to call the police. Scram, and don't come to the crematorium for the next couple of days, or you'll get beaten every time we see you," one of them warned, throwing a wreath at her. As Qiu Zhan headed to the memorial hall, he noticed a car shaking violently. Upon closer inspection, it was Hua Zhengqin's car. Just as he was about to intervene, the crematorium's ceremonial cannon sounds erupted. Bang bang, bang. The sounds were followed by the car door opening, and Yao Yutong emerged disheveled. Seeing Qiu Zhan, she hurriedly got back into the car. Qiu Zhan sat on his motorcycle, unable to resist humming a tune, mother hen's cluck cluck day. Yao Yutong was furious. She didn't want to be with Hua Zhengqin. Compared to Hua Mingze, Hua Zhengqin had no gentlemanly demeanor and never considered her wishes. Whenever she refused, he accused her of lacking sincerity. Hua Mingze had cut ties completely, leaving her with no chance to turn back. Now she was forced to be tied to Hua Zhengqin, doing her utmost to provide him with insights into Hua Mingze's work habits and some of the critical data she had previously acquired. Hua Zhengqin mentioned that their grandfather highly valued his descendants. As long as they have a child, their child would have an advantage over Hua Mingze's child. Hua Zhengqin's words were filled with calculation as he continued. "The shares of the first family are already more than those of the second family. With a child, we can secure our victory." Qiu Zhan glanced disdainfully at Hua Zhengqin's car before getting up and heading towards the morning hall. 3 days later, Shen Weiguo's body was cremated. MOD and her brother Xiaoguang, who had been holding on for 3 days, finally broke down. MOD burst into tears, while Xiaoguang clung to his sister, crying as well. Hua Mingze quickly stepped forward to support the trembling MOD. Over an hour later, with trembling hands, MOD received the urn, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to call out Dad, but was choked with sobs. Hua Mingze had arranged the burial site in auspicious timing and accompanied MOD to the burial. At the grave, MOD knelt down, her hand resting on her father's photo, her eyes blurred with tears. Hua Mingze knelt beside her, comforting. Please get up. You've held on for 3 days. Remember to take care of yourself, as you promised your father. MOD shook her head. I want to stay with Dad a little longer. At that moment, Hua Mingze's phone rang. He stood up to answer, frowning. The signed agreement was changed? How did they know our profit points? He said seriously, look into it first. I'm not going back to the office today. Hearing the phone conversation, MOD managed to stand up. She knew Hua Mingze had postponed his work for her and didn't want to delay him any further. She said, MOD said, Ace, you should head back to the office now. Hua Mingze held MOD's hand tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. MOD gently persuaded. There are people handling things at the company, I'm fine. She forced a small smile. Dad's matters are settled now. You should return to work. I'll take Xiaoguang back to Lantern Garden to rest. I promise I won't overthink or cry. Hua Mingze hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. He instructed, I'll take you both back. Make sure to eat something and get some sleep. Qingyi will join us too, and we'll attend the thank you dinner together tonight. Upon returning to Lantern Garden, Hua Mingze didn't go upstairs. Instead, he had his assistant drive him back to the office. After freshening up, the delivery arrived. Qingyi took the food containers and remarked, silly girl, Hua Mingze is really a great guy. You need to pull yourself together. There's a long road ahead. MOD nodded, trying to muster some energy as she helped Xiaoguang with his meal. She resolved to prepare well for the competition and not cause any trouble for Hua Mingze. After dinner, when Qingyi offered to help change the sheets, MOD insisted on doing it herself. Once the sheets were changed, Qingyi suggested they sleep together. MOD didn't respond verbally. She simply crawled into bed, curling up on the pillow. Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy as she watched. She lifted a corner of the blanket and slipped in, gently patting the blanket covering Modi to comfort her. Sleep now and rest well, Qingyi whispered. Uncle Shin will be watching over you from above. Seeing you and Xiaoguang living happily will surely bring him joy. Modi turned her head, tears silently soaking the pillow. She closed her eyes, exhaustion finally taking over, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Hua Mingze strode into the company and headed straight to the office. Xiaomu was deeply focused on typing away at the keyboard. Hearing footsteps, he glanced up briefly, saw it was Hua Mingze, and returned to his work. Hua Mingze stood beside Xiaomu, silently watching the rapidly changing code on the screen. Boss, it's Miss Yao's ID, Xiaomu suddenly spoke up. Hua Mingze frowned. I never gave her any files. It seems we've been hacked, Xiaomu said, entering another string of code. The path shows it was accessed from your computer. Hua Mingze narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Ha, for Yao Yutong to breach my firewall. That's quite impressive. The file password might have been guessed, Xiaomu added. Hua Mingze nodded. Yes, it's our wedding anniversary. Not too difficult to figure out. Boss, what should we do about it? Xiaomu asked, looking up. It's only polite to reciprocate, Hua Mingze said calmly. Xiaomu's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, Boss, are we going to hack Yao Yutong? It's been a while since we've done anything like this, and I'm itching to get started. Hua Mingze's eyes glinted as he replied, Target Joy Media under the Yao Group. At 8:30, take down their entire network. Xiaomu eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready for action. By 6 in the evening, the banquet was in full swing. MOD was surprised to see over 100 tables of guests, including relatives she hadn't seen in years. A plump woman approached warmly, beaming, Little D, it's been years. You've grown into a lovely young woman. MOD responded politely, though she felt a mix of emotions inside. Sensing MOD's discomfort, Hua Mingze gently held her hand. Just as they were about to leave, Hua Zhengqin arrived, proudly with Yao Yutong in tow. With a hint of insinuation, Hua Zhengqin asked, Mingze, are you busy? Hua Mingze replied coolly, Can't you see, brother? Then he turned to Yao Yutong, Miss Yao, I have a gift for the Yao family at 8:30. Hua Zhengqin's expression darkened, but Hua Mingze remained unfazed and continued, Brother, Hua's success today is the result of everyone's hard work. A 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an anthole. I hope the Hua family doesn't have any termites. With that, he took MOD's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a pretty girl hurried over, calling out sweetly, brother, sister-in-law. Her eyes curved into crescents when she smiled, exuding sweetness and innocence. Feeling tired? Hua Mingze asked, looking affectionately at his sister. Hua Mingze and his sister Hua Xinyao shared a deep bond. Hua Xinyao had just returned from an overseas jewelry design exchange and was surprised by her brother's sudden marriage. However, upon meeting her new sister-in-law, MOD, she immediately felt a sense of warmth and fondness. She eagerly offered a gift, but MOD felt a bit awkward for not having prepared a return gift. Sensing the tension, Hua Mingzi smoothly resolved the situation by presenting a bracelet that MOD had chosen for his sister. The three of them enjoyed a delightful dinner together, with Hua Xinyao and MOD interacting closely and warmly. After dinner, Hua Mingzi took MOD to the outskirts to release river lanterns as a prayer for her father. On their way back, Hua Mingzi mentioned his plans to deal with Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong, suggesting that MOD open a live stream to observe. To MOD's surprise, she saw the popular celebrity Yun Fengfei hosting a live sale, with impressive sales figures. Hua Mingzi explained the lucrative nature of the live streaming industry, noting how many celebrities were joining in to claim their share of the profits. He glanced at the time. It was 8:28 p.m. Mingzi Hua glanced at the time, squinting slightly. There were only 2 minutes left before the internet cut off. His eyes swept over the phone screen, a cold smile playing at his lips. In the Lushi Media live streaming rooms, hosts were energetically promoting a variety of small items. Prices like 9.9, 19.9, and 29.9 seemed modest, but over a few hours, the sales could reach hundreds of thousands to millions. With a light tap, Mingzi pulled up the data from several popular streaming rooms. There were streams featuring food, beauty products, and household items, covering various sectors. The annual income was indeed impressive. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes. Major corporations were fiercely competing for customer resources and celebrity endorsements, but he had never resorted to underhanded tactics. However, now that Yutong Yao and Zheng Qinhua were using such lowly methods against him, he decided to retaliate. Cut the internet, Mingzi ordered softly. As soon as he spoke, Yao's streaming room went dark. Users, unable to refresh the page, flocked to other live streams. Mingzi put on his Bluetooth headset and called the general manager of Wuyo Media. Are you ready? Yes, President. Everything's set, the manager replied immediately, excitement in their voice. With such great discounts, we need to be fully prepared. Everyone wants to end the year on a high note. Good, Mingzi responded, ending the call. It was exactly 8:29 p.m. Modi was watching Yun Fengfei's live stream. The room was bustling with over 300,000 viewers online. Yun Fengfei, smiling sweetly, kept addressing her audience as family and darlings, promising a 100,000 giveaway. Just as Yun Fengfei shouted, 3, 2, 1, go. The stream suddenly went dark. Modi was momentarily stunned, then realized this was Mingzi Hua's doing. She quickly swiped her phone screen to enter Wuyo Media's live stream. In the new streaming room, the viewer count was skyrocketing. Many users poured in, complaining about Yun Fengfei's scam tactics. The host seized the opportunity, rapidly distributing gift vouchers and guiding users to make purchases. How many viewers are in Schwelling's stream now? Mingzi asked Modi while driving. Over 700,000, Modi replied, her voice filled with excitement. We've made a good profit this time. Tomorrow, I'll take you and Xiaoguang out for dinner and shopping, Mingzi said, glancing at the caller ID. Yutong Yao. He raised an eyebrow but didn't answer the call. Yao Yutong kept calling Hua Mingzi. The phone rang persistently, and Hua Mingzi frowned slightly before finally answering on the 6th call. His tone was indifferent. I'm about to shower and sleep, what do you want? Mingzi, don't you think you're being too much? Yao Yutong's voice came through, laced with anger. Hua Mingzi put the call on speaker so MOD could hear as well. His voice remained cool. What are you referring to? Don't play dumb. I know it was you who hacked our Sheila Media's live streaming room, wasn't it? Is this the gift you said you were going to give me? Yao Yutong questioned angrily. Yes, Hua Mingzi admitted straightforwardly, showing no intention to deny it. You. Yao Yutong was so furious she was nearly breathless. Hua Mingzi sneered. Are you very angry? Yao Yutong was infuriated by his cold tone. Mingzi, do we really have to end up like this? We used to be the closest lovers, You're right. That was in the past. Hua Mingzi cut her off coldly. Yao Yutong's voice suddenly rose. It's only been a month since we broke up. We were together for 6 years, gave each other the best years of our youth. But now you're not only marrying someone else, you're also attacking the Yao family. As she spoke, she couldn't help but start crying. Hua Mingzi frowned slightly, his tone still indifferent. You chose to leave. You were also the one who stole my base price. So why cry now? I was just abroad for a competition. I never said we were breaking up. You chose to go abroad instead of staying. Just because I pampered you doesn't mean it will always be that way. Just because I didn't act against the Yao family after our breakup doesn't mean you can repeatedly cross my bottom line. What do you want? Yao Yutong accused, her voice choked with sobs. That's what I should be asking you. Weren't you the one who stole my files and base price? I'm merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. Yao Yutong, adults must face the consequences of their decisions, Hua Mingzi said before hanging up, ignoring her subsequent calls. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took MOD's hand with the other. MOD squeezed his hand back, feeling a sense of resonance. She understood this feeling, just like when she saw Gu Tianqi, knowing they had broken up but still feeling a pang of heartache. At the Yao family home, Father Yao Xian poked Yao Yutong's forehead angrily. What did you do to provoke Hua Mingze again? Such foolishness. Now you're involved with Hua Zhengqin. Is there any way back? Yao Yutong's eyes were red from crying, filled with both anger and grievance. Since he and that woman Shinimo D got their marriage certificate, there's been no turning back for me. If I'm not with Hua Zhengqin, should I just watch him become the heir of the Hua family? Yao Xian was also furious. Being with Hua Zhengqin won't stop him from becoming the heir, and you'll drag the Yao family down with you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he kicked a chair, causing it to scrape loudly against the floor, startling Yao Yutong. Yao Xian raised his voice. All of our Sheila Media's live streaming rooms were hacked. Do you know how much that loss amounts to? Over 80 million in revenue for just one night. Yao Yutong bit her lip, arguing, yes, 80 million in one night. But Hua Zhengqin made Hua Mingze lose a contract worth over 300 million. The contract is a small matter. If Hua Mingze slips up, Hua Zhengqin's chances increase. If their influence and abilities are exactly the same, who do you think Grandpa Hua would choose as the heir? Yao Xian looked at her in silence. Yao Yutong continued her analysis. Hua Mingze is from the second branch, while Hua Zhengqin is from the main branch. Hua Mingze's father is deceased. Hua Zhengqin's father is alive. Hua Mingze's mother doesn't manage the household or the company, while Hua Zhengqin's mother is the matriarch. Recently, Hua Mingze has taken on several major projects, raising his reputation in the Hua family. If Hua Zhengqin also takes on major projects, his reputation will similarly rise. Yao Xian's brow furrowed deeply. Don't forget, right now Hua Mingze is the acting president, exercising the powers of the Hua family president. Yao Yutong squinted as she analyzed. That's because Hua Mingze was always by his father's side. Naturally, Grandpa Hua gave him the acting president position. Yao Xian was swayed, his brow furrowing even tighter. You mean Hua Zhengqin also has a chance? Not just a chance, but a very good chance, Yao Yutong affirmed. In her recent interactions with Hua Zhengqin, she found him to be clever and exceptionally shrewd. From a human nature perspective, someone who is insidious, ruthless, and adept at navigating social situations is indeed more likely to succeed. Hua Mingze's upright and uncompromising nature, along with his lack of scheming skills, truly makes him less popular than Hua Zhengqin. Yao Xian fell silent again, fixing a penetrating gaze on Yao Yutong. He furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp and focused on his daughter. Yao Yutong remained calm, unfazed by her father's skepticism. She let out a derisive laugh, her voice tinged with mockery. Hua Zhenya's scandals aren't Hua Zhengqin's. Besides, who can say Hua Mingze doesn't have any skeletons in his closet? Yao Xian thoughtfully stroked his chin, nodding slowly. You have a point. This is a gamble among the wealthy. If we win, we rise with the tide. If we lose, we're utterly defeated. A glint of insight flashed in Yao Yutong's eyes as she continued. Moreover, the negligence case against Hua Zhenya years ago might have been orchestrated by Hua Mingze's father to climb the ranks. Yao Xian slapped his thigh excitedly. Great idea. Hua Zhentong is already dead, so we can pin anything on him. If we can prove Hua Zhenya was wronged, he could regain his position. Once the main branch is back in power, Hua Mingze is out of the picture. Yao Yutong's eyes sparkled as she agreed. Exactly. As long as we work together, the main branch of the Hua family is bound to make a comeback. However, Yao Xian's brow furrowed again. But what if the old master has already decided on Hua Mingze? Yao Yutong replied firmly, Dad, we can't hesitate any longer. My hesitation cost us a chance before. Now that we've chosen this difficult path, we must see it through. We have the cards. It's up to us how we play them. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Xian said, All right, let's arrange to have dinner with Hua Zhengqin tomorrow. Yao Yutong responded, Dad, let's do it the day after tomorrow. There's a family banquet at the Hua residence tomorrow, and I need to attend. The next day was the family banquet at the Hua household. Qingyi was excitedly helping Modi get ready, trying different lipsticks and coordinating outfits. Modi felt a bit worried about neglecting Qingyi, who had specially traveled from Meiqing to visit her. However, Qingyi insisted on staying at home and practically pushed Modi and Hua Mingze out the door. Hua Mingze wanted to bring Xiaoguang along, but Xiaoguang gestured that he preferred to stay behind and focus on learning to speak. Understanding Xiaoguang's sensitivity, Modi tried to persuade him, but he was adamant about staying. Before they left, Qingyi mysteriously mentioned that there was a surprise in Modi's bag. In the car, Modi nervously realized she had forgotten to prepare a gift. Hua Mingze reassured her that he had already taken care of it. Their eyes met, creating a moment of subtle romance. The Hua residence was bustling with relatives gathering from near and far. Hua Xinyao warmly greeted Modi, calling her sister-in-law. Hua Mingze showed Modi around the estate, pointing out the artificial lake and their house. Just as they were about to see the rooms, a servant approached with a message that old Master Hua wanted to see Hua Mingze. At that moment, a servant came respectfully to Hua Mingze, saying, Third young master, The master would like you to come to his study. He has some matters to discuss with you. I'll be there in a bit, Hua Mingzi said to the servant. After the servant respectfully left, Mod let go of Hua Mingzi's hand. Grandfather is looking for you. You should go. Hua Mingzi took her hand again and said softly, it's probably about the contract. Then go and explain it well. It's not your fault, Mod said with concern. Hua Mingzi looked at her and smiled. Worried about me? No, Mod quickly averted her gaze, but couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. Hua Mingzi's smile deepened as he pointed out into the distance, still holding her hand. Grandfather lives in that building. Beyond that is Hua Jingqin's family. Feel free to look around. If you get tired, you can rest at our place. Mom should be home. Okay, I'll take a look around and wait for you here, Modi nodded. Hua Mingzi gently ruffled her hair. I'll be back soon to find you. Modi waved him off with a smile. Take your time talking with grandfather. I'm not in a hurry. The scenery here is lovely. Hua Mingzi gave her a tender look and then quickly walked away. Modi moved to the railing by the lake, staring absent-mindedly at the ducks splashing in the water. Miss Shen, a voice suddenly called from behind. Mod turned and raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Yao Yutong approached her and said quietly, you heard about Mingzi losing the contract, right? I don't know anything about it, Modi feigned ignorance. Yao Yutong persisted, detailing the contract, until Modi interrupted. Didn't you have something to do with that? Yao Yutong laughed. Married just a few days and already defending him? Too bad his heart isn't with you. Wanna know how I got the contract's bottom line so easily? The password was our anniversary. Modi sneered. What's your goal? To make me upset? Mingzi and I had an arranged marriage. Marrying into a wealthy family is a stroke of luck for me. I wouldn't care if a woman threw herself at him. Like you, I only care about practical benefits. So don't waste your time trying to drive a wedge between us. As Yao Yutong was about to leave, she noticed the railing was loose. Her eyes lit up with malice. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached from behind. Mod and Yao Yutong both turned to see Hua Xinyao storming away. Mod felt a pang of anxiety, wanting to explain but not knowing how. A look of triumph flashed in Yao Yutong's eyes. Mod gazed at the calm surface of the lake, feeling troubled. Yao Yutong chuckled softly, preparing to leave, when she noticed the railing she was holding seemed a bit loose. Her eyes gleamed with a sudden, sinister delight. A quick glint of calculation flashed in Yao Yutong's eyes as she prepared to lean back and break through the railing to fall into the artificial lake. But her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Hua Mingzi striding towards her. She immediately grabbed Mod's hand and feigned a panic-stricken shout as she tilted her body backward. The railing gave way with a crack, and Yao Yutong closed her eyes, bracing for the impact of the cold water. However, the expected icy plunge never came. She opened her eyes to find D gripping her wrist with an amused smile. Startled, Yao Yutong cried out again and struggled to free herself. D felt a strong tug nearly pulling her in and quickly let go. With a splash, Yao Yutong fell into the lake, sending water high into the air. Hua Mingzi hurried over to ask what had happened. Mod's heart raced as she instinctively explained. Miss Yao fell in on her own. She looked into Hua Mingzi's eyes and softly asked, do you believe me? She realized she was no longer as composed as before and cared about his opinion. I believe you, Hua Mingzi replied, gently holding Mod's hand, calming her restless heart instantly. In the lake, Yao Yutong floundered, bobbing up and down, hoping Hua Mingzi would jump in to rescue her. However, he merely glanced at her before instructing the butler to arrange for assistance. Soon, the butler arrived with help. 2 servants jumped into the lake and pulled Yao Yutong out. She was soaked, her fur coat sagging, hair clinging messily to her face, and teeth chattering, looking utterly miserable. The butler quickly arranged for her care, ordering ginger tea and hot water. Hua Xinyao arrived with her cousins, secretly displeased. She disliked both Yao Yutong and Mod, but had to suppress her irritation due to her mother's praise for Mod. Everyone began speculating about the incident, but Hua Xinyao stopped her sister's conjectures and led them to watch the commotion. Meanwhile, Hua Jingqin and Hua Mingzi were reporting work to their grandfather in the study. Hua Mingzi skillfully defused Hua Jingqin's attempt to take advantage of the situation, admitting his oversight while framing the loss as an opportunity to improve the system. Hua Jingqin felt the pressure from Hua Mingzi, suspecting he might have evidence, and dared not make a rash move. He guessed that Hua Mingzi might have discovered his hacker's path into the system. If Hua Mingzi had saved the path and confronted him before their grandfather, it would backfire against him. So he could only put on a polite smile and say that a contract worth over 300 million wasn't a big deal for the Hua family, and that it was good the firewall had been repaired. After Hua Mingzi left, he got up as well. As he reached downstairs, he lit a cigarette and was about to take a deep drag when he suddenly heard someone had fallen into the water. Quickly stubbing out the cigarette, he hurried to the scene. In the crowd, he spotted Yao Yutong, soaking wet. Frowning, he quickly stepped forward and took her from the panicking maid. Once Hua Zhengqin carried Yao Yutong away, The onlookers tactfully dispersed. Hua Xinyao turned around and happened to see her brother holding Shinmodi's hand. Annoyed, she turned and left. After taking a bath, drinking the ginger tea prepared by the maid, and resting wrapped in a blanket, Yao Yutong finally felt better. At 6:30 in the evening, it was dinner time. Everyone gradually gathered in the dining room, but there was no sign of Hua Mingze and Modi. Hua Xinyao checked her phone, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to message her brother. Just then, Meng Qiulan elegantly entered the dining room. Hua Xinyao immediately called out Mom. Meng Qiulan smiled gently. Your brother and sister-in-law aren't here yet? Hua Xinyao pouted, I don't know. She thought to herself, wanting to tell her mom the true nature of Shen Modi. At that moment, Hua Mingze walked in holding Modi's hand. Meng Qiulan beamed, Xiaodi, come, sit here next to me. She was planning to make it clear to all the important relatives present today how much she valued her daughter-in-law. Modi obediently complied. Hua Xinyao subtly turned away, deliberately avoiding looking at Modi. Modi noticed Hua Xinyao's reaction, feeling a bit hurt, but she understood that explaining now wouldn't help. She could only leave it to time. Just then, Hua Jingqin came in with Yao Yutong in his arms, a smile on his face. Since everyone is here today, I have some good news to announce. What's the happy news? Third aunt was all smiles. Hua Jingqin helped Yao Yutong to sit down, a slight smile on his lips. Yutong is pregnant. This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. A shrewd glint flashed in third aunt's eyes, and her smile grew even wider. Known for being a fair-weather friend, she was already calculating her next moves. Grandfather Hua frowned slightly, recalling a conversation with Hua Zhengqin a few days ago. Back then, Hua Zhengqin had confidently declared his interest in Yao Yutong, though he hadn't expressed it out of consideration for Mingze. Yet, in less than a month, Yao Yutong was already expecting. Second aunt looked at Yao Yutong with a complicated expression, while third aunt's daughter-in-law, Zhao Qin, blurted out, is the child Jingqin's or Mingze's? Realizing her gaffe immediately, she quickly tried to cover it up. Hua Mingze remained calm and said slowly, Grandfather taught us to follow the rules. Yao and I were once in a relationship, but we were not married, so naturally, there was nothing beyond that. His words not only defended his own image, but also subtly criticized Hua Jingqin's behavior. Hearing this, Yao Yutong's face alternated between red and white. For the first time, she felt that her once proud purity had become an embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Hua Zhengqin quickly retorted, neither of us is married, and if the relationship is right, having a child first isn't a bad thing. This implied a jab at Hua Mingze and Yao Yutong's 6-year relationship, suggesting it hadn't been meaningful enough. Second aunt snorted, people today have lost so many good traditions. Sensing the tension, third aunt quickly tried to smooth things over. A new addition is a blessing. Our Hua family hasn't had a newborn in years. Her daughters-in-law chimed in with agreement. Old Master Hua said in a deep voice, since there's a pregnancy, the wedding should be planned soon. Upon hearing this, Hua Jingqin deliberately asked, will the third brother's wedding proceed as planned? After all, MOD's family just had an incident. MOD's face instantly turned stiff at these words. Hua Xinyao wanted to retort but remembered what MOD had said to Yao Yutong and kept silent. Hua Mingze calmly replied, the wedding date was set by my late father-in-law and will not be postponed. Seeing this, Hua Jingqin immediately suggested having a joint wedding with Mingze. After a moment of thought, Old Master Hua agreed to the proposal. Although Hua Jingqin's parents were not fond of Yao Yutong, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to accept. Dong Xiuhua forced a smile and attended to Yao Yutong, advising her on pregnancy care. Third aunt, ever the opportunist, eagerly chimed in, our Hua family is full of happy events. Zhengqin and Mingze are getting married next month. The old master's 80th birthday is coming up, and Yutong is expecting. Who knows, maybe Mingze's wife will have good news soon too. Not only do we have these joyous events, but the prestigious Zhongding Cup jewelry competition is about to begin. With Tongtong's exceptional talent, she's sure to make it to the finals and achieve a high ranking, which will certainly bring honor to the Hua family. The Hua family gathered around the table, the atmosphere lively. The elders showered Yao Yutong with praise, their eyes filled with expectation. Among the younger generation, Hua Mingze and Hua Zhengqin were subtly competing with each other. Mingze felt at a disadvantage for marrying the commoner Shen Modi, while Zhengqin gained strength from his marriage alliance with the Yao family. Moreover, Mingze had recently lost a contract due to a work mistake, whereas Zhengqin had just welcomed a newborn son. Sensing the tension, Meng Qiulan quickly stood up for her daughter-in-law. Modi, eat more, don't be shy, she said, placing food on Modi's plate. The second aunt also kindly encouraged her. Hua Xinyao initially intended to peel shrimp for Modi but was reminded of their lakeside conversation and felt downcast, popping the shrimp into her own mouth instead. What's wrong? Meng Qiulan softly asked her daughter, thinking she was upset about Yutong's pregnancy. Nothing. I'll peel some shrimp for you, Xinyao replied with a forced smile. Hua Mingze noticed his sister's unusual behavior and wanted to ask her about it, but seeing Modi's unease, he decided to peel shrimp for her instead. Modi politely declined. I can do it myself. Yao Yutong, noticing that no one mentioned the incident at the lake, subtly tugged on Hua Jingqin's sleeve. Understanding her cue, Jingqin smiled and said, by the way, Modi, Yutong is pregnant. If she said anything inappropriate, please forgive her. The railing around the artificial lake is unstable and easy to fall from. His words caused a stir in the room. Grandpa Hua's expression darkened. Jingqin, what do you mean by that? What does Yutong's fall into the water have to do with Modi? The patriarch didn't believe Modi would push anyone. But with so many relatives present, Modi, already looked down upon for her humble background, would be even more marginalized if wronged. This matter needed to be clarified immediately. Hua Ming's expression was colder than ever before. After his grandfather's inquiry, his sharp gaze pierced towards Yao Yutong. Yao Yutong quickly avoided Hua Ming's eyes, looking flustered. Hua Mingza cast a cold glance at Hua Zhengqin, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, if you have something to say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. A man should act like a man, not gossip like a busybody. Are you implying that my wife pushed Yao Yutong? Hua Zhengqin hurriedly waved his hands. Don't get worked up, third brother. I mean, well, when two people are by the water, emotions can run high and accidental physical contact can happen. I'm just saying MOD should be more careful in the future. Hua Mingza let out a cold laugh, his anger rising. Emotions running high? Physical contact? So you're still insisting my wife push someone? He suddenly stood up and shouted, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, busy outside, immediately came in. Hua Mingza ordered sternly, check the surveillance footage. Hua Jingqin tried to dissuade him, third brother, don't make a fuss. It's not a big deal. Aganyao was there. Just ask her. Hua Mingza turned to Hua Xinyao, his tone serious. Aganyao, what did you see? Hua Xinyao replied without hesitation. I saw sister-in-law and Miss Yao talking by the lake. Sister-in-law didn't push anyone. Yao Yutong panicked and said to Hua Xinyao, MOD was very emotional at the time you saw it. Hua Xinyao replied coolly, I saw her very calm with no physical contact. Sensing things were not going well, Hua Zhengqin quickly tried to smooth things over. Alright, let's stop here. We're family. Let's not let small matters cause discord. Third grandma chimed in supportively. Yes, as long as Tong Tong is fine, let's drop it and eat. Hua Ming's expression grew even darker, his voice stern. This concerns my wife's innocence. How is it a small matter? Since everyone involved is here, let's confront this directly. He turned to Shen MOD. Did you push her? Shen MOD shook her head. I didn't. Miss Yao grabbed me when she was about to fall into the water. Hua Mingza stared at Yao Yutong. Miss Yao, did my wife push you or not? Yao Yutong hesitated, biting her lip, and finally said softly, I might have been mistaken. The railing was unstable. You might have been trying to catch me. Hua Mingza coldly asked, if the railing was unstable, why did you say MOD pushed you? Third grandma tried to intervene again, but second grandma couldn't hold back. It's better to get to the bottom of this. No one likes being wronged. Yao Yutong finally gave in, speaking softly, I can't remember clearly. I just recall falling back. You might have been trying to help. I was mistaken. Then apologize. Hua Mingza demanded coldly. Third brother. Hua Jingqin's expression also turned stern. You're scaring Yutong. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over something so trivial? Grandpa Hua spoke sternly. Even if Yutong remembered incorrectly, it's not right to falsely accuse others. If I claimed that a $5 billion antique went missing, and Miss Yao was the only one who visited my study, how would people perceive her? Hua Mingza nodded in agreement. Facts are facts. If you did it, admit it, and if you didn't, stand by it. If you're unsure, take the time to recall correctly. Yao Yutong's face changed, and she stood up to apologize to MOD. I must have remembered wrong. I'm sorry for causing misunderstanding. With that, she covered her mouth and ran out, appearing quite upset. Hua Jingqin glanced helplessly at Hua Mingza before following her. In truth, this was all part of their plan. Even though the attempt to frame failed, others might still perceive Hua Mingza as aggressive. Furthermore, some might continue to suspect that it was Shen MOD who pushed Yao Yutong, considering the artificial lake had a railing, making an accidental fall unlikely. Hua Jingqin's mother smiled as she tried to ease the tension. MOD, you've been wronged. I apologize on Yutong's behalf. MOD gave a gentle smile. Auntie, there's no need for that. It's all cleared up now. She softly held Hua Mingza's hand, grateful for his support. Otherwise, she would have been the target of everyone's criticism today. Some say when a girl gets married, she doesn't just marry a man, but his entire family. In reality, the man is the most crucial part. If he stands by you, no one in the in-laws will dare to mistreat you. Conversely, many men promise to shield women from life storms before marriage, but in reality, they often end up being the source of those very storms. After dinner, everyone gathered in Grandpa Hua's living room for tea and conversation. Mingza Hua didn't rush to leave with MOD, hoping she would get to know the family better. Second aunt was particularly fond of MOD and, holding her hand, invited, Xiaomo, visit my house when you have time. I live at the Chiu residence. Let's add each other on WeChat. MOD quickly took out her phone to scan the code. Second aunt continued, I can't stay idle, so I make short videos. Follow me and give them a like. MOD opened Second aunt's account and was stunned to see that she was a national-style influencer with over 16 million followers. The videos were all about promoting traditional culture, and MOD had already been following her. Make sure to like Grandma's videos, Second aunt said with a loving smile. MOD liked the videos repeatedly, watching some of them several times. You like this necklace, don't you? It was designed by Xinyao. That girl has real talent, but unfortunately, her work doesn't sell, Second aunt sighed. Hua Xinyao overheard and smiled wryly. It's my own fault. With so many judges at the last Zhongning Cup, they can't all be blind to quality. I don't care, in Grandma's eyes, you're the best. Second aunt reassured her. Hua Xinyao was amused and playfully said, you just spoil me. Second aunt spoke earnestly. Life is about growing amidst criticism. We change when others are right, and we stand firm when they are wrong. MOD silently noted these words in her heart. Xiaomo, are you free to visit my house next week? Second aunt asked again. Mingzahua chimed in. Amo and I will visit you together. Great, great, you must come. Second aunt said, as joyful as a child. When it was time to leave, Second aunt reluctantly patted Modi's hand, as if to say, if only you were my granddaughter-in-law. If Yao Yutong saw this, she would probably be furious. Back in their own building, Mingzahua went to the kitchen to get some fruit. MOD took the opportunity to quietly thank Hua Xinyao. Xinyao, thank you for today. Hua Xinyao replied coolly, no need to thank me, I was just stating the facts. If you had really pushed her, I would have said so too. With that, she went upstairs. Meng Qilon came down and, seeing this, comforted MOD. Xinyao has a childish temper. Don't take it to heart. Mingzahua returned with the fruit and took MOD upstairs. Once in the suite, MOD gathered her courage and explained, I told Miss Yao that marrying you was just for money, so she wouldn't try to come between us. Xinyao overheard. Mingzahua looked at MOD intently and asked, so, what are you going to do? MOD couldn't quite understand why she felt so upset. She placed a piece of durian on the coffee table and said, I don't want to be led by her, I don't want her to know. She hesitated, unwilling to let Yao Yutong know that she never valued money, even when her family faced illness and she experienced poverty. It was emotions that she held dear. Although her feelings for Hua Mingze weren't deep yet, she already felt gratitude, admiration, respect, and even affection for him. Hua Mingze, perceptive as ever, sensed MOD's inner turmoil. He leaned forward, his intense gaze fixed on her. MOD instinctively avoided his eyes, only to be gently kissed by him. You don't want her to know you never care about money. Hua Mingze voiced her unspoken thoughts. MOD was about to deny it, but he kissed her again. Hua Mingze's eyes burned with intensity as he continued. You're strong and independent. You like money, but you wish to earn it through your own efforts. You're sincere and brave, valuing emotions over wealth. His words struck a chord deep within MOD, bringing tears to her eyes. In just 2 months, he had come to understand her so well. Hua Mingze gently wiped her tears and said softly, always be yourself. Some might hurt you, but life will compensate for what you lose. We all love you, and your father is blessing you from above. Choking with emotion, MOD threw herself into Hua Mingze's arms. He gently patted her back, comforting her. Cry if you need to, my shoulder will always be here for you. Once MOD calmed down, Hua Mingze reminded her to shower and rest, as she had a competition the next day. MOD declined his company, instead urging him to focus on his work responsibilities. After her shower, MOD returned to the bedroom to find Hua Mingze entering in a bathrobe. She quickly slipped under the covers. Hua Mingze chuckled and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Yao Yutong deceived you, Hua Mingze suddenly said. They hacked into my files, using our wedding anniversary as the password. MOD's heart fluttered with emotion. Hua Mingze continued, since we got married, all my passwords have been set to that date. But maybe it's time for a change. What do you think we should use? Their eyes met, a mix of tenderness and gratitude between them. Hua Mingze's voice was husky as he said, don't look at me like that, or I won't be able to resist. He suggested using the date of Xiao Guang's surgery as the new password. MOD was too moved to speak, responding with a soft, okay. Hua Mingze gently urged, get some sleep. You have a competition tomorrow, so I won't keep you up. You have 5 minutes to fall asleep, or I might not be able to resist. MOD quickly wished him good night and turned to close her eyes. Hua Mingze softly patted her head, whispering, sleep well. It wasn't just because of her competition tomorrow. Her father's recent passing had hit her hard, and he knew she needed more time to rest, adjust, and prepare for the future. Coincidentally, after accompanying her to the competition, he also had an important agreement to sign and decisions to make about the development model for the South Suburb plot. The prestigious Zhongding Cup, held every 3 years, is taking place in Haicheng this time. The venue is the city's largest exhibition center. The exhibition center is bustling with people as participants enter with their works. MOD and Hua Mingze walk side by side, searching for conference room 77. Along the way, MOD catches sight of Gu Tianqi, who is accompanying Song Qiang and her mother. MOD calmly averts her gaze, though a ripple stirs within her heart. MOD. Song Qiang calls out loudly, a hint of calculation in her eyes. Hua Mingze wraps an arm around MOD's waist and whispers, "Room 77 is over there." MOD smiles knowingly, and they proceed in sync. Upon finding the conference room, Hua Mingze helps MOD verify her information. Number 18, that's auspicious. MOD shows 2 design drafts, just in case. Hua Mingze smiles approvingly. Not one to be left out, Song Qiang approaches MOD. "Didn't you say you dislike these kinds of competitions?" Her words carry an undertone of provocation. MOD responds with poise. "People change. I used to dislike durian, but now I love it. I used to enjoy making friends, but now I prefer solitude. Doesn't Miss Song ever change?" Gu Tianqi silently clenches his fists, understanding the deeper meaning behind MOD's words. Zhang Huizhen quickly changes the subject. "Qiang, you're number 3, it's almost your turn." The competition officially begins, with participants entering one after another. Song Qiang passes smoothly and, upon exiting, feigns well wishes to MOD. MOD replies bluntly, "If it's not sincere, there's no need for pretense." Song Qiang's expression stiffens as she links arms with Zhang Huizhen and walks away. Hua Mingze gently rubs MOD's back and says softly, "Honey, once you win, let me borrow the trophy for a couple of days." Meanwhile, Hua Xinyao and Yao Yutong are assigned to different conference rooms, but the rooms are adjacent to each other. "We have different design styles, so there's no need for us to communicate." Hua Xinyao coldly refused. Feeling irritated, Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes and turned away. However, Yao Yutong was persistent and continued to try to be friendly. "Xinyao, I've recently designed 2 pieces. They're modern accessories with a touch of ancient style. Take a look, it might give you some new inspiration." Seeing the situation, Hua Zhengqin quickly tried to mediate. "Xinyao, Yutong means well?" Unable to hold back any longer, Hua Xinyao turned around angrily and said, "Fine, call me ungrateful if you like. You're like a pesky fly buzzing around all day, so annoying." Yao Yutong's expression changed, and just as Hua Zhengqin was about to reprimand his sister, Yao Yutong stopped him, saying, "Let it be. Xinyao is still young." Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes again and walked away, taking out her phone. On WeChat, Yao Yutong had sent her 2 design sketches. She was immediately impressed by the conceptual brooch, Chasing Light, which was cleverly designed with rich meaning. She almost wanted to compliment it, but remembering Yao Yutong's relationship with her cousin, she restrained herself and put her phone away. In the distance, Hua Mingze and Shen Modi were waiting. Hua Xinyao worried to herself that if Shen Modi lost to Yao Yutong, she would certainly be criticized. Before entering the venue, Yao Yutong waved goodbye. "Xinyao, it's my turn now." "I'm heading in." Hua Xinyao replied disdainfully, "Just go in already. Stop showing off." At the entrance of the exhibition center, Zhang Huizhen was pleading with Gu Tianqi to go shopping with her. Gu Tianqi handed over a bank card, gently declining. "Mom, you go ahead and shop. Use my card. I have to go on a business trip soon." "Isn't that in a few days?" Zhang Huizhen asked, displeased. Gu Tianqi explained, "Plans have changed. The Yao family is also competing for that piece of farmland. They're really good at promoting agricultural products through live streams, so we need to proactively create opportunities." Zhang Huizhen sighed. "All right, you go then. Tianqi, take care of yourself. I don't ask for much, just for the family to be well. Thinking of your brother, if he were still here, the house wouldn't feel so empty." Feeling a pang in his heart, Gu Tianqi quickly interrupted, "Mom, once the branch office is running smoothly, I'll spend more time with you." "Okay, you go ahead," Zhang Huizhen said, wiping her eyes. Exhausted, Gu Tianqi got into the car and told the driver, "Li Quan, take me home first." He decided to visit Lijia village today to give himself a break. The past 2 months have been more painful for him than the last 3 years combined. Gu Tianqi sat in the back seat of the car, eyes closed, trying to relax. Images of MOD's indifferent gaze kept flashing through his mind, starkly contrasting with the smile she showed to other men. Instinctively, he reached for his wallet, which held a photo of his brother and his brother's girlfriend, 2 lives lost because of him, serving as his heaviest reminder. Upon returning home, Gu Tianqi packed his luggage himself. Noticing a missing suit, he called for the maid, Xiaofeng, to inquire. Xiaofeng hesitated before finally revealing the truth. Sister Rong had been dismissed by the mistress. Gu Tianqi frowned. "When did this happen?" "Why?" Xiaofeng bit her lip and spoke softly. "Yesterday. The mistress said Sister Rong ruined her clothes and made her pay before leaving." She paused and added, "Actually, the silk nightgown wasn't ruined. It just needed to be air-dried on a hanger." The mistress was likely looking for an excuse. Gu Tianqi's expression hardened. How much did she make Sister Rong pay? Xiaofeng cautiously extended a finger. Gu Tianqi raised an eyebrow and asked, 10,000. Xiaofeng replied softly, no, it's 100,000. Her voice carried a hint of fear. What kind of clothing is worth that much? Gu Tianqi inquired with a frown. Xiaofeng pointed towards the balcony, where a row of clothes was hanging. It's that bright red silk nightgown in the middle. Gu Tianqi followed her gesture and looked puzzled. It seems fine to me. The madam said it got wrinkled after washing, Xiaofeng explained quietly. Gu Tianqi furrowed his brow and asked, are you sure it was my mother, not Kuing? Yes, it was the madam, not the lady. Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianqi said, give me Rong Jie's account details. He intended to reimburse Rong Jie the 100,000, suspecting that his mother might be feeling lonely and in a bad mood. Usually, his mother was gentle and not harsh with the staff. Xiaofeng hesitated and said, I don't have Rong Jie's account details. Then call her and ask, and while you're at it, find out where my suit is, Gu Tianqi instructed. Xiaofeng sighed, young master, Rong Jie's phone has been off. I tried calling yesterday and today, but it's still off. Try calling her again when you get a chance. Once you reach her, get her account details and send them to me, Gu Tianqi said. He then added, I'm going on a business trip. Take care of the house. Okay, young master. Take care. I'll help you pack, Xiaofeng said with a hint of joy in her eyes, guessing that the young master intended to repay Rong Jie for the madam's expenses. No need, I've mostly packed, Gu Tianqi replied as he went upstairs to get his suitcase. Xiaofeng quickly said, young master, let me carry it. No, I can manage, Gu Tianqi replied, pulling his suitcase as he had it out. Li Quan was waiting by the car and immediately came over to load the suitcase into the trunk when he saw Gu Tianqi. They set off for Li Jia village. The journey was quite long, taking Li Quan over 3 hours to drive there. It was a rather remote village, nestled in the mountains. But the environment was truly beautiful, with lush green hills and clear waters. Even in winter, the mountains weren't bare. The view was dotted with small waterfalls and sprawling red maples. At the foot of the mountain were extensive rice fields, already harvested, leaving behind yellow stubble and piles of straw. Occasionally, there were greenhouses in the fields, growing strawberries and shiitake mushrooms. At the exhibition center, after handing over her design sketches, MOD left the judges in awe. They asked her numerous questions, inquiring about her inspiration and current employer, and expressed anticipation for her future work. At first, Modi was very nervous. But after hearing several judges praise her design and express their anticipation for her future work, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As MOD exited the judging room, her name immediately flashed on the big screen, announcing her success in passing the preliminary selection. Hua Mingze gave her a gentle smile and offered his sincere congratulations. MOD was overjoyed and instinctively grasped his hand. Hua Mingze suggested they pick up Xiao Guang for lunch, but Modi hesitated, worried it might interfere with his work. Hua Mingze dismissed her concerns and instead invited her to accompany him on a field trip to the countryside. MOD's eyes lit up, and she asked for more details. Hua Mingze explained that it would take about 3 days, with the possibility of staying a couple more days for leisure. MOD readily agreed and decided to take some time off. They picked up Xiao Guang for lunch. Seeing MOD, Xiao Guang was thrilled and immediately greeted her with simple words. Hua Mingze praised his rapid progress, bringing tears of joy to MOD's eyes as she hugged her brother tightly. Hua Mingze reassured MOD not to feel pressured and jokingly mentioned Hua Xinyao. MOD responded humbly, and Hua Mingze gently patted her head, softly reminding her that it was time to eat. With a smile, Hua Mingze said, all right, let's eat. Afterwards, we'll pack our luggage and head to the village for the field trip. Hua Mingze took MOD to visit the village for an inspection. The driver was at the wheel, while Xiao Mu accompanied them. Inside the car, Xiao Mu, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around to discuss the itinerary. Boss, let's go to Tongjia village first. It's right next to Li Jia village. The Yao family is already in talks, and we can offer some concessions to secure it. Hua Mingze nodded in agreement. Since hacking into Yao's live streaming platform, the live channels under Hua's banner had seen a surge in followers, prompting an expansion of their agricultural and farming plans. 3 hours later, the group arrived at Tongjia village. It was already dark, and the village chief and others were waiting at the entrance to welcome them. They were arranged to stay at the best house in the village, belonging to Tang Xiaoying. Several industrious village women were already bustling around, and the sound of fireworks made it feel like a festive New Year celebration. Inside the house, the aroma was enticing. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, yet he remained courteous. Village Chief Tang politely said, our conditions are limited. Sorry for any shortcomings in our hospitality. Hua Mingze responded gracefully, earning the villagers' goodwill. Once seated, Tang Xiaoying asked, would the guests like some rice wine? It's homemade. Hua Mingze agreed and allowed Xiao Mu to have a small drink. In front of MOD was a large bowl of wine, leaving her amused and slightly exasperated. Xiaomu tasted the braised pork and couldn't stop praising it. Seeing this, the villagers humorously teased, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Hua Mingze served MOD some dishes while Tang Xiaoying introduced local specialties and invited them to watch the fish harvest next month. During the meal, village chief Tang probed into the details of the cooperation. Hua Mingze readily agreed to all the conditions, stating that they could sign the contract after a field inspection the next day. Overjoyed, village chief Tang and others raised their glasses to toast. After dinner, the villagers lit a bonfire in the courtyard. Everyone sat around chatting and Tang Xiaoying suggested having a barbecue. Seeing this, Li Jun's family from the neighboring Lijia village also lit a bonfire. Gu Tianqi, standing at Li Jun's doorstep, spotted a familiar figure in the distance and curiously asked, "Village Chief Li, what's going on over there? I heard people from the Hua group are here for an inspection." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianqi gazed intently at the bonfire across the way. The bonfire in front of Li Jun's house quickly blazed to life. A quiet competition unfolded between the two villages. Some villagers from Tongjia secretly added more wood, with one even kneeling down to use tongs to clear the center for a bigger blaze. Seeing their fire surpass Li Jun's, they smiled triumphantly. Not to be outdone, someone from Lijia shouted, "Li Jun, don't you have a blower?" Li Jun's wife quickly denied it, turning to fetch more wood. A villager ran back home with a flashlight to get a blower. Gu Tianqi sat on a chair, his gaze fixed on the Tongjia side. The firelight revealed shadows moving, but he couldn't spot MOD. However, he knew she was there. Party Secretary Li enthusiastically introduced the local customs, but Gu Tianqi was distracted. It wasn't until Party Secretary Li asked if he was listening that he snapped back to reality, responding absent-mindedly. The back and forth continued, and the fires grew even stronger. A stray spark landed on Gu Tianqi's suit, burning a hole. Li Quan noticed and hurriedly patted it out, while Party Secretary Li jumped up in alarm. Gu Tianqi calmly assured them it was fine, as being there brought him closer to MOD. On the Tongjia side, a grill was set up, and the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Hua Mingze shielded MOD, worried about sparks reaching her. MOD laughed, saying it was nothing, reminding him of her childhood experiences with fires. The villagers eagerly offered grilled skewers, and Xiaomu enthusiastically joined in the grilling. Seeing the barbecue on the other side, the Lijia villagers quickly set up their own grill to start cooking. Gu Tianqi had no interest in the barbecue, his eyes constantly on MOD's side, mechanically chewing the skewers handed to him. It wasn't until late at night when everyone dispersed that he stood up to leave, secretly hoping to see Xiao Di again the next day. He knew there was nothing he could do at the moment, but he longed to see her. Just seeing her would ease the bitterness in his heart a little. The next day at 7:30 in the morning, breakfast was already prepared at Li Jun's house. The breakfast at Li Jun's was surprisingly lavish for a rural setting, featuring 4 or 5 small dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables, shrimp porridge, boiled eggs, dumplings, meat pies, and even fruit. Gu Tianqi suggested they eat outside, claiming the air was better. Everyone quickly sprang into action, moving tables, bringing out dishes, and setting up a stove, soon arranging breakfast in the front yard. As Gu Tianqi ate, he kept glancing toward Tang Xiaoying's house. Around 8 o'clock, Secretary Tang, Hua Mingze, and their group emerged from there, chatting and laughing. Hua Mingze walked side by side with MOD, their black down jackets looking well-matched. Gu Tianqi looked down at his own white down jacket, furrowing his brow, and set his bowl down, saying, "Secretary Li, shall we head out too?" He instinctively started walking toward Tang Xiaoying's house, but Secretary Li quickly pointed in the opposite direction, saying, "Mr. Gu, we'll head up the mountain from this side." Li Quan quietly reminded him, "Boss, let's hurry. We have a few more villages to visit today." Gu Tianqi suddenly remembered his goal: to secure the neighboring villages, expand into agricultural product processing, and capture the snack and pre-prepared meal markets. Secretary Li handed him a hiking stick, and he, along with Li Quan, took one as well, mainly to accompany them. The group began their ascent. Secretary Li provided commentary while cautioning Gu Tianqi to take it slow. After about 10 minutes, they reached halfway up the mountain. Secretary Li picked up a stone to show Gu Tianqi and Mr. Gu, "Look, this is natural gypsum." Gu Tianqi took the gypsum, finding it fascinating. Li Quan was also intrigued and pointed to a large rock, asking if it was gypsum. Secretary Li explained that large rocks shouldn't be collected, fearing they wouldn't bear offspring. Li Quan laughed. "Gypsum can have offspring?" They continued climbing, surrounded by gypsum. Secretary Li mentioned that this area could be mined, and Gu Tianqi agreed. They passed a spot said to be indented by a fairy's footstep, where villagers noted that wild onions would grow in the spring. Before they knew it, they had reached another section of Yazi Ridge. A villager looked at the sky and predicted rain, while Secretary Li suggested they head down after looking around, as it might rain in the afternoon. Another villager told Gu Tianqi that this area had no gypsum but was rich in wild mushrooms and medicinal herbs. As Gu Tianqi was listening, he suddenly noticed some figures not far ahead. It was MOD's group. Hua Mingze had brought MOD for an outing, and they were climbing while collecting wild mushrooms. Tang Xiaoying and several villagers enthusiastically informed MOD which wild mushrooms were edible. Once MOD recognized a few, she couldn't help but get excited upon discovering new edible wild mushrooms. Xiao Mu is a foodie and is even more enthusiastic than MOD when it comes to foraging wild mushrooms, chattering excitedly along the way. Gu Tianqi gazed at MOD from a distance, his eyes filled with complexity. MOD, focused on picking mushrooms, suddenly sensed something unusual and looked up to meet Gu Tianqi's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly averted her gaze, trying to stay calm. She pointed to the side and said, "Let's go pick over there." Secretary Li saw people from Tongjia village coming up the mountain and immediately felt displeased, shouting, "Tang Jin Kai, this is our Li Jia village's mountain. You come here every few days without any regard for decency." The villagers from Tongjia village were not to be outdone. "Secretary Li, your village might be bigger, but this mountain isn't all yours." When the boundaries were drawn, it was clear that the big maple tree was the dividing line. "You often come to our side to pick, and we never said anything. So why is it all yours now?" As the argument heated up, Gu Tianqi and Hua Mingze quickly stepped in to mediate. Hua Mingze advised Secretary Tang to keep the peace for the sake of prosperity, while Gu Tianqi reminded Secretary Li of the importance of harmony. Remembering the ongoing project discussions, both sides managed to rein in their tempers. Secretary Li softened his tone. "We're all neighbors and these are wild mushrooms. Our side has a lot of gypsum. You're welcome to come and collect some when making tofu for the new year." Secretary Tang added, "There are plenty of wild mushrooms here too. Let's all gather them and not let them go to waste." MOD, not wanting to face Gu Tianqi, walked ahead. Hua Mingze considerately stayed by her side, helping to carry her basket. "Let's go check over there." Gu Tianqi stood there, gazing at MOD's retreating figure. Li Jishu noticed Gu's unusual demeanor and broke the silence with a smile. "Mr. Gu, didn't you say you wanted to pick wild mushrooms? There are plenty over there." Gu Tianqi snapped out of his daze and nodded, following along. Soon, the two groups merged into one, dispersing across the mountain to collect wild mushrooms. Every time MOD quickened her pace, Gu Tianqi maintained a consistent distance, neither too close nor too far. Feeling a bit frustrated, MOD looked at the mushrooms in her basket and said to Hua Mingze, "Should we check out something else? I mean, regarding the inspection." Hua Mingze smiled. "The inspection is done." Seeing MOD's surprise, he explained, "There wasn't much to inspect, just confirming the location and checking the surroundings." MOD suggested heading down the mountain, and Hua Mingze readily agreed. Though Tang Jishu was reluctant, he had no choice but to concur. Just as everyone was preparing to descend, a sudden downpour began. "It's really raining," a villager exclaimed. Seeing this, Gu Tianqi also suggested heading down the mountain. In the rush to put on raincoats, they realized the rain had made the mountain path slippery and treacherous. Tang Jishu suggested finding shelter from the rain. "This rain is too heavy. Let's wait it out under some trees." Concerned for MOD's safety, Hua Mingze agreed to take shelter. The two groups huddled under a large maple tree, but soon noticed a landslide occurring not far away. Suddenly, the ground beneath a villager near MOD gave way. Instinctively, she reached out to help, only to be pulled down with them. Hua Mingze leapt forward to assist, but was also dragged down the slope. "Aze!" MOD cried out, about to let go and follow, but Gu Tianqi grabbed her just in time. They both tumbled down the slope together, their cries for help blending with the torrential rain. MOD awoke with a start from the nightmare, finding herself in a room at Tang Xiaoying's house. She attempted to get up, but Tang Xiaoying stopped her. "Mrs. Hua, don't move. You've injured your muscles and bones. You need to rest." "Sister, where's my husband?" MOD asked, tears streaming down her face. "He's fine, not as badly hurt as you," Tang Xiaoying reassured her. Just then, Hua Mingze entered in a wheelchair, his arm in a sling and bandages on his face. He took MOD's hand and asked with concern, "I'm okay. How are you feeling? Does it hurt?" It turned out that the landslide happened the day before, and MOD had been unconscious for a day and a night. The village doctor diagnosed that MOD was pregnant, but traditional Chinese medicine diagnosed that MOD is pregnant, but her constitution is too weak. Modi has been overworked and anxious for a long time, with a habit of staying up late, which has led to symptoms such as weak spleen and stomach, kidney deficiency, deficiency in both qi and blood, liver qi stagnation, excessive heart fire, and insomnia. This physical condition is often seen in middle-aged women, experiencing marital issues, and rebellious children. Surprisingly, young MOD's body is already so depleted. Pregnancy is a double burden for her. The old Chinese medicine doctor sighed, saying that preserving the pregnancy requires medication as well as a positive mindset. Happiness is the true way to nurture vitality. When Hua Mingze learned about MOD's health condition, he was overwhelmed with guilt. He even considered giving up the baby to lessen MOD's burden. The old doctor was furious upon hearing this and criticized modern men for their irresponsibility. Hua Mingze sincerely explained that he was only concerned about MOD's health. The doctor softened his tone and advised on pregnancy care, keeping MOD happy, maintaining a regular diet, and getting plenty of sunshine. Hua Mingze agreed to follow these instructions. The old doctor stayed in the village to monitor MOD's condition. Tang Xiaoying volunteered to keep watch at night, while Hua Mingze was ordered to rest and recuperate. The next morning, MOD woke up. Hua Mingze, hearing her, came over. His wheelchair was covered in bandages. MOD anxiously inquired about his injuries, and Hua Mingze casually reassured her. MOD recalled the accident, feeling both touched and guilty. After hesitating for a moment, she asked about Gu Tianqi's condition. Hua Mingze smiled understandingly and told her the truth. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, Hua Mingze replied. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctor approached and saw that MOD had woken up. His face was full of kindness. With a gentle demeanor, the old doctor walked slowly to the bedside. He carefully observed MOD for a moment before speaking softly. Young lady, you're awake. You look much better after the sleep. Let me check your pulse. Saying this, he sat by the bed and placed his fingers on MOD's wrist. After a few moments, he withdrew his hand and advised sincerely, young lady, life is your own. In this lifetime, don't always worry about others. You should also take care of yourself. Hearing these words, MOD's eyes started to mist over. Despite being a stranger, the old doctor made her feel a touch of warmth. The old doctor continued to advise, keep yourself happy. If you have a temper, let it out. Don't bottle it up inside. MOD nodded gently. Okay. Make sure to take your medicine properly. Can you do that? The old doctor asked. Yes, MOD nodded again. The old doctor smiled contentedly. I'll take care of your health. I'll prescribe 10 days worth of medicine. During this time, stay here and rest well. Don't go anywhere. If you feel it's a bother, you can stay at my house. Tang Xiaoying quickly said, Uncle Lin, it's no bother. I would love the company. Good. A family that accumulates virtue will surely have blessings. The old doctor nodded. Turning to Tang Xiaoying, they are injured. Please help with the medicine preparation. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will take good care of them, Tang Xiaoying promised. The old doctor then instructed Hua Mingze, stay here for 10 days and take the medicine on time. I'll come back for a follow-up in 10 days. If there is improvement, you can return to the city. After that, visit me every 10 days for a checkup and to adjust the medicine. Hua Mingze thanked him respectfully. All right, thank you very much. Just then, a villager's anxious voice came from outside. Mr. Gu, please slow down. Hua Mingze squeezed MOD's hand and said, I'll go meet him. Before he finished speaking, Gu Tianqi appeared at the door. He was also in a wheelchair, and as their eyes met, there was a complex look between them. Hua Mingze's eyes held a trace of gratitude mixed with caution, while Gu Tianqi's gaze was a blend of jealousy and admiration. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Hua Mingze politely said, Young Master Gu, thank you for saving my wife. Gu Tianqi did not respond, merely observing MOD. Seeing that her facial injuries were bandaged and her spirits were relatively good, he turned to leave. Hua Mingze added, Thank you, young Master Gu. Gu Tianqi's wheelchair paused, his grip on the armrest tightening slightly. Rationality told him to say you're welcome, but he didn't want to further push MOD towards Hua Mingze. Ultimately, he left without a word. At the doorway, there were steps, and 2 villagers helped lift the wheelchair down. Gu Tianqi's expression was somber, with nowhere to vent his inner pain. Returning to Li Jun's house, Gu Tianqi was surprised to see a familiar face. Sister Rong? What are you doing here? Sister Rong was equally surprised. Young master, how did you get hurt like this? She explained. I am a villager from Li family village. My husband is Li Chengqian. Gu Tianqi nodded. All right. Just as well, I'll return the 100,000 my mother asked you to compensate. Sister Rong pushed Gu Tianqi to the dining table. Young master, let's eat first. Gu Tianqi asked again. Has your son's surgery been arranged? Seeing Sister Rong's troubled expression, Gu Tianqi said, Give me your account number, I'll return the 100,000 my mom gave you. Also, whatever your son's surgery costs, I'll lend it to you for now. Sister Rong suddenly burst into tears, saying emotionally, Thank you, young master. Rest assured, I will repay you. Gu Tianqi first transferred 100,000, then asked, How much more do you need? Is 500,000 enough? Enough, 300,000 will do, Sister Rong replied. Gu Tianqi transferred another 300,000. Sister Rong was incredibly grateful. After breakfast, Gu Tianqi returned to his room to rest. Sister Rong went to prepare the medicine and brought it into the room. She placed it down and suddenly knelt in front of Gu Tianqi's bed. Gu Tianqi said helplessly, Sister Rong, there's no need for this. Whatever it is, please stand up and tell me. Sister Rong knelt before Gu Tianqi, expressing her gratitude. Young master, thank you. I'm not good with words, but thank you. I will work hard to repay you. Gu Tianqi, lying weakly on the bed, managed to speak. Sister Rong, I apologize on behalf of my mother. She is usually gentle. Maybe she's just been in a bad mood lately. Please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Sister Rong's brow furrowed slightly, and she bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Gu Tianqi noticed her unease and gently encouraged her. Just say what you need to. If I can help, I will. You're a good person, young master. Sister Rong hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to continue. It's just that the madam and young madam, they are planning. But she couldn't finish her sentence. Gu Tianqi patiently waited and softly urged, It's okay, go on. Sister Rong took a deep breath and said deliberately, They are planning to stage a car accident to kill someone. Gu Tianqi's face changed drastically, anger rising within him. What nonsense are you talking about? Startled, Sister Rong trembled and quickly changed her tune, as I'm talking nonsense. Just take it as rambling, young master. The medicine is getting cold. Let me help you drink it. Gu Tianqi suppressed his anger and spoke more gently. I'm sorry. I got too worked up. What exactly did you hear? Did Song Qiang suggest this? Sister Rong bit her lip, deciding to reveal more. Young master, I heard the madam say it should be done cleanly without arousing suspicion. She told the young madam, if they act, it must be a sure hit. The young madam mentioned that it's hard to get to that woman now that she's married into a wealthy family. The madam said opportunities are created, and a car accident looks more like an accident. Gu Tianqi's expression turned grim, finding it hard to believe such words could come from his mother. He suddenly wondered if Song Qiang was the mastermind and Sister Rong, bitter over her dismissal, was framing them. This thought offered him some relief, though it deepened his dislike for Song Qiang. Sensing the tension, Sister Rong swiftly changed the subject. Young master, please drink your medicine before it loses its effect. Gu Tianqi nodded in agreement. Sister Rong carefully fed him the medicine through a straw and thoughtfully offered sugar, but he declined, feeling the bitterness in his heart was far greater than the taste of the medicine. Sister Rong softly advised, Rest well, young master. Sleeping more will help you recover faster. With that, she respectfully withdrew. Elsewhere, Mo.D felt a wave of relief upon learning that Gu Tianqi was safe. Recalling the moment when Gu Tianqi risked his life to save her, she suddenly felt at peace with the past. She understood the difficult choices he had to make between her and his family's wealth. She used to feel that her efforts in that relationship weren't worth it, but now she suddenly feels at peace. The past is like smoke, and she has finally let go. Though that relationship has ended, it once blossomed beautifully. At this moment, her heart feels light, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Tang Xiaoying quietly brought breakfast with a few helpers and softly left the room. Hua Mingzi helped Mod sit up and handed her the chopsticks. Just as Mod was about to get out of bed, he quickly held her hand, saying, Don't move, your left leg is injured. It was then she noticed her left leg was wrapped tightly. Seeing Hua Mingzi also covered in wounds, she couldn't help but smile wryly. We look like a pair of bedraggled comrades in misfortune. It's more like a wounded couple, Hua Mingzi corrected her. Let's just recover here and return when you're ready for the second round of the competition. Mo.D worriedly asked, Won't this affect your work? I'll manage everything, don't worry. Hua Mingzi reassured her gently. Here, eat a bit more. This cold kohlrabi salad is refreshing. Give it a try. Mod reluctantly sipped some porridge, her appetite lacking. Seeing this, Hua Mingzi recalled the old doctor's advice and didn't press her, carefully coaxing her instead. Noticing a slight sparkle in Mod's eyes, Hua Mingzi's eyes lit up too. Is it good? Having something she enjoys eating made him happier than sealing a major deal. Yes, it's quite tasty, a bit crispy, Mod said with a smile. Hua Mingzi immediately picked up a piece of kohlrabi with his chopsticks and placed it on Mod's plate, his gaze gentle. Mod took a few bites but suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach and frowned, saying, Maybe the pain in my leg is affecting my appetite. I don't feel like eating anymore. Worried that Mod might feel nauseous, Hua Mingzi quickly said, It's okay. Eat when you feel like it. He was already planning to have Lao Wu bring a chef from Yunqing restaurant tomorrow to prepare different dishes for Mod. Mod put down her chopsticks, and Hua Mingzi hesitated, contemplating how to tell her about the pregnancy. Just then, Tang Xiaoying walked in with freshly brewed herbal medicine, politely explaining, the red cup is for Mrs. Hua, and the blue cup is for Mr. Hua. Hua Mingzi thanked her, and Tang Xiaoying waved her hand repeatedly, saying it was all their fault. Hua Mingzi reassured her, It's all right, the injuries aren't severe. Tang Xiaoying smiled and left, interrupting Hua Mingzi's train of thought. Sensing something was off with Hua Mingzi, Mod reached out to hold his hand and smiled. As long as we're both okay, that's all that matters. Hua Mingzi gazed at her tenderly, feeling a glimmer of hope. Mod earnestly said, Ace, if you ever face danger in the future, I'll do whatever it takes to save you. Hua Mingzi quickly replied, Don't say silly things. We'll sail through smoothly. Mod nodded with a smile, and Hua Mingzi couldn't resist patting her head. Mod suggested they drink the medicine first, so Hua Mingzi handed her the red cup. Mod drank it all in one go, and Hua Mingzi immediately gave her some candy. When it was Hua Mingze's turn to drink his medicine, he stubbornly refused the candy, ending up with a tightly scrunched face from the bitterness. MOD couldn't help but laugh, and Hua Mingze reluctantly admitted, "It's a bit bitter." As MOD went to the bathroom, Hua Mingze suddenly realized she was smiling more than she used to. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because Gu Tianqi had saved her. A twinge of jealousy crept into his heart. If there were no child, would he be willing to let go? Hua Mingze pondered over the issue. He assumed that MOD was not pregnant. Memories of moments spent with MOD flooded Hua Mingze's mind. On their first arranged meeting, her fresh and serene demeanor left a deep impression on him. Her filial piety and strength in caring for her family only made him admire her more. That time he carried her home in the rain, he secretly resolved to protect her for a lifetime. Her fluent English at the banquet surprised him, and the romantic time spent stargazing, moon-watching, and setting off fireworks, along with the sorrowful moment of bidding farewell to her father, made it feel as though they had shared a lifetime in a short period. If MOD wasn't pregnant, would he let her be with Gu Tianqi? The answer was clear: absolutely not. He admitted it was selfish, but he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. He liked her and cherished every moment spent together. Although he didn't dare to easily speak of love, he knew his feelings ran deep. After MOD returned from the restroom, Tang Xiaoying pushed her into the room and then left. Hua Mingze held MOD's hand, about to speak, but MOD spoke first. "Hua Mingze, I have something to say." Hua Mingze felt a tightness in his chest as MOD continued. "I know I'm not good enough for you, but I want to take back what I said before. I like you and want to be with you for a lifetime." Hua Mingze was stunned for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. "Wife, we'll be together forever." "I love you." He leaned in to kiss MOD's cheek. Blushing, MOD asked what he was originally going to say. Hua Mingze gently told her, "We're having a baby." MOD touched her stomach in surprise, worried that her fall might have affected the child. Hua Mingze reassured her that the medicine she took was good for the baby. The next day, Qiu Zhan arrived with a chef and a caregiver. Tang Xiaoying warmly welcomed them with firecrackers. Upon hearing the news of MOD's pregnancy, Qiu Zhan was so excited that he couldn't stop grinning like a fool. Seeing Qiu Zhan's continuous laughter, Hua Mingze helplessly rubbed his forehead. As Qiu Zhan continued to laugh, he said, "Did you get your head caught in the car door when you got out?" Haha. Qiu Zhan couldn't stop grinning, his smile almost reaching his ears. He was overjoyed, even more than winning the lottery. Qiu Zhan burst into laughter, amused by Yao Yutong's irritation towards MOD, yet her helplessness in dealing with it. The thought of his sister-in-law possibly having twins and Yao Yutong fainting from sheer anger delighted him. But he couldn't let her just faint away. He needed her to witness his brother and sister-in-law's blissful life together. Suddenly, Qiu Zhan remembered he had business to attend to. He quickly put down his cup and said to Hua Mingze, "Brother, sister-in-law, I have something to discuss." He eagerly wheeled MOD back to the room, with Hua Mingze following in his own wheelchair. Back in the room, Qiu Zhan beamed and said, "Sister-in-law, let me check your pulse." MOD politely extended her hand, while Hua Mingze reassured her it was no trouble. Qiu Zhan composed himself and took her pulse seriously. After about a minute, his smile returned. "Congratulations, the baby is doing well." Qiu Zhan explained the pulse diagnosis in detail and recommended that MOD get some sunshine. Hua Mingze immediately agreed and wheeled MOD to a sunny spot outside. Qiu Zhan found a suitable spot and then went to the kitchen to arrange dinner. MOD basked in the warm sunlight, chatting with Hua Mingze about the future. Hua Mingze gently assured her that whether it was a boy or a girl, they would be loved dearly. Just then, Gu Tianqi was also brought out to enjoy the sun. Seeing MOD with Hua Mingze made his heart ache. Qiu Zhan brought over a lounge chair for MOD to lie down more comfortably in the sun. When MOD got up, she noticed Gu Tianqi. She hesitated for a moment but soon felt at ease. She lay back on the chair, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the sunshine, no longer avoiding anything deliberately. For the next few days, the sun shone brightly every day. As soon as Qiu Zhan saw the sunlight, he eagerly dragged out 2 lounge chairs for Hua Mingze and MOD to bask in the sun in front of Tang Xiaoying's house. Not to be outdone, Gu Tianqi had sister Rong will him out to soak up the sun as well. In truth, he didn't care much for the sunshine. He just wanted to watch MOD from afar. With his excellent eyesight, Gu Tianqi noticed every gentle gesture Hua Mingze made for MOD, like removing leaves or brushing her hair. Each time he saw this, his heart ached a little more. That should have been his privilege. "Young master, it's windy. Shall we head back inside?" Sister Rong cautiously suggested, sensing Gu Tianqi's discomfort. "It's fine. Bring me another blanket," Gu Tianqi replied calmly. He was willing to endure this torment. Since recovering from his injuries and returning to the city, even seeing MOD had become a luxury, let alone deliberately meeting her, which would only bring her trouble. Seeing this, Qiu Zhan couldn't resist stirring up trouble. He cheerfully brought over a pair of crutches. "Come on, big brother, try taking a few steps." Hua Mingze rolled his eyes. "My leg is still bandaged." How am I supposed to walk? It's just one leg. Use the good leg to take a few steps, Xiaozhan encouraged. Did you make a bet with Xiaomu? Hua Mingze asked suspiciously. How could I? Am I short of money or something? Xiaozhan feigned ignorance, secretly plotting how to provoke Gu Tianqi further. I need a few more days to recover. Hua Mingze remained unmoved. Then let sister-in-law try? Xiaozhan turned to Modi. Your hand isn't hurt, you can manage. Give it to me, Hua Mingze said in a low voice. There was no way he would let the pregnant Momo take such a risk. Xiaozhan, having achieved his goal, handed over the crutches with a grin and reached out to support him. Azay, take it slow, Modi advised with concern, her hands ready to assist him at any moment. Hua Mingze gave her a gentle smile. Okay. Slowly, Modi reminded again. Xiaozhan was secretly pleased. This display of affection was exactly what he had hoped for. Are you going to help or not? Hua Mingze gave a sidelong glance at the grinning Xiaozhan. Hua Mingze used one crutch to support himself, standing on his good leg, while his injured leg remained bound and unable to straighten. He looked at Xiaozhan with exasperation. How am I supposed to walk without untying it? Why not hop on one foot a couple of times? Xiaozhan suggested. Are you treating me like a monkey? Hua Mingze was utterly speechless. Sister-in-law, take a picture to remember this. Xiaozhan shouted. Mod picked up her phone. I'll record a video for you, so you can watch it when you're old. Hua Mingze shot Xiaozhan a look and smiled at Mod. Then I'll take a couple of steps. Using one crutch, he hopped a few steps on his good leg. Mod couldn't help but laugh. Xiaozhan deliberately shouted, great. Take a few more steps. Hua Mingze gave Xiaozhan another glare. Bring the wheelchair over. Mod, filming the video, couldn't help but laugh at Hua Mingze's expression. Over at Li Jun's front yard, Gu Tianqi sat in his wheelchair, oblivious to the fact that his book was upside down. Young master, it's windy. Shall we go inside? Sister Rong quietly reminded him. Gu Tianqi replied nonchalantly, go ask the village office if they have any crutches. If not, buy a pair. Sister Rong obliged, thinking to herself how even the vanity of the wealthy knew no bounds. Xiaozhan, satisfied with his scheme, brought over a spinning top and whip, insisting on practicing arm strength. Hua Mingze looked on, speechless. Your hands are perfectly fine. What do you need to practice arm strength for? What if you injure them and have to eat with your feet? Mod was doubled over with laughter. Xiaozhan was persistent. If you won't do it, I'll have sister-in-law do it. Hua Mingze immediately took the whip, pushed the wheelchair, and with a snap, struck the spinning top. Hua Mingze found the spinning top to be quite light and easy to handle, with no difficulty in spinning it. He glanced at Mod and saw the excitement in her eyes, prompting him to smile and say, honey, would you like to give it a try? Then he turned to his sister-in-law. You should join in too. It's good for your recovery. Xiaozhan chimed in from the side, you shouldn't move the injured areas. But exercising other parts can help with blood circulation and speed up recovery. Hua Mingze gave Xiaozhan a look, acknowledging the sense in his words. He wheeled Mod closer, handed her the whip, and gently reminded, take it slow. Don't use too much force. Mod carefully took a swing, nearly toppling the top. Hua Mingze patiently guided her, aim a bit lower and use a bit more strength. On her second attempt, Mod succeeded, and the top spun joyfully. Xiaozhan immediately praised her. Well done, sister-in-law. Just like that, a few more times. Hua Mingze shot Xiaozhan another look, as if to say, I can praise my wife myself. Xiaozhan grinned awkwardly, glancing over at Gu Tianqi. Seeing Gu Tianqi trying to catch a glimpse of Mod, Xiaozhan promptly positioned himself in front of Mod's wheelchair. Sure enough, Gu Tianqi adjusted his wheelchair angle, eager to see Mod. Xiaozhan subtly mirrored the movement, blocking his view. Oblivious to the exchange, Mod concentrated on spinning the top. She and Hua Mingze took turns, like they were in a seamless relay race. Just then Xiaomu drove back. Xiaozhan hurried over to fetch 2 kites, excitedly suggesting, sister-in-law, it's windy today. Let's fly some kites. Mod's eyes lit up, sure. Xiaozhan pulled out a marker and playfully urged, big brother, write a love message on the kite's tail. Mod blushed. Don't tease, it's embarrassing. But Hua Mingze took the pen and wrote on the white tail, Dad, I'll love Mo dearly for a lifetime. Seeing the words, Mod's eyes misted over. Xiaozhan handed Mo another pen, and seeing her hesitation, he took the initiative to write, Mod and Mingze, love each other forever, with a heart drawn beside it. The 2 kites quickly soared into the sky, the words on their tails clearly visible. Watching the kites, Gu Tianqi's face darkened, and he told Sister Rong, it's windy, take me back inside. After half an hour, Hua Mingze, concerned that Mod might be getting tired, deliberately let the kite down. Mod also mentioned wanting to go back inside to work on her design sketches. Just as they entered the house, a luxury car pulled up. Song Qing and Zhang Huizhen were seated in the back. As Zhang Huizhen spotted Shen Mod through the car window, Her expression turned stormy. That shameless vixen nearly cost my son his life. Watching Shen Mod being wheeled inside, Zhang Huizhen squinted and clenched her teeth. She had only one son, and she couldn't bear to imagine what she would do if Tianqi hadn't survived the landslide. Song Qing's eyes flickered slightly as she incited further. I heard from Assistant Wu that when Shen Modi was sliding down, she was screaming for Tianqi to save her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huizhen flew into a rage and immediately pushed open the car door to get out. Song Qing hurriedly held her back. Mom, don't be impulsive. She's now the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. I don't care whose daughter-in-law she is. Zhang Huizhen shook off her daughter's hand. She almost got my son killed, and I'm going to teach her a lesson today. Seeing she couldn't stop her, Song Qing had no choice but to remind her, young Master Hua is also there. Perfect, Zhang Huizhen sneered, grabbing her bag and heading straight for Tang Xiaoying's house. Tang Xiaoying was about to greet her warmly, but was pushed aside by Zhang Huizhen. Sensing something was off, she cautiously asked, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Huizhen ignored her, her eyes fixed on a slightly ajar door. She pushed it open and saw Shen Modi bending over to pick something up from her wheelchair. Wretch. Zhang Huizhen cursed, raising her hand to strike. Modi reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist. Zhang Huizhen immediately started hurling insults. I'll beat you to death today, you shameless hussy vixen. Modi looked at her coldly, her voice icy. Mrs. Gu, I've always respected you as an elder. Your way of cursing is truly eye-opening. Shen Modi, you're the shrew. Zhang Huizhen struggled to pull back her hand. I won't rest until I tear you apart today. Modi flung her hand away, causing Zhang Huizhen to stagger backward. Enraged and humiliated, she charged forward again, aiming for Modi's leg. Modi saw through her intent, swiftly moving the wheelchair aside and giving Zhang Huizhen a push on the back. Zhang Huizhen lunged forward, nearly falling. Mrs. Gu, Modi said coldly, for every insult you hurl, I'll simply add old in return. Wretch. Wretch. Zhang Huizhen shouted in exasperation. Old wretch. Modi retorted without backing down. Zhang Huizhen pointed at Modi. You little wretch. You almost got my son killed. What else could you be but a vixen? During the landslide, you deserve to fall to your death. What right did you have to ask my son to save you? With a worthless life like yours, do you think you're worthy? Hearing this, Modi fell silent. She had almost forgotten about the incident where Gu Tianqi had saved her. Indeed, in this situation, Gu Tianqi's mother had a point. She was just caring for her son, and there was nothing wrong with that. As soon as Hua Mingze returned from the restroom, he caught the last part of Zhang Huizhen's conversation. He quickly maneuvered his wheelchair into the room, his voice cold and cutting. Just how high and mighty is the Gu family that you think the future mistress of the Hua family doesn't measure up? A flash of coldness passed through Hua Mingze's eyes, his tone dripping with disdain and anger. His grip on the wheelchair's armrests was so tight that his knuckles turned white, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Zhang Huizhen was taken aback by his sudden confrontation and was momentarily speechless, but she quickly regained her arrogant composure. Master Hua, don't try to use the Hua family to intimidate me. I have only one son, and if Tianqi gets hurt because of this woman, how am I supposed to live? Zhang Huizhen's voice was sharp, her eyes filled with venom. Seizing a moment when Mod was caught off guard, Zhang Huizhen lunged at her. Seeing this, Hua Mingze forcefully pushed his wheelchair towards Zhang Huizhen. With a loud bang, the wheelchair struck her leg, causing her to fall to the ground with a scream. Due to the force he exerted, Hua Mingze lost his balance and lurched forward. Mod, quick to react, moved the wheelchair to catch him. Their bodies collided, nearly toppling Mod's wheelchair. Qiuzhan quickly stepped forward to steady Hua Mingze, asking with concern, Big brother, did you hurt your leg? I'm fine. Hua Mingze waved him off and turned to him. Wife, are you okay? I'm fine, Mod replied softly, gratitude shining in her eyes. At that moment, Tang Xiaoying hurriedly entered the scene to check on Mod. Zhang Huizhen lay on the floor, ignored by everyone. Sister Rong wheeled Gu Tianqi into the room, his face filled with anxiety. Song Qing followed closely behind in high heels, her expression complicated as she took in the scene. Mom, are you alright? Song Qing asked anxiously as she hurried over in her high heels upon seeing Zhang Huizhen sitting on the ground, looking distressed. Zhang Huizhen groaned in pain, her eyes filled with resentment. That woman broke my tailbone, she said, glaring at Gu Tianqi with a trembling voice. Tianqi, look at yourself. Do you even resemble a decent person anymore? Gu Tianqi interrupted his mother coldly. Help Mom back. He turned to Song Qing, his tone laced with reproach. Earlier, Song Qing had rushed into Li Jun's house, shouting, Mom went to cause trouble for Mod. Gu Tianqi didn't have time to question why she was there. He immediately asked Sister Rong to bring his wheelchair and come over. The scene was unsettling. Although Zhang Huizhen appeared to be the victim, Gu Tianqi knew all too well that this was the result of his mother's over-the-top actions. Song Qing carefully helped Zhang Huizhen up, while Zhang exaggeratedly moaned, Don't move me. It hurts. My tailbone is broken. She shot an angry glance at Shen Modi. Are you satisfied now? You've caused us so much trouble. Gu Tianqi sighed helplessly. Mom, you were the one who went looking for trouble with Modi. Zhang Huizhen's eyes quickly filled with tears. Yes, it's all my fault. Seeing his mother cry softened Gu Tianqi's heart. He understood her worries, though her approach was misguided. He instructed Sister Rong, please help my mom to Li Jun's house and call a doctor. Zhang Huizhen shook off Sister Rong's hand, lamenting. Have you ever thought about how I feel seeing you like this? After carrying you for 9 months. She tearfully recounted the hardships of childbirth. Gu Tianqi felt a pang of guilt and signaled for Sister Rong to take his mother away. Yet, Zhang Huizhen persisted, continuing to bemoan her brother's tragedy. Gu Tianqi sighed again, trying to explain, Mom, the landslide was a natural disaster. It had nothing to do with MOD. Zhang Huizhen interrupted angrily. How could it not be? If it weren't for saving her, would you be like this? Hua Mingzi finally spoke up, Mrs. Gu. I'm very grateful your son saved my wife. But please don't trouble her anymore. First, my wife was also in danger while saving others. Second, saving people was your son's choice. Zhang Huizhen retorted furiously. What choice? That woman was the one who yelled for Tianqi to save her. I didn't. MOD firmly denied it. She explained the situation, insisting she never called for Gu Tianxi's help. Zhang Huizhen instinctively looked at Song Qing, who quickly averted her gaze and changed the subject. Mom, we need to get to the hospital for an X-ray. Gu Tianqi squinted at Song Qing, then instructed Sister Rong to try assisting Zhang Huizhen again. This time, Zhang Huizhen did not resist and allowed Sister Rong and Song Qing to help her up. Before leaving, Gu Tianqi nodded apologetically to Hua Mingzi and MOD, then wheeled himself away. Qiu Zhan immediately checked MOD's pulse, and once he confirmed she was fine, Hua Mingzi breathed a sigh of relief. If not for Gu Tianqi's act of heroism, he wouldn't have been so courteous to Zhang Huizhen. At Li Jun's house, Sister Rong and Song Qing settled Zhang Huizhen into a guest room. The traditional Chinese doctor suggested going to the hospital for an X-ray, and Gu Tianqi instructed Song Qing to take his mother for medical attention. Zhang Huizhen, claiming her injury was too severe, was reluctant to leave. Song Qing agreed. Tianqi, Mom's injured her tailbone. The 3-hour bumpy ride will be unbearable for her. Gu Tianqi responded coldly. You know it's a 3-hour bumpy ride? Lowering her head, Song Qing replied, Tianqi, Mom and I are just worried about you. Really? Gu Tianqi raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Song Qing. Feeling guilty, Song Qing averted her eyes, unable to meet her husband's sharp gaze. Nearby, Zhang Huizhen, despite her pain, reprimanded her. Is it wrong for us to be concerned about you? Such a big incident, and you didn't say a word. Do you think I can handle more loss? When your brother left, it nearly killed me. Mom, please stop and get some rest. Gu Tianqi interrupted his mother, immediately arranging for the hospital to bring equipment for an examination. 3 hours later, the doctor arrived and conducted the examination. The results showed Zhang Huizhen had a fractured tailbone, prompting her to groan even more. I knew it hurt so much for a reason. That vile woman hit me hard, wishing I'd die. Hearing his mother curse Xiaodi, Gu Tianqi felt uncomfortable and urged, Mom, I've told you many times, I have nothing to do with Xin Mafei. Please don't cause her any trouble. My son was harmed like this, so why shouldn't I go after her? Zhang Huizhen retorted, seeing her son's displeased expression, and continued to moan. Gu Tianqi sighed, Mom, just focus on recovering here. That's the only thing I can do, Zhang Huizhen muttered to herself, plotting to keep an eye on Xin Mafei, who was just next door. After the doctor left, having explained the precautions, Gu Tianqi coldly called, Song Qing, come in. He then wheeled himself into the room. Song Qing followed him in and closed the door. Gu Tianqi asked disdainfully, did you enjoy it? Song Qing frowned, Tianqi, I don't think I did anything wrong. Can't I even visit when my husband is injured? And encourage Mom to trouble Mafei? Gu Tianqi accused, staring at her intently. Song Qing feigned calmness. I didn't encourage her, I only informed Mom that you were hurt. She was anxious to come, and when she saw Shen Mafei upon getting out of the car, she rushed over. I couldn't stop her, so I came to find you. You tried to stop her, but couldn't. Gu Tianqi sneered. Tianqi, I really did try, Song Qing insisted. During the landslide, did Mafei call for you to save her? Gu Tianqi questioned again. Song Qing's eyes flickered. I don't know the details. I just know you were injured. Stop playing games. It only makes me despise you more. Get out. Gu Tianqi ordered coldly. Feeling wronged, Song Qing protested. I know you like Mafei, but I've been good to you all these years. You shouldn't take your negative emotions out on me. Who said I like Shen Mafei? She's married. Gu Tianqi's voice rose slightly. I thought you didn't know she was married, Song Qing murmured. Gu Tianqi explained. I ran into her by chance while inspecting a project, and saving her was also a coincidence. It was raining heavily, and I didn't know it was her. I just reached out instinctively. Even if I hadn't, she would have fallen anyway. I need to rest now. Leave. Seeing his tone soften, Song Qiang offered. Let me help you to bed. No need. Go see if mom needs anything. Gu Tianqi declined any physical contact. After Song Qiang left, she went to Zheng Huizhen's room, where Zheng Huizhen was warning the maid, Rong Jia, not to speak out, or else her son might not live long. Rong Jia, terrified, assured she wouldn't say anything. Close the door. Zhang Huizhen commanded as Song Qiang entered, her voice cold. Song Qiang closed the door and asked with concern, Are you feeling any better? Did Shen Mafei call Tianqi for help? Zhang Huizhen eyed Song Qiang sharply. Feeling guilty, Song Qiang immediately knelt and admitted her fault. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I love Tianqi so much, and my hatred for Shen Mafei is just as strong. But I don't want to push him into another woman's arms, so I... Stand up, Zhang Huizhen said, acknowledging that she also wanted to trouble Shen Mafei, and it wasn't entirely Song Qiang's fault, but she still needed to give a warning. Song Qiang grasped Zhang Huizhen's hand. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause your fracture. It's not a big deal. I can recover alongside Tianqi, Zhang Huizhen replied. Thank you, Mom, Song Qiang said gratefully. Zhang Huizhen advised, we're family. I just want you and Tianqi to be well, supporting each other. Song Qiang cried again. I want that too, but Tianqi, now that Shen Mafei is here, I'm afraid he'll rekindle old feelings. Zhang Huizhen's eyes turned cold as she said, some people are born to be unfortunate, dying young. Mom, what do you mean? Song Qiang looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Huizhen. Zhang Huizhen gave Song Qiang a meaningful glance and quietly advised, be efficient and don't overcomplicate things. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Song Qiang's eyes as she leaned in and whispered, Mom, the timing is perfect. That mountain road is steep and narrow, with no surveillance. If an accident happens, no one would ever know. Zhang Huizhen interrupted with a cold laugh. Fool, whether there are cameras or not, it has to be flawless. Song Qiang suddenly understood and exclaimed excitedly, got it. But Hua Mingzi will definitely be with her. If something happens to him, the Hua family won't let it go. Zhang Huizhen squinted in thought for a moment. So we need to time it right. We can't afford to provoke the Hua family. Song Qiang frowned in frustration. That woman is always hanging around Hua Mingzi. It's hard to find an opportunity. Zhang Huizhen replied coldly, use your brain. People make mistakes. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Zhang Huizhen called out cautiously, Tianqi, and signaled Song Qiang to check. Song Qiang dashed out the door, just in time to see Sister Rong hurriedly leaving. She returned to report. It was Sister Rong. Zhang Huizhen sighed in relief but frowned again. Walls have ears. This is the second time. Luckily I warned her. Go bring her here. Song Qiang immediately went to find Sister Rong, who was still shaken and sitting in the courtyard. Seeing Song Qiang approach, she quickly stood up and bowed. Hello, young mistress. Song Qiang replied coolly, Mom wants to see you. Sister Rong, trembling, carried a tray of fruit into the room. Zhang Huizhen greeted her with a warm smile. Ah, Rong, just in time. Help me peel an apple. Sister Rong's hands were shaking badly. Without showing any emotion, Zhang Huizhen asked, earlier, what did you hear at the door? Sister Rong stammered, I didn't hear anything. Zhang Huizhen, unfazed, instructed Song Qiang to bring her bag, took out 3 gold bars, and handed them to Sister Rong. This is for your son's medical treatment. No, madam, I can't accept your money. Sister Rong quickly waved her hand. Madam, the young master has already helped me, Sister Rong hurriedly explained, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She was well aware of Zhang Huizhen's methods, and the consequences would be dire if it was discovered she had taken money from both. Swallowing nervously, Sister Rong confessed, the young master found out about my son's illness and gave me some money. But please rest assured, madam, I will make every effort to repay it and take good care of the young master. Zhang Huizhen maintained her smile, but her tone carried an implicit warning. If Tianqi gave it to you, then take it without any burden. I was too impulsive when I punished you last time. These 3 gold bars are compensation. Sister Rong's heart raced, fully aware of the weight of this kindness. 1 gold bar was worth over 40,000, so 3 were at least 120,000. This was no compensation, it was hush money. Madam, this is too generous. Sister Rong attempted to decline, but Zhang Huizhen interrupted her. Ah, Rong, I truly hope your son recovers, Zhang Huizhen said meaningfully, her gaze carrying a veiled threat. Sister Rong felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat forming on her back. She understood that accepting meant agreeing to keep the secret, while refusing would be seen as ungrateful. For someone powerful, taking her son's life would be all too easy. Gritting her teeth, Sister Rong accepted the gold bars, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you for your great kindness, madam. I will take good care of the young master, and regarding other matters. I know nothing. Zhang Huizhen nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may go. Sister Rong felt a wave of relief as she left Zhang Huizhen's room. Sister Rong carefully put away the gold bar and went outside to sit on a bench, trying to gather her thoughts before preparing medicine for the young master. As soon as she sat down, she heard someone call out cheerfully, "Hey, Sister Rong, what are you doing here?" Looking up, she saw it was the wife of Tang Chongping from Tangjia village. Sister Rong stood up immediately and smiled. "I'm doing some odd jobs at the Li village office. How about you?" Tang Chongping's wife, carrying a basket, smiled and explained her purpose. After hearing her explanation, Sister Rong thought enviously, if only someone had helped when her husband had his accident. She mustered her energy and urged, "Sister Fun, you should go on in." Watching Sister Fun enter the house, Sister Rong was about to prepare the medicine when she saw Qiu Zhan pulling a suitcase out, only to turn back inside. Her brow furrowed with worry. If Mr. Hua and his team left now, Song King might not have time to act, but if they stayed a few more days, it could give the other side an opportunity. While Sister Rong was deep in thought, Gu Tianqi appeared suddenly, startling her. She paled and quickly explained she was going to prepare the medicine. Although Gu Tianqi was suspicious, he saw her anxious expression and did not press further, offering a few comforting words before going back inside. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoying's house was bustling with excitement. The local specialty Sister Fan brought delighted Qiu Zhan, especially the rare cold water birds. He immediately decided to stay a couple more days. Although Hua Mingze was puzzled, he respected Qiu Zhan's decision. Mod initially intended to politely decline Sister Fan's gifts, but Hua Mingze's subtle glance prompted her to accept them. Sister Fan was so moved she nearly cried, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She offered to handle the cold water birds, and Qiu Zhan gladly agreed, already having plans in mind. Taking advantage of the situation, Song King secretly made a phone call from Zhang Huizhen's room, clearly plotting something. Hua Mingze and Mo Di returned to their room, each busy with their tasks, but occasionally their eyes met, filled with warmth. Their gazes met in the air, and they exchanged a gentle smile, their eyes full of tenderness. That evening, the Tang family gathered around the dinner table, enjoying a lively meal. The chef had meticulously prepared 10 dishes and 2 soups, with a special soup made just for Mod. To mask any fishy taste, Qiu Zhan added ginger and a few Chinese herbs, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Hearing about the high nutritional value of the cold water bird, Hua Mingze eagerly asked about where it was caught. As the meal was served, Hua Mingze carefully inquired about how Mod should drink the soup, worried she might not be able to stomach it due to pregnancy nausea. Qiu Zhan, with an amused smile, assured him that she just needed to drink it while it was hot. He was eager to see his sister-in-law with a baby bump. Hua Mingze personally served the soup to Mod, gently reminding her, "Drink slowly, it's hot." The caregiver felt a bit awkward, but Director Qiu reassured her that she was doing a great job. Mod, concerned about finishing it, was encouraged by both Qiu Zhan and Hua Mingze to drink as much as she could manage. Hua Mingze watched Mod intently as she sipped the soup, eagerly asking, "How is it? Does it taste good?" Mod nodded in approval, making Hua Mingze beam with pride, as if he had made the soup himself. Qiu Zhan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Mod reminded Hua Mingze to eat his meal as well, prompting him to focus on his food, though he continued to glance at her with concern. The next day, Hua Mingze, under the pretense of business, had someone take him in a wheelchair to Tang Chongping's home, actually to inquire about the method of catching the cold water bird. Sister Fan explained that the bird was extremely rare, and she had only managed to have her brothers catch it by chance. Hua Mingze asked her to keep an eye out and offered to pay, but Sister Fan politely declined. Meanwhile, a driver sent by Song King secretly monitored Hua Mingze's movements. Learning that Hua Mingze was seeking the bird for Mod's health, Song King complained to Zhang Huizhen about Mod's allure. Annoyed by her injury, Zhang Huizhen instead blamed Song King for her lack of competence. Upon hearing that Hua Mingze's group was preparing to return to the city, Song King secretly arranged for an ambush on the winding mountain road. She was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Mod, keeping her plans hidden from Zhang Huizhen. In front of Tang Xiaoying's house, the villagers bid farewell to Hua Mingze's group. Qiu Zhan thoughtfully arranged for Mod to sit in the middle seat to avoid any jolts. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, the 2 cars slowly left the village. From the yard of Li Jun's house, Gu Tianqi watched Mod's departure from his wheelchair. Sister Rong bit her lip, struggling to keep quiet about Song King and Zhang Huizhen's plot, focused only on protecting her son. 2 luxury cars departed from Tangjia village, winding along the mountain road. After passing a wide reservoir, the convoy entered the most treacherous stretch of road the mountain pass notorious for frequent accidents. The steep terrain forced the vehicles to navigate tight curves and steep inclines, with large warning signs along the roadside constantly reminding drivers to honk and slow down. Mingze Hua turned to the driver and instructed, "Drive slowly and remember to honk." The driver, Zhang Dong, responded with a nod, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused. With the young master and mistress on board, his nerves were tighter than usual. At each bend, He honked in advance to signal their presence. Despite the dangerous road conditions, the sparse traffic was a small relief. They only encountered 3 cars along the way, making the journey relatively smooth. However, Jean-Chio was already feeling uneasy and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, how are you feeling? Are you dizzy?" DMO replied softly, "A bit dizzy, but I'm okay. It'll be fine once we're past this section." Mingzahua gently pulled Di Missouri close and suggested, "Rest on my lap for a while." She declined, worried about his arm still in a sling. However, Mingza insisted, carefully helping her lay her head on his lap. The car continued navigating the winding road, turning constantly. Jean-Chio eventually couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Zhongdong, pull over. I'll drive for a bit. I'm about to throw up." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately honked and pulled over. Jean-Chio got out, took a few deep breaths while holding the car door, and then switched places with the driver. Mingzahua teased from the back seat, "No stamina at all." Jean-Chio retorted while driving, "Can't help it. I'm naturally off balance. But funnily enough, I don't get carsick when I'm driving myself." He then changed the subject, "By the way, after you rest for 2 weeks, I'll do an ultrasound for sister-in-law. Can't you just check the pulse?" Mingza asked, clearly more trusting of traditional methods. "That works too, but the equipment is more accurate. We can check the fetal heartbeat and embryo development then." Jean-Chio smiled, secretly pondering the possibility of twins. Mingza acknowledged him. Jean-Chio continued, "Once you're home, get some rest. I'll prepare some medicine for sister-in-law and bring it over." Just as Jean-Chio was about to say more, Mingza reminded him, "The slope is steep. Focus on driving." Jean-Chio nodded, concentrating on the road. After about 10 minutes, he exhaled in relief. "Finally, we're almost through this rough patch. No wonder there are so many accidents. The road is really bad, narrow, steep, and precarious." Before he finished speaking, a large truck suddenly barreled towards them from the opposite direction. Jean-Chio shouted, "Damn it," and swerved abruptly. "Brother, protect sister-in-law," he yelled, fully focused on avoiding a hidden collision. Although they narrowly avoided the worst of the crash, the car still scraped against the truck with a screeching sound, even sparking. Mingza's pupils contracted as he ignored his injured arm to hold Demo tightly. Instinctively, she bent over to protect her abdomen. A loud crash echoed as the truck hit the guardrail. The truck driver panicked, frantically turned the wheel. The screeching tires and the damaged guardrail barely absorbed the impact, stopping the truck from plunging off the cliff. The driver was shaken but relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Jean-Chio continued driving, his eyes sharp and alert, honking continuously. However, around the next bend, another truck suddenly appeared. Both Jean-Chio and Mingza, experienced as they were, reacted swiftly. Jean-Chio, with his passion for racing, had faster reflexes than most. He was prepared and quickly avoided the oncoming truck. With a crash, this faster-moving truck also hit the guardrail. Perhaps due to its speed, bad luck, or the previous damage to the guardrail, the truck went straight off the cliff. The driver looked on helplessly as his vehicle plummeted. In the passenger seat, Zhang Dong witnessed the scene through the rearview mirror, his heart pounding. He silently thanked Jean-Chio's quick reflexes, knowing he might not have managed such a dire situation himself. "Brother, we need to get through this section quickly," Jean-Chio said seriously. Mingza replied in a low voice, "Yes." His hand protectively cradled Demo's head. Jean-Chio increased the car's speed, racing along the mountain road while constantly honking. After another 10 minutes, he finally relaxed a bit and said, "Brother, this seems premeditated." Mingza nodded, his expression dark. He had realized the same thing. Although the road was known for accidents, there were warning signs every few dozen meters, and they had been honking continuously. Even with obstructed views due to the bends, oncoming vehicles should have heard them. The fact that they still collided suggested it might have been deliberate. "Let's head back to the hillside villa," Mingza decided. Jean-Chio agreed and drove to the villa. Only when the car stopped at the entrance did Mingza feel slightly at ease. With his injury, he had been worried about another incident, fearing he wouldn't be able to protect Demo. "Dear, we're safe now," Mingza gently reassured Demo. She responded softly, still visibly shaken. Jean-Chio and Zhang Dong quickly got out, retrieving a wheelchair from the trunk, and carefully helped Mingza and Demo inside the house. "How long do we need to recuperate?" Mingza asked Jean-Chio. Earlier in the village, he didn't mind extending his rest, treating it like a vacation. But now, he was eager to regain his mobility as soon as possible. "At least 2 weeks," Jean-Chio replied. Mingza acknowledged him and then instructed, "Check on Xiaomu's situation." Xiaomu's car had originally been following them, but Jean-Chio had driven fast, and he wasn't sure where they were now. Earlier, he had been too focused on protecting DMO to check on Xiaomu. "Yes," Xiaozhan responded. Just as he was about to dial the phone to inquire about Xiaomu's situation, a sudden blaring car horn pierced the silence. Xiaomu drove up swiftly and parked steadily in front of the door. Xiaozhan breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Mu is back. Hua Mingze acknowledged with a nod, his gaze also fixed on the newly arrived vehicle. Xiao Mu quickly got out of the car and approached Hua Mingze with urgency. His expression was serious as he reported, "Boss, the surveillance has been switched over. We will do our utmost to find the surviving truck driver." Hua Mingze nodded slightly. Among his capable aides, Lu Chen was skilled in handling company affairs, while Xiao Mu excelled at behind-the-scenes operations. Recently, Lu Chen was accompanying Xiao Guang for language rehabilitation training as a way to make amends. Thus, Xiao Mu temporarily took over Lu Chen's duties. "Let's head inside and rest. You look exhausted," Qiu Zhan said as he wheeled Emodi inside. In the hillside villa, Hua Mingze had only arranged for 2 servants. Upon seeing the group return, they immediately busied themselves with serving tea and water. Learning that Mod hadn't eaten yet, Yun Qing's chef and the nurse Qiu Zhan brought along joined in preparing lunch. Hua Mingze turned to Qiu Zhan and asked, "Shouldn't we give her the medicine first?" It was already nearing the afternoon, and the 3-hour drive had passed by unnoticed. Qiu Zhan nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's administer the medicine first, and then she can rest before eating." The nurse immediately went to prepare the warm herbal medicine. With the servant's help, Mod was settled in bed to rest. Qiu Zhan then entered the room to check her pulse, and finding it steady, he sighed in relief. His gaze inadvertently fell on Mod's abdomen. As a doctor well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, he had some insight into metaphysics as well. He thought to himself, given the perilous situations the child in his sister-in-law's womb had faced, the child was destined for great things. After leaving the room, Hua Mingze sat by the bedside in his wheelchair, gently stroking Mod's forehead. "Honey, were you scared?" he asked softly. Dee shook her head. "No, not really." She recalled her state of mind during the critical moments, worried about unforeseen accidents, with many unfinished wishes flashing through her mind. She hadn't yet given birth, hadn't had a proper romance with Hua Mingze, hadn't won at the Zhongning Cup, and hadn't told Xiao Guang to live well. After the danger passed, her nerves were still taut. It wasn't until the car stopped in front of the villa that her heart finally settled, and she felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, followed by a feeling of being reborn. She resolved to act on her desires without hesitation in the future, leaving no regrets. Hua Mingze stroked Mod's forehead again and reassured her, "It's all over now." Mod nuzzled her cheek against Hua Mingze's palm. His large hand then gently caressed her face. Mod reached out her arms, and Hua Mingze understood immediately, leaning in closer. Mod wrapped her arms around his neck, and Hua Mingze's eyes filled with warmth. He leaned in to kiss Mod's lips, and she returned the kiss softly. Hua Mingze Mod whispered, "I will love you well in this lifetime." Such a sincere declaration, especially after a brush with life and death, made Hua Mingze, a man nearing his 30s, feel as though he was experiencing first love all over again. He felt enveloped by a wave of happiness, a smile involuntarily curving his lips, his eyes full of gentle laughter. He rested his forehead against Mod's and said tenderly, "Remember what you said. Promises are meant to be kept. I will love you well in this lifetime too." With that, he kissed her lips again, sealing it with a kiss. Ahem! A voice came from the doorway. It was Qiu Zhan, holding the herbal medicine, a knowing smile on his face. Hua Mingze glanced at Qiu Zhan helplessly, thinking, why does he have such poor timing? Qiu Zhan chuckled. Sister-in-law should drink her medicine while it's still warm for the best effect. All right, Hua Mingze replied. Qiu Zhan immediately brought over the medicine. Hua Mingze helped Mod sit up, and after she finished drinking, he gently said, "Lie down and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat." Okay. Mod snuggled back under the covers and closed her eyes. Hua Mingze carefully tucked her in, his face showing the blissful smile of a young man in love. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Mod felt a wave of drowsiness as soon as she closed her eyes. She hadn't slept for long when lively voices came from the living room. Mod opened her eyes to see Xiao Guang and Qingyi rushing into the room. "Silly dear, are you okay?" Qingyi asked anxiously. They had seen the news report about the accident on their way and were frightened. Lu's assistant had already explained through gestures that her sister and brother-in-law were safe. But Xiao Guang couldn't be at ease until he saw his sister in person. Now, seeing Hua Mingze in a wheelchair, he became even more anxious. "Sister," Xiao Guang called out loudly. After a few days of language training, he could understand simple conversations and say a few simple words, and sister was pronounced particularly clearly. "You've arrived." Hua Mingze greeted Xiao Guang and Qingyi with a smile. "Brother-in-law," Xiao Guang called, his eyes a little red. Mod looked at Qingyi and then at Xiao Guang, reassuring them, "Don't worry, we're fine." But Xiao Guang's gaze fell on Hua Mingze's wheelchair. "This happened a few days ago in the countryside, just a minor injury," Mod explained, using gestures as she spoke. "Why didn't you tell me you were hurt?" Xiao Guang expressed urgently through gestures. His language skills weren't fluent enough to convey complete sentences, so he relied on gestures. "I didn't want to worry you," Mod said with a smile, using gestures as well. Rest assured, we're fine now and will fully recover in a few days. She smiled at Qingyi as well. Seeing MOD in good spirits, Qingyi felt a bit more at ease. Xiaoguang nodded. Hua Mingze explained, I was worried Xiaoguang and Qingyi would be concerned after seeing the news, so I asked Lu Chen to bring them over. It's been a few days since you've seen each other, so you can catch up. MOD looked at Hua Mingze gratefully. He was always so considerate, thinking through every detail for her, caring not only for her but also for her family and friends. It's time to eat. Let me help you, Hua Mingze said. Qiu Zhan brought MOD's wheelchair over. Xiao Guang carefully helped MOD into it, while Qing Yi busied herself with fetching a small blanket. Seeing her sister's leg in a cast, Xiao Guang's face was full of concern. Qing Yi couldn't help but frown, murmuring, how did she get hurt so badly? It'll be fine soon, MOD reassured them. Qiu Zhan chimed in, when the landslide happened, your silly dear sister saved someone and ended up like this. Hua Mingze gave Qiu Zhan a sideways glance. Hee hee. Qiu Zhan chuckled awkwardly and closed his mouth, pushing MOD's wheelchair towards the dining room. A harrowing accident just occurred on a winding mountain road. Traffic police quickly secured the scene, and the media arrived shortly after. Surveillance footage clearly captured the moment when Mingze Hua's Bentley grazed the side of a truck, sparks flying. Shocked reporters announced that the passengers in the car were none other than Mingze Hua, acting president of the Hua Group, and his wife. Fortunately, a reporter stated to the camera, the experienced driver managed to avoid a head-on collision. However, the fate of the truck driver was tragically different. Due to excessive speed, the truck broke through the guardrail and plunged off the cliff, killing the driver instantly. The reporter solemnly reminded viewers, to all drivers, safety is paramount. Please slow down and drive carefully in accident-prone areas. News involving the Hua Group's senior management spread like wildfire. At that moment, countless eyes were glued to the unfolding story. When Tianqigu saw the news, he nearly crushed the armrest of his wheelchair. The veins on his hand bulged, his knuckles whitened, and he stared unblinkingly at the screen. Each replay sent his heart racing. He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if the driver hadn't avoided the head-on collision. The words, truck driver killed instantly, sent chills down Tianqigu's spine. He realized that if it weren't for Mingze Hua's driver's skill, his Xiaodi might have been lost forever. Young master, the weather's changed, and it's starting to drizzle. Let's head back inside so you don't catch a cold, Rongjia, who had also seen the news, spoke with a mix of relief and guilt. She knew that if she had revealed the truth earlier, this could have been avoided. But she couldn't risk it, as her son was all she had left. Okay, Tianqigu replied tersely, taking a deep breath. Rongjia immediately wheeled him back to his room and went to prepare his medication. Alone in his room, images of the accident kept flashing through Tianqigu's mind, causing him significant distress. To distract himself, he decided to visit his mother. In Hui Zhenzang's room, Qiang Song was also present. Both had seen the news. Hui Zhenzang, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up. Qiang Song rushed to support her. Mom, please don't move, just lie down. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on Qiang Song's face. It was the first time Hui Zhenzang had hit her. Qiang Song looked at her in disbelief. Mom? With a grim expression, Hui Zhenzang gritted her teeth and said, what did I tell you? Huh. Qiang Song feigned ignorance. Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. Look for yourself. Hui Zhenzang, furious, handed her phone to Qiang Song. Glancing at the phone, Qiang Song bit her lip and whispered, I thought this was a perfect opportunity. If successful, we could eliminate future troubles. You. Hui Zhenzang was so angry she nearly had a heart attack, gritting her teeth. Do you think you can mess with the Hua family? If Mingze Hua had died, do you think you could walk away from this? Qiang Song tried to justify herself. Mom, in this world, everyone is practical. The Hua family isn't like our Gu family. We only have Tianqi as an heir, while the Hua family has 3 grandsons. Without Mingze Hua, there's still Zhengqin Hua. They might mourn for a while, but soon they'd shift all their focus to Zhengqin. Hui Zhenzing scoffed. Qiang Song, don't be so clever in the future. If you offend someone our Gu family can't handle, I'll be the first to kick you out. Yes, Mom, I understand. Qiang Song immediately softened, obediently nodding. Tianqigu happened to overhear the latter part of the conversation. He clenched his teeth, shocked. Was it Qiang Song who orchestrated what happened to Xiaodi? This ruthless woman. Did his mother know beforehand? Regardless, this image sharply contrasted with the gentle and kind mother he remembered. He recalled being brought home from university, where his mother was kind and loving to him, respectful to his grandfather, and amiable to the servants. But Rongjie's words, coupled with what he had just heard, clearly indicated that his mother was not as gentle and kind-hearted as she appeared. Narrowing his eyes, Tianqigu silently wheeled himself back to his room, his thoughts in disarray. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is my mother really? Just then, his phone rang. It was his grandfather calling. Tianqigu frowned as he answered, Grandfather. From the other end, Old Gu's voice, accompanied by a cough, came through. Tianqi, I heard about the landslide. Are you injured? Is it serious? Grandfather, I'm fine, Tianqigu replied, his tone distant and cold. Since his grandfather had insisted he break up with Ma Shi and revealed the reason behind his brother's death, he had grown distant from him. Good, as long as you're alright, Old Gu continued. How's your work progressing? It's progressing smoothly. Tianqigu intended to show some concern for his grandfather, but hearing him mention work again made his heart grow cold. That's good, Tianqi listened carefully. Old Gu lectured in between coughs. In this world, only the strong survive. We must solve problems, not be life's cowards. Cough cough. Tianqi Gu's eyes darkened, and he replied, Yes, rest assured, grandfather, I will work hard. He felt resentful. Even while injured, his grandfather couldn't refrain from reminding him to work hard. What displeased him more was the implication that his deceased brother was a coward. Good, I won't disturb you then. Cough, cough. Tianqi, remember, your health is important too. Besides work, take care of yourself, Old Gu advised. I will, grandfather. You should take care of your health too, Tianqi Gu replied distantly. He felt his grandfather's concern for his health was merely perfunctory. Alright, goodbye then. Cough cough. Old Gu hung up the phone. Old Gu sighed deeply on his end, while Tianqi Gu stared at the phone, a cold glint in his eyes. He scrolled through his contacts, found Qiang Song's number, and dialed it without hesitation. Song Qiang approached quickly, a smile on her face and a gentle bright gleam in her eyes. She asked softly, Tianqi, were you looking for me? Yes, Gu Tianqi replied, dragging out the last word, his presence emanating a cold aura. Song Qiang noticed something was off and furrowed her brow, asking quietly, Tianqi, what's wrong? Gu Tianqi stared at her coldly and asked directly, was it you? What? Song Qiang feigned confusion, though she knew she couldn't admit in front of Gu Tianqi what she had done to Shin Modi. Gu Tianqi squinted his eyes, his voice even colder, Shin Modi's car accident, was it you? He had overheard her conversation with her mother earlier and already had his suspicions. He just wanted to confirm it from the guilt in her eyes. Song Qiang forced herself to remain calm and countered. Are you talking about the news of the truck breaking through the guardrail and tumbling down the cliff? Do you really think I could do something like that? She clutched her chest, her voice trembling slightly. Tianqi, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I'm so vicious that I disregard the law to kill and commit arson? Or do you think I have the power to orchestrate a car accident whenever I want someone gone? Gu Tianqi said coldly, Song Qiang, what did I tell you last time? Don't play tricks behind my back, or I won't be polite. I didn't. Song Qiang raised her voice, vehemently denying it. Gu Tianqi let out a cold laugh. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. Song Qiang repeated angrily, I didn't, and that's that. Then she changed her tone sharply. So you still can't forget Shin Modi, can you? She falls off a mountain, and you risk your life to save her. She gets into a car accident, and you feel for her, coming at me like a mad dog, and that's when nothing even happened. If something really did, would you take my life to make up for hers? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more resentful she became. Song Qiang wished she could send Shan Modi straight to hell. She recalled the cautiousness and patience of their 3-year engagement, finally culminating in a wedding thanks to Gu's grandfather and mother. She thought her hard times were over, but Gu Tianqi became even colder to her. Before marriage, they had no intimacy, and she consoled herself that he was traditional and conservative. But after marriage, he always used work as an excuse to avoid closeness. Overcome with bitterness, Song Qiang asked with teary eyes, Tianqi, what do I have to do for you to see me, to cherish me? Gu Tianqi looked at her mockingly, feeling wronged. The words stung Song Qiang, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shouldn't I feel wronged? My husband is always thinking about another woman, never truly seeing me. Shouldn't I feel wronged? Gu Tianqi said indifferently, Song Qiang, I told you before we got engaged that I would never love you. If you feel I've wasted your time, you can ask Grandpa for a divorce anytime. Don't even think about it. Song Qiang interrupted him, shouting. Gu Tianqi chuckled lightly. Song Qiang, see? You chose this life yourself, yet you feel wronged. Song Qiang continued to shout angrily. It's not just me who's wronged, aren't you too? You didn't marry the woman you love, aren't you wronged? You're not just wronged. You blame it all on me. Oh, then we really are a perfect match, Gu Tianqi said, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Song Qiang was so furious she was left speechless. Gu Tianqi squinted at her. You and Mom both want a child, don't you? What are you trying to say? Song Qiang asked, her eyes red and frowning, recalling the incident on his birthday when she and her mother drugged him. We've been engaged for 3 years and married for a few months. Wanting a child is reasonable, she explained. Yes, it's reasonable, Gu Tianqi said blandly, so let's go with IVF. What? Song Qiang was momentarily taken aback. I said IVF, Gu Tianqi replied, sitting in his wheelchair, looking up at her. You don't think that after what happened with Ding Fan, I'd still touch you, do you? Song King felt a sudden tightness in her chest. So he hadn't touched her because of Ding Fan? She couldn't help but burst out, Tianqi, you knew about Ding Fan and me, and that was before you. Can't people have the freedom to date? People certainly have the freedom to date, Gu Tianqi said calmly. Song King hurried to defend herself. You knew about me and Ding Fan before we got engaged. Knowing that, you still decided to get engaged, which means you tacitly accepted it. But you had an abortion, Gu Tianqi interrupted her coldly. He would never use such matters to attack a woman. But Song King was an exception. This woman was ruthless. Gu Tianqi calculated in his mind. Being engaged to Song King, consuming her youth, he wouldn't feel guilty. But he overlooked one issue. After becoming his fiancée and then his wife, her ambitions grew. She not only wanted to secure her position as Mrs. Gu but also wanted Little D's life. She had crossed his line. Before this, no matter how difficult, he was trying to expand Gu Corporation. Those new clients were developed by him, expanded by him, achieved through drinking to the point of gastric bleeding. His cooperation with Song Jewelry was always based on a win-win, mutually beneficial business model. But after seeing the news about Little D's near-car accident, he changed. He didn't want to be a good person anymore. Song King wasn't ruthless enough, was she? Wasn't she idle? He'd make her busy with IVF, so she wouldn't have time to harm Little D. Didn't she think her status was great? Then he'd swallow Song Jewelry, leaving Song King with nothing to rely on. Tianqi, you're too hurtful, Song King said, tears streaming down her face, choking on her words. Did I want an abortion? I was just emotionally involved in a relationship. After you men have your fun, it's always women who get hurt and bear the pain. I'm a victim too. Gu Tianqi took a step back. If you don't want to do IVF, then forget it. I have only one request. What happened on my birthday must never happen again. As expected, Song King wouldn't miss the chance to have a child. She immediately said, I agree to IVF. Gu Tianqi said calmly, a body needs to be prepared for IVF. I'll arrange for someone to accompany you to the hospital. His tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of warning in his eyes. With someone watching, Song King will behave and won't have the chance to harm Xiaodi behind her back. Song King instinctively straightened her back, trying to maintain her composure. No need, there's nothing wrong with my health. Gu Tianqi let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a knife. A body that has carried a dead child is fine? The words struck Song King like a heavy blow to the chest. Anger flared within her, and she wanted to erupt. Yet, faced with Gu Tianqi's disdainful look, she felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. With a final note of defiance, she said, I'll go to the hospital myself to get my health in order. Gu Tianqi insisted on pressing her. What? Besides Ding Fan, is there something else you're hiding? You. Song King flushed with anger, her voice rising. There's no one else but Ding Fan. A mocking smile played on Gu Tianqi's lips. Who knows? If there's nothing, then why are you afraid of me arranging someone to help manage your health? Song King took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. I'll follow your arrangements. However you want to check, I'll comply. However you want me to get treated, I'll do it. Gu Tianqi raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. I'll make the arrangements and contact you. You can leave now. Song King glanced at him, hesitating. Considering his attitude, she merely whispered, take care of your health, before turning to leave. Once out of Gu Tianqi's room, Song King exhaled deeply. The feeling was suffocating. Yet, as long as he was willing to try IVF, she would endure any humiliation. She needed to secure either his love or her status as Mrs. Gu first. After Song King left, Gu Tianqi immediately called his father-in-law, Song Bohui. Although they didn't communicate much privately, they occasionally discussed projects due to business collaborations. Despite being aware of his daughter's strained relationship with her husband, Song Bohui greatly admired Gu Tianqi. He often told Song King that Gu Tianqi was a man of good character and exceptional ability, the sole heir of the Gu family. As long as she could keep him, she would be a winner in life. When Song Bohui answered the phone, his tone was friendly. Tianqi, you must be busy lately. I know you're swamped, so I haven't wanted to disturb you with calls. I'm doing okay, Dad, Gu Tianqi replied briefly. That's good. Work is endless, but you must take good care of yourself. I know, Dad. Gu Tianqi paused. By the way, Dad, how much liquid cash do you have on hand right now? Song Bohui's brow furrowed, suspecting Gu Tianqi might be asking to borrow money. He felt a bit uneasy, worried that diverting funds might impact the operations of Song Jewelry. However, since it was his son-in-law's first request, he couldn't easily refuse. After a moment of thought, he cautiously said, I have about 600 million available. Gu Tianqi got straight to the point. Dad, if you trust me, take half of that to invest in gold. With international conflicts and natural disasters, some countries are printing money like crazy. Gold is likely to rise. Next month is the Lunar New Year. We could hire a few top designers from the Zhongding Cup to create high-quality gold jewelry for the holiday promotions. Song Bohui's eyes lit up. Tianqi, you're thinking just like I am. I was pondering the gold market trends yesterday. whether it was going up or down. I also thought it would rise, but it's already over 400. It seems like there's not much room left, considering the historical peak is just over 400. Gu Tianqi explained in detail, Dad. When it comes to hard currency, there's no real ceiling. As paper money devalues, gold prices will hold firm. Plus, since we're in the jewelry business, turning gold into jewelry will increase its value. You're right, that makes a lot of sense. Gu Tianqi added, Dad, all investments carry risk, so just use half of your available funds. I'm currently expanding projects and don't have extra money to invest in gold. Grandpa always taught me to keep a backup plan and leave room for maneuvering. Yes, the old man is right, Song Buhui agreed, though he felt a bit conflicted. All businessmen have a propensity for risk-taking. He had built Song Jewelry to its current size by taking risks in the early days. However, as the company grew, he had become increasingly cautious. Maintaining success is harder than achieving it, requiring careful planning at every step. Gu Tianqi's suggestion was indeed sound. Given that Song Jewelry specializes in this field, even if international gold prices fell, profits from jewelry sales could cover potential losses. But what if the prices dropped significantly? Moreover, why was Gu Tianqi suddenly advocating for gold investment? Was there a hidden agenda? After much consideration, Song Buhui decided to consult his daughter. He dialed Song Qing's number. Dad, Song Qing answered, her voice sounding a bit downcast. Sweetheart, what's wrong? He asked gently. Nothing, just not in a great mood. Why the bad mood? It's nothing. Song Qing hesitated, wanting to ask if men really cared about a woman's past, but the question was too awkward, so she held back. Did Tianqi upset you? Song Buhui asked, sensing something was off. Could Gu Tianqi be setting him up? Dad, he wants me to do IVF, Song Qing finally admitted, her voice filled with frustration. Test tube, baby? Song Buhui raised an eyebrow in surprise, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He recalled that his daughter's relationship with Gu Tianqi had always been strained. Tianqi seemed still hung up on his ex-girlfriend and didn't want children. Song Buhui always believed that a long marriage and having children would make a man more invested in his family. No matter how much he indulged outside, he would eventually return home. Now that Gu Tianqi wanted a child, wasn't that a good thing? Song Qing bit her lip, an embarrassed expression crossing her face, hesitating to speak. Sensing something was off, Song Buhui quickly asked, then why opt for IVF? Song Qing took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. He doesn't want to be intimate with me. Song Buhui frowned, his mind racing with possibilities. Does he have a health issue? A normal man, even if he's emotionally elsewhere, wouldn't refuse intimacy with his wife. Is it a physical problem? No. The more Song Qing thought about it, the angrier she became, her grip tightening on the phone. Then what is it? Song Buhui pressed, eager to understand Gu Tianqi's true intentions. Closing her eyes, Song Qing gathered her courage and said, he thinks I was once intimate with Ding Fan, so he doesn't want to touch me, hence the IVF. Song Buhui sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You see, I told you before, have your fun but don't go overboard. Does Tianqi know about the abortion? Furrowing her brow, Song Qing admitted softly, yes, he knows. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't want to touch me. His mind is full of that which, Shan Modi. Song Buhui interrupted her enough. Qing, you may have been spoiled, but as a woman, you need to know when to be soft and when to be strategic. Tianqi is trying to make the marriage work, so you need to learn to turn a blind eye sometimes. Shan Modi is married now, isn't she? Even if she were single and still had something with Tianqi, you should pretend not to know. Don't push him away. You're the wife, she's just the other woman. What can she really do? Now that Tianqi wants a child, seize the opportunity. If he's willing to go the IVF route, endure it a bit. The success rates are high now. Implant multiple embryos. You might end up with twins or triplets. Imagine, if you're lucky, triplets in one Gaoho could challenge your position then. Song Buhui's tone lightened. See King, this is your chance to turn things around. I was wondering why Tianqi suddenly called me about investing in gold. Turns out, he's finally treating our family as his own. Dad, what did you say? Tianqi asked you to invest in gold. Song King questioned, alarmed. Excitedly, Song Buhui replied, yes. He even advised me not to invest all my money, just half. Isn't he a good son-in-law? Recalling Gu Tianqi's cold interrogation about the car accident, Song King felt a surge of anxiety. Dad, don't listen to him. Don't invest. I think he's setting a trap for our family. He probably wants to bring us down so I have nowhere to turn. Unhappy Song Buhui said, King, you and Tianqi are married. You need to adjust your mindset. You're a unit now. Don't focus on his flaws just because he loves someone else. Trust me, your priority should be to have a child. Dad, I'll have a child, but please don't listen to Tianqi about investing, Song King urged again. Alright, I know what I'm doing. I'm not a child, Song Buhui chuckled. Promise me you won't invest, Song King insisted. Fine, I promise. Focus on getting ready for the IVF and aim for success. Maybe even twins, he replied dismissively. Okay, Song King responded. Satisfied, Song Bohue ended the call and immediately set about arranging the gold investment. Meanwhile, the news of Hua Mingze's miraculous escape from a car accident on the winding mountain road continued to spread. Comments flooded in. Wow, truly lucky. That truck driver had it rough. It's fate, I guess. Indeed, Hua Mingze must have done something good in a past life. He's so fortunate, always managing to escape danger. Yeah, I'm starting to believe in destiny again. At that moment, Yao Yutong and Hua Jingqin were dining at a modest restaurant in a remote town. Hua Jingqin seemed at ease, but Yao Yutong had been complaining non-stop since they entered. What kind of rundown restaurant is this? Is this even food? I can't believe it. What is that smell? This table is greasy. It looks filthy. Oh my god, this chair smells awful. Hua Jingqin sat down and looked at her, saying, You sound like you're sick. Yao Yutong retorted, You. This place is dirty and messy. What's wrong with saying that? I'm a lady of status. When have I ever come to a place like this? Hua Jingqin chuckled and asked, Yutong, do you know how long a person lives? Frowning, Yao Yutong didn't understand why he was asking such a strange question. He continued, People nowadays live to about 80 on average. Life is long. In those 80 years, how many things will one experience? Some rise from workers to tycoons, others fall from grace overnight. You have it good now, but can you guarantee it will always be good? Yao Yutong didn't like this conversation and rolled her eyes, wiping the chair with a napkin. I was born with resources, expanded my horizons, and learned how to make money. I've already surpassed most people. How bad could it get? Raising an eyebrow, Hua Jingqin smiled. Who knows? Hua Mingze is aggressively taking over Yao's resources. If he wins, will our lives still be good? We are here for a reason. Complaining about the environment does nothing. Can you change it? You can either eat or stay hungry. If you think this place is beneath you, you can sit in the car and starve. Yao Yutong frowned even more, but Hua Jingqin remained unbothered, continuing, Yutong, I'm speaking the truth. We can't change our surroundings. This is the only row of restaurants here. You either eat or go hungry. Is there a third option? Yao Yutong sat down impatiently and urged Hua Jingqin, order the food already. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can leave. Hua Jingqin raised an eyebrow with a smile and picked up the menu to start ordering. During the meal, Yao Yutong couldn't help but complain, with such a chaotic environment, I really don't know how you can enjoy your meal. Hua Jingqin's smile deepened. The ambience might not be great, but you can't deny that the food here is actually quite good. After eating rich dishes all the time, it's nice to have a change of pace. It's quite refreshing. I'm done. I'll wait for you in the car, Yao Yutong said, rolling her eyes. She grabbed her bag and left. Hua Jingqin remained unfazed, continuing to savor his meal with an air of elegance. After a while, he put down his chopsticks, paid the bill, and headed towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a large truck caught his eye, and his pupils contracted sharply. He quickly pulled out his phone to verify the license plate number from a recent accident report. It was indeed the truck involved. Just then, the truck driver hurried out from a nearby eatery, ready to get into the vehicle. Hua Jingqin tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy. The truck driver jumped, startled. Hua Jingqin squinted his eyes with a smile. Got something on your conscience, friend? No, nothing, the truck driver replied, trying to remain calm. You just startled me, approaching from behind like that. Let's chat in the truck, Hua Jingqin suggested. No need, I have to make a delivery, the truck driver said, eager to leave. The smile vanished from Hua Jingqin's face, his voice turning cold. Oh, in a hurry to settle the balance. The truck driver was startled again, trying to stay composed. The company handles the payments. I just deliver on time. I'm talking about the payoff for taking a life. Hua Jingqin's voice grew even colder. He analyzed, in the video from that stretch of road, 2 trucks barreled through, one after the other. It was a sharp curve, clearly marked with warning signs, yet they were speeding recklessly. Unless the brakes failed, such speed is intentional. Seeing the truck driver's face change dramatically, Hua Jingqin silently confirmed his suspicions. Looks like Hua Mingze has made quite a few enemies as acting president. I haven't even lifted a finger, and someone else already has. What are you talking about? I don't understand, the truck driver stammered, cold sweat dripping down his back. Hua Jingqin's sharp gaze pierced the driver. Are you sure you want to talk here? The driver couldn't meet his eyes. Hua Jingqin smiled again. If I meant you harm, would I be standing here calmly talking to you? If I wanted to get you in trouble, I'd have called the police already. You've got guts, driving this truck around so openly. Take my advice, if you want to stay alive, leave the truck here. Come with me, Hua Jingqin commanded. The truck driver hesitated. Hua Jingqin sneered. Guess what? Without my help, do you think the police could find you within half an hour? Do you even know who you hit? Or rather, who you attempted to murder? That's Hua Mingze, the heir of the most prominent family in Haiqing. You've got guts to take on such a job. No. The truck driver wanted to argue, trying to say he was hired to crash into the car, aiming to kill the woman inside. He'd heard she had no real status, and the payment was substantial $3 million. He could never earn that much as a driver. With that money, he could buy a house in a good school district for his kids, secure a better life for his family. He truly didn't know it involved some young master. It was supposed to be just a woman kept by the wealthy. Hua Jingqin snorted. No what? The truck driver hesitated. Hua Jingqin's voice was icy. I've given you a chance to save yourself. If you don't take it, prepare to rot in prison. And remember, once the police verify everything, the dirty money will be confiscated. Also, Hua Mingze is no pushover. You better hide well, or your family might pay the price. The truck driver turned pale, pleading desperately, please help me. Follow me, Hua Jingqin said, then suddenly turned and punched the driver. The truck driver was stunned. Hua Jingqin grabbed him by the collar and whispered, there's surveillance here. It's a setup, play along. With that, he kneed the driver in the stomach. The driver doubled over. Hua Jingqin hoisted him up, delivering a series of punches and kicks. Onlookers from nearby eateries witnessed the scene and quickly backed away. After a few more punches, Hua Jingqin dragged the driver into the truck. Once inside, he praised, you did well back there. The truck driver's head buzzed, unable to discern if this person was helping or trapping him. Inside Hua Mingze's villa, after lunch, Qing Yi wheeled MOD to the backyard to enjoy the sun. MOD hadn't seen Xiao Guang in a while and noticed how many new words the child had learned in just a few days. She wanted to spend more time talking with Xiao Guang. Meanwhile, Hua Mingze, Xiao Mu, and Qiu Zhan went to the study. Qiu Zhan, dropping his usual carefree demeanor, asked Xiao Mu, how is it? Xiao Mu checked the time and replied, we found the person. He'll be brought here in 3 hours. Good, Hua Mingze responded. 3.5 hours later, Hua Mingze informed MOD that he needed to go out for some business. He left the villa with Qiu Zhan and Xiao Mu. In a basement, the truck driver was thrown heavily to the ground. Bruised and terrified, he looked at the people in front of him. Hua Mingze sat in a wheelchair, exuding a powerful presence. Qiu Zhan and Xiao Mu stood by his side. Who are you people? Kidnapping is illegal, the truck driver said, trying to mask his fear. You know about the law? Hua Mingze replied coldly. Just thinking about how this driver had tried to harm them filled him with icy anger. Seeing the resemblance between Hua Mingze and Hua Jingqin, the truck driver had some inkling, his voice trembling as he asked, who exactly are you people? The person you almost killed, Hua Mingze said coldly, his sharp gaze piercing the truck driver. The driver immediately panicked and apologized. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Who sent you? Hua Mingze pressed on, his eyes as sharp as knives. The truck driver flinched under his gaze but insisted, no one sent me, I swear. I don't usually drive this route. I had already slowed down and when I heard the horn, I panicked and accidentally hit the accelerator instead of the brake. When I saw your car, I quickly turned the wheel to avoid it. If it weren't for the guardrail, I would have overturned. He spoke rapidly, clearly very nervous. Hua Mingze sneered, mistook the accelerator for the brake? Really? If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning, the driver immediately vowed. Zhan, Hua Mingze called softly. Qiu Zhan exchanged a look with Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu then pulled out a Swiss Army knife, deftly flipping it between his fingers, while also checking information on his phone. Wang Deqiang, 39 years old, Xiao Mu read aloud, casting a cold glance at the driver. You have a family of 5, 2 sons, aged 12 and 8. Wang Deqiang was thrown into a panic as his personal details were recited. What do you want? This is illegal. Xiao Mu continued. Your wife works on a farm, and you have a 62-year-old sick mother. You've been driving for 20 years, operating large trucks for 16 years of experience, and you confuse the accelerator with the brake? Hua Mingze questioned. Wang Deqiang hurriedly defended himself. I was just too tired. The pressure at home is too much. I was working overtime the night before. Pressure, huh? Let me help you relax a bit, Qiu Zhan said cheerfully. Just then, the sound of a cart rolling could be heard from the stairs. Qiu Zhan perked up. Wow, that was fast, thanks. Wang Deqiang turned ashen, staring in terror at the stairs. 2 men were pushing a cart covered with a white cloth, vaguely outlining a human shape. His heart nearly stopped. The men pulled back the cloth, revealing a corpse. It was a teaching cadaver borrowed from the hospital by Qiu Zhan. Wang Deqiang's pupils dilated with fear, his body trembling. Qiu Zhan donned gloves and picked up a scalpel. The blade glinted coldly under the light as he focused intently, like a cold-blooded executioner. The most skillful way to kill, Qiu Zhan narrated as he dissected, is to let the victim watch as their heart is removed, still beating. In fact, the heart dies before the brain. When the heart stops, the brain still has awareness. With that, he extracted the heart from the cadaver. Wang Deqiang vomited on the spot, his face pale as a sheet. Xiao Mu said icily, I think the most satisfying way to punish a villain is to dissect their loved ones in front of them. Let them watch as their family is dismembered, organs removed one by one. Great idea. Qiuzhan exclaimed excitedly. The intense provocation was too much for Wang Dacheng. He blacked out and fainted. Wake him up, Hu Mingze ordered. Under this kind of pressure, he should be ready to talk. Xiaomu promptly brought a basin of cold water, dumping it over Wang Dacheng's head. Wang Dacheng jolted awake, shivering with fear and cold. He looked at Hu Mingze and suddenly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. Please spare me. I swear no one sent me. I just hit the wrong pedal because I was so tired. I'm truly sorry. If I hadn't been driving while fatigued, you wouldn't be hurt, and the car behind wouldn't have gone off the cliff. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. Still not telling the truth? Hu Mingze asked coldly, before turning to Xiaomu. Bring his 2 sons here. We'll take their kidneys to cover the damages. Xiaomu immediately picked up the phone to make arrangements. Wang Dacheng broke down completely, bowing until his forehead bled. Please, I really didn't mean it. For the last time, who sent you? Hu Mingze asked sternly. No one sent me, really no one. Wang Dacheng sobbed, on the verge of a breakdown. Hu Mingze glanced at Xiaomu and nodded slightly. Xiaomu understood and approached Wang Dacheng. Wang Dacheng shrank back in terror, but Xiaomu struck him on the neck, knocking him out again. Boss, Xiaomu addressed Hu Mingze respectfully. Maybe it was just an accident, Hu Mingze pondered. Mistakes from fatigue driving are possible. Under such pressure, if he hasn't confessed, it might really be an accident. Should we let him go? Xiaomu asked. Yes, but check the surveillance footage thoroughly again, Hu Mingze instructed. Understood, Xiaomu replied, dragging Wang Dacheng by the collar and stuffing him into a car. He drove out to the suburbs and left him by the roadside. Wang Dacheng had been awake for a while, but he didn't dare to make a sound, pretending to remain unconscious. When he was tossed to the ground, he suppressed the pain and quickly removed the hood. Looking around, he found himself in a desolate area, and Xiaomu's car had long gone. After confirming there were no people or vehicles around, he let out a long sigh of relief and sat down heavily on the ground. Recalling Hua Jingqin's sinister smile sent a chill down Wang Dacheng's spine. Hua Jingqin had warned him. Hu Mingze might appear cold, but he was actually soft-hearted and believed in equality for all. As long as Wang insisted no one had instructed him, he and his family would be safe. Otherwise, not only would Hua Jingqin act against them, but Song Qiang wouldn't spare them either. Wang Dacheng got up from the ground, ignoring his aching body, and hurriedly walked forward. He had narrowly survived this ordeal. Meanwhile, Xiaomu was intently focused on his computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He retraced the driver's route and reviewed the surveillance footage, discovering an anomaly in a small town, a section of static like that from an old black-and-white TV. The static appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly, clearly indicating more than just a simple malfunction. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaomu quickly launched a repair program. Lines of code rapidly scrolled across the screen. A few minutes later, the static vanished, and the image gradually became clearer. To his surprise, Hua Jingqin appeared in the footage. He was seen exiting a restaurant and having a confrontation with a truck driver, whom he then pulled into his car. Xiaomu couldn't guess what Hua Jingqin did to the driver, but this deliberately erased footage was certainly worth investigating. Carrying his laptop, Xiaomu hurried to the backyard of Hua Mingze's villa. Hua Mingze was sitting in a wheelchair with MOD, while Qing Yi was pushing MOD's wheelchair. Upon hearing that MOD liked koi fish, Hua Mingze immediately instructed Lu Chen to arrange for a small pond to be dug. Xiaomu nodded in greeting to Modi and Qing Yi, then respectfully addressed Hua Mingze, "Boss, I need to handle some work." Hua Mingze gently patted MOD's head and replied, "All right." In the study, Xiaomu reported the discovery of the hacked surveillance footage to Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze watched the repaired video carefully, paying particular attention to the 9 minutes where Hua Zhengqin took the driver into his car. He then issued a series of directives, including intensifying actions against the Yao family and organizing a meeting for the South City land project the following morning. The next morning, in the Hua Group's conference room, the executives were quietly discussing Hua Mingze's injuries. At exactly 9:30, Hua Mingze arrived on time, being wheeled into the meeting room. He succinctly announced the start of the meeting, diving straight into the discussion of the South City project's development plan. Each person was given 5 minutes to present their views, followed by a 1-minute voting period. The secretary began recording the votes, and the meeting officially commenced. As soon as Hua Jingqin heard the vote count, his eyes swept over to the few senior executives who supported him. They nodded silently in understanding. Hua Mingze looked at Hua Jingqin and said, "Big brother, why don't you start?" Clearing his throat, Hua Jingqin began, "All right, I'll go first. I still maintain my previous stance. Hua Group is a commercial enterprise, and our goal is always to maximize profits. As you mentioned, the real estate market is no longer booming, which means fewer opportunities to capitalize. Therefore, We should leverage this project's prime location to build high-rise residential buildings on a large scale and seize the last wave of opportunities. Hua Mingze said expressionlessly, "Those in favor, please raise your hands to vote." Hua Jingqin's supporters eagerly raised their hands. Secretary Liu quickly tallied the votes, revealing that out of 19 executives, 11 supported Hua Jingqin's viewpoint, including Hua Mingze himself. Xiao Mu frowned secretly, feeling a pang of worry for Hua Mingze. Seeing the vote count, Hua Jingqin smiled smugly at Hua Mingze, his eyes full of challenge. Yet, Hua Mingze remained calm and composed. The other executives then took turns to express their opinions. The second executive echoed Hua Jingqin's idea, advocating for high-rise development and keeping the floor area ratio at the national minimum to maximize building area. The support remained at 11 votes. Several other executives shared similar views until the sixth executive proposed a different approach, advocating for courtyard-style villas. His description was overly optimistic, lost in his fantasy, but when it came to voting, he stood alone without support. The seventh executive aligned with Hua Mingze, suggesting garden-style apartments. He emphasized that these apartments focus on quality. Though they offer less building area than high-rises, they can command higher prices, resulting in comparable profits and easier sales. This view was immediately met with fierce criticism from Hua Jingqin's camp. They questioned, higher prices and better sales? Are you assuming buyers are fools? Who doesn't want a lower price? Prices are already sky-high. 10 years ago, Haiching's prices were 7,000, now the average is 28,000. Garden apartments would be at least 32,000 per square meter, costing 4.8 million for 150 square meters, vastly different from a 28,000 high-rise. And you say easier to sell? Hua Mingze calmly said, "Let's vote." The result was only 7 votes in favor, including himself. A few of his supporters glanced at him helplessly, thinking he was still too young to seize opportunities. They felt Chen should debate with the opposition to boost support. The following executives continued their statements, mostly siding with either Hua Jingqin or Hua Mingze. After nearly 2 hours, the presentations concluded. Eagerly, Hua Jingqin instructed Secretary Liu, "Read the votes." He thought that if his proposal was adopted, he would gain more influence, and his grandfather would see him more favorably. Just as Secretary Liu was about to proceed, Hua Mingze interrupted, "No need." All eyes turned to him. Hua Mingze calmly announced, "For the Southern City project, we'll focus on garden-style apartments with some layered villas. Mr. Su, please arrange for the planning application immediately. Once the land use plan is approved, finalize the project name for engineering planning. Everyone, start thinking about a project name." The executives were stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be a vote? How was the decision made so abruptly? Hua Jingqin was furious. "Mingze, what do you mean by this? Are you toying with us? Is this a dictatorship?" Hua Mingze replied unhurriedly, "A true leader should have the ability to discern right from wrong and make decisions. Everyone's opinions are for reference, not to make me indecisive. A leader who needs others to make decisions shouldn't be a leader. I've been clear that the Southern City project should be garden-style apartments. I just wanted to see if there was a better plan." There wasn't. Hua Jingqin, even more incensed, retorted, "Mingze, if a leader only acts on their own will, the company will eventually be ruined under your hands. If you can do the math, you'd understand that high-rises are far more economical than garden apartments." As he spoke, he opened a file in his hand. The southern plot covers 800 acres. High-rises could generate at least 1.6 million square meters of building area. Garden apartments, at most 6 stories with higher greenery requirements, mean higher investment and lower output. Are you sure this is the optimal plan? Hua Mingze smiled and asked, "You only mentioned the advantages of high-rises. What about their downsides?" Hua Jingqin confidently replied, "As long as we capitalize on the advantages, we've already won." Hua Mingze calmly stated, "In the short term, high-rises do indeed offer good returns. But have you considered the vacancy rate?" Hua Jingqin immediately countered, "And garden apartments don't have vacancy rates? They're not only expensive, but also large, making them even less affordable. Vacancy rates would be higher." Hua Mingze calmly opened a research report and pushed it towards Hua Jingqin. "This is market research. We've surveyed elite professionals from major companies in Haiching, and they prefer garden apartments. First, they offer greater comfort, providing a more relaxing living environment with gardens suitable for retirement. Second, they are safer in certain disasters, like fires. Third, they are easier to repair later. Customers are getting smarter and more rational, aware that high-rise buildings with elevators will become hazardous after decades, so fewer will choose high-rises." Hua Jingqin scoffed, "With all this fancy talk, where's the profit? You're turning such a great project into garden apartments, cutting building area by at least half and profits by at least a third. Is Hua Group doing charity?" Hua Mingze explained unhurriedly, "Let me tell you where the profit lies. First, the commercial facilities will be more upscale." Hua Jingqin interrupted again, "I can bring in high-end commercial facilities with high-rises too." Hua Mingze raised an eyebrow and asked, in your opinion, who has stronger purchasing power, garden apartment clients or regular high-rise clients? In the meeting room, Hua Jingqin and Hua Mingze were at loggerheads, tension hanging thick in the air. Hua Jingqin insisted, it's hard to say. We just need to offer different products to different customers. The purchasing power is the same. Hua Mingze, however, disagreed calmly. Of course, it's different. He sat up straight, his sharp gaze sweeping over the executives present. For female users with strong purchasing power, we offer luxury bags priced at 30 to 50,000 and cosmetics starting in the 5 figures. For those with weaker purchasing power, we recommend affordable alternatives. He paused, continuing to elaborate his point. For the Southern City project, we can turn it into the most upscale garden villas in Haicheng, attracting a majority of the city's elite consumers. Besides our own high-end brands, we can also introduce various international brands. Every aspect of life clothing, food, housing, and transportation is a profit point. Hua Mingze's eyes gleamed with intelligence. Moreover, the advertising fees from our properties are also a significant source of income. Do you think ordinary companies' advertising fees can compare to those of big brands? As Hua Mingze analyzed further, the executives who initially doubted him due to his youth now looked at him with admiration. He truly was the son of Hua Zhendong, personally trained by him, with a far-reaching vision. One executive couldn't help but nod in agreement, indeed. Once this villa project takes off, it can truly gather Haicheng's elite. This purchasing power is unparalleled by ordinary groups. By then, as Hua's commercial ventures expand, the money will flow back into Hua Group in other ways. Plus, if the development is done well, there's also the brand effect. Just as this executive was about to continue discussing the brand effect, Hua Mingze interjected, these are tangible economic benefits, along with intangible reputation and brand effects that can't be valued. His tone was firm, that's enough. The project's decided. All departments should coordinate and submit the plans as soon as possible. Hua Zhengqin, hearing this, looked grim and spoke with dissatisfaction. What if the project doesn't meet your expectations and doesn't sell? What if we lose money? Hua Mingze remained unfazed, responding calmly, I will ensure it sells. And if it doesn't? Hua Zhengqin pressed, his eyes glinting with challenge. Hua Mingze's lips curled into a slight, almost teasing smile as he looked at Hua Zhengqin, countering, what do you suggest, big brother? If it doesn't sell, should you take my position? Can you guarantee sales by making it a regular high-rise? When you were drafting your proposal, you didn't even conduct basic market research. What makes you think your plan is more viable? Hua Zhengqin, flushed with anger, argued. How do you know I didn't do market research? All my projections are based on it. Unperturbed, Hua Mingze replied coolly, oh, since you haven't presented a market research report, I assumed you didn't have one. His tone suddenly turned serious. If this project doesn't succeed, I won't be fit for this position. I'll tell Grandpa to step down. Meeting adjourned. With that, Xiaomu wheeled Hua Mingze out of the meeting room, leaving Hua Zhengqin and the other executives in stunned silence. Initially fuming, Hua Zhengqin calmed down after hearing Hua Mingze's final words. He saw Hua Mingze's arrogance as an opportunity. He schemed silently, thinking that if he could block Hua Mingze's project, he could force him to step down. After leaving the company, Hua Zhengqin got into his car and called Yao Yutong. Learning she was watching ballet at the Haicheng Grand Theater, he decided to pick her up. In a high-end restaurant, Hua Zhengqin set up a romantic atmosphere for the two, with a private room, candles, and a cello performance all meticulously arranged. As Yao Yutong elegantly tasted the steak Hua Zhengqin had cut for her, she curiously asked, why the sudden dinner invitation? While cutting his steak, Hua Zhengqin spoke softly. On the Yao family side, have your father oppose Hua Mingze more, even if it means putting other projects aside. Slowing down the Southern City project's development will benefit us. Watching Hua Zhengqin's considerate demeanor, Yao Yutong smiled. Then come to my house tonight and tell my father yourself. She secretly compared him to Hua Mingze, feeling he was no less impressive. Their conversation shifted to the upcoming Zhongding Cup competition. Hua Zhengqin asked with concern, is the next round of the Zhongding Cup next week? Yes, in about 10 days, Yao Yutong replied. Are you ready? You must outshine Shenmudi, Hua Zhengqin encouraged with a smile. Yao Yutong, brimming with confidence, assured him, don't worry. Gently caressing Yao Yutong's face, Hua Zhengqin said softly, Yutong, I don't ask much of you. Just make sure you outshine Shenmudi in this Zhongding Cup. At the mention of Shenmudi, Yao Yutong's face filled with disdain. She looked at Hua Zhengqin, her voice firm. Zhengqin, I don't ask much of you either. I just hope that through our joint efforts, you can put Hua Mingze beneath you. Raising an eyebrow, Hua Zhengqin replied with confidence, that day will come. Meanwhile, after the meeting, Hua Mingze returned home for lunch after dealing with urgent paperwork. Under Qiu Zhan's care, Mudi's health had significantly improved. She was in the backyard, focused on her design sketches. Hua Mingze quietly wheeled himself to the backyard, observing Mudi from a distance. When a servant noticed him, he gestured for silence. His eyes rested gently on Moody's design drafts, quietly appreciating his wife's dedication to her work. Dee stood with her back to the entrance of the backyard, basking in the warm sunlight. The garden was a riot of color with African daisies and begonias in full bloom. Holding a sketchpad, she was deeply engrossed in her designs, having already completed several sketches. To better visualize her ideas, she laid the drawings neatly on a small table beside her. It was a collection of designs exuding a classic and elegant charm. Suddenly, a particularly vibrant begonia caught MOD's eye, sparking a memory of her great-aunt wearing traditional Han clothing. Inspiration flowed like a stream, and she began to imagine what jewelry would best complement her great-aunt's noble and dignified attire. Her pencil danced across the paper, sketching intricate hairpins, dragon phoenix bracelets, and striking Chinese-style earrings. Hua Mingze quietly entered the backyard, watching MOD's focused expression with a smile tugging at his lips. He attempted to approach her silently, but accidentally ran his wheelchair over a small stone, creating a soft noise. MOD turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Hua Mingze. "Why are you back so early?" MOD asked in surprise. Feeling the happiness radiating from MOD, Hua Mingze's heart raced, enveloped by a wave of dopamine-induced bliss. He wheeled closer to her, speaking softly, "I came back to have lunch with you." MOD, assuming Hua Mingze needed to return to the office in the afternoon, quickly said, "There's an auntie here to take care of things. You didn't have to come back just for me." "I wanted to be here with you," Hua Mingze replied, his gaze tender. MOD blushed slightly and lowered her head to hide her smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. "Are you cold?" Hua Mingze extended his hand. "No, I'm not," MOD replied, placing her hand in his. "Good, your hands aren't cold today," Hua Mingze observed contentedly. At that moment, a servant emerged from the house, respectfully announcing, "Sir, madam, lunch is ready." "All right, is Ajahn not here?" Hua Mingze asked. "No, he went to the hospital," the servant replied. "Okay," Hua Mingze acknowledged, turning to MOD with a gentle smile. "Let's eat, my dear." He helped MOD gather her design drafts, looking at the exquisite drawings with pride. "These are really well done." MOD blushed again at his sincere praise, feeling a sweet satisfaction inside. She modestly said, "They're not that great. Say, I want to give these to my great-aunt. Do you think they're suitable?" "I was just thinking they would suit her dignified and elegant style perfectly," Hua Mingze affirmed. "Really?" MOD's eyes sparkled even more. "Really?" Hua Mingze nodded earnestly. He wanted to mention that MOD's designs were far better than Xianyao's, but refrained from speaking ill of his sister. The thought of Xianyao brought a slight smile to his lips. "I'm glad they are," MOD said. "Give me these sketches, and let me know what materials to use. I'll have them made into finished pieces for your great-aunt," Hua Mingze suggested. "Sure," MOD agreed readily, "then I won't submit these to the company. I'll work on the company's designs tomorrow. How about I set up a company just for you, where we develop all the products ourselves?" Hua Mingze proposed. MOD immediately declined. "No need, I want to focus on the competition first." She was worried her skills might not be up to par and didn't want to burden Hua Mingze. "All right, let's wait until after the competition, once you've had the baby and regained your health," Hua Mingze said, glancing tenderly at MOD's belly. "Okay," MOD agreed. Mindful of MOD's frail health and pregnancy, Hua Mingze suggested, "Why don't you consider quitting your job? I mean no disrespect, but I don't want you to overwork yourself. You're pregnant and preparing for the Zhongding Cup competition. I'm worried it might be too much for you. Once you're well, you can work whenever you want. Whatever decision you make, I will support you." After a moment of thought, MOD replied, "I'm feeling all right now and want to keep working." She hoped to maintain a stable income and contribute equally to their relationship. "Okay, but if it ever becomes too much, we can reconsider," Hua Mingze said. "All right," MOD nodded. Time flew by, and a week later, both Hua Mingze and MOD were recovering swiftly due to their harmonious relationship and happy spirits. Hua Mingze was able to walk, though his legs couldn't bear much weight, and MOD could stand up. They trained together in the backyard, using various equipment. Despite the availability of extra equipment, Hua Mingze often chose to share with MOD, occasionally leaning in to affectionately call her wife. "Stop messing around, focus on your training," MOD said helplessly, though a gentle smile played on her lips. MOD would always tease with a smile, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. "It's kind of nice being injured like this," she said softly, with a hint of playfulness in her voice. Hua Mingze felt as if he had recaptured the leisurely pleasure of basking in the sun back in the village. Every day, he would sit on the balcony, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight on his skin. As time went by, their leg injuries gradually improved. Now, they had no problem walking several hundred steps at a time with the help of rehabilitation equipment. These days, the wedding preparations were proceeding smoothly. The custom-made wedding dress had arrived, and after MOD tried it on, she realized it needed a few alterations. The hotel for the wedding had also been finalized. Now, the only thing left was to take their wedding photos. Initially, Huamingza planned to spend a couple of days in the village to take their wedding photos, but due to the injuries, they had to change their plans. He arranged for a photographer to come to their home to take some preliminary shots. Considering their injuries, the photo session wasn't easy. Ultimately, they chose a simple yet warm composition. MOD sitting in a chair with Huamingza standing behind her. After the shoot, Huamingza reminded the photographer to edit the photos well, intending to use them to decorate the wedding venue. They planned to take the official wedding photos once they fully recovered. Honey, why do I feel like I'm limping a bit? Huamingza said, holding on to the rehabilitation equipment with a deliberately worried expression. Nonsense, MOD chided, but she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. It really feels like it. I think one leg is longer than the other, Huamingza said seriously. Let me walk a few steps without holding on to the equipment, and you can check for me. Seeing Huamingza so earnest, MOD's expression turned serious. All right, she nodded, watching his legs intently. Huamingza let go of the equipment and started walking. He walked with an exaggerated limp, making it seem like he truly had uneven legs. MOD was startled and quickly reassured him. It might be because your leg hasn't fully healed, so it can't bear weight evenly. Let's go to the hospital and have Dr. Jean check it out. Her voice was filled with concern, fearing that something was genuinely wrong with his leg. Just teasing you. Huamingza suddenly broke into a bright smile and walked normally for a few steps. Seeing him like this, MOD felt a wave of relief mixed with a twinge of emotion. She lightly tapped his arm, chiding, "Don't scare me like that again." She had been truly worried moments ago. All right, Huamingza said softly, gazing warmly at MOD, noticing her eyes were slightly red. His Adam's apple bobbed gently as he leaned down toward MOD and softly kissed her lips. Moody turned her head away in disgust, refusing to let Huamingza kiss her. Huamingza reached out and gently gripped her chin, forcing her to face him. Her eyes still glistened with the remnants of tears, and she didn't want him to see her vulnerable side. Huamingza's heart raced as he gazed at Moody's tear-streaked face. The raw emotion, purely stemming from her concern for him, filled him with both heartache and joy. He gently kissed her eyes and softly promised, "I won't joke about things like that again." Moody responded with a qualm. Huamingza leaned in to kiss her lips, and she gently reciprocated. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, the phone rang abruptly. Huamingza frowned in annoyance and muttered, "People who interrupt should stay single forever." Moody couldn't help but laugh at his childish side. The call was from Qiu Zhan, who eagerly said, "Hey, big brother, bring sister-in-law to the hospital for an ultrasound." "What, do I have to remind you to come?" Only then did Huamingza remember that Qiu Zhan had previously mentioned the need for an ultrasound to check the baby's heartbeat and development. He told Moody that Qiu Zhan wanted them to go to the hospital, and she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. On the way to the hospital, Huamingza instructed their driver, Zhang Dong, to drive carefully. Upon arrival, Qiu Zhan personally came to greet them. Moody had some lingering anxiety about hospitals due to past experiences. Sensing her unease, Huamingza held her hand and reassured her, "Don't be sad. Dad is watching over us, and seeing that we're doing well will bring him peace." In the ultrasound room, Qiu Zhan performed the examination. Huamingza was fixated on the screen, repeatedly asking where the baby was. After a thorough check, Qiu Zhan excitedly announced, "It's twins. Big brother, sister-in-law is expecting twins." Both Huamingza and Moody were overjoyed. Moody anxiously asked if the babies were healthy, and upon receiving a positive response, she breathed a sigh of relief. Huamingza was eager to share the news with their family immediately, but was advised by Qiu Zhan to wait until after the wedding. Huamingza calmed down, agreeing to announce the news after the wedding, allowing time for his leg to heal properly. He realized he needed to prepare thoroughly to take care of Moody and their future children. When Huamingza returned home, he was still brimming with excitement. He instructed the servants to carefully help him lie down on the bed, while he sat beside her in his wheelchair, watching her intently with a goofy smile on his face. "I don't need to lie down," Dee said softly, though she made no move to get up. Gently stroking MOD's forehead, Huamingza's voice was as tender as water. "Honey, you've had a long day. You've been traveling back and forth. Just lie down and rest for a while." MOD smiled back. "I'm fine now, not tired." "The baby is just this tiny," she said, demonstrating with her thumb and forefinger a space the size of a fingernail. Huamingza took her hand, speaking softly, "Yes, the baby is tiny, but they need to absorb a lot. You've always been frail and need to take care of yourself, and now that you're expecting twins, you must get plenty of rest. I'll be with you every day from now on." "No, you should focus on your work," Modi insisted, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She knew all too well that Hua Zhengqin had been eyeing Huamingza's position. Huamingza replied without hesitation, "Xiao Mu and Lu Chen can handle work." Modi gripped Huamingza's hand tightly, earnestly saying, "Ace, you don't have to worry about me. I'll take good care of myself, and there's an auntie at home to help. If you were just an ordinary person or didn't aspire to be the president of Hua Corporation, I wouldn't urge you to work." I would be happy living a simple life with you. But since you aim for that position, I will respect and support your ambitions, just as you support my work. Rest assured, I'll take care of my health. If work becomes too much, I'll quit. Hua Mingzi felt a warmth surge in his heart as he listened to Emodi's words. He gazed deeply into her eyes, gently caressing her cheek, and said emotionally, "How did I get so lucky to have you?" Emodi smiled softly, replying, "Because you're even better." Unable to resist, Hua Mingzi leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Emodi's forehead. "I'm so happy to have married you." Emodi closed her eyes, laughing quietly, "And I'm happy to have married you too." In the days that followed, Hua Mingzi took Modi's advice and went to work at the company every day. He handled business matters in the morning and returned in the afternoon to accompany Mod for physical rehabilitation exercises. Their leg conditions gradually improved, with Hua Mingzi almost able to dispense with his wheelchair. Mod's recovery was a bit slower, but she didn't mind, thinking that using a wheelchair at home wasn't a big deal. Time flew by, and their wedding was only a week away. Meanwhile, the first round of the Zhongding Cup's revival competition had ended, moving into the advancement phase. After intense competition through the first 2 rounds and the revival round, the 800,000 contestants had been reduced to 140,000. This advancement round would eliminate another third of the participants. The rules for this round were quite unique. 140,000 contestants were grouped into threes, with the last place in each group being eliminated. All 3 would submit their work simultaneously, and the judges would eliminate one piece on the spot. Although the rules seemed to offer a high chance of advancing, they were rather harsh for those who got eliminated. Yao Yutong arrived at the venue early with Hua Zhengqin. Hua Xinyao also came alone. Ever since she had seen Yao Yutong's design, she felt inspired and had been diligently sketching. She occasionally consulted Teacher Channy on WeChat about design issues, and Teacher Channy was full of praise for her recent progress. When news of Hua Mingzi's car accident broke, Hua Xinyao was frantic with worry, calling repeatedly to check on him. Upon learning that her brother was unharmed, she considered visiting the villa on the hill but lost interest upon realizing Shen Mod was there too. Now seeing Shen Mod constantly by her brother's side, Hua Xinyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her disdain for Shen Mod was palpable, feeling that everything about her was unpleasant. Hua Xinyao gave her brother a brief greeting before saying, "Brother, I'll be waiting over there." She turned and left without sparing Shen Mod a glance. Besides Hua Xinyao, Song Qing was also at the venue, accompanied by Zhang Huizhen today. Gu Tianqi had already returned to Meiqing. Song Qing had started taking medication to prepare her body for IVF. Initially, she worried that Gu Tianqi might sabotage her efforts, even having other doctors verify each prescribed medication. Once confirmed that they were indeed for her health, she felt somewhat relieved. A glimmer of hope rekindled in her heart, thinking maybe Gu Tianqi had given up on Shen Mod after seeing her with Hua Mingzi and genuinely wanted to have a child with her. Everyone harbored their own thoughts as the advancement competition began. The world can be quite ironic. The more you want to avoid someone, the more likely you are to encounter them. When Mod and Hua Mingzi arrived at the venue, they found Yao Yutong and Hua Xinyao waiting outside conference room 33. Coincidentally, the screen outside indicated that Yao Yutong and Hua Xinyao were in the same group, while Mod was grouped with Song Qing, with their turns one after the other. Yao Yutong smiled at Hua Xinyao saying, "Xinyao, what a coincidence. Let's hope we both advance." Having been disheartened by her previous experience in the Zhongding Cup and not particularly fond of Yao Yutong, Hua Xinyao coolly replied, "You work hard. I don't mind, as I've already done better than last time." Momentarily at a loss, Yao Yutong turned to Shen Mod, smiling, "Mod, good luck to you too." Mod smiled back, "I'm like Xinyao here for the experience." Hearing this, Hua Xinyao felt even more annoyed, thinking, "Why imitate what I say? Acting like we're close or something. So annoying." She rolled her eyes at Shen Mod again. Concerned about Mod not being able to stand for long, Hua Mingzi suggested, "Let's find a place to sit." He had initially planned to wheel Mod in, but she insisted on walking. Mod reassured him, "It won't take long. We'll be up soon." Hua Mingzi asked with concern, "Are you tired? Are your legs feeling okay?" Unable to hold back any longer, Hua Xinyao said, "Brother, that's enough." She thought to herself, how delicate does she think she is? Everyone else is standing, and she gets tired from just standing. Hua Mingzi chuckled, "You'll understand when you're in love." Feeling a sense of relief, Hua Xinyao said, all right, it's my turn." She quickly entered the conference room, seemingly eager to escape the unpleasant scene. Yao Yutong and another girl followed her into the room. After submitting their work, a staff member came out and called, "Next group, please come in and wait." Upon hearing the call, Mod immediately grabbed her design draft and headed inside. Walking alongside Mod, Song Qing lowered her voice and said, "Shen Mod, it really is a small world. But too bad, Tianqi is mine, and so is the advancement card. You really are pitiful. Oh, by the way, we're trying for a baby." Mod glanced sideways at Song Qing, chuckling, "Song Qing, you really never learn, do you?" Song King instinctively furrowed her brows as Shen Modi's words hit her like a heavy blow to the heart. Whether it's class assignments or your thesis, when have you ever been a match for me? How can you be so blindly confident in this competition? Song King suppressed her irritation. Her family was in the jewelry business and often had access to the best materials, making her the envy of her classmates. But this was a pure design competition, with no materials involved yet. She straightened her back and haughtily replied, "Let's wait and see." Modi merely glanced up indifferently and said nothing more. This only fueled Song King's frustration further. She lowered her voice and said, "Last time, it was Tianqi who helped hack the video. We're actively preparing for pregnancy now." Modi raised an eyebrow and interrupted. "Oh? Are you infertile because you had an abortion with Dingfan? Strange that you haven't conceived after all this time." Recalling the incident outside the mall when she heard Gu Tianqi helped Song King delete the video, Modi felt no particular emotion. She had come to terms with it. Hearing Gu Tianqi's name and his actions no longer affected her. "You." Song King was livid, her face turning pale with anger at Modi's jibe about infertility. At that moment, a staff member looked at Song King with slight annoyance. "Please keep quiet, contestants." Song King immediately fell silent. As the previous group left, Yao Yutong and Hua Xinyao stepped forward to submit their work. In front of the judges' table were 3 chairs. One of the judges politely invited them to sit. The 3 sat down and presented their work. The judges were visibly impressed by Yao Yutong's design draft. "What is the name of this piece?" "Redemption." Yao Yutong replied confidently. Upon hearing the word redemption, Modi frowned and looked at the work, stunned. It was clearly the design she had sketched in the hospital and submitted to the company. Hua Xinyao looked at Yao Yutong's work with envy. Yao Yutong had shown it to her before, and she had found inspiration in it, but she couldn't create such a remarkable piece herself. No wonder Yao Yutong always won international awards. The judges praised the redemption design. "This piece has a profound meaning. What mindset were you in when you created it?" Yao Yutong hesitated for a moment, then confidently said, "It was a sudden burst of inspiration. I believe life is full of challenges, but we always yearn for light." "Well said," a judge complimented. "This piece is perfect in terms of design technique, style, and meaning. Congratulations, you've advanced." He turned to the other judges. "Do we all agree?" "Yes, there's nothing to criticize about this work," another judge concurred. Another judge sincerely remarked, "Every time I'm on a judging panel, I find contestants better than myself." At this moment, Modi stepped forward politely and asked, "Excuse me, judges, where can I report plagiarism?" Yao Yutong was taken aback, looking at Shen Modi in surprise. How did she know about the plagiarism? Then she thought maybe Modi was referring to someone else. Hua Xinyao gave Shen Modi a strange look, thinking, "Is she crazy? Who's plagiarizing? She's just seeking attention." Song King watched Modi with amusement, enjoying seeing her make a fool of herself. A judge looked at Modi and politely asked, "Is there a plagiarist among the current contestants?" "Yes," Modi confirmed. "Who are you accusing of plagiarism?" the judge inquired. Modi pointed directly at Yao Yutong. The judge who had praised redemption frowned and asked, "Are you saying Yao Yutong plagiarized, or is it the piece itself?" "This piece was plagiarized by Yao Yutong," Modi stated firmly. Yao Yutong was furious. "Shin Modi, stop making unfounded accusations. I stayed up all night working on this after a sudden inspiration." She wondered how Modi knew about the plagiarism. Did she know the original author? Well, birds of a feather flock together. People from similar backgrounds stick together. She had paid nearly 200,000 yuan to buy the rights to this piece from Hu Bing. Hu Bing had mentioned that the redemption author was talented but from a poor background, often selling work to make ends meet. As for how much Hu Bing paid the author, she didn't care. Modi was about to explain further when Hua Xinyao impatiently interrupted. "Enough, I can vouch that Yao Yutong didn't plagiarize. She finished this piece a long time ago. I've seen it before." There was a barely detectable hint of anger in Yao Yutong's voice. She glanced at Hua Xinyao, a flash of gratitude in her eyes. "It's so frustrating that such a woman is her sister-in-law." "Thank you, Xinyao, I'm grateful you could vouch for my innocence." Yao Yutong gave Hua Xinyao a confident smile, though inwardly she was already planning to have a serious talk with Hu Bing to get to the bottom of this. The judges noticed the apparent familiarity between Yao Yutong, Shin Modi, and a few others, exchanging knowing glances among themselves. One of the judges cleared his throat and announced, "All shortlisted works will be published on our official website with a 1-week public notice period. If anyone discovers plagiarism, they can submit evidence via a designated email to report it. Once confirmed, the contestant's entry will be disqualified." "Understood, thank you." Modi nodded politely and then returned to the waiting area. Despite her simmering anger, Yao Yutong managed to suppress it and politely asked, "Excuse me, sir, if it turns out the accuser made a malicious claim, will there be consequences for them as well? After all, some might exploit personal grudges to falsely accuse others of plagiarism." The judge nodded. "If the accuser is also a contestant, they will indeed face appropriate penalties." That's only fair, thank you. Yao Yutong smiled in gratitude, her demeanor leaving a positive impression on the judges. In contrast, Shen Modi received a few curious looks from them. Hua Xinyao glanced at Shen Modi with a hint of helplessness, then focused on the outcome of her own work. She wasn't confident, thinking it unlikely she would advance, especially since she hadn't even passed the first round in the previous competition. However, to her surprise, the judges were highly complimentary of her work. One judge enthusiastically remarked, "This design of the sky blue classical hairpin is excellent, full of ancient charm. The touch of white in the blue is particularly striking. The overall style is clean and sharp, with no modern elements mixed in, avoiding any sense of inconsistency. I truly appreciate it, and from my side, you advance." "Thank you so much." Hua Xinyao clasped her hands together, overwhelmed with excitement. Although she came from a wealthy background, she had a genuine passion for design. Hearing such high praise from the judges was even more thrilling than simply advancing. She eagerly looked at the other 4 judges, waiting for their feedback. The judges have reached a decision, and Hua Xinyao advanced with a majority of 3 votes in favor and 1 abstention. She was overjoyed, eager to share her happiness with someone. However, as she glanced around and her eyes lingered momentarily on Yao Yutong and Shen Modi, she lost the urge to share. A wave of frustration washed over her as she silently lamented. If only her brother hadn't married such a manipulative woman, she would have shared this good news with her sister-in-law immediately. Yao Yutong smiled and congratulated her. "Congratulations, Xinyao." But Hua Xinyao ignored her and walked straight out the door. She thought to herself, did Yao Yutong think that clearing her name from plagiarism accusations was an act of goodwill? She only did it to save Shen Modi from embarrassment because of her sister-in-law status. The third contestant in the group was eliminated, as their work was slightly inferior to Hua Xinyao's. Next, it was Shen Modi and Song Qing's turn. Song Qing gave Shen Modi a disdainful look before approaching the judges' table and presenting her work. "Hello, professors. Here is my work," she said. Shen Modi and another contestant also stepped forward. The 5 judges scrutinized their works, offering critiques one by one. First up was Song Qing's piece. One judge praised it. "This brooch has a unique design, full of modern flair, yet it remains elegant and understated, making it perfect for professional women." Another judge agreed, "Indeed, it's an excellent design. I vote to advance." The remaining 3 judges unanimously agreed. With unanimous approval, Song Qing couldn't help but smirk at Shen Modi. She accepted the pass card and politely thanked the judges. "Thank you, professors." Then she turned to Shen Modi, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Modi, keep it up. Focus more on your work, and less on petty tricks elsewhere." Her words were clearly intended to mislead the judges, aiming to undermine their evaluation of Shen Modi's work. The judges, influenced by her insinuations, already had a negative impression of Shen Modi. As designers, they detest plagiarists and loathe those who falsely accuse others of plagiarism for attention. They were inclined to believe that Shen Modi had falsely accused Yao Yutong for 3 reasons. First, she hadn't identified the source of the alleged plagiarism. Second, Hua Xinyao had confirmed that Yao Yutong's work was original. And third, Yao Yutong, Shen Modi, and Song Qing knew each other, yet all seemed to have an unfavorable attitude towards Shen Modi. With these negative impressions in mind, a judge picked up Shen Modi's work, ready to reject it, when suddenly they paused, intrigued. "Did you design this?" the judge asked. Shen Modi calmly replied, "Yes, professor." The judge's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Shen Modi before returning to the piece. "Tell us about your design concept," they requested. Modi explained confidently, "This necklace is called Encounter. It symbolizes meeting at the perfect moment, still making your heart race, the most beautiful state in life. The design features 2 hearts, one large and one small, accented with irregular heart shapes. It's crafted from platinum with a central pink crystal." After Modi's explanation, the judge's attention focused on the judge holding the piece. Suddenly, one judge remarked, "Doesn't this style seem familiar?" The judges exchanged quick glances. One judge stated seriously, "I have reservations." This indicated a vote against advancement. They suspected Shen Modi might indeed be the plagiarist. Another judge interjected, "Sister Xiao, we can't verify plagiarism now. We must score based on the work itself." Turning to Shen Modi, they asked, "Can you assure us your work isn't plagiarized?" Shen Modi asserted firmly, "Yes, I haven't plagiarized." She emphasized her years as a designer, noting that while she hadn't produced any blockbuster designs, all her work was original. "Very well, I hope you don't disappoint me. I'll pass you through," the judge said. "I appreciate your work and look forward to seeing even better from you in future rounds." Hearing this, other judges also voiced their opinions. One judge said, "I agree with Sister Gu. Our role is to discover outstanding works and designers. If there's plagiarism, it will come to light eventually. So I vote in favor." The remaining 2 judges, after a brief contemplation, also agreed to pass her. Only Sister Xiao, who had initially reserved judgment, remained hesitant. She scrutinized Modi's work repeatedly, genuinely liking the design but feeling it resembled Yao Yutong's style. Finally, she earnestly told Modi, remember, if you plagiarize, your career is over. I understand, Professor, Modi responded solemnly. Sister Xiao nodded and handed the pass card to Modi. Thank you, professors. Modi gave a slight bow and left the conference room with the pass card. Song King rolled her eyes, sneered, and strutted out of the room in her high heels. Outside the room, Yao Yutong and Hua Jingxin had already left. Hua Xinyao excitedly reported to Hua Ming's brother, I actually made it through. I've really improved. The judges even praised me. Hua Mingza affectionately flicked his sister's forehead. Yes, keep it up. He occasionally glanced toward the conference room, clearly waiting for Modi to come out. Brother, are you even listening to me? You're such a love-struck fool. You were before, and you still are, Hua Xinyao complained. Hua Mingza laughed. What's wrong with being love-struck? Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes. You'll know when you get deceived. Yao Yao, you'll see how wonderful your sister-in-law is once you get to know her, Hua Mingza said. She's kind, ambitious, considerate, and gentle. Hua Xinyao quickly covered her ears, interrupting. Stop it. You have no idea how embarrassing she was in the conference room just now. What happened? Hua Mingza inquired. To grab the judge's attention, she accused Yao Yutong of plagiarism. I can't believe it. Does she even have a brain? Can she just declare plagiarism and make it so? Hua Xinyao said indignantly. Hua Mingza's expression turned serious. What exactly happened in the conference room? Tell me in detail. Only then did he understand why Hua Zhengxin had left with Yao Yutong, casting a reproachful glance. He initially thought it was due to company competition. Hua Xinyo expressed her dissatisfaction. I don't even want to say it. Shen Modi is coming out soon. You can ask her yourself. Humings frowned and said sternly, you should call her sister-in-law. He was clearly displeased with Xinyao's way of addressing Modi. Xinyao scoffed disdainfully. Does she deserve that? Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Modi had already pushed the door open. Xinyao rolled her eyes and remarked, you go on being love-struck. I'm leaving, then walked away without looking back. Humings immediately went to support Modi, his eyes full of concern. Honey, how are you? Is your leg bothering you? Let's get back to the car. Can you walk? I can carry you. No, it's fine. I can walk. Modi quickly stopped him. I weigh over 90 pounds. Plus, your leg is just getting better. You shouldn't exert yourself. Humings smiled and held Modi's hand. Then let me help you. He noticed the pass card in Modi's hand and his eyes lit up. Let's go home and celebrate. Modi smiled slightly. No need. This is just the preliminary round. There are tens of thousands of people who made it. It's not really worth celebrating. Back in the car, Modi called Chingy. On the other end, Chingy excitedly said, I made it, you silly goose. Right now, I just want to make it to the finals, win the prize money, and put a down payment on a house, huh? Great, Modi replied with a comforting smile. She recalled a few days ago in the backyard of the hillside villa, where Chingy was heartbroken over a breakup. It was the first time Modi saw Chingy cry so sorrowfully, using up an entire pack of tissues, her eyes swollen and red like lanterns. Chingy cried over her youth, her efforts, her unworthiness, her blindness, and how she hadn't loved herself well over the years. What was initially thought to be a breakup due to personality differences turned out to be because the boyfriend cheated. Chingy had given up her profession to work in car sales, hoping to save money for a house and marriage, dealing with customers daily. Yet, her boyfriend was caught looking at cars with another woman, unaware of which dealership Chingy worked at. When caught, he tried to lie, claiming the woman was just a friend, prompting Chingy to decisively end the relationship. After hanging up, Humings asked, Honey, did Xinyao say you reported Yao Yutong for plagiarism? Yes, Modi nodded. To be precise, it wasn't just plagiarism, it was complete copying. She copied my design. Humings was surprised. How did she see your work? He quickly held Modi's hand. I'm not doubting you. I just don't understand how she got hold of your design. I don't know either, Modi shook her head. At that moment, Huming's phone rang. It was his grandfather, sounding serious. A's, bring Xiaodi back to the Hua residence. There are some things that need to be clarified face to face. Grandpa, what's going on? Yao Yutong had a miscarriage and claims it was because Xiaodi upset her, accusing her of plagiarism, which caused her distress and led to the miscarriage. Humings frowned. Grandpa, I'll investigate the plagiarism issue. Xiaodi doesn't need to come back. He didn't want Modi, who was expecting twins, to confront Yutong. However, Modi overheard the conversation and insisted, I'm going back. She wanted to confront the situation directly, to find out how her work ended up as Yutong's, and she was skeptical about the caused miscarriage claim. Grandpa Hua, hearing Modi's voice, said, come back together, and we can clear things up face to face. After hanging up, Humings instructed the driver to head to the Hua residence and reminded Modi, Honey, don't get upset later. Your health is the priority. Okay, Modi replied, feeling warmed by his concern. She had worried that Humings might not believe her due to his past with Yutong, but she quickly dismissed the thought, trusting in her husband's faith in her. Upon arriving at the Hua residence, they were informed that Yao Yutong and Hua Zhengqin were in the suite. Hua Zhengqin's mother explained that Yutong had sudden abdominal pain on the way back, began bleeding in the bathroom, and it worsened, with the family doctor confirming the loss of the child. Grandpa Hua suggested everyone go see what was happening. Meng Qilan noticed Modi seemed a bit anxious and reassured her, "With me here, just tell the truth." With her mother-in-law's support, Modi felt a bit more at ease. Standing next to Meng Qilan, Hua Xinyao had a flicker of displeasure in her eyes as she muttered under her breath, "Go ahead, spoil her, all of you." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She thought to herself, "It's because my brother and mother indulged Shin and Modi too much that she's become so reckless. Even if Yao Yutong did plagiarize, what's it got to do with Shen and Modi? Would Yao Yutong really copy from a nobody designer like her? Ridiculous. If Shen and Modi's designs were truly that remarkable, how could she be so destitute that she can't even pay for her father and brother's medical bills?" The group arrived at Hua Jingqin's suite. As soon as they entered the living room, they were hit by a strong scent of expensive perfume. As they moved further inside, the fragrance was tinged with a faint smell of blood. Mod, whose sense of smell had become extremely sensitive since her pregnancy, immediately felt nauseous upon detecting the bloody scent. Hua Mingzi quickly supported her, asking with concern, "Honey, are you alright? Maybe you shouldn't go in." Mod struggled to compose herself and replied, "I'm fine, I can handle it." She deliberately slowed her breathing to try and ease her discomfort. Seeing this, Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes internally, thinking dismissively, "Such a drama queen, acting like a princess without the life of one. Even I, the real heiress, don't feel nauseous, yet this commoner does." In the room, the family doctor had already set up an 4-drip for Yao Yutong. She lay pale and weak on the bed. Hua Jingqin sat nearby, his expression dark as he glanced between Hua Mingzi and Shen Mod, speaking coldly, "Here you are. Take a look at what you've done." He shifted slightly, revealing Yao Yutong's condition to everyone. Mod felt the scent of blood grow stronger, her stomach churning. She fought hard to keep herself from vomiting. Hua Mingzi, noticing Hua Jingqin's harsh tone towards Mod, retorted icily, "If you have something to say it straight. Stop with the insinuations." Hua Jingqin suddenly raised his voice. His eyes filled with anger. "My child is gone because of her, and I can't even say a word about it?" Usually gentle, Meng Qilan couldn't hold back any longer, her protective nature showing. "Enough. Let's not even discuss whether there was a child. Even if there was and the child is gone, that's your own issue. Don't try to blame my daughter-in-law. She's always been respectful and wouldn't provoke anyone. If she did say something harsh, someone must have started it. Besides, what kind of thing is so sensitive that a little anger makes the child disappear? Should I say that when some people continually upset my son and daughter-in-law, they damage my son's liver and my daughter-in-law's lungs? It's like blaming the Earth's gravity for not being able to." Mod felt a warm surge in her heart as her mother-in-law defended her so fiercely. Hua Jingqin was furious, frowning as he said, "Aunt, you're being unreasonable." Dong Xiahua also expressed her displeasure. "Qilan, we're here to confront this issue face-to-face and clear things up. You're trying to wash your hands of it before we even start, clearly passing the buck." Meng Qilan retorted, "See, we haven't started discussing it yet. So why are you blaming my daughter-in-law already?" Dong Xiahua countered, "Of course you don't care, it's not your daughter-in-law who had a miscarriage." As the argument escalated, Grandpa Hua stepped in to mediate. "Since everyone is here, let's talk about what actually happened." Yao Yutong began to sob, tears streaming down her face. "Grandpa, my child is gone." She looked pitiful and fragile. Grandpa Hua reassured her, "Don't cry, explain what happened." Hua Jingqin stood up angrily. "Come, everyone follow me." He led the group to the bathroom. Dong Xiahua rushed in first, wailing, "My poor grandchild." Hua Mingzi squinted and followed, with Mod right behind him. Seeing the fetal tissue and blood in the toilet, Hua Mingzi immediately shielded Mod's eyes. Curious, Hua Xinyao followed them in, but upon seeing the scene in the toilet, she couldn't handle it, covered her mouth and ran out, tears streaming as she gagged. Hua Mingzi quickly led Mod away. Meng Qilan was also stunned by the sight of the fetal tissue, feeling the gravity of the situation. She had doubted if Yao Yutong was even pregnant before. Dong Xiahua continued to cry, "My poor grandchild, we can't let this go." Grandpa Hua, with a grave expression, asked the family doctor, "Dr. Wan, tell us about Yutong's situation." The family doctor explained, "Sir, here's what happened. Master Hua said Madame Yao was experiencing abdominal pain, so I immediately came to administer a shot to stabilize the pregnancy and advised bed rest with her legs elevated. But less than half an hour later, while using the bathroom, she screamed in pain, and then the fetal tissue came out." Grandpa Hua inquired, "Is this considered a natural miscarriage due to poor fetal development?" The family doctor hesitated. "Well, sir, not necessarily. Emotional distress and agitation can also lead to miscarriage." Dong Xiahua lamented, Dad, I know you favor Shinimodi and have always been kind and compassionate, willing to help the less fortunate. But she can't act recklessly just because of her background. Yutong was driven to emotional distress by her false accusations, which harmed the baby. She was already physically weakened from being pushed into the water by Shinimodi last time. The family doctor added. Indeed, Madame Yao was physically harmed by the fall into the water. In such cold weather, even a strong man would suffer a high fever, let alone a pregnant woman. Seeing everyone target Shinimodi, Hua Xinyao silently cursed her for always causing trouble. She looked at Yao Yutong on the bed and said, Sister Yutong probably wasn't upset by Shinimodi, but by something else, right? Yao Yutong looked weakly at Hua Xinyao. Xinyao, why would you say such a thing? Hua Xinyao said matter-of-factly, I was there when Shen Modi accused you of plagiarism. You were quite composed at the time. Yao Yutong weakly interrupted her voice trembling slightly in that kind of situation. I had to swallow my grievance. I couldn't possibly argue with Modi in front of the judges. That would only leave a bad impression and result in low scores. I finally got this opportunity. Should I let Modi ruin it? After saying this long sentence, Yao Yutong seemed to have exhausted all her strength, breathing weakly. Hua Jingqin sat on the edge of the bed, concerned, and leaned over to ask, How are you feeling? Yao Yutong took a couple of shallow breaths, shook her head slightly, and turned her gaze to Hua Xinyao. I held on until the judges finished their critique, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Why should I have to endure this? As she spoke, tears rolled down uncontrollably, and her voice choked up even more. She took away my love of 6 years and still targets me everywhere, pushes me down, and accuses me of plagiarism. Why? She continued to sob. I already called Hu Bing. He said the manuscript was bought outright, and I could use it without worry. Hua Jingqin comforted her at the right moment. Alright, Yutong, don't get yourself worked up. Hua Xinyao looked at Yao Yutong's pitiful appearance, feeling a wave of disgust. She internally criticized. Took away her love of 6 years? Although Shin Modi isn't exactly innocent, her marriage to my brother wasn't a theft. It was an arranged marriage. It was Yao Yutong who was too realistic, went abroad, and separated from my brother, which led him to get married out of spite. Just as Hua Xinyao was organizing her thoughts to retort, Hua Mingzi spoke up. Yao Yutong, breaking up was your decision. When we broke up, I didn't even know Modi. I met her later through an arranged marriage. How is that stealing? Yao Yutong, with red eyes, looked pitifully at Hua Mingzi and retorted, Does that give her the right to accuse me of plagiarism? Shen Modi responded calmly, I didn't slander you. Your competition entry was indeed plagiarized. Hua Xinyao approached Shen Modi and whispered, You better have evidence. Implying that she should quickly present proof to firmly discredit Yao Yutong, whom she found nauseating. Modi could see that Hua Xinyao wasn't genuinely defending her, just purely disliked Yao Yutong. She chuckled lightly and whispered back, yes. She understood that Hua Xinyao's attitude towards her had softened somewhat, likely because she was her brother's wife. Seeing this, Yao Yutong's eyes reddened with urgency as she struggled to get up, but her weak body couldn't muster the strength. Hua Jingqin quickly helped her lie back down. Tong Tong, you just had a miscarriage, you need to rest. He emphasized the word miscarriage. Modi turned to the old man and said calmly, Grandpa, Yao Yutong plagiarized my design. We can deduce who the original designer is from the timeline. She thought back to the urgent call from Director Hu on her way back. Director Hu informed her that a few of her designs had been sold without her knowledge, and he only just remembered to tell her. He immediately transferred her the money, explaining that the selling price was decent. Yulon Fragrance and Redemption fetched a total of 50,000, along with 2 previous designs sold for 20,000, totaling 70,000, all given to Modi. Only then did Modi realize that Director Hu had sold her work to Yao Yutong. If it had been before her father's death, before she discovered Yao Yutong's plagiarism, she might have compromised for the money. After all, she gave the designs to the company for free, selling them would earn her some extra. But now that was out of the question. On the phone, she firmly refused Director Hu's proposal, stating she didn't accept the sale of her work. Director Hu initially tried to persuade her, and when that failed, he resorted to threats, saying it was a company decision and that they were already losing money by giving her that much. If she remained stubborn, the company would have to let her go, and she wouldn't even receive her salary, let alone the 70,000. Modi was also angered and told Director Hu over the phone that she would resign, but insisted on not recognizing the sale of her designs. She held Hua Mingzi's hand tightly, filled with gratitude. If not for his support, she might still be as weak as before, enduring bullying without resistance. Director Hu made several more calls afterward, but she didn't answer. He also sent WeChat messages, alternately threatening and coaxing her to be sensible. At this moment, Modi took out her phone, ignoring Director Hu's continuous WeChat messages. Modi, let's just leave it at that, okay? I've seen your hard work, and I'll apply for a raise for you next month. No, this month. She opened her email, found the record of when she sent the design to Director Hu, and handed the phone to the old man. "Grandpa, this is the submission time for my design. Please take a look." She opened the attachment, revealing the design for Redemption. Hua Xinyao leaned over to look, surprised and slightly pleased. This was much earlier than the date Yao Yutong had given her. She hadn't expected it to be Shen Modi's design. Internally, she praised Shen Modi for finally doing something pleasing while also wondering how the design ended up with Yao Yutong. Seeing Modi present evidence, Yao Yutong's heart sank. She was frustrated, thinking, what a small world. Who would have thought the design she bought came from Shen Modi herself? How disgusting. The old man turned to Yao Yutong and asked, "Yutong, when did you design Redemption?" Yao Yutong stammered, "Grandpa, I can't remember the exact day, but I know it was after Mingza left me." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she tearfully fabricated. "At the time, I felt like my whole world was falling apart. I was sitting alone in a cafe, crying, watching the bustling streets, couples coming and going, feeling utterly miserable. Then I saw the sunset, the glow. It felt so beautiful, like redemption, and that's where the inspiration for the piece came from. I quickly drew it afterward." Hua Xinyao couldn't help but interrupt. "Miss Yao, first of all, you need to remember, you left my brother. You left to chase your dreams." She emphasized the word dreams, reminding Yao Yutong of the excuse she used to leave, not to blame everything on her brother. Just as Yao Yutong was about to speak, Hua Xinyao forcefully continued, "And if you really loved my brother so much that your world collapsed, why didn't you reach out to him? Oh, was it because you couldn't swallow your pride? Well, you should at least remember which day that was, shouldn't you?" Yao Yutong's face showed a look of grievance, and her voice was choked with emotion. "Xinyao, you've misunderstood me. I never wanted to be apart from Mingza. When I found out he was on a blind date, I even gave up my competition and kept calling him, but he wouldn't answer." She took a deep breath and continued, "I remember now. The time I created this piece was the same day Mingza and Shen Modi got their marriage certificate. I was at the airport then, and Mingza wouldn't answer my calls or respond to my messages. I was so anxious that I might have overlooked some details. Xinyao, I've really tried so hard with my feelings for your brother." Hua Xinyao's eyes flashed with doubt, and she immediately retorted, "Oh? You were at the airport? But didn't you just say you were sitting in a cafe watching couples and enjoying the sunset? How come now you're saying you were so anxious at the airport?" Yao Yutong's face turned pale as she weakly explained, "I was indeed at the airport, but I couldn't board the plane right away. I could only sit in the cafe and wait. I was so anxious I couldn't stand, so I had to sit down." Oh, how impressive, being too anxious to stand but still having the mood to enjoy the sunset. Hua Xinyao sarcastically remarked. Yao Yutong insisted, "Xinyao, believe it or not, that's the truth. I created this piece that day." Grandfather Hua frowned as he pondered for a moment, then asked, "Yutong, did you take any photos of your design drafts?" The situation reached a stalemate. Modi had already provided the submission date of her work to the company, while Yao Yutong claimed hers was created at an overseas airport. Both sides were adamant, and their expressions gave no clue as to who was lying. Yao Yutong hurriedly explained, "Grandpa, after I finished drawing, I was still immersed in sadness and anxiety. I stared blankly at the design draft and kept calling Mingza, but there was no answer. Then I boarded the plane and didn't think to take a photo. It wasn't until some time after returning home, when preparing for the Zhongding Cup competition, that I took a picture. Look." Hua Jingqin immediately helped her get her phone. Yao Yutong quickly found the photo of the Redemption design draft. Grandfather Hua carefully compared the dates and found that Yao Yutong's date was 2 days later than Modi's. Hua Xinyao sharply pointed out, "Miss Yao's date is 2 days later than Shen Modi's. Based on the timeline, Modi is the original creator." Dong Xiuhua frowned and retorted, "Xinyao, Yutong just said she designed it abroad. After returning, she was busy with various matters and didn't take a photo right away. It wasn't until the Zhongding Cup was about to start that she took the photo." Hua Xinyao was not to be outdone. Saying she designed it abroad doesn't make it true. Modi could also claim she designed it last year and only submitted it this year. Exactly. Meng Qiulan chimed in. Yao Yutong looked pained and, with a sobbing voice, said, "If the judgment of plagiarism is based solely on the order of photo timestamps, then let it be. I plagiarized and even lost my baby, boo-hoo." She burst into tears. Hua Jingqin immediately sat by the bed, held her in his arms and comforted her. "Tong Tong, don't cry. You just had a miscarriage, and crying is bad for your health. We'll have more children. Don't be sad." Dong Xiuhua, unable to bear it, raised her voice, "Dad, please, you have to stand up for Yutong. This is too much bullying." Yutong designed her draft without a backup and is accused of plagiarism, and now the child is gone too. Oh, my poor grandchild. At that moment, Hua Mingza called out in front of everyone, "Check Yao Yutong's flight information back to the country on the day I got the marriage certificate." Hua Jingqin frowned and asked displeased, "Mingza, what do you mean by this?" Hua Mingza answered seriously, "We need to get to the bottom of this." He was convinced of Modi's innocence. On the way back, he had already messaged Azan, who was on his way. Soon, Azan would check Yao Yutong's pulse. If she had really miscarried, they would only pursue the plagiarism issue. If not, they must apologize to Modi for the false accusation and plagiarism and compensate for emotional distress. Dong Xiuhua, with teary eyes, questioned, Mingze, do you still suspect Yutong of plagiarism? If she really plagiarized, would she be so upset that she couldn't keep the baby? Do you have a conscience? She was already hurt when Modi pushed her into the water. Modi said calmly, I'll say it again, I didn't push Yao Yutong into the water. She hit the railing and fell on herself. Only she knows why she did that. Dong Xiuhua sneered. Who would believe that? I do. Hua Mingze said firmly. So do I. Meng Qilan agreed. Hua Xinyao hesitated for a moment, then added, I believe it too. I believe that's the kind of person Miss Yao is. Hearing these words, Yao Yutong cried even harder, You'll boo-hoo. Hua Mingze said coldly, Yao Yutong already apologized during that meal. With her personality, if Modi had really pushed her, would she apologize? Dong Xiuhua persisted. Even if she wasn't pushed, the loss of the child was still because of Modi's provocation. She must be held accountable for that. Dong Xiuhua's face turned ashen with rage, her fists clenched tightly. Seeing this, Hua Mingze retorted, and if someone plagiarized your design, would you stay silent? Just pointing out plagiarism shouldn't equate to being accused of murder, should it? His gaze swept over everyone present, his voice calm and firm. These are two entirely different matters. How do we know Yao Yutong isn't staging this? Deliberately framing MOD. Upon hearing this, Yao Yutong's face turned as white as a sheet. She leaned weakly against the back of her chair, her tear-streaked face filled with shock and anger. Her lips trembled, her voice almost choking. I never thought you'd see me this way. Ignoring Yao Yutong's reaction, Hua Mingze continued. I still believe that a healthy pregnant woman wouldn't miscarry over a minor upset. He turned and pulled over a chair, gesturing for MOD to sit down. Everyone else also took their seats, the air thick with a suffocating silence. Suddenly, MOD couldn't help but gag slightly. Hua Mingze immediately grew tense, asking with concern, Honey, are you alright? Do you need some fresh air? Dong Xiuhua sharply interjected, Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Hua Mingze coldly replied, The air here isn't good. We're just going to get some fresh air. Dong Xiuhua was relentless. Then one of you must stay and explain everything. Don't think you can just slip away. Meng Qiulan stood up calmly and said, I'll accompany Xiao Di for some air. Dong Xiuhua sarcastically remarked, Afraid of being found out, aren't you? Meng Qiulan looked directly at Dong Xiuhua, confidently responding, Sister-in-law. Only those who plagiarize have a guilty conscience. MOD is the original creator. Hua Xinyao paced anxiously around the room, unable to help but ask, Brother, is there an outcome yet? She was conflicted, hoping MOD was the original creator, yet worried that Yao Yutong might be the true designer. Just then, Hua Mingze's phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. Hua Mingze answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. Xiaomu's voice immediately filled the room. President, we've got Yao Yutong's flight information. Hua Mingze's eyes were sharp. What about the surveillance? Have you found footage of her boarding? Yes, we've got it, Xiaomu quickly responded. Without hesitation, Hua Mingze instructed, Continue to check all surveillance from the moment she entered the airport until she boarded the plane. Pay special attention to the cave. What did she do there? Understood. Please hold on, Xiaomu said, ending the call. On the bed, Yao Yutong began to panic, her eyes darting around involuntarily. She forced herself to stay calm, fearing that her grandfather and Hua Mingze would notice anything amiss. Dong Xiuhua sat with her arms crossed, convinced that Yao Yutong had plagiarized, and eagerly awaited the surveillance footage to expose the truth. She glanced around the room, her gaze landing on the television, and suggested, Why not project the surveillance footage onto the TV so everyone can see it clearly? Good idea. Hua Mingze agreed readily. Strangely, although he had been in a relationship with Yao Yutong for 6 years and had only known MOD for 2 months, he felt an unconditional trust in MOD at that moment. Hua Mingze checked his watch, glanced towards the door, and instructed, Xinyao, go bring your sister-in-law in. Hua Xinyao quickly ran out to fetch them. Moments later, Meng Qiulan and MOD entered the room together. Just as they settled down, Hua Mingze's phone rang. It was Xiaomu. Hua Mingze put it on speakerphone again. Xiaomu reported, President, I've intercepted the full surveillance footage of Yao Yutong from the airport entrance to boarding. It spans over 2 hours. The cafe segment has been separately edited. Great. Send me the cafe segment, Hua Mingze instructed. Got it, Xiaomu replied and hung up. Hua Mingze's phone soon received the video. He turned on the TV and used his phone to cast the video. The fast network at the Hua residence quickly displayed the video on the big screen. In the surveillance footage, Yao Yutong was seen entering the cafe with her suitcase. Her face was filled with anxiety as she continuously made phone calls. When a passerby accidentally bumped into her, she erupted, loudly scolding the person. The individual quickly bowed in apology and hurried away. Yao Yutong then chose a seat in the corner of the cafe. Hua Xinyao watched the footage and sarcastically remarked to Yao Yutong, "Where's the window seat you mentioned? How did you see couples?" "Oh, did you mean couples getting on and off planes?" With this, Hua Xinyao felt relieved, more certain that Shen Mod's design was original. Her impression of Shen Mod also improved somewhat. Except for the snobbish remarks she overheard by the artificial lake, Shen Mod seemed quite sincere otherwise. Finding the video too slow, Hua Mingzi suggested, "Should we speed it up to 8 times? We can slow it down when it gets to the part where she sketches." He then adjusted the playback speed to 8 times. In the footage, the cafe was bustling. Yao Yutong alternated between checking her phone and sipping coffee, barely looking out the window and never taking out paper or pen. There was no sign of sketching until she left the cafe. After watching the video, Hua Xinyao couldn't help but taunt, "Miss Yao, where's your sketch? Where's the sunset and sunrise? Where's the redemption?" She felt a deep sense of satisfaction from Shen Mod's vindication. Yao Yutong defended herself, "I really did sketch in the cafe." She was determined not to admit to plagiarism. Hua Xinyao mercilessly mocked, "Did you eat the sketch? How ridiculous." Hua Mingzi sarcastically added, "Did I play it too fast? Should I slow it down and watch it again?" Yao Yutong quickly explained, "Maybe I got the date wrong. I just remember sketching in the cafe. It might have been a few days before boarding or after returning to the country." Hua Jingqin coldly interrupted, "Stop forcing Yutong to recall. Who remembers such details after so long?" Yao Yutong weakly said, "It's been such a long time, I really can't remember. If you all believe I plagiarized, then so be it." Hua Xinyao countered, "Since it's a confrontation, you can't just dismiss it with, 'I can't remember.' One of you must have plagiarized." At this point, Dee spoke up, "This sketch was leaked from our company." Hua Xinyao's eyes lit up. When was it leaked? How was it leaked? She silently praised her sister-in-law's keen insight. Modi held her phone, her expression complex, and said, "I don't know when it was leaked. The director just told me today that he sold my design drafts before. I had no idea before, and today he says he wants to transfer money to me." Upon hearing this, Hua Xinyao, visibly agitated, snatched Modi's phone. She quickly scanned the screen, her eyes widening in shock as she read the messages between Modi and Director Hu. Turning around, she handed the phone to her grandfather, her voice trembling with anger. "Grandpa, look. Sister-in-law's work was secretly sold by her boss. Now that the truth is out, they're thinking of transferring money to her. These people are thieves, all of them stealing other people's work." Hua Xinyao's gaze swept towards Yao Yutong, who was lying on the bed, filled with disdain. She coldly remarked, "If someone sold it, then someone must have bought it." Grandfather Hua carefully reviewed the chat logs between Modi and Director Hu, then turned to Yao Yutong, his tone calm yet stern. "Yutong, did you buy Modi's designs?" Yao Yutong's face turned pale, her voice tinged with grievance. "Grandpa, have you considered that these chat logs might be fabricated by Shin Modi? Why do you all assume I'm the one who plagiarized?" Suddenly, she raised her voice, almost hysterical. Call him right now. Let my sister-in-law's boss come here and confront us." Hua Xinyao, hearing this, was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "My brother is such a fool for dating Yao Yutong for 6 years. But then again, Yao Yutong used to put on a good act. Plus she looks good and dresses well. In front of outsiders, she always seemed so angelic. But now look at what she really is." Hua Mingzi cast a cold glance at Yao Yutong, then took out his phone and dialed Xiaomu's number. "Check Yao Yutong's call records for today and send them to me." On the other end, Xiaomu responded briefly, "Got it?" Upon hearing this, Yao Yutong panicked. She shouted, "Hua Mingzi, this is an invasion of my privacy. Why? Just because you have hacking skills, you think you can break the law and do whatever you want. You can't just check my call records without my permission. I can sue you." Saying this, she suddenly started coughing violently. Hua Jingqin quickly patted her back, trying to calm her. "Don't get worked up, Tong Tong. You just had a miscarriage, you need to rest." Hua Mingzi said expressionlessly, "If the police were investigating, they would check these things to get to the bottom of it." Yao Yutong retorted, "Are you the police?" "Huh." Hua Mingzi coldly replied, "We're handling internal affairs right now, and as long as no one gets hurt, I believe it's appropriate to use certain methods." He paused, his eyes sharply fixed on Yao Yutong. "Or would you prefer to hand this over to the police to investigate?" Yao Yutong remained silent, her brow furrowed as she calculated how to deal with Hua Mingzi. She smirked internally at the man who once catered to her every whim, now leaving her no room for maneuver. Regret surged within her as she blamed herself for not verifying the designer's identity when purchasing the draft. Had she known it was Shen Modi's work, she would never have bought a design from such an underdog. The room was filled with chatter, and the heavy scent of perfume mixed with a metallic tang triggered Modi's discomfort again. She couldn't help but retch once more. This time, Hua Xinyao's attitude softened noticeably, though her tone was still less than pleasant. "If you're feeling sick, go get some fresh air by the door." Modi nodded gently, a slight smile on her lips as she stood and walked toward the exit. Meng Qiulan quickly followed, contemplating how to nurture this frail girl, hoping to make her healthy and robust in preparation for future pregnancy. Just then, Hua Mingze's phone rang again. It was Xiaomu. Hua Mingze gave Yao Yutong a meaningful glance as he answered and put the call on speaker. Xiaomu's response was brief, "Boss, I found it. I'll send the screenshots to you." With that, he hung up. Hua Mingze soon received 2 screenshots, which he projected onto the TV. Displayed on the screen were Yao Yutong's recent call logs, with the name Hu Bing standing out. Today alone, she had exchanged 13 calls with Hu Bing. Hua Xinyao exclaimed excitedly, "Sister-in-law Shen Modi, come here, I need to verify a phone number." Modi handed over her phone. Hua Xinyao quickly compared it with Director Hu's number, then handed the phone to her grandfather. "Grandpa, look, the numbers match exactly." So, Yao Yutong is the one who plagiarized. She's not only plagiarizing but also lying. Grandfather Hua looked sternly at Yao Yutong. "Yutong, what do you have to say?" Hua Jingqin's face was grim, saying nothing. Dong Xiuhua and her husband exchanged worried glances, pondering how Yao Yutong could have plagiarized Shin Modi's design. Yao Yutong lay weakly on the bed, her eyes darting as a plan formed in her mind. "Grandpa Hu Bing is a friend of mine and he's also a designer. We occasionally share design insights. As soon as I came out today, I told him I passed the qualifying round." She emphasized firmly, "Grandpa, I really didn't plagiarize." Then she clutched her stomach, feigning pain. "Zhengqin, my stomach hurts, help me to the bathroom." Hua Jingqin immediately assisted her, even holding her for. Yao Yutong stumbled, every step seemingly arduous. Hua Jingqin turned to glare at Shan Modi, as if blaming her for Yao Yutong's condition. Hua Xinyao couldn't hold back and retorted, if she was really so upset about being accused of plagiarism that she miscarried, would she still have the energy to share her qualifying story? Besides, what kind of friend needs to call 13 times to communicate? Yao Yutong bent over, one hand holding her fore and the other clutching her abdomen, weakly replied, "Some calls didn't go through, and some were him calling me." He was also sharing that a few designers he knows passed the qualifying round. What, can't friends have the freedom to make a few calls? Hua Xinyao, fed up with Yao Yutong's arrogance, said loudly, "Brother, call this Hu Bing over and have them confront each other." I refuse to believe that with everything so clear, it can't be resolved. Hua Mingze promptly called Xiaomu, "Check Hu Bing's call recordings." Since he's the one who sold Modi's draft and he talked to Yao Yutong today, maybe he has a habit of recording calls? If not, bring him in for a confrontation. Hua Xinyao praised her brother's quick thinking. In the bathroom, Yao Yutong gritted her teeth upon hearing this, silently praying that Hu Bing hadn't recorded their calls. Within 10 minutes, Hua Mingze's phone buzzed with several WeChat notifications. Xiaomu had sent over the recordings. Hua Mingze played them, and the conversation between Hu Bing and Yao Yutong filled the room. "Hu Bing, Miss Yao, rest assured since the draft was sold to you, the rights belong to you. I'll explain it to the designer." Yao Yutong sounding agitated. "You really are something. You sell it to me and now claim I plagiarized, embarrassing me completely. I'm furious and annoyed. Can you compensate for the damage to my reputation?" Hu Bing quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Yao, for the trouble. I'll sort this out immediately." Yao Yutong, take care of it immediately. Hua Mingze's voice sounded in the recording, which then switched to a second call. "By the way, what's the designer's name?" Yao Yutong's voice came through. "Miss Yao, the designer's name is Shan Modi," Hu Bing replied. "Her family situation is difficult. Her father and brother have been ill for years, and she has been supporting them." "Hu Bing, are you out of your mind? You're driving me crazy." Yao Yutong suddenly interrupted, her tone icy. "If you don't fix this today, I'll make sure you regret it." The recording ended, leaving the room in silence. Yao Yutong had just returned from the bathroom, looking as pale as a sheet, her steps unsteady. Hua Vengqin supported her with one hand while holding in 4 drip with the other. They had matters to attend to, so they didn't have a servant in the room to assist. Hua Mingze's sharp gaze fixed on Yao Yutong. "Did you hear the recording? Do you have anything to say?" Meng Qiulan turned to Dong Xiuhua, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "Sister-in-law, see? I told you it wasn't clear who plagiarized whom. The truth is right in front of us. Yao Yutong may come from a good family, but she definitely plagiarized my family's Modi's work." Grandfather Hua's voice was heavy and stern. "Yutong, if you still want to marry Zhengqin, you must withdraw from the Zhongding Cup competition and never engage in jewelry design again. Additionally, you must formally apologize to Modi for the plagiarism." His gaze was filled with disappointment. "I respect the career choices of the Hua family descendants, but they must never act against conscience and morality. Plagiarism is simply disgraceful." "Grandfather." Yao Yutong's voice trembled as she tried to defend herself. "You heard the recording. I didn't plagiarize. I bought the rights to the work. Sometimes I purchase designs for commercial use." Grandfather Hua's expression grew even darker, and his voice rose unusually. "Using purchased designs for business is fine, but the credit must always remain with the original creator. Moreover, you entered a bot design into a competition. Besides, Modi never sold her work. This was entirely a shady deal between you and Hu Bing. It had been a long time since grandfather Hua had been this angry, not since the incident involving Hua Jingqin's father's negligence. Now, his fury seemed to ignite the entire room. Yao Yutong looked at Grandpa Hua, who was fuming with anger, and felt so wronged that she was on the verge of tears. She bit her lip and quietly defended herself. I wasn't entering it into a competition. I was just inspired by a work I bought. Grandpa Hua's anger flared even more, and he cut her off sternly. Still trying to argue? The two pieces are identical, and you call that inspiration? His face turned red with rage. If it weren't for Yao Yutong's recent miscarriage, he would have thrown her out of the Hua family mansion, banning her from ever setting foot inside again. Reflecting silently, Grandpa Hua thought back to the 6 years Yao Yutong dated Mingze. While she was somewhat opportunistic, she had always conducted herself with dignity. He never imagined she could behave so disgracefully in private. Seeing her grandfather's fury, Yao Yutong dared not speak another word. She bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Choking back sobs, she said, "And what about my miscarriage? Am I just supposed to endure the pain of losing my child?" Grandpa Hua asked sternly, "Regarding your miscarriage, who do you think is to blame?" Lying in bed, Yao Yutong heard this question and only bit her lip, choosing to remain silent. Grandpa Hua continued, "If MOD falsely accused you of plagiarism, then it's her fault." But she only stated the truth. She saw her work being copied and rightfully spoke up. What did she do wrong? Exactly. Hua Xinyao chimed in immediately. Yao Yutong retorted, "She insulted me and called me names, which is why I got upset and lost the baby." Hua Xinyao scoffed, "Oh, why not say MOD pushed you or kicked you too?" Luckily, I was there and saw with my own eyes that she merely asked the judges if they could report plagiarism. Otherwise, MOD would be wrongly accused by you again. Using your privileged background to bully others, who knows if you even really had a miscarriage? You. Yao Yutong was furious. Her face flushed red, and she quickly sought help from Hua Jingqin. Hua Jingqin remained silent, his face stern. He was calculating whether Yao Yutong was still of any use to him. It took him less than half a minute to reach a decision. While Yao Yutong wasn't particularly valuable, Yao Xian was a clever man, and the old lady from the Yao family, who spent her days in the Buddha Hall, was quite resourceful. With a somber expression, Hua Zhengqin said, "Grandpa, it's wrong for Yutong to borrow from Modi's work, but Modi didn't need to be relentless. Especially now, Yutong has already miscarried because of her." Hua Mingze interrupted, "Don't blame my wife for the miscarriage. She only pointed out her work was plagiarized. She didn't do anything wrong." Hua Jingqin raised his voice, "But my child is gone." "Fine, how much is your design worth? I'll buy it for 10 times the price. Can you bring my child back?" "Enough, Hua Zhengqin." Grandpa shouted. "Grandpa!" Hua Zhengqin, eyes reddened, looked at his grandfather. "My child is gone. What did the child do wrong?" Grandpa Hua sighed. "We are all heartbroken over the loss of the child, but each issue must be dealt with separately." Hua Zhengqin continued, "Grandpa, as the elder, look at Yutong. Doesn't she deserve some sympathy? She's just lost her child, and now she's suffering both physically and mentally." Dong Xiuhua, also with tears in her eyes, added, "Yes, Yutong made a mistake, but she didn't intentionally plagiarize. She paid for the work." "Dad, do we really have to tear our family apart over this?" Meng Qilon interjected. "For a designer, their work is like their own child." Grandpa Hua paused for a moment before making a decision. "All right, I'll handle this. Yutong will apologize to MOD, and this matter will be put to rest. No one will bring it up again." Yao Yutong never imagined things would escalate to this point, and she was seething inside. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Fine, I'll apologize, I'll withdraw from the competition, and I'll never be a jewelry designer again. But I have one condition." "You have a condition?" Hua Xinyao blurted out. Yao Yutong continued, "I want MOD to apologize to my child. I don't need her to do anything else. Just say to my child, 'Baby, I'm sorry,' so my baby can rest in peace." She started crying again. Meng Qilon objected, "Your child wasn't lost because of MOD. It was your own doing." As the standoff continued, Xiao Zhan entered the room wearing a white coat and carrying a medical kit. Usually dressed in biker gear, he had donned his doctor's coat today to appear more professional. Hua Mingze instructed, "Ajahn, check Yao Yutong's pulse." "Got it," Xiao Zhan replied. Everyone in Haicheng knew of his medical prowess, and Grandpa Hua had always held him in high regard. Yao Yutong wanted to refuse, but Hua Jingqin subtly shook his head at her. In truth, Yao Yutong was never pregnant. They had claimed she was to gain favor with Grandpa. At the time, Hua Mingze had lost a contract, and they thought bringing some good news might sway Grandpa's opinion. They had planned to blame Shen MOD, claiming the miscarriage was due to an injury from a fall. Conveniently, when Shen MOD accused Yao Yutong of plagiarism, Yao Yutong believed the design was hers since she had bought it. She thought if Hu Bing suppressed Shen Mod, she would keep quiet. Even if she didn't, as long as Yao Yutong denied it, they couldn't do anything to her. It turned out that the fool Hu Bing had a recording on his phone. This unexpected discovery instantly intensified the previously calm situation. Fortunately, the fake miscarriage, though hastily planned, was meticulously executed. Since the day before yesterday, Yao Yutong had been taking a specially prepared herbal medicine that could induce severe menstrual bleeding in women. As expected, her period started yesterday, and the bleeding was unstoppable. To make the scene more convincing, they even privately purchased embryonic tissue as evidence. With Yao Yutong experiencing sudden heavy bleeding and having embryonic evidence, even the most skilled doctor would find it hard to detect anything unusual. Their goal was clear to guard against Qiu Zhan. Grandpa returned to Qiu Zhan, eyes questioning. How is it? Qiu Zhan, with a serious expression, replied succinctly, severe anemia. Upon hearing this, Hua Jingqin breathed a sigh of relief, his tone carrying a sense of release. With so much blood loss, severe anemia is normal. Qiu Zhan nodded in agreement. Yes, the bleeding started yesterday. Hearing this, Yao Yutong could no longer contain her anger and retorted sharply, what nonsense are you spouting? Qiu Zhan remained unfazed, confidently responding, if I couldn't even detect something like this, I wouldn't be a doctor. Grandpa Hua's face darkened instantly, his tone stern. Zhan, just say whatever you have to. Qiu Zhan gave Yao Yutong a meaningful look and slowly revealed his diagnosis. Recently drank a lot of herbal medicine, started bleeding yesterday, and heavy bleeding today. This pulse doesn't indicate a past pregnancy. Hua Jingqin was alarmed by this and coldly questioned. The child is gone, of course, it doesn't indicate a pregnancy. Qiu Zhan responded calmly. Oh, I see. Grandpa Hua, visibly displeased, pursued further. Since you were already taking herbal medicine, why not go to the hospital to protect the pregnancy? Bleeding started yesterday. Why not take it seriously? And now you come here to frame Mod. The situation took a sharp turn and Yao Yutong panicked, hurriedly explained with tears, Grandpa, ever since I fell into the water, my body has been harmed, so I started drinking herbal medicine to protect the pregnancy. I never expected it wouldn't work. Meng Qiulan, unable to hold back, mocked. Oh, and now you blame it on our Mod? Dong Xiuhua, despite her disdain for Yao Yutong, had to support her, as they were on the same side for now. She reluctantly added, back then, it was because of Mod that she fell into the water. It's normal to be upset. Kids are young and don't know better. She turned to Mod, forcing a semblance of an apology. All right, Mod, Aunt apologizes to you. I'm sorry. Please be the bigger person and don't take it to heart. Bang. Meng Qiulan suddenly grabbed the cup on the table and smashed it to the ground. The sound of shattering startled everyone, and all eyes instantly focused on her. Her voice rose sharply as she glared at Dong Xiuhua. Sister-in-law, are you apologizing or bullying? Yao Yutong fell into the water herself, so why blame Mod from my family? Plagiarism is one thing, but turning the tables? Miscarriage yesterday, and today she's blaming Mod. What, you think just because Zhentong is gone, no one will stand up for us? Dong Xiuhua's face showed embarrassment as she tried to calm things down. Qiulan, you're being too harsh. Meng Qiulan was relentless, becoming even more agitated. Which part is harsh? Which part isn't true? Just because I raised my voice? Do I have to swallow my pride my whole life? She pointed at Yao Yutong and questioned Dong Xiuhua. Did she plagiarize or not? She miscarried yesterday. What does that have to do with Mod? How many days has Mod been in a wheelchair and not left the house? Dong Xiuhua awkwardly tried to mediate. Qiulan, don't get worked up. Let's talk this through calmly without hurting the harmony. Now you think of harmony? Meng Qiulan sneered. What were you saying before? Dong Xiuhua tried to distance herself. I wasn't aware of these things before. Meng Qiulan's anger flared even more as she sat back in her chair, arms crossed, unaware and yet making accusations. There's no negotiating this. Yao Yutong must apologize to Mod, or I'll inform the media and let the public judge. I can't swallow this anger. Dong Xiuhua quickly tried to dissuade her. Qiulan, this is a family matter. If it gets out, it'll tarnish the Hua family's reputation. Meng Qiulan was dismissive. Whoever's at fault will be the one to lose face. I've designed bags my whole life and never plagiarized. Hua Jinya also tried to persuade her. Qiulan, calm down. If this blows up, the Hua family's stock will be affected too. Meng Qiulan scoffed. I have nothing to lose. Why should I care about stock prices? After weighing the situation, Hua Jingqin told Yao Yutong, you should apologize to Mod. Yao Yutong looked at Hua Jingqin pitifully, but he remained firm. She clenched her teeth, feeling resentful. Having just experienced severe blood loss, she was physically weak and now had to apologize to the lowly Shinmo Dai. How could she not be bitter? Dong Xiuhua, seeing the shift, said, Yutong, you really should apologize to Mod. If I had known earlier, I would have made you apologize. Yao Yutong clenched her fists, silently vowing revenge in the future. She suppressed her anger and weakly said to Shinemotsu, I'm very dizzy, so I won't stand up. I sincerely apologize to you. From now on, I will permanently withdraw from the jewelry design industry. Good, I've recorded it, Meng Qiulan said. Yao Yutong's face turned pale instantly. Dong Xiuhua was displeased. Qiulan, that's going too far. Meng Qiulan explained. Some people have poor memories, and I'm worried they'll forget and blame Modi again. Modi is too frail to bear such a burden. Hua Xinyao chimed in exactly. She felt quite satisfied, finding Shen Mod increasingly agreeable. Meng Qiulan waved her phone. Don't worry, as long as things don't go too far, this video will never be released. Dong Xiuhua was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Hua Mingzi told his grandfather, Grandpa, Modi is not feeling well. I'll take her back to rest. Grandfather Hua nodded and advised, you all need to take care of yourselves, especially Mod, she's too thin. Okay, Grandpa, Hua Mingzi replied. Grandfather Hua added, concerned, little D, you need to eat more. Yao Yutong's actions had made him more sympathetic to Mod. Mod gratefully responded, I've been eating more, Grandpa. We'll head back now. Alright, Grandfather Hua agreed. He had initially intended for them to stay at the Hua residence, but seeing the situation with Yao Yutong, he decided not to insist. After Hua Mingzi and Mod left, Hua Xinyao also left with Meng Qiulan. Downstairs, Hua Mingzi initially intended to take Mod to the hillside villa to recuperate, as it had professional chefs and caregivers. But Mod said, Ace, let's stay here tonight and have dinner with Mom. She knew that meals at the Hua residence were rarely shared. Alright, Hua Mingzi agreed. Hua Xinyao overheard Mod's suggestion and thought, at least you have some conscience. Mom, Mod said as she saw Meng Qiulan coming down, stepping forward to hold her hand. She wanted to say thank you but felt it was too formal, undeserving of her mother-in-law's kindness. Instead, she said, Mom, I'll always remember your kindness and will be a good daughter-in-law to you for the rest of my life. Silly child, Meng Qiulan laughed, gently patting Mod's hand. Although they hadn't known each other long, she was growing increasingly fond of Mod. Not long after Hua Mingzi and his group left Hua Zhengqin's suite, Grandpa Hua politely reminded Yao Yutong to take good care of her health before quickly departing. Qiu Zhan had already slung his medical kit over his shoulder when Hua Mingzi left, grumbling about Hua Mingzi's tendency to prioritize romance over friendship as he revved up his motorcycle and sped away. Inside the room, Dong Xiuhua couldn't help but chide Yao Yutong, honestly, what were you thinking? You should have taken better care of yourself when you were pregnant. Now the child is gone, are you satisfied? I've always said pregnant women shouldn't wear high heels or use makeup. These cosmetics are harmful to the baby. Alright, Mom, enough, Hua Zhengqin interrupted, clearly impatient. Hua Zhengye chimed in at the right moment. That's enough. Let's head back and let Yutong rest. Although Yao Yutong's recent mishap had embarrassed them, they restrained themselves from harsh words, considering the Yao family's role in their reputation rehabilitation plans. With a sigh, Dong Xiuhua left the room looking disappointed, leaving only Yao Yutong and Hua Zhengqin behind. Unable to hold back, Hua Zhengqin criticized, you're a talented designer, so why did you resort to copying someone else's work? And of all people, you copied Shin Modi. I just don't understand you. I was counting on you to outshine Shin Modi, but instead, Yao Yutong cut in, instead, I embarrassed myself, right? Hua Zhengqin, let's break up. She secretly felt triumphant, having convinced her father to back Hua Zhengqin. Recently, Hua Zhengqin had been spending 4 out of 7 days a week at the Yao family home, planning their image restoration efforts. She was confident he wouldn't dare do anything to her. Hua Zhengqin frowned at the mention of a breakup, his tone softening immediately. Yutong, I'm not blaming you. I'm just upset with Hua Mingzi and Shen Modi. You should have seen their smug faces. I'm not blind. Of course I saw them, Yao Yutong retorted, her tone sharp. Besides, I'm the one who had to apologize and endure humiliation. I'm the one lying here, unable to get up, suffering from a hemorrhage. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, Hua Zhengqin gently caressed Yao Yutong's face, speaking tenderly, I know you're in pain right now. I'll be here for you. Yutong, we're family with the same goals. We aim to reach the top. As the saying goes, the greater the hardship you endure, the greater the glory you will enjoy. We'll reclaim what we've lost today one day. I think the same way, Yao Yutong replied. Just as Hua Zhengqin was about to speak further, his phone rang. It was his grandfather, asking him to come to the study. I have some business to attend to, Hua Zhengqin said. Go ahead, but ask Dr. Wan to come in. I'm almost done with my 4, and I need him to adjust my medication, Yao Yutong reminded him. Okay, Hua Zhengqin agreed. As he walked towards his grandfather's study, he called Dr. Wan. Dr. Wan had been the Hua family's private doctor for over a decade, earning a substantial salary. 10 years ago, when Dr. Wan wanted to open his own clinic, Grandpa Hua invested in it. Though the clinic wasn't wildly successful, it generated an annual profit of several $100,000. Dr. Wan rarely needed to see patients himself, as he employed other doctors to handle the workload. Initially, Dr. Wan refused when Hua Zhengqin tried to bribe him, but he eventually succumbed to the temptation of 8 million. The embryo was obtained from his clinic, where underage girls often came for abortions. Dr. Wan also prescribed the herbal medicine for Yao Yutong. Entering his grandfather's study, Hua Zhengqin saw him seated at the desk, looking stern. How much do you know about this situation? His grandfather asked seriously. Grandpa, what are you referring to? Hua Zhengqin feigned ignorance. Yao Yutong's plagiarism and miscarriage, how much do you know? Grandpa Hua's tone grew more severe. I had no idea about the plagiarism, Hua Zhengqin explained. I always thought Shen Modi was slandering her. As for the miscarriage, I believed it was due to the stress from Shen Modi. I didn't expect it to happen yesterday. You weren't aware of the herbal medicine she was taking? Grandpa Hua asked sharply. I knew about the herbal medicine, but she didn't tell me about the miscarriage yesterday, Hua Zhengqin replied, frowning. Zhengqin, you should break up with Yao Yutong, Grandpa Hua advised earnestly. Yao Yutong is not a good person. Grandpa, she just lost my child. If I break up with her now, what kind of person does that make me? Hua Zhengqin argued. Zhengqin, when choosing a wife, choose wisely. A good woman can bring prosperity to 3 generations, while a bad one can ruin them. I've lived long enough to know this, and I wouldn't steer you wrong, Grandpa Hua urged, his voice filled with concern. Hua Zhengqin stood firmly in front of Grandpa Hua and said, I'll handle the Yao family. If they feel that Yao Yutong has been wronged in our family, we can compensate them with a project. Grandpa, everyone makes mistakes. She'll change in the future. Grandpa Hua frowned, his voice filled with disappointment. Why won't you listen to reason? Hua Zhengqin took a deep breath, trying to appear sincere. Grandpa, I've waited so long for Mingzi and Yutong to break up. I thought I'd never have a chance in this lifetime. Grandpa Hua looked him straight in the eye. Zhengqin, marriage is a lifelong commitment. You need shared values for it to last. Don't act on impulse. Unyielding, Hua Zhengqin retorted. Grandpa, when Yutong and Mingzi dated for 6 years, did you ever advise Mingzi to break up? Grandpa Hua shook his head no. Back then, nothing like what's happening now occurred. He sighed helplessly. Alright, think it over for yourself. Young people only learn when they hit a wall. The scene shifts to Hua Mingzi's residence. In the dining room, the family was enjoying a warm dinner. Meng Qiulan had prepared 8 dishes and a soup, some of which were nourishing delicacies. MOD, trying to suppress her pregnancy nausea, managed to drink a bowl of soup and eat a bowl of rice. Throughout the meal, Meng Qiulan kept placing food on MOD's plate, her eyes full of care. Although Hua Xinyao still wasn't speaking to MOD, the hostility on her face had faded. Meng Qiulan smiled and MOD shouted, You did great today. Keep standing up for yourself when things are unfair. I've got your back. Hua Mingzi gently stroked MOD's hair. Honey, if you're full, stop eating. Don't overstuff yourself. He noticed MOD was trying hard to endure her discomfort. Meng Qiulan protested, You silly boy, look how thin Xiaodi is. She needs to eat more. Hua Mingzi patiently explained, Mom, you don't gain weight overnight. Momo has a weak stomach, so she needs to eat little by little, with more frequent meals. Meng Qiulan nodded in understanding. MOD put down her chopsticks and smiled, Mom, I'm full. You all take your time. Meng Qiulan quickly responded. Alright, go watch some TV on the sofa and have some fruit. Hua Mingzi chimed in, Mom, Helmo had a busy day with the competition and the Yao Yutong issue. She's a bit tired. I'll take her to the room to rest. With Meng Qiulan's permission, Hua Mingzi helped MOD out of the dining room. Before they reached the room, MOD started dry heaving in the hallway. Luckily, it was just dry heaving, or she would have felt extremely embarrassed. How are you feeling, honey? Hua Mingzi asked anxiously, gently rubbing MOD's back, his brow furrowed with worry. MOD retched a few more times, her face pale. Hua Mingzi continued to pat her back gently while carefully supporting her. Come on, let's sit on the couch for a bit, he suggested. They slowly walked into the room, and Hua Mingzi helped him to settle onto the soft sofa. MOD was so nauseous that tears welled up in her eyes, and she curled up in the corner of the couch. Hua Mingzi quickly turned to get her some water, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. I didn't expect it to be so tough right from the start. Here, have some water to ease it a bit. MOD took the glass but had barely sipped it when her stomach churned again. Hua Mingzi swiftly took the glass from her, apologizing. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you eat so much. I know you felt obliged because Mom served you, but it's not worth feeling this bad. Listening to Hua Mingzi's ramblings, MOD leaned back into the couch, a warm smile spreading across her face. You're still smiling, Hua Mingzi said helplessly, sitting down next to her and continuing to gently pat her back. Feeling any better? He asked with concern. I'm fine, MOD replied with a smile. A little nausea is nothing. I read that it will pass after a while. She cherished how he fussed over her, feeling as if they had been married for years, like an old couple comfortable in their love. Hua Mingzi spoke softly, don't force yourself in the future. If you don't like something, you don't have to eat it, no matter who serves it to you. Okay. MOD smiled again, feeling a deep sense of happiness, contentment, and security that words couldn't quite capture. Reflecting on her earlier anxiety upon arriving at the Hua residence, MOD felt a wave of gratitude. Growing up, apart from her father and brother, and later Gu Tianxi and Qing Yi, few people truly cared for her. Whenever something went wrong, she was often the one blamed first. Initially, she resisted. But over time, she became accustomed to shouldering everything alone. Today, when she saw the remnants of the miscarriage in Yao Yutong's bathroom, it was a huge psychological blow. Yao Yutong had indeed lost the baby. At that moment, she couldn't suppress the nausea or the fear that everyone would blame her, even though Yao Yutong had plagiarized her design. The importance of the Hua family lineage was significant, and she feared that Hua Mingze and her mother-in-law might not side with her, leaving her isolated once again, forced to apologize for something she didn't do. But she was wrong. She underestimated Mingze and her mother-in-law's kindness. From the start, they stood firmly by her side, protecting her. Even before she could present any evidence, they trusted her unconditionally. Today, she was genuinely happy, completely opening her heart and entrusting herself to Hua Mingze, her mother-in-law, and this family. She ate every dish her mother-in-law served her to make her happy. Silly girl. Seeing MOD's silly smile, Hua Mingze couldn't help but ruffle her hair gently. MOD wrapped her arms around Hua Mingze's neck, and on the couch, they gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions growing softer and more profound, seeing only each other. Honey, MOD called softly, her face blushing instantly. The term honey made Hua Mingze feel intoxicated. He looked at her deeply, noticing the blush on her cheeks, and asked in a low voice, "What did you call me?" "Honey." "Say it again." "No," MOD said bashfully, unable to meet Hua Mingze's gaze. Hua Mingze leaned forward and gently nibbled her earlobe, whispering, "You have no idea how much you're teasing me. How do you plan to make it up to me?" His eyes were filled with a clear implication. MOD's face turned even redder, and she whispered, I'm pregnant." Hua Mingze softly replied against her lips, "Yeah. If you weren't pregnant, do you think I would have waited until now?" "I want to take a shower and sleep," Dee said, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness and a touch of coquettishness. In the warmth of love, she was gradually shedding her tough exterior and becoming more tender. "I'll carry you," Hua Mingze offered. "No need, I can manage. Then I'll get your pajamas and help dry your hair later." "Okay," MOD agreed with a smile. As MOD prepared to get up, Hua Mingze pulled her back into his arms and kissed her earlobe softly. "Stop it." I'll hold off for now and collect later," Hua Mingze chuckled, helping MOD up and guiding her to the bathroom. MOD laughed. "No need, I'm still quite agile." Hua Mingze entered the bathroom first, ensuring the floor wasn't slippery, and then reminded MOD, "Honey, don't stay in there too long. Be careful, and call me if you need anything." "Okay." After MOD went into the bathroom, Hua Mingze glanced at the door with a gentle look, then his expression turned serious. He dialed Xiao Mu's number. "Have you found out anything yet?" He had asked Xiao Mu to investigate Dr. Wan's background. If there were no issues, that would be best. But if there were, even though Dr. Wan had worked for the Hua family for over a decade, he wouldn't show mercy. Meanwhile, in Yao Yutong's room, a maid was changing the blood-stained sheets. Yao Yutong, feeling dizzy, sat in a chair, complaining, "Did you not eat? Why are you being so clumsy?" The maid, frightened, hurried her movements. Yao Yutong grumbled that the sheets weren't smooth enough, still full of wrinkles. The maid quickly apologized and carefully straightened the sheets, respectfully saying, "Miss Yao, it's all set." Yao Yutong lay back on the bed and told the maid to leave her alone so she could rest. She felt dizzy and even a bit anxious. Dr. Wan had prescribed her some herbal medicine to stop the bleeding and replenish her blood, and the maid had gone to prepare it. Dr. Wan said that she needed a period of good care for her body to recover. Thinking about how she suffered but couldn't pin the blame on Shen Mod, Yao Yutong felt a surge of frustration. Just then, Hua Jingqin returned, looking rather displeased. "What happened?" Yao Yutong asked. Before Hua Jingqin could answer, Yao Yutong sneered, "Did your grandfather advise you to break up with me?" Hua Jingqin glanced at Yao Yutong. She scoffed, "I knew it." "Huh. Look at this world. Who isn't practical? The moment you're not valuable, they want to discard you. Why is it that when someone is a little realistic, everyone dislikes it? Grandfather is grandfather, and I am me. As long as I'm alive, you're the Hua family's eldest daughter-in-law," Hua Zhengqin promised at the right moment. Women, after all, it's their value that matters most. Yao Yutong might not be much, but Yao Xian has resources. Hearing Hua Zhengqin's promise, Yao Yutong felt somewhat relieved. She said, "You need to remind Dr. Wan, Hua Mingze is a suspicious person." Hua Jingqin curled his lips in a disdainful smile, a glint of smugness in his eyes. He whispered, "Don't worry, everything's been arranged." Years of precaution had prepared him for every move Hua Mingze might make. He added, the payment to Dr. Wan was all in gold bars. Without waiting for the other person to ask about the source of the gold bars, Hua Zhengqin continued explaining on his own. In my private villa, I always keep 30 million in cash and gold bricks and bars worth tens of millions. It's just to make things convenient sometimes. Thinking about the new plan about to unfold, Hua Zhengqin leaned close to Yao Yutong's ear and whispered, Yutong, let's just endure this for now. The one who laughs last is the real winner. On the wedding day, Yao Yutong's eyes lit up, and her mood instantly improved. She nodded firmly yes. You must handle this well. Don't worry about me. Go ahead with your work. Meanwhile, Song Qiang was overwhelmed with stress. To undergo IVF, she had to drink herbal medicine 4 times a day and visit the hospital for checkups every 2 days. She suggested to Gu Tianqi that they invite a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to their home for consultations, since the hospital he had arranged was too far away, taking over 40 minutes by car one way. Even though there were servants to help with the queue, waiting in the car was also a torment for her. What frustrated her even more was that the traditional Chinese medicine doctor had a peculiar temperament and showed no deference to anyone, insisting that everyone queue up. Gu Tianqi sneered over the phone. Do you know how many people are begging him for a consultation? Getting an appointment every 2 days is already a huge favor. Some people have been waiting for half a year and still haven't got an appointment. Hearing the displeasure in Gu Tianqi's tone, Song Qiang immediately fell silent and replied softly, all right. Gu Tianqi hung up the phone directly. Song Qiang sighed deeply, just as the servant came in carrying the medicine. Madam, it's time for your evening medicine, the servant reminded her cautiously. Just leave it there, Song Qiang said flatly. The servant continued to remind her, Madam, this medicine should be taken while it's hot. The young master said I should watch you drink it. Song Qiang's anger flared up instantly, and she snapped, Am I a prisoner? Can't I take my medicine myself? Do you need to watch me? The servant trembled with fear, Madam, I didn't mean that. Get out. Song Qiang shouted angrily. Yes. The servant quickly retreated. Fuming with rage, Song Qiang's heart raced, and she swept the cup off the table. Staring at the steaming, pungent herbal medicine, she wanted to knock it over. But thinking of Gu Tianqi, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. For the sake of having a child sooner, endure. I must endure, she muttered through gritted teeth. Remembering her trip back to Meiqing to have the medicine checked by a doctor due to concerns that Gu Tianqi might harm her, she felt slightly reassured after confirming it was indeed for preparing her body for pregnancy. Her father's words from the phone call yesterday echoed in her ears, praising Gu Tianqi for being capable and now understanding the importance of family. Song Qiang told herself that a little grievance was nothing. The key was to hold on to this man. Thinking about Gu Tianqi's recent success in investments, a 60 million yuan gold investment that yielded 42 million in just 2 weeks, though the amount wasn't large, the speed was impressive. More importantly, Gu Tianqi now truly considered the Song family as part of his family and would think of them when good things happened. Recalling Gu Tianqi's scenes in the village, Song Qiang couldn't help but wonder, is it because he saw Shen Modi with Hua Mingzi and finally gave up? This thought brought her some comfort. She picked up the herbal medicine and drank it in one go, grimacing at the bitterness that furrowed her brows and even made her glabellar lines visible. Just then the phone rang. Seeing it was an unknown number, she impatiently answered. Who is this? What do you want? Let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Qingya Coffee Club in Haicheng, came Hua Zhengqin's voice from the other end. Song Qiang was furious. Who are you? Are you crazy? I don't even know you. Why should I meet you? Hua Zhengqin chuckled. The car accident 2 weeks ago. You should remember that, right? Song Qiang's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm. What car accident? Are you out of your mind? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. if you don't show up, I'll tell Hua Mingzi the truth about how you wanted to kill Shen Modi, Hua Zhengqin said before hanging up. Hello. Hello. Damn you. Song Qiang cursed at the phone. In her anger, she kicked the cabinet hard, only to hurt her foot because she was wearing slippers. The next morning at 9:55, Hua Zhengqin, looking sharp in a suit and carrying a file, walked into the Qingya Coffee Club, exuding a businesslike demeanor. Seeing Song Qiang already there, he smiled slightly. Despite his handsome and suave appearance, there was an underlying sense of cunning. He sat across from Song Qiang, who stood abruptly, glaring at him. Was it you who called yesterday? Hua Zhengqin raised an eyebrow and smirked. Yes, Miss Song. Oh no, Mrs. Gu, hello. Song Qiang's expression darkened further as she gritted her teeth. What do you want? Mrs. Gu, relax, take it easy. Hua Zhengqin snapped his fingers, calling for the waiter. Sir, what would you like? The waiter asked politely. Blue Mountain, Hua Zhengqin replied, then glanced at Song Qiang. And you? Charcoal roast, Song Qiang replied irritably. She didn't really care what she drank, but instinctively felt this person would be very troublesome. After the waiter left, Hua Zhengqin pushed a file towards Song Qiang. Take a look at this. What is it? Song Qiang eyed him warily. Hua Zhengqin gestured for her to look at the document with a smile. Song Qiang frowned as she flipped through the pages, expecting it to be evidence of her plot against Shen Modi, but was surprised to find it was a cooperation agreement, a letter of intent for collaboration between a subsidiary of the Hua family and Song's jewelry in Meiqing. Finished reading? Hua Jingqin asked with a smile. What exactly do you want? Song Qiang was on the verge of losing her temper. At that moment, the waiter brought their coffee. Taking a sip, Hua Jingqin asked, what do you think of the cooperation terms, Mrs. Gu? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hua Jingqin, the eldest son of the Hua family, Hua Ming's cousin. Song Qiang eyed him warily. Hua Jingqin chuckled. Mrs. Gu, relax. If I intended any harm, I wouldn't have come here, right? Song Qiang suddenly snapped back to reality. Her sharp gaze fixed on Hua Jingqin, a hint of wariness in her voice. Are you saying that if Song Jewelry signs this cooperation agreement, Shin Modi's issue will be wiped clean? Hua Jingqin leaned slightly forward, his long fingers tapping lightly on the document on the table, his deep voice like the whisper of a devil. Mrs. Gu, have you heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? We can form an alliance. This agreement is just a facade. Our real goal is to eliminate Shen Modi together. He had two purposes for bringing this document. First, recognizing the potential of Song Jewelry and wanting to develop a partnership, and second, needing a cover. He knew full well that if he targeted Shen Modi, Hua Mingze would surely investigate thoroughly. But as long as he held this agreement, he could easily brush it off, claiming his meeting with Song Qiang was purely business-related. Song Qiang's gaze grew more vigilant, staring intently at Hua Jingqin. What do you really mean? Hua Jingqin pointed at the document again, as if genuinely discussing cooperation details, and lowered his voice. On the 19th day of this lunar month, Hua Mingze and Shen Modi will have their wedding. Coincidentally, my wife and I will also marry on the same day. With guests gathered, it will be the perfect opportunity for us to work from the inside and outside. Song Qiang frowned, her eyes never leaving Hua Jingqin. Why? What kind of deep-seated hatred do you have with Shin Modi? Hua Jingqin nonchalantly flipped through the document, his fingers gently tapping the paper, pretending to point out clauses. She's just a woman. What grudge could I possibly have with her? The real conflict is with her husband, Hua Mingze. Then why don't you just deal with Hua Mingze directly? Song Qiang pressed on. Hua Jingqin's lips curled into a cold smile. After all, he's my cousin by blood. There's no need to be too ruthless. My target is the Hua Corporation, not Hua Ming's life. Song Qiang scoffed. Do you think getting rid of Shen Modi will get you the Hua Corporation? She's just an insignificant woman. How could her life or death determine the fate of the company? Hua Jingqin's smile deepened. The hardest hurdle in life is often matters of the heart. Hua Mingze fell in love with Shen Modi at first sight and is now utterly infatuated. If Shen Modi were to suddenly die, Hua Mingze would be devastated, leaving him no heart to manage the company. Mrs. Gu, aren't you also seeking her life because your husband can't forget about her? In truth, Hua Jingqin didn't genuinely believe Shin Modi's death would have such a massive impact on Hua Mingze. But since Song Qiang could be used as a pawn, why not? If Song Qiang managed to successfully eliminate Shin Modi, knowing Hua Mingze's character, he would likely be despondent for some time. More importantly, Hua Jingqin could see that their grandfather was very fond of Shin Modi. Such a likable woman would only solidify Hua Mingze's standing in their grandfather's eyes. The sooner she was removed, the better. Besides, Shen Modi and Hua Mingze had been legally married for 2 months already. If she got pregnant first, it would only give Hua Mingze another advantage. Have you been investigating me? Song Qiang's voice suddenly rose. Hua Jingqin leaned back lazily in his chair, fingers intertwined, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Mrs. Gu, many things don't require investigation. If you feel it's unfair, I can also tell you about myself. Ask whatever you want. Song Qiang coldly replied, if you want Shin Modi dead, why don't you do it yourself? She thought to herself, just as Hua Jingqin wanted to use her, she could just as easily use him. Hua Jingqin chuckled lightly. I'll be the groom that day, not exactly convenient for me to act personally. Besides, who does things themselves anymore? Song Qiang countered, you could easily get someone else to do it. Hua Jingqin explained, on the wedding day, I'll be with Hua Mingze the whole time. I can't exactly arrange for someone to kill his wife right in front of him, can I? Song Qiang pushed the cooperation agreement back to Hua Jingqin, picked up her bag, and stood up to leave. Find someone else for your schemes. Goodbye. Mrs. Gu. Hua Jingqin suddenly called out. Song Qiang turned back, her eyes unfriendly. Anything else, Mr. Hua? Hua Jingqin smiled. I often have dinner with Mingze. By the way, he seems quite dissatisfied with the results of the investigation into the last car accident. Song Qiang sat back down, her tone unfriendly. Mr. Hua, let's not beat around the bush. What will it take for you to let me go? She picked up the cooperation agreement and said, I can take this back and sign it. Song Jewelry can even give up some profits. But as for doing anything to Shen Modi on your wedding day, I'm afraid I can't help. Hua Jingqin elegantly sipped his coffee and smiled. Aren't you curious why Mingze didn't trace the car accident back to you? Or do you think you did a flawless job? Song Qiang glared at Hua Jingqin, wanting to lash out but not daring to, and waited for him to continue. Hua Jingqin smiled slyly. Actually, it's because I found out about you before Mingza did. I found the driver and paid him off, also threatening his family to keep him silent. Otherwise, with Mingza's methods, how could a mere driver withstand the pressure? Song Qiang stared intently at Hua Zhengqin, trying to discern the truth from his eyes. Hua Zhengqin pulled a phone from his pocket, opened the photo gallery, and handed it to Song Qiang. Seeing the photos, Song Qiang nearly broke down. The images showed the truck driver injured, sitting in a car with Hua Zhengqin. When was this taken? Song Qiang's voice trembled. The day I found him, Hua Zhengqin answered calmly. Song Qiang gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid these photos will be discovered? Keeping them on your phone? Hua Zhengqin was supremely confident. This phone doesn't have a SIM card, nor is it connected to the internet. Of course, I can connect it anytime. It depends on Mrs. Gu's decision. Are you threatening me? Song Qiang was so angry her chest heaved. Hua Zhengqin laughed more freely, pocketing the phone and leaning back in his chair lazily. How can this be a threat? I prefer to call it a win-win collaboration. After all, I'm not leaving you to fight alone, am I? Song Qiang angrily retorted. What if things go wrong? Did Mr. Hua consider my situation? If anything else goes wrong, my life is over. She recalled Gu Tianqi's cold, questioning gaze, still haunting her. Hua Zhengqin's smile widened. If something goes wrong, wouldn't I be finished too? Mrs. Gu and I share the same risk. So, we just need to execute the plan flawlessly. See, didn't I perfectly cover for your slip-up last time? His eyes locked onto Song Qiang, as if waiting for her response. Song Qiang avoided eye contact and said firmly, I need to see a detailed plan before I can give you an answer. Otherwise, even if you decide to expose this matter, I won't stop you. With a slight lift of her chin, she reminded herself not to be led by Hua Zhengqin or be used as a pawn, unless Hua Zhengqin made significant contributions himself. Hua Zhengqin flashed a sly smile and suggested, how about we discuss it over lunch? Reluctantly, Song Qiang agreed. Hua Zhengqin then called a waiter to arrange lunch and moved them to a more private room. He specifically instructed the staff not to interrupt their conversation, except to serve the food. Once inside the new room, Hua Zhengqin smiled and said, Mrs. Gu, we need to sign this agreement. Once it's signed, any future meetings will be justified and above board. Song Qiang nodded in agreement. The agreement she had glanced over was a standard cooperation document with no harsh terms. With Gu Tianqi planning to expand the Gu group to Haiqing, it provided her the perfect opportunity to bring Song Jewelry along, allowing them to advance together as a couple. Hua Zhengqin suggested they first discuss the details of the jewelry collaboration and leave other matters for after lunch. Song Qiang agreed, quietly impressed by Hua Zhengqin's meticulousness, realizing he was even more detail-oriented than she was. They delved into discussions about their jewelry partnership, covering aspects like establishing a joint design studio, sourcing materials, and sales channels. They were so engrossed that when the waiter brought their lunch, they were still deep in conversation about jewelry design and antique pieces. After the waiter left, their discussion shifted to the plans for the wedding day. Half an hour later, Song Qiang was swayed by Hua Zhengqin's comprehensive set of plans labeled A, B, and C. Although she had previously given up on confronting Shen Modi due to her daily regimen of herbal medicine and doctor visits, she now felt a renewed sense of determination. Hua Zhengqin assured her that he would be on standby at the hotel and would promptly notify her to abort the plan if anything went awry. Song Qiang agreed, and they continued refining the details over lunch. After the meal, Song Qiang took the agreement with her for signing and called her father, Song Bohui, to inform him of the partnership with Hua's subsidiary. Delighted, Song Bohui expressed his eagerness to meet the representative from Hua's company. Upon Song Qiang's inquiry, Hua Zhengqin readily agreed. That afternoon, Song Bohui arrived in Haiqing with an official seal. In the evening, father and daughter met with Hua Zhengqin at Qinya to further discuss the cooperation and formally sign the agreement. Song Bohui was full of praise for Hua Zhengqin, commending him as a talented and promising young man. After bidding farewell to Hua Zhengqin, Song Bohui, beaming with pride, complimented his daughter's capability and expressed his satisfaction that she could balance family and career. He earnestly advised Song Qiang to learn to be gentle, magnanimous, and occasionally appear vulnerable and coquettish, emphasizing the importance of praising her husband to give him a sense of achievement and belonging. He also suggested she learn from Shen Modi the qualities that Gu Tianqi admired, such as ambition and charm. Song Qiang nodded in agreement outwardly, but internally she felt like scoffing at the notion that some men preferred women who seemed to lack substance. Finally, Song Bohui reminded her to focus on her health and aim to conceive soon. Time flew by, and soon it was the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, the wedding day of Shen Modi and Hua Mingza. Coincidentally, it would also be the wedding day of Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong. At 4 in the morning, the makeup artist began preparing the bride, Modi. The 5 bridesmaids, including Ning Qingyi, excitedly donned their beautiful dresses and admired the lavish bridal gifts. Lu Chen assisted Hua Mingza in managing the bride's side, ensuring every detail was flawless. Hua Mingze was particularly attentive, insisting on safe makeup products, providing comfortable shoes, and even preparing flat shoes at the hotel just in case. On his side, a few brothers stayed up chatting, meticulously planning the wedding details. Qiuzhan jokingly remarked that Hua Mingze looked more handsome, causing Yi Chen to spray tea all over Kuyuchuan. Mu Sen remained his usual stoic self but had an uncanny ability to say things that made everyone laugh. Hua Mingze repeatedly checked his suit, and his friends assured him it looked perfect. Finally, Hua Mingze instructed everyone to stay close to the bride, mentioning that he had arranged for Xiao Mu's people to handle any unexpected situations, though Mu Sen thought it unnecessary. During their conversation, they couldn't help but think of their still comatose fourth brother. As soon as the words fourth brother were mentioned, the cheerful atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. The smiles on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by a somber and heavy silence. Kuyuchuan, usually the jokester, let out a deep sigh, a sound that seemed to weigh heavily on everyone present, further darkening their expressions. Yi Chen turned to Qiuzhan, a hint of hope in his voice. Fifth brother, is there any chance for fourth brother? Qiuzhan's face was grave. As a doctor, he understood fourth brother's condition better than anyone. The best chance for a comatose patient to wake up is within 3 months. Fourth brother has been unconscious for over a year now. He knew that the longer it took, the worse it was for fourth brother, but he couldn't be sure if fourth brother was still aware of the world around him. Qiuzhan continued, all I can do is keep his body in the best condition and maintain his vital signs. Whenever something good happens, we tell him, hoping it might stimulate him to wake up. He recalled when their eldest brother broke up with Yao Yutong and got married. He had immediately informed fourth brother, even thinking he saw a slight movement in his fingers. But it might have been just his imagination. Seeing Qiuzhan fall silent, Kuyuchuan called out seriously, fifth brother? Qiuzhan let out another long sigh. I don't know if fourth brother will ever wake up in this life. But maybe there will be a miracle. Yi Chen, with tears in his eyes, choked out, fourth brother has held on for so long. There has to be a miracle. Mu Sen asked, should we arrange for the wedding to be live-streamed for fourth brother to hear? Qiuzhan nodded solemnly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Of course, I've already coordinated with the photographer. We'll make sure fourth brother hears it. Sensing the heavy mood, Kuyuchuan forced a smile. Alright, today's a happy day for our eldest brother's wedding. Let's focus on the good stuff. Mu Sen agreed. Maybe when fourth brother hears the wedding music, he'll wake up. Yi Chen couldn't help but tease. You've got quite the sweet tongue. Hua Mingze's eyes shone with determination. Fourth brother will wake up one day. Unlike Qiuzhan, he believed in fourth brother's incredible willpower, convinced that some unresolved longing would keep him going until he finally woke up. Suppressing his unease, Hua Mingze adjusted his sleeves and changed the topic. Has everyone prepared their red envelopes? Kuyuchuan immediately perked up, pulling red envelopes from various pockets of his suit, jokingly asking, do I look like the god of wealth coming down to earth? Yi Chen teased back, should we get you a god of wealth robe and you can hand out red envelopes to everyone at dawn? Get lost. Kuyuchuan rolled his eyes at him, prompting laughter from the group. Hua Mingze glanced at the other brothers. Mu Sen confirmed his red envelopes were ready, while Qiuzhan insisted on checking, leading to a playful scuffle between the two as the others watched on in amusement. As time quietly slipped by, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Yi Chen called out excitedly, brothers, let's go pick up our sister-in-law. Kuyuchuan and Qiuzhan joined in the excitement, with Qiuzhan rubbing his hands together and grinning. Finally, it's time to hand out those red envelopes. Let's go, our mission is to charm the bridesmaids. Mu Sen, though the youngest, was the most composed. He was genuinely happy for his eldest brother but maintained a cool demeanor, only slightly curling his lips into a smile. Like Qiuzhan, he had his reservations about Yao Yutong, who looked down on them, disparaging Yi Chen for being an orphan, Qiuzhan for being a doctor, and Mu Sen himself for being an illegitimate child. Sixth brother, come on, you're leading the way, urged Kuyuchuan. The wedding convoy consisted of 99 cars, symbolizing eternal happiness. Each brother drove a Bentley at the front, with their eldest brother's car in the middle to pick up the bride. Their eldest brother had even brought out his cherished Phantom, which stood out even among the fleet of Bentleys. Today marked the wedding day of the eldest Hua brother, Hua Zhangqin, and the third brother, Hua Mingze. The media was already buzzing with anticipation, eager to capture every moment. Last night, media outlets from across Haicheng flocked to various locations, including the Hillside Villa, the Hua residence, the Yao family home, and Lanting residence. Among them, the largest crowd of reporters gathered in front of Lanting residence, eagerly hoping to uncover an exclusive story about Shen Modi, the Cinderella of the moment. Meanwhile, Haicheng's official media was also in on the action, closely following the wedding cars. At 6 in the morning, Haicheng was suddenly abuzz with excitement. 2 wedding motorcades, resembling golden dragons, wound their way towards the Yao residence and Lanting garden. Upon learning that Hua Mingze's side was arranging 99 wedding cars, Yao Yutong immediately dismissed Hua Zhengqin's suggestion of 88 cars, increasing the number to 128. The Hua family opted for Bentleys, while the Yao family switched entirely to Maybachs. Onlookers lining the streets were stunned, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the luxury car spectacle. "Oh my gosh, I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. Take a picture, or people might think it's CGI." Exclamations of amazement echoed through the crowd. At precisely 7 o'clock, Hua Mingze's grand procession entered Lanting Garden. The neighborhood was already festively decorated, exuding a cheerful atmosphere. Lu Qin had thoughtfully prepared the day before, notifying the property management and distributing wedding candy and red envelopes to each household, including the property staff. This gesture of consideration and respect earned widespread appreciation, with many residents voluntarily helping to set up the wedding venue. The property management had preemptively restricted outside vehicles, ensuring ample parking space for the wedding cars. As Hua Mingze's fleet slowly entered, Lu Chen and his company staff set off fireworks, the joyful crackling resounding throughout the community, adding to the day's jubilant spirit. Several homeowners voluntarily joined in to help Lu Chen distribute gift bags to the drivers who were part of the wedding procession. Hua Mingze's friends and business partners formed a grand convoy to pick up the bride, joined by relatives from the second grandaunt's side. Meanwhile, the third grandaunt, who supported Hua Zhengqin, chose to join Yao Yutong, while the fourth grandaunt's family made the effort to return from countrywide to stand with Hua Mingze and had already arrived at the hotel. After Mu Sen and his group got out of the car, they adjusted their sharp suits and headed towards the building where Emodi was. Hua Mingze, holding a bouquet of roses, couldn't hide his nervousness. Qiu Zhan couldn't help but tease him, nudging him with his shoulder. "Big brother, isn't this more thrilling than negotiating a billion-dollar deal?" Hua Mingze glanced at him and retorted, "You'll understand when it's your turn to get married." Mu Sen couldn't help but smile at his brother's rare show of nerves. Hua Mingze reminded them, "Remember to hand out plenty of red envelopes later, and don't get distracted by the bridesmaids. Finding the shoes is the main task." He Chin laughed heartily. "Big brother, you underestimate us. No beautiful bridesmaid can sway us." Laughing and joking, the group took the elevator straight to the doorstep. The bright red wedding decorations lifted everyone's spirits. Hua Mingze personally pressed the doorbell, and Ning Qingyi's voice came from inside, "We're coming, ladies, it's your turn." She then asked, "Who's out there?" Hua Mingze solemnly replied, "It's Hua Mingze here to pick up my wife." His words made He Chen and the others chuckle, all face-palming. Suddenly, silence fell inside, and Hua Mingze quickly reacted, pulling out a red envelope. Mu Sen was quicker, slipping it through the door crack, and gave Qiu Zhan a look that seemed to say, "Your turn now." Qiu Zhan rolled his eyes at Mu Sen and called out to the women inside, "Beautiful ladies, please open the door and let us take the bride, won't you?" To their surprise, the door swung open easily. Qiu Zhan was stunned. Was it that simple? They had prepared all night, even bringing notes to handle any challenges. He Chen and Ku Yuchuan were the first to rush in. The festive decorations catching their eyes, rose petals covered the floor, and two adorable rose teddy bears snuggled together, exuding warmth and sweetness. However, the real challenge was just beginning. At the entrance of the master bedroom, 520 crystal glasses were arranged in the shape of a heart, each filled with a drink. Ning Qingyi smirked and said, "Here are 520 glasses of wine. The hourglass is ready. Finish them in 10 minutes and the bride is yours. If not, well, she's mine." Qiu Zhan looked at Ning Qingyi with disdain, while He Chen laughed. "Interesting." Qiu Zhan hurriedly whispered to He Chen, "Second brother, pick something else." He Chen looked puzzled, but Qiu Zhan just repeated, "Just trust me, pick something else." Without a word, Mu Sen began downing the drinks. Ning Qingyi amusedly counted the glasses Mu Sen finished alone. Seeing this, Qiu Zhan immediately stood in front of Mu Sen, blocking Ning Qingyi's view. The other groomsmen joined in, drinking furiously. This part of the ceremony was prepared by another bridesmaid, Dong Yuanyuan. Though it seemed like a challenge, they were considerate. The glasses were small, and each only held half a glass of low-alcohol wine. Mu Sen and Qiu Zhan got competitive, going glass for glass. 7 minutes later, all the drinks were gone. Ning Qingyi clapped in congratulations and stepped aside. Hua Mingze was about to knock on the master bedroom door when Ning Qingyi suddenly blocked his way again, smiling, "Isn't there something missing?" Qiu Zhan immediately handed over a red envelope, complimenting, "You're as kind as you are beautiful." Ning Qingyi laughed. "Good things come in pairs." Mu Sen also handed over a red envelope, but Qiu Zhan beat him to it, giving him a glare. He Chen laughed heartily on the side. Ning Qingyi accepted the envelopes and sincerely wished them, "May the groom and bride live happily ever after, united forever, like flowers blooming together and phoenixes flying in pairs." She silently wished her silly dear a life where they always cherished the first meeting, with Hua Mingze loving her forever. Hua Mingze finally reached the master bedroom door and gently knocked. Mu Sen quickly crouched down to slip another red envelope through the door crack, signaling Qiu Zhan to speak. Qiu Zhan called out loudly, "Ladies inside, take the red envelopes, and there are more if you open the door." Mu Xin gave Qiu Zhan a disapproving look and continued slipping in more red envelopes. Unexpectedly, the door opened easily. The bridesmaids stood at the doorway, smiling. Mu Xin was stunned. That easy? He Chen's attention was caught by one of the bridesmaids, unable to look away. Hua Mingze cleared his throat to remind him, ahem. Ku Yuchuan quickly reminded everyone, quick, find the shoes. They all sprang into action. Mu Xin looked around, even lifting the curtains to check outside, suspecting the shoes might be hanging out there. He also checked several cabinets, even though it seemed unlikely they would be in such obvious places. The brothers exchanged puzzled looks, none of them finding the shoes. Qiu Zhan had a sudden idea. I got it, under the bed. He knelt and looked under, only to shrug in disappointment. Nothing. Mo D, dressed in her wedding gown and holding flowers, sat on the bed, watching the lively scene with a gentle smile, her eyes curved in amusement. Hua Mingze had been watching MOD since he entered. Today, she was breathtakingly beautiful, both stunning and serene, like the embodiment of peace and tranquility. Her inherent grace surpassed even those born into prestigious families. Hua Mingze urged his brothers with his eyes to speed up. He was eager to embrace his bride. The groomsmen turned the room upside down, even checking pillows and blankets, but found nothing. Ning Qingyi laughed triumphantly. Qiu Zhan asked her helplessly, where did you hide them? Haha, can I tell you? Ning Qingyi laughed mischievously. Ku Yuchuan and the others turned to the other bridesmaids for answers, but they just giggled and shook their heads mysteriously. The push-up game they had planned was cancelled at the last minute. The bridesmaids imagined the boys enthusiastically doing push-ups while the rubber ducks squeaked loudly, leaving them blushing with embarrassment at the thought. Instead, they turned their attention to the bride's shoes. After some discussion, they came up with a brilliant idea: to cleverly tie the shoes under the bed, right against the bedboard. This way, even if someone lay down to check, they wouldn't notice unless they specifically looked up. Seeing the bridesmaids all keeping mum, Hua Mingze was anxious. At that moment, Qiu Zhan had a flash of inspiration and shouted, they must be hidden under the skirt. The bridesmaids immediately backed up against the wall, wary that the groomsmen might actually try to lift their skirts. He Chen smiled at the bridesmaid he had been watching and politely asked, are the shoes hidden under the skirt? No, really they're not, the bridesmaid hurriedly denied. Qiu Zhan, seeing this, urged Hua Mingze, big brother, why don't you check under the bride's skirt? We can't do it. Hua Mingze looked gently at Mo Di, carefully lifted the train of her wedding dress that spread across the bed. Mo Di watched him search earnestly, and a smile crept onto her lips. Did you find them? Qiu Zhan asked eagerly. No, Hua Mingze replied, standing up and stealing a quick kiss from Mod. Ah, Ning Qingyi teased. The bridesmaids burst into laughter, while Mod blushed and lowered her head. Hua Mingze was once again captivated by her beauty, which seemed almost ethereal. Big brother, hurry and find the shoes. Qiu Zhan urged. Mu Xin, feeling Qiu Zhan's interruptions were getting annoying, gave him a kick. The force was too strong, and Qiu Zhan fell to his knees, inadvertently spotting something hanging under the bed. He leaned in for a closer look. Ah, I found them. Qiu Zhan shouted excitedly, retrieving the shoes from under the bed. The room erupted in applause, and the atmosphere reached a peak. Qiu Zhan handed the shoes to Hua Mingze, who gently put them on Mod and pulled her into his arms. Brother-in-law, let me carry sister downstairs, Xiaoguang suddenly offered. In just a month, he had learned to speak, though his pronunciation was still a bit rough. To master the language quickly, he only allowed himself 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day, even if he was exhausted during the day. Sure, Hua Mingze agreed gladly. Ning Qingyi cheered again. Everyone applauded and cheered as they watched Xiaoguang carry Modi out, heading for the wedding car. Hua Mingze's wedding car was a luxurious black Phantom. Xiaoguang looked at the car with teary eyes. His gaze lingered on the floral decorations, which included roses, lilies, and a ring of white chrysanthemums. These were for mourning. Some people placed chrysanthemums on their wedding car if someone had died in the family before the wedding, and postponing wasn't an option. Many found it inauspicious, but Xiaoguang was touched that someone like Hua Mingze, a man of such stature, would choose to do this. It was a gesture he would remember forever. The wedding procession made its grand way from Lanting Residence to Jizhou Hotel. Yao Yutong's procession arrived around the same time. By not yet 10 o'clock, half of the guests had already arrived. The attendees were all impeccably dressed in suits and gowns. Almost all the prominent families of Haiqing were present. The Hua family had prepared over 200 tables, with the first, second, and third floors of Jizhou Hotel set for the banquet. The ceremony took place on the first floor, with live broadcasts in each hall. In the main hall, servers were busy delivering fruit and snacks to guests. 10 people arranged by Xiaomu were spread out at different tables, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Once assured everything was normal, they leisurely sipped their tea. A little after 11, the ceremony officially began. The two couples took the stage, followed by their respective bridesmaids and groomsmen, ready to hand over the rings. The hosts enthusiastically engaged the crowd, and the hall echoed with applause. The servers began bustling around, serving dishes. After warming up the atmosphere, the hosts moved on to the formal proceedings. Both couples simultaneously recited their vows. In sickness and in health, I, Huamingzi Zhengqin, will always love Shen Yutong. The grooms placed rings on their brides' fingers. The photographer captured close-ups, highlighting both Yao Yutong and Shen Mod. The guests couldn't help but whisper among themselves. I must say, even though Shen Mod comes from humble beginnings, she doesn't seem any less refined than Yao Yutong. More than that, Shen Mod's poise is even a touch above. Yes, Shen Mod isn't just beautiful. She has a serene and noble elegance, as if it's inherent. If I hadn't heard about her poor background, I'd have thought she was some wealthy family's daughter. Meanwhile, in Qiuzhan's presidential suite, he and his second brother, He Yichen, were broadcasting their eldest brother's wedding to their fourth brother's overseas hospital room. The staff there were playing the wedding for Huamingzi's brother. Qiuzhan reminded the staff, focus on the sound, since his brother couldn't see the images. Let's hope he can hear it, He Yichen said, working on his laptop to isolate the audio, leaving only the sounds of Huamingzi marrying Modi. Qiuzhan sighed, watching the hospital room feed where his brother lay motionless, tubes attached. I hope a miracle happens for him. He promised me he'd go racing with me. He Yichen, feeling distressed, patted Qiuzhan's back. Cheer up, it's our brother's wedding day. Right. Qiuzhan put on his headphones and spoke into the microphone. Brother, it's Azan. Big brother's getting married today. Can you hear it? Don't worry, the bride isn't Yao Yutong. Qiuzhan gazed at his fourth brother lying quietly on the hospital bed, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. He took a deep breath and continued speaking softly. Fourth brother, you need to wake up soon. There are so many good news waiting for you. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he added, did you know? Even though our sister-in-law didn't come from a good background, she's been outshining Yao Yutong time and again. Just recently, it turned out that Yao Yutong's plagiarized design was actually copied from her. Isn't that quite the surprise? Qiuzhan's tone carried a touch of pride. Our sister-in-law is like a natural-born lucky star. Since being with our eldest brother, his fortunes have been rising. He secured the largest plot in the southern suburbs of Haiqing and signed a deal for the base station construction in District R of Country D. There are even 2 overseas projects under negotiation. Eldest brother says your shares are now worth over 7 billion. Compared to you, Yao Yutong is nothing. Suddenly, Qiuzhan's eyes lit up, as if he saw his fourth brother's finger move. His voice trembled with excitement. Second brother. Look, did fourth brother's hand just move? He Yichen had already rushed to the monitor at Qiuzhan's shout. He stared intently at the screen but saw the fourth brother still motionless. His gaze was fixed on the fourth brother's fingers, but they hadn't moved an inch. Qiuzhan's voice softened as he sighed. Looks like I was seeing things again. But he quickly perked up and continued. Fourth brother, guess who Yao Yutong married? She married Hua Zhengqin. Can you believe it? Remember how she never even spared a glance at him back when Dad was around? Just then, Qiuzhan once again thought he saw his fourth brother's fingers twitch. He widened his eyes, not daring to blink. He Yichen noticed it too. He had been watching the monitor closely and did see the fourth brother's fingers tremble slightly. This discovery quickened his heartbeat, and he shouted, they really moved. But you're too far away. What do we do? He worried that if the fourth brother woke up now, the medical team on Qiuzhan's end might not handle it well. In the hospital room, 2 professional doctors excitedly shouted at the camera. He moved. Director, the patient really moved. Qiuzhan immediately issued an order. Notify Edward to come over right away and check on fourth brother. You need to cooperate fully. He Yichen, excited, grabbed his phone and texted Musen. The fourth brother is waking up. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, only Kayuchuan and Xiaomu, the 2 groomsmen, were on stage. Musen had been sitting below, watching the ceremony. Upon receiving the message, he was so excited that he rushed to Qiuzhan's presidential suite. Huamingzi and Mod had just completed the wedding ceremony and were about to return to their suite for a brief rest before changing into their reception attire to greet guests. I need to use the restroom, Mod whispered to Huamingzi. Pregnant with twins, she was experiencing frequent urges and had barely held on during the ceremony. Huamingzi smiled gently and took her hand. I'll go with you. As they headed towards the restroom, Huamingzi's phone chimed with a special notification sound. He glanced at it. Musen had sent a message. Big brother, fourth brother is waking up. If you're free after the ceremony, come check the monitor. Huamingzi felt his heart tighten at the message, his eyes instantly welling up. What's wrong? Mod asked with concern, noticing his change in demeanor. Huamingzi, tears in his eyes but with a smile on his lips, replied excitedly. Fourth brother is waking up. He's the one I told you about who's been in a coma. That's wonderful, Mod exclaimed, Even though she had never met Liang Tianxua, she understood what this meant to Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze looked at MOD with deep affection. Honey, you're my lucky star. Ever since I met you, everything has been getting better. He then instructed, go ahead to the restroom. Be careful not to slip. I'll wait here for you, and then we'll go to Ajan's place to check the monitor and see how fourth brother is doing. MOD suggested, you don't have to wait for me. Go ahead, I'll be up in a moment. Don't worry, I know the way. As Hua Mingze stood there, his phone rang again. It was He Yichen calling. Second brother, how is fourth brother doing? Hua Mingze asked urgently. He Yichen replied, fourth brother's hand is moving now, but he hasn't fully woken up. Fifth brother says we should keep talking to him. Every time we mention big brother, his finger reacts more. Big brother, if you have time, please come over as soon as possible. Maybe hearing your voice will really wake him up. Alright, I'm coming right away, Hua Mingze responded. He immediately called Xiaomu, come to the restroom area to wait for MOD, and personally escort her to the suite. Make sure she's safe. Understood, President. Xiaomu quickly made his way over. When Xiaomu arrived, Hua Mingze reiterated, wait here for MOD and personally escort her up. Yes, President, Xiaomu replied solemnly. Only then did Hua Mingze feel assured enough to hurry to Qiuzhan's presidential suite. Big brother, quickly talk to fourth brother. Qiuzhan urged as soon as he saw Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze took a deep breath and spoke to the monitor camera. Fourth brother, can you hear me? I got married today. I've been hoping you would wake up and attend my wedding. By the way, your sister-in-law is pregnant with twins. Isn't she amazing? Although the news of MOD's pregnancy hadn't even been shared with their grandfather or mother, Hua Mingze didn't hesitate to reveal it in hopes of awakening fourth brother. Fourth brother is crying, Qiuzhan suddenly remarked. Everyone's attention was fixed on the surveillance footage, where tears were seen rolling down the cheeks of Liang Tianxua, who lay in the hospital bed. Qiuzhan confidently stated he's happy. This scene filled everyone present with excitement. Hua Mingze was especially eager and urged, big brother, tell him more happy things. Taking a deep breath, Hua Mingze spoke into the camera, old four, I didn't marry Yao Yutong and you're happy about that, right? Even though you never spoke ill of her, I knew you didn't like her. He paused, then continued. MOD is different. She values love and integrity above all else. When her father fell ill, she took on the family burdens alone and never gave up on his treatment. Old four, once you wake up, you'll definitely appreciate her. Knowing what old four wanted to hear, Hua Mingze recounted an incident where Yao Yutong embarrassed herself in front of MOD. At a banquet, Yao Yutong tried to humiliate MOD with English, but MOD's fluent English left her speechless. At that moment, Qiuzhan excitedly shouted, big brother, old four's eyelashes moved. Keep talking. Hua Mingze's heart raced as he focused intently on the monitor, continuing to speak words that old four would enjoy. Suddenly, Qiuzhan exclaimed, old four is awake, big brother, old four is finally awake. Tears streamed down his face as he covered it with his hands. Nearly 500 days of persistence had finally paid off, and the flood of emotions from the past struggles and guilt overwhelmed him. Musen and the others were also teary-eyed. Qiuzhan immediately made a call to arrange the next steps in treatment, then turned to Hua Mingze, saying, big brother, I won't be joining the wedding games. Wishing you eternal happiness. I'm booking a ticket to head over now. Hua Mingze nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hua Mingze glanced at the time and realized that MOD had been gone for over 10 minutes. He felt a sudden emptiness and quickly got up to call Xiaomu. Meanwhile, MOD was struggling with her wedding dress in the restroom. She regretted not waiting until she reached the suite to use the bathroom. Just as she carefully finished, her phone rang. Thinking it was Mingze calling, she was surprised to see it was Xinyao's number. This surprised her, as Mingze had saved the number for her, and she had never spoken to Xinyao by phone before. With a hint of excitement, she answered the call. However, a frustrated male voice came through. Is the owner of this phone your sister? You need to come to the hotel parking lot to see the mess she made. It's a private matter, come alone. Modi quickly asked, what's going on? The voice angrily replied, she kicked my friends, you know. MOD suggested going to the hospital, but the caller insisted she come to deal with it and threatened that if treatment was delayed, they would be held responsible. Hanging up, MOD rushed out of the restroom without even washing her hands. Her mind was filled with questions. Why was Xinyao's phone with someone else? If Xinyao had really done such a thing, why hadn't she admitted it? Or was this a trap? Seeing MOD finally emerge, Xiaomu approached immediately, saying, ma'am, the president asked me to take you to the suite. MOD urgently replied, wait a moment, I need to meet a friend in the parking lot. She hurried towards the lobby, with Xiaomu following closely behind. Considering the request for a private meeting, MOD told Xiaomu, my friend is socially anxious and doesn't like meeting people. I'll just see him for a moment. Xiaomu insisted, ma'am, I'll go with you. The president instructed not to leave you alone. They eventually reached a compromise, with Xiaomu agreeing to follow from a few meters away. MOD arrived at the parking lot, calling out loudly for Xinyao. A man poked his head from the back seat of a car, grumbling, "You're here? See for yourself." Following his gaze, MOD saw Xinyao unconscious, leaning against another man. Panic surged through her as she raised her voice. "What did you do to Xinyao?" As she prepared to approach, the man suddenly reached out, trying to pull her into the car. Xiaomu rushed forward, shouting, "What are you doing?" while pulling MOD behind him. The car door slammed shut, and the driver immediately started the car. MOD chased after it in distress, telling Xiaomu, "Xinyao is still in the car." Despite wearing a wedding dress and high heels, MOD gathered her skirt and ran desperately. Xiaomu called out, "Ma'am, don't worry, I'll drive and follow them." As the car carrying Xinyao disappeared from view, MOD was on the verge of tears. Xiaomu faced a dilemma. The president had ordered him to escort MOD to the suite, but now Miss Xinyao had been kidnapped. He couldn't ignore the situation, nor could he leave MOD alone. Without hesitation, Xiaomu decisively shouted, "Ma'am, get in the car. If we don't hurry, we won't catch them." Xiaomu quickly started the car, and MOD practically leaped into the passenger seat. With the engine roaring, Xiaomu pressed the accelerator and nervously instructed, "Madam, hold on tight." The car shot forward like an arrow. MOD clung to the handle, her heart pounding. Although Xiaomu had experienced a landslide in the village, he was unharmed and had been negotiating partnerships in nearby villages. He was unaware of MOD's pregnancy, otherwise, he would have arranged for someone else to escort her and pursued alone. At that moment, Xiaomu's only thought was to catch up with Hua Xinyao as quickly as possible, while also worrying about MOD's safety, so he had no choice but to take her along. He kept reminding MOD to stay safe while continuously accelerating. The phone rang incessantly in the cramped car, but Xiaomu, having survived a mountain road accident before, dared not divert his attention to answer. As soon as MOD got in the car, she began dialing Hua Mingze's number, desperate to inform him about Xinyao's abduction. However, Hua Mingze's line was constantly busy, leaving her increasingly anxious. After several attempts, she had to give up, tightly gripping her phone. Meanwhile, in Qiuzhan's presidential suite, he had just finished arranging travel plans and was now wearing a headset to oversee the overseas medical team examining his fourth brother. The fourth brother had fully awakened and opened his eyes. "Big brother." The fourth brother called out weakly from the bed in the surveillance video. Everyone was glued to the screen with excitement. He Chen, tears streaming down his face, said with a trembling voice, "Big brother, the fourth is calling you. He's really awake." Hua Mingze kept his eyes fixed on the monitor while continuously trying to reach Xiaomu and MOD. Overwhelmed with urgency, he dashed out of the suite. "Big brother, congratulations on your wedding." The fourth brother said, weak but coherent. Despite the long coma weakening his physical functions and causing some difficulty with speech and facial expressions, his mind was exceptionally clear, and he could recognize his brother's voices. He Chen and Ku Yuchuan were overjoyed, and Qiuzhan and Musin also expressed their delight. Musin immediately stood up, ready to assist Hua Mingze. Hua Mingze rushed out of the suite, frantically pressing the elevator button while still trying to call. Finally, MOD's line connected. "Honey, where are you?" he asked urgently. "A's, Xinyao has been taken. We're in pursuit. The vehicle is a black SUV. License plate ending in 9302, MOD reported anxiously, her voice suddenly rising. "I see it." "Xiaomu, faster." Hua Mingze instantly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly warned, "Tell Xiaomu to slow down. I'll rescue Xinyao. Your safety is the most important." "We're almost there. I'll hang up now and send you our location," MOD said hurriedly before ending the call. Hua Mingze was filled with anxiety, frantically pressing the elevator button while trying to call MOD again. He needed to tell her not to take risks, as she was pregnant and couldn't afford to be reckless. However, no one answered, and he only received a location update indicating they had already traveled over 20 kilometers. The elevator doors opened, and Hua Mingze rushed inside. Musin followed closely, asking about the situation. Hua Mingze briefly explained, and the two quickly headed to the parking lot. In the lobby, guests began whispering among themselves, speculating whether the bride had run away. Someone mentioned seeing Shen MOD leave hurriedly with a man, with Hua Mingze following grim-faced, as if catching an affair. Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong emerged from the lounge after changing into their toast attire, overhearing the murmurs and witnessing Hua Mingze's departure. A cold smile flashed in Hua Jingqin's eyes, thinking that Song Qing's hired desperados were indeed capable, with the plan proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Their plan involved sending a text from an unknown number to Hua Xinyao, claiming Shen MOD was meeting an old flame in the parking lot. Given Hua Xinyao's impulsive nature, she would certainly go to check. Song Qing's people were disguised at the parking lot to simulate a rendezvous scene. As Hua Xinyao approached, they swiftly overpowered and abducted her, then used her phone to contact Shin MOD. According to Song Qing, Shin Modi learned Taekwondo for a while when she was with Gu Tianqi. With this little bit of skill, she was quite bold and would definitely come to the parking lot alone. Song Qiang's plan was simple. As soon as Shen Modi showed up, the people she had arranged would immediately drag her into a car and quickly drive away. Even if someone witnessed it, they wouldn't have time to intervene. In the car, they would finish off Shen Modi. The disposal site had already been selected, the Lang River in Haicheng, 50 kilometers from the Jizhou Hotel. Throwing the body off the Langjiang Bridge would make it impossible to retrieve. What if Hua Mingze found out anything? Those desperados only cared about money, not their lives. Their motto was live for the day, preferring to take risks rather than live in hardship. The plan changed slightly when Shen Modi didn't fall into the trap and instead, along with Xiao Mu, pursued them. Hua Jingqin had just spoken with Song Qiang on the phone in the lounge. Song Qiang reported that there were 7 desperados in the car, all experienced in illegal activities and highly skilled. One of them, named Li Hu, was naturally strong and could incapacitate an adult man with a single punch. Song Qiang asked how to deal with Xiao Mu and Hua Xinyao. Hua Jingqin's instructions were clear. The fewer people who saw the perpetrators, the safer it was. Killing 1 or 3 made no difference. Losing his wife, sister, and assistant at once would devastate Hua Mingze, leaving him with no energy to fight. After all, it was Song Qiang who hired the hitmen. If successful, everyone would be happy, and if exposed, it wouldn't be his problem. Mu Xin drove the car at high speed, yet Hua Mingze's mind had never been so chaotic. The storms he had weathered in the past seemed insignificant now. He recalled his days of starting a business abroad, facing exclusion, armed competitors, and even threats from organized crime. The most brutal encounter was when he and his brothers were besieged by over 40 burly Westerners. Even in such peril, he never felt fear. But now, thinking of Modi's frail condition and her pregnancy with twins, he couldn't remain calm. Big brother, call second brother and have him arrange for backup, Mu Xin advised, noticing Hua Mingze's agitation. Hua Mingze took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He immediately called Lu Chen to arrange for interception and tracking. He Chen had been mainly managing overseas affairs in recent years and was less familiar with the domestic situation compared to Lu Chen. Seeing Hua Mingze gradually regaining composure, Mu Xin accelerated again, and the car sped down the highway. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu's car had caught up alongside the kidnapper's vehicle. Modi urgently said, "Let's squeeze over." Xiao Mu hesitated. If he were alone, he would have already taken action. But with Modi in the car, he couldn't risk it. At such high speeds, any mistake could result in disaster. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt himself but was worried about Modi's safety. "Stay focused," he said. "I'll find the right moment." "Don't worry, ma'am." "Just a bit closer," Modi urged. "Okay." Xiao Mu cautiously edged closer to the other vehicle. The previous stretch of road had been empty, allowing both cars to race wildly. Occasionally, other vehicles witnessing this madness would steer clear. Now approaching the Langjiang Bridge, traffic increased as everyone needed to cross the river. More cars meant they couldn't continue at high speed, giving Xiao Mu more opportunities. He edged closer to the other car again. Suddenly, Modi rolled down her window. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" Xiao Mu was alarmed, fearing she might do something dangerous. "I'm just going to shout something," Modi explained. "Please don't stick your hand or head out," Xiao Mu cautioned. "Okay," Modi agreed. As Xiao Mu maneuvered closer again, Modi picked up an ornament from the car, squinted one eye, and hurled it at the other vehicle. With a loud bang, the people in the other car were startled, and their window automatically rolled down. Seizing the moment, Modi shouted, "Stop the car, we can talk about whatever you want." She suspected that Xinyao might have been kidnapped. If it was indeed a kidnapping, then offering ransom could resolve the issue. Even in the worst-case scenario, if it was a robbery and murder plot, robbery came first. If someone had hired them to kill, the hitmen were in it for money. As long as they were willing to pay and promise not to report to the police, the perpetrators might be inclined to negotiate, seeing a chance to get money and stay safe. "Keep talking to them," Xiao Mu encouraged. Xiao Mu keenly noticed that Modi's distraction strategy had worked. The speed of the opposing vehicle was visibly affected, no longer racing as it had before. Seizing the moment, Modi shouted, "Today is my wedding day. As long as your demands aren't excessive, we can resolve this peacefully." Her voice rang out clearly over the rushing wind, aiming to divert their attention. Taking advantage of this, Xiao Mu stealthily approached the opposing vehicle, preparing to force it to stop. However, the other driver seemed to anticipate his move. Just as Xiao Mu was about to succeed, the vehicle ahead suddenly accelerated, deftly avoiding Xiao Mu's car with a sharp turn onto the Langjiang Bridge. Xiao Mu immediately followed, and the two cars were once again locked in a tense chase. The opposing vehicle sped across the bridge, prompting Xiao Mu to warn Madam, "Close the window and hold on tight." Modi quickly complied, gripping the handle firmly. Xiao Mu then floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow. In one breath, they sped over 20 kilometers, delving into the outskirts where the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Suddenly, the vehicle ahead slowed down and finally stopped in an open area. Xiaomu recognized it as an old training ground for several driving schools in Haicheng, now abandoned. Madam, I'm going to get out and talk to them, Xiaomu instructed Modi seriously. Lock the door and no matter what happens, don't get out of the car. Wait for the boss to arrive, okay? Do you have anything for self-defense in the car? Mod asked, her tone tinged with concern. Xiaomu nodded, reaching for a concealed drawer in the center console. Inside was a long, narrow box that, when opened, revealed a solid steel pipe, a dagger, and a large wrench. These are for self-defense and for emergencies, like breaking glass to escape, Xiaomu explained, reiterating, Madam, remember, don't get out of the car. Grabbing the solid steel pipe, Xiaomu pushed the car door open. It had been years since Head had to fight, but his old skills were still sharp. To him, the steel pipe was more practical than a dagger. The dagger was too short and required close combat, whereas the 80-centimeter pipe was handy and, with his strength, could incapacitate an opponent with a single blow. Mod watched Xiaomu exit the car, then turned her gaze to the remaining steel pipe. She reached for it, gripping it tightly in her hand, her eyes warily scanning the outside for any movement. Xiaomu clutched the steel pipe behind his back, his eyes warily scanning the scene before him. The door of the SUV across from him slowly opened, and 7 men emerged one by one, armed with steel pipes and bricks, forming a line opposite Xiaomu. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. 2 men approached Xiaomu's car, causing his heart to tighten with fear for Mod's safety. Just as he was about to rush forward, he noticed that the men only placed a brick under each wheel, clearly to prevent Mod from driving away during the fight. Xiaomu exhaled slightly, trying to remain calm as he attempted to negotiate with them. What do you want? He asked. One of the men sneered. We want your life, of course. Xiaomu replied in a steady voice. How much are they paying you? I'll double it. His words were met with mocking laughter from the 7 men. Xiaomu frowned, puzzled by their reaction. Just as he was about to continue persuading them, the leader suddenly shouted. He's stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. Enough talk, get him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the group charged at Xiaomu like a pack of wolves. Steel pipes clashed, sending sparks flying. Inside the car, Mod gripped a steel pipe tightly, her heart pounding. Xiaomu moved with agility, dodging the onslaught of steel pipes and bricks. In just 2 minutes, he managed to take down 2 opponents. However, the situation quickly changed. One man with a broken arm suddenly got up and swung a brick at Xiaomu. Xiaomu narrowly avoided it but was simultaneously struck by several steel pipes. The pain caused Xiaomu to falter, losing his advantage. He was overwhelmed by 5 men, forced to protect his head with the pipe while kneeling on one knee. At this critical moment, the car door swung open. Mod, in high heels and wielding a steel pipe, strode forward with a fierce glint in her eyes. She had already cut her wedding dress with a knife, shortening the skirt for ease of movement. Xiaomu was both anxious and angry. Madam, get back in the car, he shouted. One man jeered, wow, the lady's got guts. Seeing Mod in danger, Xiaomu summoned all his strength and swung his pipe at a nearby enemy. The man cried out in pain, and the others closed in again. At that moment, Mod demonstrated her remarkable skills. She effortlessly dodged the attacks, delivering a kick to one man's abdomen followed by a swift blow to another's neck with her pipe. Her movements were decisive and devoid of any feminine frailty. Mod quickly retreated to Xiaomu's side, standing back-to-back with him. She said firmly, we'll each cover a side. Xiaomu responded, got it. Seeing Mod's prowess ignited his fighting spirit. Their opponents grew wary, one muttering, weren't they supposed to be amateurs with just a few years of training? Then he shouted, come on guys, let's finish this. Despite their injuries, the men raised their steel pipes and charged at Xiaomu and Mod. Meanwhile, Hua Xinyao gradually regained consciousness in the SUV. She rubbed the back of her aching head, recalling the earlier events. Someone had tricked her with a text message, claiming that Shen Mod was meeting an old flame in the parking lot. Furious, she had rushed over, only to realize it was a trap. She was then attacked and lost consciousness. Cautiously peering out the window, Hua Xinyao saw Xiaomu and Mod fiercely battling the 7 men. A mix of surprise and concern flashed in her eyes. Hua Xinyao's eyes widened in shock as she watched the fierce battle taking place outside the window. Shen Modi's skills were on par with any man's, her movements quick and ruthless as she cleverly maneuvered towards the SUV. Suddenly, a man swung a steel pipe viciously at Shen Modi's head. Terrified, Hua Xinyao shut her eyes, unable to witness what would happen next. Moments later, she cautiously opened her eyes to find Shen Modi still fighting energetically, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Clenching her fists, she silently cheered for Shen Modi. Just then, a man charged towards the SUV. Hua Xinyao's heart raced as she quickly scrambled to the other side of the car, opened the door, and jumped out, running towards Xiaomu's vehicle. However, as a pampered young lady unaccustomed to such chaos, her legs wouldn't cooperate. After just a few steps, She twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. The man easily caught up with her, mocking, "Go on, keep running." Hua Xinyao looked at her bleeding palms, feeling angry and useless. The man grabbed Hua Xinyao by the collar and lifted her up. She tried to stomp on his foot to escape, but he was prepared and dodged swiftly. A cold knife was suddenly pressed against her neck, making Hua Xinyao freeze in fear. "Everyone stop!" The man holding Hua Xinyao shouted harshly. Xiao Mu and Shen Modi halted immediately upon seeing this. Just then, another man took the opportunity to strike Xiao Mu with a steel pipe, but Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and endured it without a sound. Shen Modi glanced at Hua Xinyao before quickly regaining her composure. She shouted, "Xiao Mu, hang in there. Take them down, we're almost winning, do it." She swung a steel pipe at another man. "Stop, or I'll kill her," the man holding Hua Xinyao threatened again, pressing the knife closer. Shin Modi didn't stop. Instead, she chuckled coldly, "Go ahead and kill her. If she's dead, that's one less person to share the inheritance with. The Hua family fortune will all go to my child." Hua Xinyao was furious. "Shen Modi, you wish. I'll tell my brother about your ambitions." Without turning around, Shen Modi replied while fighting, "Do you think you'll get the chance?" Haha. Her laugh was filled with malice. Xiao Mu was stunned. He hadn't expected that although the CEO had escaped Yao Yutong, she couldn't escape Shin Modi. Shin Modi was even more ruthless than Yao Yutong, willing to let Hua Xinyao die for more inheritance. Hua Xinyao was enraged. "Shin Modi, you'll get what's coming to you." Shin Modi laughed coldly. "In this world, good people don't live long, but troublemakers last for ages. Don't worry, whether I die or not, you won't see it because you're about to die." With that, she swung a steel pipe at another man. After a fierce fight, two men were left lying on the ground, unable to get up. In reality, Shin Modi was also exhausted, but she put on a brave face, seeming as if she had endless energy. After taking down another man, Shin Modi turned her cold gaze to the man holding Hua Xinyao. "Why haven't you done it yet? Hurry up and kill her." She walked towards him. "Don't come any closer," the man warned, watching Shin Modi warily. Hua Xinyao shouted angrily, "If you have the guts, kill this heartless woman, Shin Modi." Shin Modi just smirked. Suddenly, a man rushed at her from behind, but she seemed to have eyes on the back of her head, turning to strike his ribcage with the steel pipe. The man collapsed in pain, curling up on the ground. "Don't come any closer, or I'll really kill her," the man holding Hua Xinyao threatened again, trying to read Shin Modi's expression but finding only calmness, without a trace of panic or concern. He began to suspect Shin Modi was bluffing. The man suddenly realized Shin Modi was pretending. Otherwise, when they captured Hua Xinyao, Shin Modi wouldn't have been the first to chase after them. If she truly didn't care about Hua, wanting her child to inherit the Hua fortune alone, she would have delayed, not rushed out. The kidnapper figured it out, and Xiao Mu had already seen through it. Xiao Mu quickly subdued the last two men, kicking them to the ground. The man holding Hua Xinyao sneered at Shin Modi, "Trying to outsmart me? You're too inexperienced. I'll show you how I'll kill her. Don't worry, I won't kill her with one stab. I'll make her suffer slowly." As Shen Modi approached, he raised the knife to stab Hua Xinyao's shoulder blade. Shen Modi's steel pipe swiftly struck the knife. The man realized he was right. Grinning as he pulled Hua Xinyao closer, the knife aimed at her abdomen, ready to stab and intimidate Shin Modi. Shen Modi swung the steel pipe again. The man grabbed the pipe with one hand, while Shin Modi grasped the knife's blade with her other hand. Blood quickly seeped from her palm. The man laughed triumphantly, applying more force. Shen Modi kicked him, making him recoil. "Xinyao, run!" Shen Modi shouted. Seeing Shen Modi's bloody hand, Hua Xinyao finally understood everything. Tears streamed down her face as she realized Shen Modi's earlier cold words were all to save her. Hearing Shen Modi's shout, she immediately started running, ignoring the pain from her twisted ankle. She knew that as long as she wasn't held hostage, her sister-in-law and Xiao Mu could defeat these men. At that moment, Xiao Mu rushed in, striking the man with a steel pipe. The man's grip on the knife loosened instantly, and Shin Modi quickly let go. The knife clattered to the ground, while blood continued to drip from Modi's hand. Xiao Mu saw Modi's hand dripping with blood, and his anger flared. He noticed a man getting up from the ground, and before the man could react, Xiao Mu grabbed a steel pipe and charged at him. He swung the pipe mercilessly, striking the man on the head, causing blood to gush out. Of the 7 men at the scene, 6 were already down. The last one tried to flee towards an SUV, but Xiao Mu chased after him and struck him hard with the pipe. The man let out a few cries before collapsing. Seeing this, Dee swayed on her feet. Xiao Mu immediately dropped the pipe and rushed to support her. "Madam, are you okay?" he asked urgently. Meanwhile, Hua Xinyao had climbed into Xiao Mu's car. She noticed a dagger between the seats and grabbed it, her whole body trembling as she kept a vigilant eye on the car window, ready to fight any potential threat. When she saw Xiao Mu deal with the last man in MOD's unsteady state, she couldn't hold back any longer. She pushed the car door open, crying out, "Sister-in-law, Xiaomu was already helping MOD over. Seeing MOD's hand covered in blood and her pale face, he urgently said, "Quick, get the bandages from the trunk. We need to dress the wound and get to the hospital immediately." "Okay, okay." Hua Xinyao responded, heading to the trunk for the first aid kit. Despite the searing pain in her sprained ankle, she hobbled over and retrieved it. Just then, a few more cars arrived. Hua Xinyao's eyes widened in fear, her hands trembling slightly. Thinking of her injured sister-in-law, she clutched the first aid kit tightly, closed the trunk, and urged, "Quick, get in the car. We need to go. Xiaomu, you drive, and I'll tend to my sister-in-law." Xiaomu glanced cautiously at the incoming vehicles. Noticing a small koi sticker on the front left side, he relaxed slightly. It was their own people. The cars stopped swiftly, and the occupants jumped out, their faces darkening at the sight of the blood on the ground. Xiaomu recognized them as people from Lu Chen's side. These individuals were usually stationed across different districts in Haicheng, handling troubles for the Hua family or the CEO's private enterprises. "Mr. Xiao, how should we handle them?" one of Lu Chen's men asked respectfully. Xiaomu instructed in a deep voice, "Take them all back." "Yes, sir." They began to deal with the scene, dragging the kidnappers away like corpses. Some were unconscious, while others, still awake, held in pain as they were hauled off. Lu Chen's men showed no mercy, kicking those who cried out. Hua Xinyao helped MOD to the back seat. MOD weakly suggested bandaging the wound outside to avoid dirtying the car. Hua Xinyao crying said, "Sister-in-law, you're so hurt. Why worry about the car? You should always put yourself first, okay?" "Okay," MOD replied weakly. Hua Xinyao urged MOD into the car and began tending to her wound. She cried as she applied iodine, hesitating when she saw MOD wince in pain. MOD reassured her, "It's okay. Just wrap it with gauze." Hua Xinyao sobbed, "If anything dangerous happens again, you need to take care of yourself first." MOD joked, "No more dangerous situations for us." Tui. Hua Xinyao laughed through her tears. "Yes, our future will be smooth sailing. No more troubles." She continued cleaning the wound, but MOD's palm kept bleeding. Hua Xinyao cried anxiously, "What do we do?" "It won't stop bleeding." MOD instructed, "Use the iodine, then see if there's anything to stop the bleeding." Hua Xinyao quickly found the hemostatic medication and resumed cleaning the wound. Seeing the deep wound, she cried again, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have fallen into their trap, and you wouldn't be hurt." Her tears fell onto MOD's wound, causing her to wince in pain. MOD said helplessly, "Stop crying, your tears hurt." Sorry. Hua Xinyao quickly wiped her tears and carefully continued treating the wound. At that moment, another car sped over, carrying Mu Sen and Hua Mingze. Seeing people on the ground from a distance, Hua Mingze panicked. Mu Sen reassured him while driving, "There's no wedding dress, so sister-in-law must be fine." Hua Mingze replied with a heavy heart. Before the car even stopped, he jumped out, anxiously asking, "Where's Momo? Where is she?" Xiaomu, feeling guilty, answered, "Madam is in the car. She's okay." Hua Mingze rushed to Xiaomu's car, flinging the door open. Hua Xinyao was startled, her hands slipping and the tweezers poking MOD's wound. MOD convulsed with pain, letting out a cry. I'm sorry. Hua Xinyao apologized, distressed. Seeing MOD's wounded hand, Hua Mingze's anger surged. Hua Xinyao explained guiltily, "Sister-in-law got hurt saving me." Hua Mingze said sternly, "Get to Mu Sen's car." "But sister-in-law is hurt," Hua Xinyao said worriedly. "I can see that," Hua Mingze replied impatiently. Hua Xinyao reluctantly got out, limping, as Mu Sen hurried to support her. Hua Mingze took the hemostatic medication and gently bandaged MOD's hand. Then he lifted her and placed her in Mu Sen's car, urging, "Head to Pingkong Hospital immediately." His face remained tense. MOD, feeling uncomfortable, softly explained, "I know I shouldn't have risked it, but I was just anxious." Hua Xinyo, fearing her brother might scold her sister-in-law, quickly explained, "It's my fault. Don't blame her. She must be in so much pain right now." Hu Mingze remained silent, his expression as hard as iron. He swiftly took out his phone and sent a brief message to Qiuzhan, "Your sister-in-law is injured. I'm heading to Pingkong Private Hospital now. Arrange for the best doctors to be ready." Qiuzhan, on his way to the airport, received the message and immediately called, his voice filled with urgency, "Big brother, what happened?" He had planned to head straight to the airport after his brother left the presidential suite, but upon hearing of his sister-in-law's injury, he was shocked. Hu Mingze succinctly replied, "There was a fight, she's injured, lost a lot of blood, and is in shock." His voice was low, tinged with suppressed anger. "All right, I'll make arrangements immediately." Qiuzhan, anxious and worried, instructed the driver, "Head to Pingkong Hospital." Given the circumstances, he couldn't bring himself to leave the country. He quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Fourth brother has Edward to oversee things. From what I gathered earlier through the surveillance, His overall physical condition is stable, brain and cardiopulmonary functions are good. As long as he rests and is observed without complications, things should improve. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. Humings remained silent, holding Modi tightly in his arms. Modi gently tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to look down at her. His deep eyes were unreadable. Modi was in distress, her eyes reddening. Suddenly, Humings asked, "Does it hurt?" "Yes," Modi replied softly, tears welling up in her eyes. Humings gently cupped her face and kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry." He was filled with regret, blaming himself for not protecting her. The sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him, frustrated that his vast wealth and power were useless at this moment. He silently berated himself, thinking that if he had waited just a minute longer and taken Modi with him to the suite, she wouldn't have been hurt. Modi shook her head, softly comforting him. "Don't say that, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault, those people were just heartless." Humings gently wiped away her tears with his thumb and said earnestly, "From now on, no matter what happens, don't take risks on your own. You're pregnant." This revelation struck Huaxinyo like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix, and her chest felt tight. She finally realized that her sister-in-law was pregnant, yet she still risked her life to save her. This realization overwhelmed her with emotion, and she couldn't hold back her sobs. "What are you crying for?" Humings sternly reprimanded, his usual gentleness towards his sister gone. Although the full story was still unclear, he vaguely sensed that today's events were connected to Xinyao. She should have stayed safely at the wedding venue. So how did she end up being abducted? At this moment, all he could think about was getting to the hospital as quickly as possible to treat Modi's injuries and check on her condition. Everything else could wait. Startled by his scolding, Huaxinyo covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Normally, if her brother spoke to her like this, she'd harbor resentment towards Shen Modi. But now, all she felt was that her brother was right to scold her. If she hadn't been foolish and unable to discern right from wrong, she wouldn't have been manipulated. If she had listened to her mother and brother from the start, she wouldn't have harbored any prejudice against her sister-in-law, and today's disaster might have been avoided. Thankfully, her sister-in-law was capable and decisive, with exceptional skills. Otherwise, the consequences today would have been unimaginable. Seeing this, Modi gently tugged at Huming's sleeve again, signaling him not to reprimand Xinyao. Humings held Modi even tighter and said softly, "Don't talk anymore. Just close your eyes and rest for a while. Besides your hand, is there anywhere else you're uncomfortable?" Modi shook her head, not uncomfortable. In reality, she felt terrible. Whether it was from exhaustion or blood loss, her heart was racing, and a sense of unease lingered. Humings turned to Xinyao and asked, "Where else is your sister-in-law hurt?" Choking back tears, Xinyao replied, I don't know, brother. She was hit with a steel pipe, and She had only witnessed her sister-in-law being struck once, and that scene had already terrified her. She had no idea how much more her sister-in-law had suffered while fighting off the assailants during her unconsciousness. Huming's expression, which had softened slightly, darkened again upon hearing about the steel pipe. Just then his phone rang. It was Xiaomu calling. Seeing the caller ID, his expression turned even more severe. Answering the call, Xiaomu asked, "Boss, after interrogating these guys, should we hand them over to the police?" Usually, after their interrogations, they would turn criminals over to law enforcement. No. Huming's voice was icy. Handing them over to the police would be letting them off too easily. With that, he hung up. The convoy finally arrived at the hospital, where Chozhan was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing Humings carrying Modi out of the car, he rushed over. "I've left fourth brother in Edward's care. I'll head over later." "Where is sister-in-law hurt?" "Her hand is badly injured, and she was hit with a steel pipe." "Check on her quickly," Humings urged. Chozhan immediately began checking Modi's pulse as Humings hurriedly carried her into the hospital, with Xinyao limping behind. Normally, being so neglected would have infuriated her, but now she felt she deserved this suffering, even thinking it wasn't enough punishment. Despite her resolve, the intense pain made her gasp, breaking out in a cold sweat. Musin, seeing her struggle, helplessly stepped forward to support her. "Thank you," Xinyao sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Should I carry you?" Musin offered. Yes, Xinyao nodded. The pain was unbearable, as if her leg was about to break. Musin crouched in front of her, and she quickly climbed onto his back. Humings carefully placed Modi on a hospital bed. As Chozhan examined her, he said, "The pregnancy is at risk. I'll do my best to stabilize it. She needs to rest for a long period. She's lost a lot of blood, is severely anemic, exhausted, and experiencing arrhythmia. I'll prescribe medication now. Is the baby okay?" "I'm fine. Just focus on the baby," Modi whispered, avoiding Huming's gaze. Humings interrupted firmly, "You are the most important." Hearing this, Modi's eyes filled with tears. Humings instructed Chozhan, "Administer treatment prioritizing Modi's health. If possible, try to preserve the pregnancy." His meaning was clear. Modi's well-being was the priority. Saving the baby was secondary, but not at the cost of her health. Chojun quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to an assistant, urging them to hurry. He then applied pressure to several of Modi's acupoints to help stop the bleeding. Despite Huming's having already used hemostatic medication, Modi's wounds continued to bleed slowly. Just as Chojun finished, Musin entered with Xinyao on his back. He gently set her down on a nearby chair, saying, "Xinyao is hurt too. Check her foot." Chojun promptly examined Xinyao's injury. Lifting her foot, he couldn't help but gasp that ankle was swollen like a steamed bun, round and bulging. Musin frowned as he looked at Hua Xinyao's swollen ankle and said, "No wonder she was limping." Chojun's eyes widened in shock. She was still walking? With that ankle? Anyone else would be in excruciating pain. And yet, the pampered Miss Hua Xinyao can still walk. Hua Mingze finally turned to look at his sister's ankle, which was swollen like a bun. His heart ached, and his anger subsided significantly. Chojun crouched down and said to Hua Xinyao, "Bear with it. I'll set your bone." "Okay," Hua Xinyao replied softly, unusually obedient and lacking her usual liveliness. Chojun held Hua Xinyao's leg and suddenly said, "Look, what's that at the door?" Instinctively, Hua Xinyao turned her head to look at the door. In that instant, Chojun seized the opportunity and forcefully twisted her ankle. Hua Xinyao let out a heart-wrenching scream. The intense pain caused her entire body to convulse, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead and back. She gasped for air and cautiously glanced at her brother, whose face was dark with anger, not daring to make another sound. Gathering her courage, Hua Xinyao whispered, "Brother, I promise I won't do it again." "I'm sorry," she hurriedly explained. I was tricked by a text message. I didn't know it would turn out like this." Brother, you can punish me. I feel so guilty myself. Give me your phone." Hua Mingze demanded sternly. Hua Xinyao obediently handed over her phone. As Hua Mingze scanned through its contents, his expression grew darker. He shot his sister a cold glance. "And you believe this kind of message?" Hua Xinyao murmured. "I had some prejudices against sister-in-law back then." Hua Mingze snorted. "You even hoped the message was true, didn't you?" "No, I really didn't." Hua Xinyao quickly denied it. She explained that although she initially thought Shen Modi was materialistic, her opinion changed significantly after the incident where Yao Yutong's plagiarism was exposed. It was precisely because she had expectations for Shen Modi that she was so angry when she saw the message, impulsively wanting to expose her on the spot. Unexpectedly, she fell into someone else's trap. Hua Mingze glared at his sister once more before handing the phone back to her. Hua Xinyao took it, her head hanging low, and mumbled, "From now on, sister-in-law is my lifeline. I'll do whatever she asks. If she tells me to go east, I won't dare to go west." Just then, Hua Mingze's phone rang. It was their mother, Meng Qilong, calling. Her anxious voice came through the receiver. "There, what's going on? Where are all of you?" "The toasts are starting." Hua Mingze briefly explained. "Mom, Xinyao was kidnapped, and Momo went to rescue her. They're both hurt now." Upon hearing this, Meng Qilong felt dizzy. "Kidnapped? How are they now? Are Yao and Xiaodi okay?" Xinyao twisted her ankle, and Momo hurt her hand. Hua Mingze replied gravely. "Are they safe?" Meng Qilong asked anxiously. "Yes, they're safe now." "Thank goodness," Meng Qilong sighed in relief. "Where are you now? Can you still make it to the toasts?" "Never mind, don't worry about the toasts. After such an ordeal, you must be shaken. Comfort them, take good care of them. I'll explain to the guests and think of a good excuse. It has to be a good one. Zhen Qin is handling the toasts, but without you there, people might think something is amiss." While Hua Mingze was contemplating a solution, Qiuzhan suddenly suggested, "Big brother, announce that sister-in-law is pregnant." Hua Mingze looked at Qiuzhan, who immediately assured him, "Sister-in-law and the baby will be fine." With that reassurance, Hua Mingze felt relieved. On the other end of the line, Meng Qilong seemed to have heard about the pregnancy and eagerly asked, "Who's pregnant?" "Xiaodi? Is it Xiaodi?" "Yes, Momo is pregnant," Hua Mingze confirmed. Meng Qilong was overjoyed. "What a blessing. Zaire, you must take good care of Xiaodi. She's pregnant, injured and frightened. She's already so thin, and with pregnancy the morning sickness might be too much for her." "All right," Hua Mingze replied briefly. "Should I announce it then?" Meng Qilong sought confirmation. Yes, Hua Mingze agreed. Originally, he intended to make the announcement himself, but at that moment, he didn't want to leave Momo's side for even a second. After hanging up, Hua Mingze turned towards the hospital bed and saw that Momo had fallen asleep. He quietly approached and glanced at Qiuzhan. Qiuzhan checked Momo's pulse and whispered, "She'll be fine. She's just exhausted. A good rest will help a lot." Hua Mingze glanced at the medicine on the cabinet. Qiuzhan explained, "She can take it when she wakes up. She was really tired earlier, but her pulse is much better now." "That's good," Hua Mingze nodded. At that moment, Xiaomu called. Not wanting to disturb Momo, Hua Mingze walked to the end of the corridor to take the call. Boss, one of them died from excessive blood loss, Xiaomu reported. Serves him right, Hua Mingze said coldly. Did you get any information? He won't talk. Keep interrogating him until he does. Hua Mingze commanded. Understood, Xiaomu replied and hung up. Meanwhile, Song Qiang was pacing anxiously in her room, repeatedly dialing the gang leader's number on her backup phone. 10 minutes passed with no answer. Her initial anger turned into panic as she muttered to herself, they promised to update me immediately. Now there's no response, no answer. Could something have gone wrong? If they let this slip away, they're utterly useless. Qiang, what are you talking about? Asked Xing Huizhen from her bed. Her tailbone had mostly healed, and she was enjoying an audio story while wearing a face mask. Unhappy with what she heard, she frowned. Realizing her slip, Song Qiang quickly explained, Mom, I'm just anxious. You see, it's been so long. They said they managed to grab Hua Xinyao, and someone from Shen Modi and Hua Mingze's team chased after them. They were already across the Langjiang Bridge, heading to an open area. They should have finished the job by now. Why can't I reach them? Zhang Huizhen quietly reprimanded. How many times have I told you? To achieve great things, you must remain calm. If you can't, just stay at home and focus on being a good wife and mother. Song Qiang anxiously twisted her hands, her voice trembling. But Mom, I'm so scared something might go wrong. Her eyes were filled with unease. Zhang Huizhen slowly peeled off the face mask from her face, sat up straight, and spoke with calm determination. What good does fear do now? If you were afraid, you shouldn't have acted in the first place. Song Qiang furrowed her brow and explained softly. But last time, Hua Zhengqin caught us off guard, and now I'm under his control. This time, Hua Zhengqin is involved too. Actually, to be precise, he's the mastermind, and we're just accomplices. At the mention of accomplices, Zhang Huizhen's expression changed drastically, and she snapped, Who's committing a crime here? Song Qiang, shut your mouth. Zhang Huizhen recalled how uneasy Song Qiang had been when she returned a while back. She initially thought Song Qiang had been diagnosed with infertility after a doctor's visit. She had immediately pressed for details, and after much hesitation, Song Qiang had reluctantly confessed to conspiring with Hua Zhengqin. At the time, Zhang Huizhen had been furious, berating Song Qiang for her foolishness in making deals with dangerous people, warning that she would end up taking the blame herself. However, after Song Qiang laid out the plan in detail, Zhang Huizhen's attitude subtly shifted. She realized it was indeed a perfect opportunity to eliminate Shen Modi while also aligning with Hua Zhengqin. She calculated that if Hua Mingze was too distraught over his wife to focus on work, Hua Zhengqin could seize the opportunity. If Hua Zhengqin took over the Hua family business, the Gu family could use it as a stepping stone to greater heights. To ensure the plan's success, Zhang Huizhen volunteered to use her own people. Over the years, she had secretly cultivated a group of loyal followers who occasionally helped her handle tricky situations. For example, years ago, they had dealt with a poor girlfriend of a rival, and last year, they had eliminated a competitor vying for the same project. Song Qiang was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately agreed. From then on, everything proceeded according to plan. Zhang Huizhen had great confidence in her people, as they had always executed their tasks flawlessly. Among them, Li Hu alone could take down 3 trained fighters. She thought to herself that 7 of them should easily handle Hua Mingze's assistant and 2 women. As far as she knew, although Shen Modi had some basic self-defense skills, she would likely be no match for Li Hu. But Mom, it's been so long and there's still no news from them, Song Qiang said anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Zhang Huizhen remained composed, her voice steady. What's the rush? This is the information age with cameras everywhere. They have to be cautious. Besides, they're dealing with the Hua family's heiress and young madam, so the police will definitely be involved. Perhaps Shen Modi and the others are already dead, and Li Hu and his team are on the run. Don't worry, they're very reliable. They've handled several cases for me in Meiqing before. That's good, Song Qiang replied, still restless, pacing back and forth in the room. Zhang Huizhen watched her, feeling dizzy and scolded. Enough, find a place to sit down. We'll get news soon. Okay, Mom. Song Qiang reluctantly found a seat but remained uneasy. Meanwhile, Gu Tianqi sat in his car, watching the live broadcast of Modi and Hua Mingze's wedding intently. He had been watching since 7 in the morning. The luxurious wedding procession was exactly what he had once dreamed of giving to Xiaodi. The happier Hua Mingze was today, the more despair Gu Tianqi felt. Every time he saw Modi gazing tenderly at Hua Mingze, Gu Tianqi's heart felt like it was being crushed into a million pieces. Yet he tried with all his might to piece those fragments back together. He forced himself to look away but couldn't help glancing back at the screen. He saw Xiaodi place a ring on Hua Mingze's finger, watched them share a passionate kiss, and heard her vow to another man, in sickness and in health, I will love you forever. Xiaodi, let me give you a gift first, he murmured, his words escaping with difficulty as his heart ached. Loneliness, pain, helplessness, despair, all these emotions intertwined, beyond description. Gu Tianqi dialed Song Bohue's number, trying to sound calm. Dad, I got word that there are 2 new top-quality jade mines in Donenbei. Should we go check them out? Song Bohue, having benefited from Gu Tianqi before, was immediately interested upon hearing about the jade mines. Absolutely. Tianqi, are you available? Gu Tianqi humbly replied, I happen to be free these days and want to take a look, but Gu's jewelry business isn't as good as Song's. So, I'd like to ask you, Dad, to help me evaluate. Flattered by Gu Tianqi's words, Song Bohue beamed. Sure, let's go take a look together. You young people today are much better than our generation. If it's suitable, we can invest together. He wouldn't let Gu Tianqi have the opportunity all to himself. That sounds great. With you leading, Dad, I feel much more at ease, Gu Tianqi complimented. Haha, Tianqi, you're just too modest, Song Bohue laughed heartily. Then, Dad, shall we go the day after tomorrow? Gu Tianqi deliberately suggested a later date. Tianqi, do you have some free time today or tomorrow? Song Bohue's voice came through the phone, barely able to contain his excitement. Gu Tianqi gripped his phone, frowning slightly. What's up? There's something new on the market, and we need to act fast. It's best to seize the opportunity and check it out early, Song Bohue eagerly explained. You know, when it comes to jade, if the quality is good, you can make a fortune. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianqi asked, should we head out this afternoon then? That would be perfect. I'm still in Haicheng, Song Bohue replied, clearly pleased. All right, I'll arrange the itinerary and pick you up shortly, Gu Tianqi responded decisively. Great, great, Song Bohue replied repeatedly. After hanging up, Gu Tianqi's eyes turned cold and serious. The car accident orchestrated by Song King last time nearly cost Xiaodi her life. He silently vowed to make the entire Song family pay for it. Meanwhile, the wedding of Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong was in full swing. The newlyweds were making their rounds to toast each table, their faces adorned with polite smiles, displaying elegance and courtesy. However, the guests were slightly discontented at the absence of Hua Mingze, feeling somewhat slighted. Wow, Hua Sanshao is really something, isn't he? It's such a big day, and he doesn't even show up for the toasting, a guest murmured. Exactly, now that he's managing the Hua group, he probably sees himself as the heir, another chimed in. The situation is still uncertain. Who will ultimately inherit the Hua family is hard to say, a third person added. Grandmother Yao was well prepared, having arranged for someone to subtly guide the conversation among the guests to support Hua Zhengqin. As the murmurs grew, Meng Qiulan, dressed in a striking red gown, gracefully took the stage. With a microphone in hand, she smiled, exuding elegance and poise. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son's and my nephew's wedding, she began, her voice gentle yet firm. I'm not great with words, so I thank you in advance. She gave a slight bow. If by any chance our hospitality falls short, I hope you'll forgive us, Meng Qiulan continued. Originally, my son and daughter-in-law were supposed to personally offer their thanks, but a small incident just occurred. At these words, Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong quickly exchanged a cautious glance. The guests perked up, their curiosity piqued. What happened? Someone whispered. Could it be that Shen Modi really ran off with someone? Another speculated. That's ridiculous. Look, Meng Qiulan seems quite cheerful, doesn't she? Women from wealthy families are good at hiding things. Unless she says something, no one can tell if her happiness is genuine or not. On stage, Meng Qiulan's lips curled into a slight smile as she prepared to continue her explanation. On stage, Meng Qiulan, dressed in a luxurious red gown, looked slightly apologetic as she said, my daughter-in-law suddenly fainted just now, and my son had to rush her to the hospital. I'm truly sorry for not being able to toast with everyone. She gave a graceful bow, her demeanor elegant and composed. The guests below began to murmur with concern evident in their expressions. She fainted? Is she all right? Why did she faint all of a sudden? Could it be something serious? I always thought that girl looked too frail, skinny as a rail. These young women today are so obsessed with being thin, they practically starve themselves. Someone even started humming a popular song, Burn my calories, every extra grain of rice makes me say sorry. It's understandable that she can't come to toast if she fainted. Yes, some things are more urgent than others. Let's hope she's okay. I knew Hua Mingze isn't the type to disregard others. His wife fainted, of course he'd rush her to the hospital. When choosing business partners, it's important to find those who are loyal and caring. Seeing the conversation shift in favor of Hua Mingze, the people arranged by Grandma Yao immediately began to stir the pot. Fainted? More like caught with an old flame by Hua Mingze and got beaten up, which is why she can't toast. That can't be true, can it? Why not? A woman from a humble background, used to hard labor, suddenly fainting? Unlikely. True. Noticing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Meng Qiulan's smile remained unchanged. She realized Hua Zhengqin was gaining favor among the guests, who were already somewhat critical of Zaire. She skillfully redirected the topic. I apologize for worrying everyone. My daughter-in-law, Xiao Di is pregnant. She fainted due to low blood sugar after getting up early today. She's been checked at the hospital and everything's fine. This explanation not only clarified why Hua Mingze and his wife couldn't toast, but also announced to the Haiqing elite that their branch of the family was expecting a child. Congratulations erupted from the crowd. Congratulations. Some whispered among themselves. In business, old Master Hua always favored Hua Mingze. Now that he has a child on the way, his position is even stronger. Indeed, in business, sometimes making the right choice is more important than hard work. Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong exchanged worried glances. Earlier, when they heard Meng Qilon mention an incident preventing the toast, they thought Song Qiang's plan had succeeded. Unexpectedly, not only did it not succeed, but Shen Mudi was pregnant. They were unsure if it was true, and their expressions were grim. Meng Qilon stepped down from the stage, weaving through the tables with a wineglass in hand, her face always wearing a dignified smile. Please enjoy your meal and drinks. I apologize for any oversight. Once Zaire is free, I'll have him visit each of you personally to toast. Her words made the guests feel respected, easing any displeasure, and paved the way for Hua Mingze to visit valuable clients in the future. From afar, old Master Hua watched Meng Qilon with admiration. He mused to himself. In hindsight, Meng Qilon is more suited to be the matriarch of the Hua household than Dong Xiahua. Qilon never competed or fought, focusing on her own career. Now, for Mingze, she rarely steps out to host social events, which is commendable. What pleased him most was that Xiao Di was pregnant. He had a feeling that child would be blessed. With that thought, he immediately called Mingze, urging him to take good care of Mudi. Pregnancy is no small matter, especially in the early stages when more rest and care are needed. After the banquet, the Hua family returned to their residence. The second, third, and fourth grandaunts also joined with their families to celebrate. As soon as Hua Fengqin and Yao Yutong returned to their room, their expressions darkened. While removing her heavy earrings, Yao Yutong asked, "Did it not work?" The tight hairstyle had made her irritable. Hua Jingqin, his face somber, replied curtly, no answer. He referred to Song Qiang. He had tried calling her backup phone during the event, but no one picked up. Yao Yutong sighed in frustration. It must have failed again. Such a good opportunity wasted. She recalled seeing Shen Mudi leave the hall and later learning that Shen Mudi and Xiaomu had driven off together. She was so excited then, thinking only of one outcome, no return. She even fantasized that as long as Shen Mudi was out of the picture, she would have a chance, regardless of whether Hua Zhengqin or Hua Mingze became the heir. Hua Jingqin took off his suit, preparing to shower. Call again and check, he suggested. Yao Yutong had removed all her jewelry and was about to change out of her toast dress. As she pulled down the back zipper, her neckline dropped, revealing a glimpse of her chest that immediately caught Hua Jingqin's attention, his eyes filled with desire. Annoyed, Yao Yutong said, "Make the call." Hua Jingqin, his gaze intense, replied, "What's there to ask? We'll know soon enough if Hua Mingze comes back alone or with someone." Hua Jingqin stepped closer to Yao Yutong, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He reached out and pinched her, his actions both frivolous and brazen. Yao Yutong frowned, and without hesitation, she pushed Hua Jingqin away with surprising force, causing him to stumble into the corner of a cabinet. Hua Jingqin winced in pain, his expression turning dark and displeased. He glared at Yao Yutong, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What, not happy? If Shen Modi is dead, are you planning to go back to him?" Yao Yutong was taken aback by his words, instinctively avoiding Hua Zhengqin's gaze. Before she could respond, Hua Zhengqin stepped forward, grabbing her chin. "Am I talking nonsense?" Hua Zhengqin's eyes bore into hers, his voice low and threatening. "Yao Yutong, look at my face. I'm your husband, legally married to you. If you dare to have wandering thoughts or cheat on me, I'll make you pay." Yao Yutong suppressed her discomfort, meeting Hua Jingqin's eyes with a calm and steady tone. "Don't worry, I know my place. I have no such thoughts. I just want to focus on my career." Hua Jingqin's expression shifted from gloom to a satisfied smile. "Focusing on your career is the right choice," he said, his hand already moving inside Yao Yutong's neckline. Yao Yutong wanted to resist, but Hua Jingqin was faster. He tore open her dress, his gaze settling on her disheveled reflection in the mirror. Hua Jingqin smirked. "Making a baby is also part of our business." Yao Yutong frowned in displeasure. "Shen Modi is already pregnant. Even if we try, we're late to the game." Hua Jingqin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with doubt and mockery. "Do you believe that? It's just an excuse to pacify the guests. If she were truly pregnant, would they have waited until now to announce it?" Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Yao Yutong's eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. She wrapped her arm around Hua Jingqin's neck. "You're right." Seeing this, Hua Jingqin lifted Yao Yutong and carried her to the bed, tossing her onto it. They quickly became entangled, and the room was soon filled with an air of passion. In the midst of their fervor, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Yao Yutong instantly became alert, covering her mouth. Hua Jingqin looked towards the door in annoyance, shouting, "What is it?" The servant outside, having clearly heard the commotion inside, spoke with a mix of embarrassment and shyness. "Young master, the third young master has returned, and the master wants you and the lady to join for some refreshments." Upon hearing this, Hua Jingqin immediately asked, "Has Shinmoti come back?" At this moment, Yao Yutong was all ears, anxiously awaiting the answer. In her mind, she silently prayed, "Don't come back, just stay gone." "I only saw the third young master alone," the servant reported truthfully. Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong exchanged a meaningful glance, their eyes gleaming with delight. Hua Jingqin, in high spirits, instructed the servant, "I'll join you after I change." The servant departed, and Hua Jingqin turned to Yao Yutong with a satisfied smile. "Happy now?" "Yes," Yao Yutong replied softly, content that Shinmoti hadn't returned. Hua Jingqin raised an eyebrow and grinned, suddenly increasing his grip. "Ah!" Yao Yutong exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, they swiftly concluded their intimate affair. "Let's take a shower," Hua Jingqin said, pulling Yao Yutong up. "I don't want to move," Yao Yutong lazily complained, but she couldn't hide her smile, knowing Shinmoti hadn't come back. "If we don't shower, everyone will know what we've been up to," Hua Jingqin teased. "You're so annoying." Yao Yutong playfully scolded as she got up, her spirits soaring. After showering and dressing in casual clothes, they headed towards Grandpa Hua's large living room. Before they even entered, they could hear the cheerful chatter inside. "I always said Modi is a blessed child," second aunt's voice came through. "Getting pregnant right after marriage's such a double blessing. Qiulan with Xiaodi pregnant, you need to pay more attention and put work aside." "And don't worry," Meng Qiulan replied with a smile. "My job is just to pass the time. With a grandchild on the way, taking care of Xiaodi is the priority." "Exactly, that's the right way to think," second aunt agreed. "Where's Xiaodi? Why isn't she back yet?" fourth aunt inquired. At the doorway, Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong exchanged another puzzled look. Was Shenmoti really pregnant? Why hadn't she returned? "Let's go inside and see," Hua Jingqin whispered. They entered the hall, greeted everyone politely, and discreetly observed Hua Mingze's expression. Seeing his impassive face, they suspected something might have happened to Shenmoti. "Oh, where's Moti?" Yao Yutong asked tentatively. Hua Mingze's sharp gaze immediately focused on Yao Yutong. "What's wrong?" Yao Yutong feigned innocence. "She's in the hospital," Hua Mingze replied coldly. "Oh, is she alright?" Yao Yutong continued probing. "You seem eager for something to happen to my wife?" Hua Mingze retorted sarcastically, looking at Yao Yutong. The perpetrator first lured Xinyao to the parking lot, then Moti. Such a simple yet effective method could only be pulled off by someone familiar with their relationship. "Among those who know, you two as a couple are my primary suspects. That's why I returned first, and Modi and Xinyao will be brought back later by Qiuzhan and Mu Senator. Additionally, the chef and caretakers who were sent to the village and the villa have been brought back." Yao Yutong was incensed by Hua Mingze's words, her face darkening and her tone turning hostile. "Mingze, did you take some gunpowder? What have I done to provoke you?" "I was just concerned about Modi since I didn't see her." "Why are you so impulsive? Even if we've had disagreements before, we're each married now. I'm still your cousin-in-law, and you should show me some respect." Not waiting for Hua Mingze to respond, she continued. "If my concern for Modi makes you think I want her harmed, should we just ignore each other and act like strangers from now on?" Third aunt, who had supported Hua Jingqin's side since Hua Zhendong's passing, chimed in, "Yes, Mingze, today is your big day. It's one thing to skip toasting the guests, but why carry such hostility?" Just then, a servant announced loudly, "The fifth miss is back." The fifth miss referred to Hua Xinyao. In their generation, Hua Jingqin was the eldest, known as the first young master. His brother was the second young master, Hua Mingze was the third young master, Hua Jingqin's sister was the fourth miss, and Hua Xinyao, being the youngest, was called the fifth miss by the servants. Upon hearing of Hua Xinyao's return, Hua Zhengqin, who had been calmly sipping tea, was taken aback. Hua Xinyao was unharmed? With both Shen Modi and Hua Xinyao absent earlier, he had assumed his plan had succeeded. Now, holding his teacup, he thought that as long as Shin Modi was dead, it would still be beneficial. Hua Mingze immediately stood up and walked briskly outside. Meng Qiulan also rose, having been anxious since learning both Xinyao and Modi were injured. Fourth aunt and second aunt stood up simultaneously and headed out. Third aunt, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Why does everyone have to go greet Xinyao?" Second aunt gave third aunt a disapproving look. "You're in your 50s and still act so aloof. No wonder your granddaughter doesn't like being around you." "This isn't just a greeting. It's us elders cherishing our younger family members." Third aunt's face darkened, and she stubbornly refused to join the others. A luxury sedan came to a gentle stop, and the door opened as Muzin swiftly jumped out with agile movements. Right behind him, Yao Yutong and Hua Zhengqin exited the car. Upon seeing Muzin, Yao Yutong immediately displayed a look of disgust, rolling her eyes. She inwardly mocked, considering how poor Hua Mingze's choice of friends was. Muzin was merely an illegitimate child. Everything in the Mu family belonged to Mu Tao. What benefit could there be in befriending someone like him? While Yao Yutong was silently criticizing, Hua Xinyao emerged from the car. Muzin instinctively reached out to support her, his actions natural and considerate. This scene made Yao Yutong roll her eyes again, thinking disdainfully that Muzin's aspiration to marry into the Hua family was nothing more than a pipe dream. Unlike Yao Yutong, Hua Jingqin's mind was not on such trivial matters. His attention was solely on ensuring Hua Xinyao was safe, and upon seeing her unharmed, his eyes narrowed slightly. He hoped fervently that Shen Modi was not in the car. Then, Qiu Zhan also jumped out of the vehicle. There seemed to be more people inside, and Hua Jingqin watched the door intently, his heartbeat quickening. Could it be that Shen Modi was really unharmed? Next, a chef and a caregiver stepped out of the car. Hua Jingqin's brow relaxed slightly as he guessed that due to Hua Xinyao's health, Hua Mingze had arranged for a caregiver to look after her. At that moment, Shen Modi emerged from the vehicle. Hua Jingqin was taken aback. She was indeed safe and sound. He quickly realized that if Shen Modi had truly been harmed, Hua Mingze would not have returned alone, or at least would have brought back her body. Hua Jingqin inwardly cursed Song Qiang for her incompetence, squandering such a golden opportunity. Hua Mingze had already reached the car, ready to carry Modi out, but she gently stopped him, saying, "Azan said I can manage, don't worry." Reluctantly, Hua Mingze opted to support her as she got out. In truth, he had returned early to gauge Hua Jingqin's reaction. As of half an hour ago, the interrogations by Xiaomu and Lu Chen had yet to yield results. Those stubborn individuals had already been through 3 rounds of questioning. Seeing this, Hua Xinyao promptly reminded her, "Sister-in-law, take it slow." Modi smiled and replied, "Okay." Meng Qiulan observed the harmonious relationship between Xinyao and Modi, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. She genuinely cherished this warm family atmosphere, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow for Jintong's untimely passing. The second grandaunt looked at Modi with a kind smile and nodded. "Good child, you need to eat more." Modi laughed and replied, "Second grandaunt, I eat a lot." The second grandaunt stepped forward and took Modi's other hand affectionately. "Look at how thin you are, from now on have at least 5 meals a day." Among her sisters, the second aunt held the highest esteem, not only because the Qiu family was one of the top 5 wealthy families in Haicheng, but also because her third son held a significant military and political position. As the grandchildren of the Hua family and the other aunts' families grew up over the years, the second aunt always treated them with courtesy, yet she never personally assisted any of them. However, today, Shen Modi became the first. This scene ignited a wildfire of jealousy in Yao Yutong's heart. She had been in a relationship with Hua Mingze for 6 years, always trying to impress the second aunt whenever they met, but her efforts only earned a faint smile in return. The invisible wall between them made it impossible for her to get closer. She had assumed the second aunt was inherently aloof, looking down on everyone. Yet Shen Modi seemed to be an exception. "Xiaodi, what happened to your hand?" The second aunt keenly noticed the bandage on Modi's other hand, as Hua Mingze carefully supported her arm. "Second aunt, it's nothing. I just slipped and scraped it a bit," Modi replied nonchalantly. The second aunt frowned slightly and turned to Hua Mingze with a reminder. "Mingze, Xiaodi is pregnant and her health is fragile. Low blood sugar can be serious. It may seem fine, but she could faint at any moment. Find a couple of attentive people to take care of Xiaodi at all times." "Rest assured, second aunt. I will make the necessary arrangements," Hua Mingze promised solemnly. Just then, Modi suddenly felt a wave of nausea, trying hard to suppress her discomfort. The second aunt smiled lovingly and said, "Silly child, if you feel like vomiting, just let it out. There's no need to hold back. Pregnancy is uncomfortable enough without trying to endure it." Yao Yutong's forced smile finally faltered, and her jealousy grew uncontrollably. She couldn't comprehend why a woman like Shen Modi could win the second aunt's favor. Qiu Zhan noticed Yao Yutong's jealousy contorting her face and felt a sense of satisfaction. He intentionally remarked, "Indeed, pregnancy can be quite tough. Some women at our hospital suffer from severe morning sickness and have to be hospitalized." At this moment, the third aunt also came out and immediately noticed Shen Modi's discomfort. She rolled her eyes and scoffed. "People nowadays are so delicate. Just a few days pregnant, and they need care. Back in our day, we had several children without fussing over it. If someone grew up pampered, that's one thing, but someone who grew up with hardships." The second aunt interrupted, "Old 3, weren't you also pampered when you were pregnant? Why be harsh now that the younger generation is expecting?" "I'm not being harsh. I'm just stating the truth," the third aunt defended. Meng Qiulan, who had long been annoyed with the third aunt, jokingly but pointedly said, "Third aunt, times are better now, and each generation should live better than the last. When I was pregnant, Jintong hired 6 maids to take care of me. Xiaodi is over 20 years younger, so her standards shouldn't be any lower than mine. Even though Jintong is no longer with us, Zaire and I can still earn money. We can afford to hire a few servants for Xiaodi." The underlying message was clear. We're willing to pamper her with our own money, and it's not for others to comment on. If it weren't for the old man's sake, with Meng Qiulan's temperament, she would have already put the third aunt in her place. The third aunt's face was a bit unsettled as she frowned. Qiulan, you shouldn't spoil her too much. It's not good to be overly indulgent. Who faints and vomits just because they're pregnant? Qiuzhan couldn't hold back and directly said, you probably haven't experienced carrying twins, so you wouldn't know the hardship. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just 2 children. The suffering isn't just double. Twins? As in, are you saying Xiaodi is having twins? Meng Qiulan immediately caught the key point and asked excitedly. Grandfather Hua and the second aunt also looked at Qiuzhan with excitement. Hua Mingzi nodded solemnly to confirm. Yes, Momo is expecting twins. Oh my dear, you're amazing. How can you be so amazing? Meng Qiulan was as thrilled as a child, cheering and infecting those around her with her excitement. The second aunt couldn't stop smiling and said, look at that. What wonderful news, truly delightful. Once Xiaodi feels better and isn't so uncomfortable, you should go and pay respects to Zhantong, sharing this good news with him. Yes, I must tell Zhantong about this, Meng Qiulan replied with a beaming smile. Hua Xinyao had known about her sister-in-law's twin pregnancy from the hospital, and now, hearing Qiuzhan and her brother announce it publicly, she felt a sense of pride, lifting her chin unconsciously. Catching a glimpse of Yao Yutong's envious expression, she couldn't help but feel satisfied. Really twins? The third aunt asked, still skeptical. The second aunt chided, as in is here, how could it be false? Though Qiuzhan was young, he was well regarded in Haicheng's medical community. Given his close relationship with Hua Mingzi, he naturally became familiar with the Hua family's relatives. Fourth auntie chuckled and said, I booked a ticket to return to Y country tomorrow, but since Xiaodi is pregnant, I'll stay a bit longer to share in the joy. Maybe my liar and his wife will also get some good luck and have a baby. Second auntie immediately chimed in, yes, fourth, you rarely come back home, so stay a while longer. The two sisters, both in their 70s, exchanged a warm smile, their eyes full of the cherished moments of their reunion. Everyone gathered around MOD as they returned to the room, while Grandpa Hua instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner, specifically requesting light and refreshing dishes to suit MOD's taste. At the dinner table, second auntie, fourth auntie, Grandpa Hua, and Meng Qiulan took turns encouraging MOD to eat more, yet they were careful not to pressure her, repeatedly emphasizing that she shouldn't force herself. The world is vast, but nothing is more important than a pregnant woman, they all echoed. Qiuzhan, who was also present, shared his advice while eating. Sister-in-law, during early pregnancy, you might not have much appetite and even water can make you nauseous. Perhaps the kitchen can prepare some sour foods for you. Try to eat as much as you can, since you're expecting twins and the nutritional needs are greater. Second auntie immediately responded, yes, whenever you have an appetite, let the kitchen know. In this lively and warm scene, Yao Yutong silently ate her meal, finding it tasteless. Hua Jingqi noticed her unease and discreetly nudged her under the table, signaling her to not make it too obvious. Dong Xiehua also looked displeased, inwardly blaming Yao Yutong for her inability to keep a child, allowing Shin Modi to take the lead. After dinner, second auntie wanted to chat with Modi a bit longer, but considering her pregnancy and recent marriage, she told Hua Mingzi, personally escort Xiaodi back to her room to rest. Make sure to inform the household to be quieter in their activities so as not to disturb her. Watching MOD being treated like a star, Yao Yutong seethed with jealousy. She felt she was the true heiress, while Shen MOD was just someone from humble beginnings. Struggling to contain her anger, she sat for a few more minutes before excusing herself, citing a headache, and dragged Hua Zhengqin back to their room. Hua Mingzi carefully helped MOD up the stairs, taking each step with caution. Standing by the spiral staircase, Hua Xinyao had her right foot humorously suspended in the air as she eagerly said, Brother, I want to spend some time with sister-in-law. She had so much she wanted to say to MOD, especially a long overdue thank you. Hua Mingzi turned his head, his tone firm. Your sister-in-law needs to rest. Oh okay, then I'll see her tomorrow morning, Hua Xinyao replied immediately, behaving unusually obedient. She'll be sleeping in tomorrow morning, Hua Mingzi reminded, do not disturb her. Alright, I'll wait until she wakes up, Hua Xinyao beamed with anticipation. Meng Qiulan observed the scene and gently reminded her, you need to take care of your leg too. Hua Xinyao grinned, my leg is fine now. Once the bone was set, it was nothing. Mom, I'll listen to everything sister-in-law says from now on. That's the right attitude. Meng Qiulan smiled as she helped Hua Xinyao back to her room to rest. Upstairs, Hua Mingzi guided MOD into the room and locked the door behind them. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed and softly said, Honey, let me help you change. As he spoke, he reached for the zipper of MOD's dress. MOD's face turned crimson, stammering, Eizai, I'm pregnant. Hua Mingzi gazed at her tenderly, Honey, I wasn't thinking about that. He clarified that he only wanted to check her injuries. It wasn't convenient at the hospital, so he wanted to take a closer look now. MOD's face grew even redder, thinking it was more embarrassing to undress if it wasn't for that reason. I want to see your injuries, Hua Mingzi said with concern. Meeting his caring gaze, Modi's heart raced, and a sense of happiness washed over her. In that moment, all her pain seemed to vanish. "I'm not really hurt, just a cut on my hand," she said softly. Hua Mingzi took out a bottle of ointment. "Let me see, and I'll apply some medicine." "It's really nothing," Mod whispered. "Let me take a look," Hua Mingzi insisted. Mod nodded slightly, whispering, "I'll do it myself." She took off her coat, revealing the dress underneath. Hua Mingzi checked the room temperature, and then helped her unzip the dress. Mod gently slipped one shoulder free, wincing slightly. Her right shoulder had been hit by a metal rod, and the dress brushing against it was painful. Hua Mingzi's gaze fell on her shoulder, his eyes turning stormy, like the sea before a tempest, or a volcano about to erupt. "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all," Mod softly reassured him. "I'll apply the medicine. It might hurt a bit, but it'll help heal the bruising faster," Hua Mingzi said. "You need to take the dress off completely and lie on your stomach." Blushing, Mod complied, reluctantly undressing. Hua Mingzi carefully checked her front, relieved to find no bruising. "Slowly, lie down," he gently instructed. Mod quickly lay on the pillow. Hua Mingzi asked cautiously, "Is the baby okay like this?" Mod laughed. "It's fine, the baby is just the size of a fingernail, surrounded by the placenta and amniotic fluid. It won't be harmed." Thinking of the baby, Hua Mingzi's eyes softened. But when he saw the bruises on Mod's back, a wave of anger surged within him. Her back had 5 or 6 bruises, indicating she had been hit multiple times. "It's really fine, it doesn't hurt. It'll be gone in a few days." Mod sensed his emotions and tried to comfort him. Hua Mingzi poured some of the ointment onto his hands, warming it before gently applying it to her back. Mod couldn't help but gasp at the cold touch. "Sorry, I'll be gentler." Hua Mingzi immediately eased his touch. "It's okay. It just stings a little." Mod gritted her teeth. Hua Mingzi adjusted his pressure, gently massaging the ointment into her bruises. As she got used to it, he increased the pressure slightly, trying to warm the bruised areas. Exhausted from the day's events, Mod fell asleep as Hua Mingzi massaged her back. Once he finished, seeing her asleep, he removed her hair accessories, let her hair down, and gently covered her with a blanket. He leaned down to kiss her cheek softly, whispering, "Sleep well, my love." To ensure Mod wouldn't worry if she woke up, he left a note on the bedside table. "Honey, I'm handling some work. Call me when you wake up. Wait for me to help with your hand before you shower." After writing the note, he quietly left the room. Musen and Qiuzhan were already waiting in the car. The 3 of them drove to a certain basement. As night fell, Xiaomu hung a camping lamp in the basement. The air was damp, filled with the smell of mold and blood. One of the 7 kidnappers had died from excessive blood loss. Xiaomu and Lu Qin had spent the afternoon interrogating them, but had learned nothing. Hua Mingzi, dressed in a black suit, descended the stairs with a stern expression. Followed by Qiuzhan and Mu Senator. Seeing them, Xiaomu and Lu Qin stepped aside. Hua Mingzi extended his hand towards Xiaomu. Xiaomu looked at him in surprise. "A metal rod," Hua Mingzi stated calmly. Xiaomu immediately handed over a steel pipe. Hua Mingzi cast a cold glance at Xiaomu, his voice icy. "Did you see who hit Mod with the steel pipe?" Xiaomu lowered his head, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry. I couldn't see clearly. Things were chaotic at the time, and I just couldn't make out who did it." "Very well." Hua Mingzi's voice grew even colder. "If you didn't see, then everyone gets the pipe." Before he finished speaking, he swung the pipe fiercely, landing a heavy blow on one of the men. Bang! The dull thud was accompanied by the man's painful scream echoing through the basement. These men had already lost a fight earlier, their bodies covered in bruises. Locked in this cold, damp place for hours, they were hungry, cold, and exhausted from the interrogation. Hua Mingzi showed no mercy, striking each man in turn. He hit 2 blows before moving to the next, from left to right, then right to left, repeating the process. The basement resonated with screams of agony, the air thick with fear and suffering. When Hua Mingzi reached a man who seemed barely conscious, Xiaomu and Lu Qin tried to intervene. But Hua Mingzi sneered, "They all deserve it. Let go." In the end, each of the 6 men received 6 blows. Hua Mingzi glared coldly at Li Hu, who seemed the toughest, and demanded, "Who sent you?" Li Hu, trying to maintain his composure, repeated the same rehearsed response. "We don't know. We never saw the employer." Hua Mingzi snorted and called out, "Zhan." Qiuzhan approached, holding a sharp pair of scissors. He first cut the back of one thug's hand, then calmly explained the difference between neurosis and psychosis, his tone chillingly serene. Next, Qiuzhan moved to another thug. The man tried to back away in terror, but Qiuzhan immobilized his hands and feet with silver needles. With a sinister smile, Qiuzhan began cutting into the man's hand, detailing the next parts to be cut: the back of the hand, the top of the foot, the tendons in the hands, and the tendons in the feet. The other thugs watched Qiuzhan with eyes full of horror, as if they were looking at a true demon. Yet Qiuzhan maintained a calm smile as he turned to Li Hu. Li Hu glared at Qiuzhan, his eyes flickering with both fear and defiance. Qiu Zhan's gaze fell on Li Hu's pants, carrying a disconcerting smirk. Li Hu felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shrank back. What do you want to do? Li Hu asked with a trembling voice. Qiu Zhan was a cunning strategist, a master of psychological games. He could tell Li Hu was already panicking, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he leisurely said, I've heard it hurts quite a bit to snip that thing off. Never tried it before. Want to give it a shot? Li Hu was terrified at the suggestion and quickly retreated, urgently shouting, cut the back of the hand. Cut the back of the hand. He cursed Qiu Zhan inwardly for being so unscrupulous, as they had agreed to only cut the back of the hand, but now he was changing the rules. Qiu Zhan remained unfazed, showing interest as he said, we can cut the hand later. I'm itching to start now. Seeing this, Li Hu became even more frightened and continued to back away. Suddenly, like a scared rabbit, he sprang up and desperately dashed towards the staircase. You're asking for it. Xiao Mu's eyes darkened as he swiftly lunged forward. With a quick sweeping kick, he knocked Li Hu to the ground. Li Hu fell heavily onto the first step, his chin hitting the edge of the stair hard. A tooth flew out, and his mouth was instantly filled with the taste of blood. Qiu Zhan approached slowly, a wicked smile on his face. Lying on the stairs like this makes it easier to cut. Li Hu trembled violently, instinctively clamping his legs together. Qiu Zhan turned to Xiao Mu and said, these desperate types, if you go at them with knives and pipes, they aren't afraid. But slow torture, that's what they can't handle. He paused, then continued, call a couple of guys over to hold him down on the stairs so I can get to work. One clean cut, and that thing's gone along with all the tendons. Let them live here every day, and bring in some ladies to feed them. That should be worse than death, right? Qiu Zhan scanned the room, seemingly seeking more suggestions. Think about it, any other ideas to make life worse than death? Li Hu was terrified, not only clamping his legs tightly, but also shielding his vital parts with his hands. Seeing Li Hu's reaction, Qiu Zhan sneered. What's the use of that? A few needles and you'll be immobilized at my mercy. I'll call the police. Only the law can judge me. Li Hu shouted desperately, as if clutching at his last straw. Qiu Zhan coldly raised the scissors in his hand. This is my law. With that, he pulled out several gleaming scalpels from his pocket. With a swift motion, Qiu Zhan sliced open Li Hu's pants with a scalpel. Feeling the cool air on his legs, Li Hu completely broke down, screaming hysterically, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Qiu Zhan held the surgical scissors in his hand, casting a cold glance at Li Hu. The scissors gleamed ominously under the light, as if ready to strike at any moment. He impatiently shook the scissors and barked, Li Hu. The kidnapper leader, Li Hu, was exhausted but still forced himself to shout defiantly. Qiu Zhan regarded him with a playful yet cruel glint in his eyes. Li Hu's gaze was fixed on the scissors in Qiu Zhan's hand, his throat bobbing as he struggled to speak. Boss, I'm not afraid of death, but I fear a fate worse than death. If you're truly not afraid of death, then act like it, Qiu Zhan sneered. No sooner had he spoken than the leader suddenly leaped up, charging at the wall like a raging bull and crashing into it. His body then slumped to the ground limply. Hua Mingze narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. These men were clearly no ordinary kidnappers. They were likely trained assassins. They were probably given generous rewards while their families were threatened. It's rare to find such resolute characters without a deep belief. Qiu Zhan turned his gaze back to Li Hu, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Li Hu's face was torn with conflict and difficulty, sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and asked, if I talk, will we be spared? If you talk, you'll face the law's judgment. If not? Qiu Zhan left the sentence hanging, but the threat was clear enough. Li Hu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and lunged towards the cement steps. He knew their families were in Zhang Huizhen's hands, and they had to follow her orders. Pathetic, Qiu Zhan scoffed. If you want to die, do it properly. Li Hu's forehead was scraped, blood trickling down his nose. The pain made him dizzy, yet his mind was surprisingly clear. As he prepared to dash against the steps again, Xiao Mu's men pinned him down. Qiu Zhan raised the scissors, threatening to cut Li Hu's pants. Li Hu immediately clamped his legs together, his face a mix of pain and conflict. Just as Qiu Zhan lifted the scissors again, Li Hu finally broke down, shouting, I'll talk, I'll talk. It was Song Qiang. She gave us 3 million to kidnap Shin Modi. Qiu Zhan looked at Hua Mingze, who narrowed his eyes at Li Hu. His expression didn't suggest he was lying. What else did Song Qiang instruct you to do? Hua Mingze's voice was as cold as ice. Li Hu gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, she wanted us to kill Shin Modi and dump the body in the Lang River. Hua Mingze's expression darkened further. If it weren't for Momo's quick thinking, the consequences would be unimaginable. His wife and child. Qiu Zhan frowned and asked, in broad daylight, you dared to kidnap someone from a hotel for 3 million? And this was all Song Qiang's doing with no involvement from Hua Zhangqin. He found it hard to believe. Hua Mingze remained silent, pondering the situation. Li Hu explained, we took a gamble and planned our escape route in advance. Once we succeeded, we'd hide in the mountains for a few years until we were free. What about kidnapping Xi and Yao? What was the plan there? Hua Mingze pressed on. She only wanted Shen Modi dead. Li Hu's eyes flickered. Hua Mingze called out, Xiaomu. Yes. Xiaomu immediately understood the CEO's intention to thoroughly investigate Song Qiang. Previously, tracing the kidnappers' calls only led to an overseas number, making it impossible to identify the mastermind. Now that they had a confession, a thorough investigation of Song Qiang would reveal the truth. Hand them over to the police. Hua Mingze instructed Lu Chen before turning to head upstairs. Li Hu, relieved, collapsed on the steps. Everything had been part of Zhang Huizhen's plan. She had instructed them to carry out the mission meticulously, aiming to kill Shen Modi as planned. If they failed, they were to endure any torture. After 6 hours, if they were still being tortured, they could seize the opportunity to confess. This way, only Song Qiang would be sacrificed, preserving the larger plan. They would likely be handed over to the police, and the most they would face was a kidnapping charge, with a short prison term. Once the heat died down, Zhang Huizhen would find a way to get them out. Meanwhile, Gu Tianqi was accompanying Song Buohui on a jade mine inspection trip in Southeast Asia. After dinner, Song Qiang dismissed the servants, leaving just her and Zhang Huizhen at home. She paced the living room, clutching her phone tightly. Zhang Huizhen asked impatiently, what are you up to now? Song Qiang looked anxious and replied, Mom, it's been so long and there's still no news. What should we do? I saw the broadcast of Shen Modi's wedding saying she's pregnant. I don't know if our people failed or if the Hua family made up an excuse to calm the guests. The mission failed, Zhang Huizhen replied coolly. It's been 7 or 8 hours. If it had succeeded, we'd be hearing sirens everywhere by now. Even if it was a covert operation, news of an incident where Shen Modi wouldn't be this quiet. The calm only means a storm is brewing beneath the surface. Song Qiang's face turned pale. Mom, what should we do then? Why panic? In this line of work, you either succeed or you fail. I warned you before, if you're scared, just settle down and be a good Mrs. Gu, Zhang Huizhen said dismissively. Mom, they won't rat us out, will they? Song Qiang was still uneasy. She hadn't feared dealing with Shen Modi before, as she was just a powerless nobody. But now, Shen Modi had Hua Mingze backing her. They won't, Zhang Huizhen said confidently. In her mind, she thought even if they did, it would only implicate you, not me. That's good, Song Qiang said, but her heart was still filled with anxiety. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to bed. At my age, I need to sleep early, Zhang Huizhen said, getting up from the sofa. Mom, I'm still a bit scared, Song Qiang whispered. Zhang Huizhen ignored her and went straight to her room. Song Qiang had no choice but to return to her own room. After a bath, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the early hours, she drifted into a restless sleep, only to be haunted by dreams filled with blaring sirens. She covered her ears in frustration, throwing off the covers and sitting up. When she opened her eyes, she was jolted awake. Outside her window, the sound of sirens was relentless. Song Qiang's heart raced as she hurried to Zhang Huizhen's room. As she rushed downstairs, she saw several police officers approaching. One officer showed her an arrest warrant, confirmed her identity, and promptly handcuffed her. Song Qiang was terrified, shouting, Mom. Zhang Huizhen faced the police with a stern expression, her gaze intense. She turned to Song Qiang, her voice tinged with disappointment. Qiang, you've always been obedient and sensible. Now the police say you're involved in a kidnapping case. I hope this has nothing to do with you, and you should cooperate fully with the investigation. Song Qiang's eyes flickered with shock as she looked at her mother, realizing that Zhang Huizhen was trying to distance herself and shift all the blame onto her. Just as she was about to defend herself, Zhang Huizhen interrupted sternly, I hope you're innocent. Qiang, I believe you are. Cooperate well with the investigation. The police won't wrong an innocent person. The police urged Song Qiang to leave with them. Song Qiang looked at her mother with pleading eyes, suddenly realizing her impulsiveness nearly caused a disaster. She took a deep breath to calm herself and said, Mom, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything illegal. Please tell Dad that I've been wronged. All right, I'll tell your father, Zhang Huizhen replied. Feeling slightly relieved, Song Qiang left with the police, thinking that her father would surely find a way to save her. After Song Qiang left, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Huizhen's eyes. She calculated silently. Her people would only pin the blame on Song Qiang and never implicate her. Moreover, throughout the entire plan, it was Song Qiang who had been in contact with her people. Meanwhile, Hua Mingze was handling the aftermath of the incident. After leaving the basement last night, Xiaomu led a team to thoroughly investigate Song Qiang's background. They discovered that not only had she orchestrated the kidnapping, but she also planned a car accident 3 months ago that nearly hit MOD. At the time, Hua Mingze had suspected Yao Yutong. The investigation also revealed that Song Qiang had met with Hua Zhengqin twice at the Qinya Cafe. Once they had their target, Song Qiang's movements and contacts over the past month were meticulously outlined. Hua Mingze instructed Zhao Mu to hand Song Qiang over to the police and arranged for a team of lawyers to study the case, ensuring that Song Qiang would spend the rest of her life in prison. For a spoiled heiress like her, losing her freedom and being forced to work was undoubtedly the harshest punishment. After giving these orders, Hua Mingze hurried back to the Hua residence. It was past 2 in the morning when he quietly entered the bedroom and found Modi already asleep. Seeing her peaceful face, his cold gaze softened instantly. He leaned down to caress her face but suddenly remembered he'd just come from a filthy basement and withdrew his hand. To avoid waking Modi, Hua Mingze quietly went to the guest room to shower. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom and gently caressed Modi's cheek. Looking at the sleeping Mod, Hua Mingze reflected on how the world was far more complex and dark than it appeared, filled with schemes and plots. Yao Yutong had distanced herself after his chances of inheriting the Hua family business diminished, despite their 6-year relationship. His cousin, Hua Zhengqin, was willing to sacrifice family interests and even participate in murder for power. These ugly realities only highlighted Mod's worth. Every time he saw her, Hua Mingze's heart would become unusually calm, as if purified. He thought about how this frail woman supported a broken family with her slender body, risking everything for Xinyao. Hua Mingze's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly stroked Mod's hair. Mod murmured lightly, turning over and suddenly waking up in surprise at the figure beside her. Realizing it was Hua Mingze, she sighed in relief and asked with concern, "Why are you still up at this hour?" Realizing she was only in her underwear, Mod quickly covered herself with the blanket, embarrassed. I'll just get up to take a shower," she said, unsure why she had been so sleepy lately. Hua Mingze couldn't help but chuckle at her awkwardness. "It's okay if you don't shower. You bathe every day. You won't get dirty," he said. To him, someone as pure as Mod would still feel refreshing, even if she didn't bathe for a year. "Then I'll shower tomorrow morning." "It's late. You should sleep," Mod suggested. "All right," Hua Mingze replied gently. "Is work particularly difficult?" Mod couldn't help asking. Hua Mingze's smile widened. "Not difficult. Just some backlog from the past few days. I took care of the urgent matters." "That's good. It's late. You should get some sleep," Mod urged. "Okay." Hua Mingze got under the covers and embraced Mod from behind. As he held her, he felt more relaxed. But soon some mischievous thoughts crept in. Mod froze, not daring to move. Hua Mingze chuckled. "Go to sleep." Mod replied. After a while, Hua Mingze whispered, "Honey, I promise I'll always protect you." Mod's eyes became slightly red, and she gently bit her lip. The next morning at 6, Hua Mingze got up. Mod opened her sleepy eyes. "Did I wake you?" Hua Mingze asked with a smile. "No, I slept well," Di said, yawning and smiling. "You should sleep some more," Hua Mingze suggested. Last week, Mod had quit her job to focus on her pregnancy and prepare for the Zhongding Cup competition. In fact, Hua Mingze had already arranged for her to start her own jewelry company, funded by him and independent of the Hua family's business. He wanted Mod's talent to be recognized by more people. "I've had enough sleep. I want to get up. I'll nap again at noon," Modi said. "All right." Hua Mingze agreed, then asked gently, "Do you want a shower?" "Let me help you," Hua Mingze offered. Mod blushed. No, it's fine. Your hand is inconvenient. Let me help," Hua Mingze insisted. I can manage," Mod persisted. "How about I wear a blindfold?" Hua Mingze suggested. "I really can do it myself," Modi said, her face flushed. "Then let me at least wrap your hand," Hua Mingze said, noticing her bright red face. He buttoned up his shirt and said, "I'll get some plastic wrap." "Okay," Mod replied softly. When Hua Mingze returned with the plastic wrap, Mod had already changed into her pajamas. A teasing smile played on his lips as he said, "You're going to shower soon, so why bother changing again?" His words made Mod's cheeks flush a deep shade of pink. Seeing Mod's shy reaction, Hua Mingze felt a wave of delight, his smile growing even wider. His smile seemed to have a magical effect, causing Mod's face to redden even more. Hua Mingze carefully wrapped Mod's injured hand with the plastic wrap and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Mod shook her head. "No, it doesn't. This kind of superficial wound heals quickly." Hua Mingze asked with concern, "What about the other injuries? Do they still hurt?" Mod shook her head again. "No, they don't hurt anymore." "Come on, let me help you wash your hair first," Hua Mingze suggested, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Don't worry, I'll be very careful." Faced with his earnest demeanor, Modi didn't know how to refuse and reluctantly agreed. "Okay." Hua Mingze helped Mod to the bathroom, bringing a stool inside. He adjusted the water temperature and said, "Sit down. We'll wash your hair first and dry it before taking a shower. This way, we can avoid getting water on your wound." MOD obediently sat down and lowered her head slightly. Hua Ming's movements were unexpectedly skilled. His touch was gentle yet firm, his technique as precise as a professional hairdresser. Is the pressure too much? He asked. No, it's fine, MOD replied. Is it comfortable? He inquired again. Yes, very comfortable, MOD answered softly. Hua Mingza couldn't help but smile. Good, I'll give you a little massage. A few minutes later, he gently reminded MOD that he was going to rinse her hair, being careful to keep the water from dripping onto her clothes. I'm thinking of remodeling the bathroom, Hua Mingza mentioned, so you can lie down while washing your hair, it'll be more convenient. MOD quickly said, no need to trouble yourself, my hand will heal soon. But Hua Mingza insisted, when your belly gets bigger, it'll be easier for me to help you. After washing her hair, Hua Mingza brought out a hairdryer. His long fingers moved gracefully through MOD's hair, the gentle motion almost mesmerizing. The warm air brushed against her scalp, sending a comforting warmth through her. Once her hair was dry, Hua Mingza carefully placed a shower cap on MOD, ensuring all her hair was tucked inside. Then he began to help her undress, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. Hua Mingza smiled gently and reminded her, remember to keep your injured hand raised a bit to avoid getting it wet. MOD blushed and lifted her injured hand, but Hua Mingza immediately stopped her. Don't raise it so high or strain yourself. It could be dangerous for a pregnant woman. He explained that since MOD became pregnant, he had been particularly attentive to pregnancy precautions, recalling a case he read about where a woman miscarried from hanging clothes. He was especially cautious about her not raising or straining her hands too much. MOD quickly lowered her hands slightly. Hua Mingza continued helping her undress and then carefully bathed her. Seeing the bruises on MOD's back, his expression darkened, thinking how the punishment he dealt to those people last night was too lenient. He gently scrubbed her back, afraid of causing her any pain. MOD, completely exposed, was so embarrassed that her entire body turned as red as a cooked prawn. Hua Mingza initially managed to stay focused, but gradually found it difficult to maintain his composure. He quickly turned off the shower, dried MOD with a towel, and said, don't stay in the shower too long, you might catch a cold. In truth, he was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself any longer. Okay, I'll dress myself, MOD said eagerly, wanting to escape the awkward situation. Hua Mingza brought her clothes, intending to help her dress, but MOD insisted, no, I can do it myself. Hua Mingza didn't press further, understanding that if he continued, he might lose his self-control. After they finished washing up, they headed downstairs together. To their surprise, Hua Xinyao, who usually wasn't an early riser, was already waiting in the living room. As soon as she saw MOD coming down, she jumped up from the sofa, greeting her enthusiastically. Good morning, sis. Good morning, MOD replied. Hua Xinyao quickly linked her arm with MOD's, noticing the bandage on her hand and the freshly washed scent of her hair. She said, I should have helped you wash your hair last night. From now on, call me when you need help washing it. Am I not capable of washing hair? Hua Mingza teased with a smile. Well, if you're busy next time, I'll help sis wash her hair. Hua Xinyao turned to MOD saying, sis, let's have breakfast. Brother Jean mentioned yesterday that you're low on protein and tend to feel sleepy. From now on, I'll peel eggs for you every day. Hua Xinyao led MOD to the dining table. However, as soon as MOD saw the pearl meatballs on the table, she started feeling nauseous. Hua Xinyao immediately instructed the servants, her voice urgent and firm, quick, take away anything with a strong smell from the table. Her eyes revealed her concern for MOD. MOD gave a slight smile, trying to ease everyone's worries. It's okay, really. My stomach's just a bit upset this morning. I'll get used to it soon. Unrelenting, Hua Xinyao picked up an egg and deftly peeled it. Sister-in-law, can you eat an egg now? Let me peel it for you. Thank you. MOD began to say, but was quickly interrupted by Hua Xinyao. Sister-in-law, don't ever thank me. Go ahead, try it. Can you eat it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at MOD. Meng Qiulan watched her daughter with a gentle and contented smile. The unity of the family was more beautiful to her than anything else. Hua Mingza turned to his mother, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Mom, I need to focus on work for a while. Could you please help take care of Omo? Meng Qiulan smiled broadly and replied without hesitation, don't worry. I'll take good care of Xiaodi. And me. Hua Xinyao immediately raised her hand, worried her brother might think she's unreliable. She hastily promised, don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous again. Hua Mingza nodded. All right, just take it easy for now. Don't be jumping around and make sure your leg heals properly. Okay? Hua Xinyao was almost moved to tears that her brother was finally showing concern for her. After breakfast, Hua Mingza prepared to leave. Before heading out, he said to MOD, this is your home. Feel free to do whatever you like. No need to be reserved. MOD replied with a smile, okay? She didn't feel reserved at all. Her mother-in-law had always been kind to her, and Xinyao was just as friendly as when they first met, which was very comforting. Hua Mingza gently ruffled MOD's hair. I'm off to work. I'll try to come back early. He added, The plum blossoms in the back garden are in full bloom now. You should check them out, but don't stay too long, it's cold outside without heating. MOD nodded obediently. All right. Hua Mingzi continued with his reminders. If you get bored, watch some TV, but don't spend too much time on your phone. If you ever feel like eating, just ask the kitchen to prepare something. Sleep whenever you want. It doesn't matter what time. Home is a place to relax. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Make sure to take the medicine Ajahn prescribed on time. The caregiver will prepare it. Don't let it get too cold. Hua Xinyao couldn't help but interject, brother. Enough already, you're acting like you're going away for a year. Hua Mingzi gave Xinyao a disapproving glance, then smiled at MOD. I'm heading to the office now. With that, he got into the car and asked the driver to drive. Nearby, in front of another building, Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong were coming downstairs. Yao Yutong watched Hua Mingzi's gentle smile towards Shen MOD, feeling a pang of jealousy. Hua Jingqin gave a sly smile. Jealous? You could have twins too, and I'll elevate you even higher. Yao Yutong shot Hua Jingqin a cold glance. You should focus on how to secure the inheritance. In her view, only by securing the inheritance and becoming the true mistress of the Hua family could she outshine Shin MOD. A confident smile appeared on Hua Jingqin's face. Just wait and see. He and his father-in-law, Yao Xian, had been planning to clear his father's name, and now most of the materials were ready.